Yen Lai awoke to find himself plummeting from a great height. His head throbbed, as if it had been smashed by a heavy hammer. A veil of blood red obscured his vision, making everything blur and indistinct. He had once been a promising young practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, his mastery of silver acupuncture needles reaching an almost transcendent level. In the pretty nation, a local tycoon had invited him across the ocean for a house call. Yen Lai had been reluctant to go, but the reward offered was simply too generous. Yet after the consultation ended while he was strolling along a street, chaos erupted. A gun-wielding robber appeared. Seeing a girl trembling in terror, that sliver of chivalry buried in his bones stirred, and he stepped forward. With silent precision, his silver needles sealed vital acupoints, felling 3 assailants in an instant. But the 4th was wrong. Something about him was off. The man had taken some kind of lees who knew how many his entire being was locked in a state of manic frenzy. Yen Lai's needle pierced the man's flesh, yet it was as though he had stabbed unresponsive stone. For a moment, he simply could not seal the acupoint. The outcome was brutally unforgiving. Within 7 steps, a gun is both swift and deadly. Even after more than 20 years of cultivating true qi, he was powerless to stop the bullet that exploded toward his head. He died on the spot, his consciousness sinking into darkness, and when it surfaced again, it was in his current predicament. Yen Lai felt his new body hurtling downward, the wind howling past his ears. In a few more seconds, he would be nothing but a smear of flesh on the ground, completing the shortest transmigration in history. Survival instinct clenched his fists, and his fingers brushed against a piece of warm, smooth jade. He knew that texture all too well. It was the jade pendant his master had given him, worn since childhood. Apart from storing the true qi cultivated from his family's internal cultivation technique, he had never discovered any other purpose to it. A thought flashed through his mind, and he hurriedly probed the pendant with his spiritual sense. Fortunately, the true qi he had stored within it was still there. True qi could not block a headshot bullet, but shielding his meridians and internal organs, and buffering the impact of a fall, that was within reach. There was no time to hesitate. Yen Lai immediately mobilized the qi stored within the pendant, letting that warm current surge out to envelop his most vital organs. At the last moment, he crossed his arms tightly over his head. A dull, thunderous bang echoed. Yen Lai slammed into the ground, feeling as if all his organs had been knocked out of place. His mouth flew open, and he spewed a mouthful of bright blood. Agonizing pain nearly dragged him back into unconsciousness, but he bit down hard on the tip of his tongue, forcing himself to stay awake. He must not black out. If he did now, internal bleeding would claim his life. With great effort, Yen Lai raised his right hand, pressed his index and middle fingers together, and accurately tapped several points on his own body. Shinting Feng Fu. As his 2 fingers descended, an invisible surge of force penetrated into his body, instantly severing the upward rush of blood and qi. The blood that had been surging toward his brain due to the violent impact was suddenly dammed, as though blocked by an unseen barrier, forcibly changing its course. After finishing all this, it felt as though every ounce of strength had been siphoned from his body. He lay limp upon the ground. Before long, chaotic footsteps and startled exclamations approached from afar. "My God! Someone fell from upstairs. Quick, call the infirmary." A cluster of students in school uniforms gathered around him, followed closely by several teachers, faces tight with panic. Yen Lai narrowed his eyes to a slit, scanning his surroundings warily. Soon 2 medical staff in white coats arrived, rushing toward him with a hovering stretcher. One medic's right arm from shoulder downward was a mechanical prosthesis gleaming with metallic sheen. The other doctor, bending down to examine him, had one normal flesh and blood, i.e. the other glowed with a faint red light. It was unmistakably a mechanical eye. This world had its peculiarities. Yen Lai's heart sank. The unfamiliar environment, body modification technology, far beyond his prior understanding. Everything reeked of strangeness. The medic with the mechanical arm took out a syringe from the medical kit, the silver liquid inside shimmering coldly in the sun. A faint medicinal scent drifted over. Yen Lai's nostrils quivered slightly. This was adrenaline blended with a fast-acting coagulation factor, along with a familiar and potent analgesic component. Only after confirming these were standard hemostatic and pain relief drugs with no hidden additives did he finally close his eyes. He needed time to regulate his internal breath and repair his damaged meridians. Even so, the hand clutching his ancestral jade pendant never slackened its grip in the slightest. It was his only trump card. A cold needle pierced his skin, and the drug was slowly pushed into his veins. A cool sensation followed the bloodstream through his body. The pain began to recede, even as control over his body slipped rapidly away. He was lifted onto the hovering stretcher. Beside his ear, the doctor with the mechanical eye spoke in a low-clipped tone. "Vital signs: falling rapidly, intracranial pressure, excessively high, fracture of the arm bones. Prepare for emergency surgery." This kid hasn't even awakened his talent, yet his injuries are this light. It's a miracle. After the sting came a surge. Yen Lai could clearly see the drug molecules traveling with his blood, precisely repairing torn capillaries and ripped muscles. This body was far too weak. Its meridians were as thin as spider silk, and the dantian was a hollow void where not even the faintest sense of qi had ever arisen. He could only force his consciousness to stay sharp, circulating the most basic tortoise breathing method from his previous life, barely coaxing the jade pendant's stored qi to slowly straighten the chaotic currents of blood and energy within. Fortunately, the medical standards of this world were absurdly high. He was placed inside a semi-transparent treatment pod, bathed in a soft veil of pale green light. The abrasions on his skin, the internal bruising, even hairline fractures in his bones, all were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His body was being repaired, yet in his mind stormy waves were rising. Countless fragments of memory that did not belong to him surged into his consciousness like a breached flood. The images were chaotic and shattered. A dark room, a figure curled up on his own bed. School corridors, classmates deliberately sidestepping him. The owner of these memories was also named Yen Lai, a boy whose parents had left for distant lands when he was young and never returned. They had left behind only a modest sum of savings and a nominal guardian, his biological uncle. Unfortunately, though his uncle never starved him, his aunt showed him not a shred of warmth. He existed like a shadow sheltering beneath their roof, silent, humble, and invisible. Suddenly, a clear and violent memory detonated within his mind. The rooftop. Cold wind howled through his thin school uniform. Yen Lai, crawl over there for me. A teenager with arrogant readied hair stood with one foot on the rooftop railing towering above as he pointed toward a narrow platform less than half a meter wide at the edge. His name was Li Hao, the campus tyrant of this high school. More importantly, his father was the deputy director of Jingzhou City, someone no one dared to offend. The pitiful original Yen Lai did not even know what kind of deputy director Li Hao's father was. Crawl, you waste. If you're afraid, then jump off from here. The jeering laughter of several hangers-on jabbed into the original Yen Lai's already scarred heart like sharp needles. The original's whole body trembled not from the cold, but from a terror etched into his very bones. He did not want to die, but he dared even less to defy Li Hao. In endless humiliation and despair, he shivered his way onto the rooftop's edge. Below his feet stretched more than 20 meters of empty air. The people on the ground had become faceless blurs. He shut his eyes and moved his stiff body step by step. Huh, look at that dog. Li Hao's brazen laughter rang out behind him. Perhaps the laughter was too piercing, or perhaps his foot landed on a broken edge. The original's foot slipped, and his body instantly lost balance. Oh! His short, shrill scream tore through the sky. The world spun violently around him, and the weightless plunge made his heart seize. Yet he did not hit the ground directly. Mid-fall, a window left half open for ventilation became the end of his life. Bang! The back of his head smashed heavily against the hard metal frame. His consciousness was swallowed by eternal darkness amid the agony. Yen Lai's awareness pulled free from the memory just as the treatment pods hatch slowly opened. So that was how it was. It was precisely that impact against the window frame which had dispersed most of the force of the fall, and combined with his own instinctive use of true chi to protect his vital points upon transmigration, he had managed to snatch his life back from death. The truth behind what the doctors had called a miracle was in fact cruel. He flexed his limbs. Aside from a lingering weakness, his body was largely fine. Yen Lai thanked the doctors, stepped out of the infirmary, and squinted slightly as the harsh sunlight met his eyes. At the end of the corridor, a middle-aged couple waited anxiously. The man wore an ill-fitting suit, his face creased with worry as he rubbed his hands together non-stop. The woman's cheap perm framed a face folded into impatience and meanness, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. They were the uncle and aunt from the original Yen Lai's memories. As soon as she saw him emerge, the woman, his aunt, hurried forward. Yen Lai expected at least a single concerned inquiry. Instead, what greeted him was a barrage of scolding that crashed over him like a storm. You troublemaker. You think our family isn't miserable enough already? You just had to jump off a building. Her shrill voice sliced through the air without the slightest regard for the public setting nor for Yen Lai's pallor. Yen Lai's uncle followed behind, opening his mouth as if to speak, then only sighing and turning his head away. Listen, Yen Lai. His aunt spat saliva, nearly spraying his face. In half an hour, it'll be the annual talent awakening ceremony. If you miss this chance, you can get out of our house immediately. We're not feeding useless trash. You hear me? Your parents dumped you on us with bad intentions, leaving behind such a burden. And now you want to cling to us for life. Dream on. Yen Lai listened in silence. These poisonous words, if cast at the original soul, would likely have shattered, but to a soul that had already walked through life and death with a mind tempered into maturity, they were nothing more than grating noise. He felt no trace of familial affection toward these so-called relatives. Confronted with this madwoman screeching, Yen Lai found himself entirely unopposed to ensuring she would never utter another word in the future. According to his memories, they had taken the support funds his parents left behind. Not a fortune, but enough for the original to live healthily and happily to adulthood. Yet while they lavished care upon their own child, they subjected the original Yen Lai to relentless harshness. His uncle might not have starved him, but his aunt erupted into tirades at the slightest displeasure. Seeing him remain silent, his aunt only escalated her abuse. What cat got your tongue? You're a walking curse, just like those fraud parents of yours. All you know how to do is make trouble. You think the school will help you just because you jumped. They'll dump all the blame on you. We won't get a single cent, and we'll have to pay your medical bills out of pocket. You. Her words cut off abruptly as Yen Lai slowly lifted his head. The eyes that met hers no longer held the familiar cowardice and fear, nor anger or resentment. They were filled only with fathomless chill, like those of a seasoned hunter appraising prey that did not know it was already dead. That invisible pressure clamped around his aunt's throat in an instant. Her curses and malice were forced back down, and not a single word emerged. She even stepped back half a pace without realizing it, her heart pounding wildly out of her control. Yen Lai had originally wanted to ask what that so-called talent awakening actually was, but the moment he saw his aunt's face distorted by excitement, all desire to open his mouth vanished. Exchanging even one more word with someone like her felt like a waste of his precious lifetime. He simply turned around and left. Behind him, curses started up again in broken, shrill bursts, vicious and poisonous, as if she wished to heap every malicious word in existence onto his back. Yan Lai shut his ears to it all and walked straight toward the school gate. Xiao Lai, a hesitant voice sounded. It was his uncle. Yan Lai stopped and turned back. The man hunched his shoulders as he hurried over, forcing out a smile. He did not dare meet Yan Lai's eyes. His gaze wandered across the ground while his hands twisted nervously. Well, your aunt, she just has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Don't take it to heart. Even he did not believe such pale, powerless justification. Yan Lai said nothing, only watched him in silence. The uncle grew even more flustered under that gaze and hastily fished out his personal terminal from his pocket. It was an old model, its casing covered in scratches of every kind. He clumsily tapped at the interface a few times, and the micro-terminal on Yan Lai's wrist gave a slight vibration in response. This thing was apparently the equivalent of a cell phone in this world. Credit points received 500 go. Go to the cafeteria and buy yourself something good to eat, nourish your body a bit. He stuffed the terminal back into his pocket and finally dared to raise his head. Gingerly, he reached out, wanting to pat Yan Lai on the head. His hand paused in midair and in the end only settled lightly on the boy's shoulder, giving it a gentle pat. It's because your uncle is useless. I can't stand up for you, the man said, his voice thick with guilt and helplessness. From now on, stay away from those bad kids, don't get into conflicts with them. Today is awakening day, or it's about to begin. Luckily you woke up in time and can still make it. Once your talent awakens, remember to tell your uncle right away. Who knows, it might just defy the heavens and change your fate. You decrepit old fool. What are you dawdling for? Get back here this instant. A shrill scream from the direction of the infirmary cut across the air. It was his aunt. Yan Lai's uncle shuddered all over as though struck by a whip, the last trace of color drained from his face. He snatched his hand back in panic, glanced over his shoulder, then turned back to force an apologetic smile at Yan Lai. Then he scurried away at a howl run like a dog summoned back by its master. Yan Lai remained where he was, fingers brushing the small terminal on his wrist, saying nothing. He lowered his arm and checked the balance displayed on the terminal. 513 credit points. According to the original owner's memories, the purchasing power of credit points in this world differed little from the currency of Longhua in his past life. He let out a soft, humorless chuckle, the corner of his mouth quirking faintly. This body was far too frail, meridians blocked chi and blood stagnant. If he wished to resume cultivation, he would first have to nurse it carefully back into shape. Proper conditioning required medicinal herbs, and medicinal herbs required money. These 500 credit points at least would relieve his most pressing needs. For now, the most crucial task was to fully grasp this world's level of technology, especially that so-called talent, and the rules by which its society operated. Only then could he mete out punishment to Li Hao and to the birth family that had left the original owner so wretched. From the way they spoke, talent seemed to be the key turning point that determined a person's future fate. He would have to be prepared for every possible outcome. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Yan Lai lengthened his stride and headed toward the classroom he remembered. Under the noonday sun, his shadow stretched long across the ground. It looked somewhat solitary, yet carried a quiet, unwavering resolve. At the same time, elsewhere, outside the gate of Jingzhou First High School, a massive black motorhome stood quietly by the roadside, starkly out of place amid the slightly shabby streets surrounding it. Inside, the luxury was enough to leave one speechless. Soft Persian carpets covered the floor, while the air was thick with the rich mingled scent of expensive cigars and red wine. Li Hao, the arrogant tyrant who had reigned on the rooftop, now knelt in disarray on the cold floor, head bowing low, his body trembling uncontrollably with fear. Before him, a middle-aged man in a hand-tailored suit sat impeccably straight on a leather sofa. The man looked to be around 50, features refined, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. Aside from the eerie sheen of the nanoskin on his hand, he might easily have been mistaken for a university professor. He was Li Hao's father, Li Jun. Li Jun did not look at his son, his gaze was fixed instead on a light screen suspended, and on the screen a surveillance recording was looping. It showed everything that had occurred on the rooftop, from their swaggering encirclement of the original owner, to Li Hao forcing him to climb to the very edge, and finally to the moment of his fatal slip and plunge. The images were sharp, the sound intact. With a casual flick of his hand, Li Jun sent the light screen shooting forward. It dissolved into a streak of light that smashed against Li Hao's face. The light passed through without leaving a physical mark, but the humiliation made Li Hao's body jolt violently. Have I never told you to use your brain when you act? Li Jun's voice was very quiet, devoid of any obvious emotion. Dad, I was wrong. Li Hao's words came out choked with sobs. Imbecile. Li Jun finally turned his gaze toward his son, his face openly filled with disappointment and disgust. Bullying a piece of trash who hasn't even awakened. What kind of achievement is that supposed to be? Does that give you a sense of accomplishment? I only wanted to make him look ridiculous. Ridiculous. Li Jun let out a cold laugh. Do you have any idea what time it is right now? The election has reached its most critical juncture. Every day, I'm run ragged dealing with those old foxes and still have to prepare offerings for the 3 major corporations. And you at such a pivotal moment choose to disgust your father with something like this. On a day when talent awakening is so important that every faction is out poaching people, are you afraid they might not find a handle to use against me? Li Jun rose and strolled to the wine cabinet, pouring himself a glass of red. The infirmary sent a report that Yan Lai fell from the 8th floor and came away with nothing but a mild concussion and a few external injuries. Not even a single bone fully broken. He swirled the glass, the crimson liquid tracing slow arcs along the crystal. Without having awakened to fall from such a height and be nearly back to normal in under an hour, everyone is calling it a miracle. Li Jun took a sip, then slowly turned around. But I do not believe in miracles. His gaze settled on Li Hao once more. Behind the calm lenses a glint as cold as a serpent's flashed briefly. As for this Yanlai, if his awakened talent is below grade C, kill him and be done with it. A piece of trash like that will never stir up any real storm. Li Jun paused, then drained the rest of his wine in a single swallow. But if it's grade A or above, then you will have only yourself to blame, my son. He set the empty glass down, a crisp sound ringing out. Meanwhile, Yanlai walked on, sifting through the memories in his mind. The original owner had been hopelessly spineless, grades poor, life in ruins. What intrigued Yanlai, however, was that according to those memories, most of the textbooks seemed to be filled with terminology from games, attack, defense, experience points, and the like. But the original owner had barely glanced at them, spending his days curled up in the corner of the classroom asleep. Back at the dormitory, he would spend the night watching adult videos and novels on his terminal until dawn, taking off 3 or 4. It seemed his physique had been rather robust despite his youth, and such disciplined nightly flights his body had somehow avoided breaking down, a twisted sort of talent in its own right. Yanlai stepped into the classroom, finding only a handful of scattered students still inside. A boy was hurrying out. Upon seeing Yanlai, he immediately turned back with eager advice. Grab your student ID and head to the sports field, classmate. The talent test only happens once a year. If you miss it, you'll have to wait until next year. The boy clapped him on the shoulder as he spoke. Don't be afraid. Just do what they taught in class, and you'll secure a suitable job sooner or later. Yanlai was utterly bewildered, but he still nodded in thanks. He retrieved his student ID from his former desk and followed the other student out to the sports field. At its center stood a colossal metallic apparatus, 3 stories tall, its surface covered in intricate runes. At the base of the device, several staff members were feeding enormous energy crystals into it. Each crystal was as thick as a millstone, emitting a faint glow. With every crystal they fed in, the apparatus let out a deep, muffled roar, and the air grew saturated with a strange rip. On the field, teachers were lining students up by class and calling names one by one. A teacher spotted Yanlai, glanced at him with concern, and guided him back into his class's ranks. As the hour arrived, the school leaders began to deliver a speech from the platform at the front of the field. Yanlai curled his lip. This routine seemed identical, no matter what world one was in. At last, when the speeches ended and the teachers had once again confirmed their head counts, a mechanical hum rose from the apparatus. A wave of energy rippled outward and multicolored lights flared from the bodies of all the students. Terminals on their wrists erupted in frenzied responses. The beeping and chattering of prompts rose, all at once merging into a noisy symphony in the open air. The micro-terminal on Yanlai's wrist vibrated in turn, and a mechanical voice chimed. Ding! Congratulations, you have awakened grade B talent, Dual Realm. Dual Realm, you may carry real-world talent skills and unenhanced attributes into Tianjing. Dual Realm. Tianjing. What did that mean? Before Yanlai could make sense of it, the world before his eyes suddenly blurred. The classmates gasping on the field, the teachers with their varied expressions in the distance, and the gigantic awakening device itself, all twisted and stretched in an instant, finally shattering into countless fragments of light that scattered and vanished. The next second, a chill, damp breath gusted against his face. Yanlai's consciousness reeled, then was dragged back by the heavy weight and icy bite pressing against his wrist. He looked down. His relatively clean school uniform had vanished, replaced by a coarse, tattered prison garb. A pair of thick iron chains and shackles were locked tight around his wrists, the cold rings grinding painfully into his skin. In his hands, he gripped a heavy iron pickaxe. He had appeared in a dim, oppressive mining site. All around stretched endless murky tunnels. At intervals along the rock walls, oil lamps flickered weakly, barely illuminating small pockets of space. Countless figures in the same prison garb swung their pickaxes in numb repetition, mechanically pounding at the rock. So this place was what they called Tianjing. Before he could absorb the enormity of the change, a sharp pain exploded across his back as a powerful force shoved him forward, nearly sending him sprawling. What are you staring at, newcomer? Planning to slack off? A vicious overseer swung a leather whip, roaring at him. Dig. If you don't meet today's quota, you can forget about dinner. The overseer shoved Yanlai toward a frigid wall of rock, spittle sprayed almost directly across his face. He could feel that the prisoners around him did not even bother to lift their heads, as if they had long grown accustomed to such scenes. A sharp pain surged from his back, searing like a hot iron rod pressed against his skin. He did not turn around, nor did he utter a sound. Just as he was being shoved against the rock wall, a bright red number flashed in the upper left corner of his vision. 5. Countless clues instantly connected in Yanlai's mind. The hurried instructions of the boy in the classroom, the strange terms about attack, defense, and experience from the textbook in his memory, and the anxious face of his aunt who feared he would miss the awakening of talent. This is not a penal mining site. This is a game, a trial ground. The so-called awakening of talent is merely pulling people into this game world called Heaven's Realm. And in reality, work status and even fate depend on performance in this world. A thought flashed through his mind. Just, he silently recited. The next moment, a translucent light screen indeed unfolded before him. Name unnamed prisoner 9527. Exit time 557600. Level 1 satiation 53100. Health 95200. Inner strength 2402. 40 strength 9 base 5 talent 4. Agility 6 base 3 talent 3. Constitution 10 base 6 talent 4. Spirit 14 base 4 talent 10. Intelligence 12 base 2 talent 10. Martial arts 0109. Skills advanced medicine tier 3 skilled hands, keen eyes. Skilled hands. Passive. Your hands act like precision surgical instruments able to perform delicate operations with extraordinary stability and speed. Keen eyes. As a top-tier traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, you can keenly observe the information of characters around you, and based on level differences have a chance to obtain special intelligence. Cooldown 10 seconds. Advanced Medicine Tier 3. Your medical skills can easily treat severely injured character. Prisoner 9527. What a peculiar code. His attention quickly shifted to the attribute. The original quality of this body was mediocre, but the level talent dual realms provided an absurd enhancement. Especially in spirit and intelligence where the base values were pitifully low, the talent enhancement had pushed them to it. Whether it was the soul that had crossed over or the powerful mental strength and intelligence developed from his medical studies. As for these 3 skills, they should be the real-world skills brought by dual realms, which is normal for a descendant of ancient medicine. The 6-hour countdown further confirmed his suspicions. This is a timed assessment. Just then the supervisor's roar resounded. Newcomer, why are you dawdling? Do you want to die? Yan-Lai immediately retracted the panel and gripped the heavy pickaxe with both hands. A strength far surpassing that of his previous frail body surged through his limbs. Though the pickaxe was heavy, it did not feel burdensome. He mimicked the actions of those around him, swinging the pickaxe down hard against the rock. Clang! A clear sound of impact rang out. Sparks flew as a fist-sized rock broke free from the wall. Seeing him start to work, the supervisor let out a disdainful snort and turned to walk deeper into the mine. The mechanical sounds of mining resumed around him. Yan-Lai continued to swing the pickaxe while quietly surveying his surroundings. The supervisor had walked far away. He stealthily moved closer to a fellow prisoner who was also engrossed in mining. The man was emaciated and moved sluggishly, exerting all his strength with each swing, yet could only chip off a tiny bit of rock dust. Hey, what talent do you have? Yan-Lai whispered, lowering his voice. However, the man seemed to be oblivious, continuing to repeat his swinging motion. Yan-Lai leaned in closer, finally getting a clear look at the man's face. It was a lifeless face with hollow eyes devoid of focus, only an unshakable stillness. Yan-Lai tried again, even crossing between the two of them to ask other miners while the supervisor was away. But there was no response, only a few puzzled glances were cast his way. Yan-Lai came to a conclusion. It seems this trial is solitary, or all the players are distributed in different places. He stopped trying to communicate and silently returned to his position. Since this is a game, the rules cannot be as simple as if it were just a matter of who can mine more, then this trial would be far too dull. Yan-Lai swung the pickaxe vigorously while focusing all of his attention on observation. There are 5 supervisors in the mine, and they alternate every 5 minutes. They all carry whips at their waists with no other weapon. The oil lamps on the mine walls are spaced every 10 meters, casting dim light and creating numerous visual blind spots. The air is filled with the smell of dirt and a faint scent of sulfur. The pickaxe he held had minor cracks in the wooden handle, and the connection between the head and the handle was somewhat loose. These seemingly useless details were all noted in his mind. As a top-tier doctor, the skills of observation, inquiry, and examination are fundamental. Noticing details and analyzing essence has long been ingrained in his bones. Any small anomaly could point to the root of a problem. He mechanically swung the pickaxe, leaving a white mark on the rock wall with each strike. Mining proficiency 1, mining proficiency 1. A series of prompts for skill proficiency floated across his vision, but he paid no mind, focusing entirely on the supervisors and the mining area. His brain was rapidly processing all the information he had just gathered, attempting to construct a complete logical chain. Supervisors, prisoners, or is a 6-hour time limit. What are the conditions for clearing this? Mining a certain amount of or surviving, or perhaps defeating the supervisors and escaping from here. He kept thinking in his heart, but his hands did not stop. Clang! Another strike landed, and this time the sound seemed... He paused and leaned in to examine closely. At the spot he had just struck, a fine crack appeared on the rock wall, contrasting sharply with the surrounding hard stone. A thought flashed through his mind, activating the keen eye skill. His vision instantly changed. Around him, the apathetic prisoners and patrolling supervisors had gray names and levels floating above their heads. Mine prisoner LV1, mine supervisor LV2. Meanwhile, the majority of the rock wall before him was an ordinary gray, except for the location of that crack, which emitted a faint dark golden glow. Rare gold, or... Yan-Lai felt a stir in his heart, but his face remained expressionless. He did not immediately strike at the crack, but continued to swing the pickaxe, striking at the ordinary rocks nearby. Clang! Clang! The sounds were rhythmic, the movements standard, indistinguishable from those of the other real prisoners. Yet out of the corner of his eye, he was rapidly calculating the patrol route and timing of the overseer. 3 minutes later, the nearest LV2 overseer had just reached the corner of the patrol route, his line of sight perfectly blocked by a protruding rock. Now is the time. Yan-Lai's grip on the pickaxe did not change, but the way he exerted force became entirely different. The strength of his entire body was precisely channeled into a single point on the pickaxe head. No longer was it a brute force strike, instead it was akin to acupuncture in traditional Chinese medicine, emphasizing the concept of skillful hand. Puff! A very faint muffled sound was instantly drowned out by the clamor of the other miners. The pickaxe accurately pierced the dark golden crack with no sparks flying, only the faint sound of rock being delicately stripped away. Yan-Lai turned his wrist and twisted. A piece of stone, palm-sized and entirely dark golden, was pried off completely. Without time to examine it closely, he immediately attempted to stuff it into his prison clothes. But just as this thought arose, a translucent square interface popped up before him. Item detected for pickup. Would you like to store it in the system backpack? System backpack 130. Indeed there was. Yen Lai felt certain and moved his thoughts slightly. The dark golden stone in his hand instantly vanished. Refined goldstone rare has been stored in backpack. After completing this, he immediately resumed his previous digging motions, continuing to strike at the rock wall with a missing chunk. Clang, clang, clang. The sound was neither loud nor soft, the rhythm, neither fast nor slow, perfectly blending into this symphony of despair. He couldn't dig too quickly, that would draw too much attention. Since he had a backpack, it was manageable. He could even secretly take some stones. Yen Lai adjusted his strategy, beginning to mine normally, stealthily storing 4 out of every 10 ordinary stones into his backpack. This way, although the pile of stones at his feet accumulated more slowly than others, the difference was not significant. Safety. During this time, Yen Lai also discovered that the family heirloom jade pendant had somehow come with him into this place. Just as he focused on playing the role of an exhausted miner, a shrill scream pierced through the oppressive silence of the mine. Yen Lai paused in his actions. On the other side, a frail prisoner, utterly fatigued, leaned against the wall to wipe the sweat from his brow. The patrolling overseer sneered, cracking the whip in the air, the sound sharp as it struck the prisoner's back. Waste. Dare to slack off. The prisoner's back instantly bled, and in pain he curled up on the ground, yet under the overseer's intimidation, he struggled to get up. He scrambled with hands and feet, stumbling towards Yen Lai. Yen Lai instinctively reached out to steady his swaying body. At the moment of contact, an unusual sensation came from the tattered prisoner's clothing. It was very slight, very subtle, hidden beneath the rough burlap. If not for the keen touch brought by his skillful hand, he would have never noticed. Yen Lai steadied the other, but did not immediately withdraw his hand. His fingertips brushed naturally against the torn fabric. The motion was fluid, and the subtlety of the skillful hand was vividly manifested at that moment. The frail prisoner, still shaken, repeatedly thanked Yen Lai and hurried back to his spot, picking up the pickaxe and digging frantically, no longer daring to pause for even a moment. Yen Lai also withdrew his hand as if nothing had happened. Congratulations, you have mastered the skill beginner theft, level 1. Current proficiency 150. So it could work like this. He opened his backpack, and beside a pile of stones lay a small, dark, hard object quietly. Moldy flatbread, satiety 10. A bold idea began to sprout in Yen Lai's mind. He maintained the mining motion while quietly approaching the frail prisoner. The other was engrossed in his work, completely unaware of what was happening behind him. Yen Lai's hand once again accidentally brushed against the other's waist. His fingertips moved slightly. The cookie he had stolen quietly returned to the prisoner's clothing's inner layer. The frail prisoner stiffened for a moment as if sensing something, but when he turned around, Yen Lai had already resumed swinging his pickaxe with an expressionless face. He curiously touched his waist, and the familiar hard sensation made him breathe a sigh of relief, thinking it was just his imagination. However, he did not realize that a storm of experience targeting him had just begun. 3 seconds later, Yen Lai tilted his body and approached once more. Theft successful, proficiency 1. 5 seconds later, Yen Lai returned the item. 10 seconds later. Theft successful, proficiency 1. He was like a tireless machine in the workshop, using the gaps in the overseer's patrol along with the divine operation brought by his skillful hand, frantically milking the same NPC. And that poor prisoner throughout it all was immersed in the pain of being whipped and the toil of mining, completely oblivious to the marvelous journey of his life-saving food coming and going. Theft proficiency 1. Theft proficiency 1. Theft proficiency 1. A series of system prompts rapidly flashed before Yen Lai, and his movements became increasingly adept and subtle. Ding. Your skill proficiency has reached 5050, and you have learned intermediate stealing, level 20100. The crisp prompt echoed in your mind. Yen Lai continued his actions, employing the same trick again, his fingertips brushing against the waist of the frail prisoner. Target level 2 low, unable to gain proficiency. As expected, Yen Lai withdrew his hand with a hint of frustration. It was akin to the newbie village's slimes. Once he reached a higher level, he could no longer gain experience from low-level monsters. Unfortunately, it seemed that the Sword Saint of Shirley Slope's famous technique couldn't be used in the celestial realm. He ceased his thievery, returning to the rhythm of an ordinary miner while his mind raced with calculations. Directly fleeing. No. He glanced around the mine tunnel. 5 overseers, all at LV2, scattered at... They appeared lazy, yet their positions subtly formed a blockade. Any disturbance from one direction would alert the other for within 10 seconds. In his current body, even with the meager true chi from the jade pendant, he might have a fighting chance in a Honor vs 3 ambush, but to silently eliminate all 5 was pure fantasy. Moreover, the situation outside the mine was entirely unknown. He needed to wait for an opportunity, a variable that could break the current stalemate. As Yen Lai contemplated, he mechanically swung the iron pickaxe, striking a piece of, or loose, then bent down to pick it up and tossed it onto the pile at his feet. Just as his backpack was stuffed with over 30 pieces of, or a thunderous rumble erupted from deep within the mine tunnel. The entire mine shook violently, followed by heart-wrenching screams and shouts. A collapse. Yen Lai quickly steadied himself and looked towards the source of the chaos. Not far away, a section of the tunnel had collapsed due to excessive mining, with massive rocks blocking the path. Amidst the thick dust, 2 bodies could be seen trapped beneath the boulders, twisted and deformed clearly beyond saving. At the edge of the collapsed area, a miner lay on the ground, one arm bent at an extremely unnatural angle, with pale bones protruding through the prisoner's garb exposed to the air. He was rolling on the ground, howling in agony, his cries piercing and inhuman. The mine tunnel erupted into chaos. Everyone calm down. Return to your positions. shouted the overseer who had previously whipped the prisoners, his voice trembling as he tried to yet he failed to notice that his own calves were subtly trembling. The other overseers hurried over, one of whom was clearly the leader, his clothing more refined than the others, with a token in addition to a whip at his waist. Most importantly, his LV3 above his head confirmed that he was the supervisor of this mine. The overseer leader quickly approached the collapsed site, his expression turning extremely grim upon seeing the bloody scene. An opportunity had arisen. Yin Lai discarded the pickaxe in his hand and swiftly made his way toward the center of the chaos. Get back. This is none of your business. The irritable overseer noticed him and immediately brandished his whip to scold. Yin Lai ignored him completely, dodging the whip and heading straight for the injured man on the ground, crouching down to focus on the mangled arm. The overseer leader also took note of this unruly prisoner, frowning and preparing to admonish him. But Yin Lai had already brought together his index and middle fingers, and amidst the wounded man's horrendous screams, swiftly struck a point on Qi Shi Shui. The injured man, who had been howling in agony, emitted a strange raspy sound from his throat as his screams abruptly ceased, his body convulsing slightly before falling silent. This action stunned everyone present. Before they could react, Yin Lai's fingers darted over the injured man's bloody shoulder. Yun Men Shui, Zhong Fu, Shui Tian Fu Shui. The 3 major acupoints were instantly sealed using his unique. The blood that had originally flowed profusely from the severed end visibly slowed down, eventually becoming a slow. After completing all this, Yin Lai finally placed his hand on the twisted severed arm. He firmly pressed down on the injured man's shoulder with one hand while the other grasped the front half of the severed arm. Crack! A crisp sound of bones realigning echoed. Yin Lai exerted force with his wrist, twisting and pushing. The protruding bone was forcefully returned to its original position. The entire process took less than 10 seconds, smooth and precise. At the moment of realignment, the injured man's body arched sharply before he completely fainted, yet his chest continued to rise and fall steadily. In the mine tunnel, everyone was left speechless by this scene. Yin Lai slowly stood up, brushing off the dust from his hands. He raised his head and calmly looked at the overseer leader. He won't die just yet. However, to save this arm from necrosis and infection, I still need some items. The overseer leader finally snapped out of his shock, staring intently at Yin Lai, then glancing at the injured man, who was breathing steadily, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing. What do you need? Clean cloth and needle for stitching. Yin Lai paused, then continued, it would be best to have some strong liquor. If not, Sanchi and Ai Chow will do. Nonsense. Who do you think you are? A prisoner dares to make demands. The irritable overseer reacted and roared again, raising his whip high. Stop. The overseer leader shouted sharply to halt his companion. His gaze swept over Yin Lai, filled with scrutiny and suspicion. The death of 2 miners could be considered an accident. If another died, his evaluation would face serious problems. Yet this prisoner had inexplicably pulled a condemned man back from the brink of death using a method he couldn't comprehend. What you mentioned about Sanchi and Ai Chow, what are they worth? The overseer leader lowered his voice, asking the key question. The cheapest herbs are negligible. Yin Lai's reply was simple and direct. Exchanging them for his life is a bargain. Yin Lai planned to take a gamble. He wasn't certain if the names of the herbs were correct, but if he could reach a place like the herb warehouse, he would surely be able to identify them, just as he had detected the ingredients in the campus doctor's mechanical arm. The overseer leader's breathing grew heavier. This word struck a chord with him. After all, the mortality rate of these prisoners would also go up, and saving a few would benefit his. He remained silent for a few seconds, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he made a decision. He suddenly waved his hand and shouted at the still-dazed prisoners, what are you looking at? Get back to mining. Today's quota is reduced and none of you will eat if you don't work. The prisoners, as if granted amnesty, immediately scattered. The irritable overseer wanted to say something, but was silenced by a stern glance from the leader. Soon only Yin Lai, the overseer leader, and the unconscious injured man remained at the collapse site. The overseer leader pointed outside the tunnel. You come with me. Yin Lai followed the foreman, walking through the dim and oppressive mine tunnel until he emerged into the light. The blinding rays ahead made him instinctively squint. As he stepped out of the cave, the vastness of the scene opened up before him. It was a huge valley surrounded by steep cliffs filled with several large and small mines, all identical to the one he had just exited. On the towering watchtower, soldiers armed with spears patrolled back and forth. In the valley, more soldiers formed small teams, moving between the various mines. Yin Lai's gaze quickly swept across the scene. Above the heads of these soldiers floated faint red characters. Mine Soldier LV3. Mine Soldier LV4. In the farthest corner, an officer riding a fearsome beast had the characters above his head, clearly reading Mine Centurion LV11. The defenses were tight, making escape nearly impossible. Just as he lingered on the Centurion a moment longer, the officer seemed to sense his gaze and shot over a piercing look. Yin Lai immediately averted his gaze, lowering his head to adopt the numbness and obedience expected of a prisoner. Given his current abilities, escaping was as difficult as scaling a mountain. Now he could only hope that his medical skills might offer him a glimmer of hope in this dire situation. The foreman led him through a winding path into a warehouse constructed from massive stones. The warehouse was filled with various odds and ends, broken tools, moldy sacks, and piles of dark ores. In the deepest corner of the warehouse, some dried plants were carelessly stacked. Yin Lai stepped forward and took a quick look, then let out a sigh of relief. The shapes and smells of these medicinal materials were identical to those he knew in his past life. Noted ginseng, huanglian, baiji licorice. Although these were basic and inexpensive items, they would suffice. But in the next moment, his brows furrowed tightly. All the herbs were haphazardly piled together. The hot-natured Baiji was thrown next to the cold-natured Huangjing. The pungent mint had contaminated a large area of herbs that needed to avoid strong scents. His professional instincts kicked in. He almost instinctively said Nodo ginseng prefers warmth but avoids damp heat. Stacking them like this will cause a loss of potency by 30%. Huanglian is cold in nature and must be isolated from earth energy elevated on wooden boards. And this? Yin Lai pointed at a bundle of blackened licorice. This is moldy, not only useless, but also toxic if consumed. How could you store it like this? Is there no one knowledgeable among you? As soon as he finished speaking, he felt something was off. As a prisoner, what right did he have to criticize? He immediately shut his mouth, realizing he had overstepped. However, the expected reprimand did not come. The foreman merely frowned without speaking, but Yin Lai caught the subtle change in his expression. Evidently, in this place where human lives were worthless, a physician capable of healing held far greater value than so did status. Hurry up and prepare, he can't hold on much longer, the foreman urged, and indeed did not pursue Yin Lai's earlier rudeness. Yes. Yin Lai said no more and immediately knelt down, beginning to sort through the pile of herbs. He first selected a few pieces of the best Huanglian and carefully ground them into powder with a relatively clean stone. Then he added a small amount of Baiji powder, mixing it evenly. This would be used for external application to clear heat, detoxify, and reduce swelling and pain. To stop the bleeding, he would use silver needles to seal the acupoints. Thus, the main focus was on disinfection and reducing swelling. The materials here were indeed limited, but he managed to find some usable items. Next, he selected a few decent pieces of Nodo ginseng and angelica, crushed them, as well preparing them for internal use to invigorate the blood and dispel stasis. The foreman stood aside watching Yin Lai's skilled techniques, and the expression of suspicion in his eyes grew stronger. This prisoner was definitely not an ordinary person. I need strong liquor to cleanse the wounds, Yin Lai said, without looking up. The foreman shook his head, refusing bluntly. Strong liquor is a controlled substance. Ooh, I can't give it to you. Yin Lai paused for a moment, then nodded. Then he'll have to use fire and mugwort water for disinfection, but the effect will be much weaker and prone to infection. He did not argue. This was both an explanation and a way to leave himself a backdoor for treatment later. The foreman took a deep look at him, saying nothing more. Yin Lai wrapped the prepared powder carefully in a piece of rag, then found a broken jar and some mugwort to boil water. With everything ready, he stood up and nodded at the foreman. It's ready. The foreman waved his hand, leading him back into the dim mine. The site of the collapse had been minimally cleared, and the injured man with a severed arm had been moved to a relatively clean corner. He remained unconscious, his breathing even weaker than before. Seeing the foreman return with Yin Lai, the irritable overseer rushed over. Boss, is this guy even capable? I see that kid is about to breathe his last. The foreman ignored him, squatting beside the injured man to check his breathing, then stood up and pointed at Yin Lai. If you heal him, you won't have to mine anymore. If you fail, the foreman's voice was low and deliberate, you'll be buried here with him. A blatant threat, yet also an opportunity that comes once in 1,000 years. I need fire and boiling water, he turned to the irritable overseer. Who the hell do you think you're ordering around? The irritable overseer instinctively wanted to erupt, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he was silenced by a cold glare from the head overseer. His face flushed with anger, yet he reluctantly began to prepare. Yin Lai paid him no further mind, squatting down. He first tore off a relatively clean piece of fabric from the wounded man's prison uniform, then carefully poured his ground Huanglian and Baiji powder onto it. Soon a bonfire blazed not far away. Yin Lai placed a broken earthen jar filled with water over the fire, then added half of the mugwort to brew some mugwort water, also throwing in some dried mugwort into the fire to create mugwort ash. Yin Lai walked to the fire, taking the thick needles he requested from the head overseer, repeatedly scorching them in the flames until the tips turned bright red. A simple flame sterilization, better than nothing. Once the water boiled, he used the mugwort water to rinse the blood around the hiss. As the water touched the already mangled flesh, the unconscious patient instinctively twitched. After cleaning, he sprinkled the medicinal powder and mugwort ash over the wound. After completing all this, he finally picked up the iron needles. Jianyu, Chu Chi, Shou Sanli. His movements were so fast, they left the bystander overseers, including the head overseer, in astonishment. This was the pulse-stopping technique from the Yin family's acupuncture method, which temporarily constricted local blood vessels by stimulating acupuncture points, minimizing bleeding, and buying time for subsequent treatment. Ding! You have combined your medical knowledge and successfully comprehended the skill. Yin family acupuncture. Yin family acupuncture. Level 1 passive. Each time you perform acupuncture or apply pressure, the healing effect will be enhanced by 30, with a 10 chance to remove 1 negative status effect, bleeding, poisoning, paralysis, etc. Active consumes true energy to perform. Yin family acupuncture. Return to origin, instantly restoring the target's health by 10 intelligence, spirit 10, and entering a brief foundation state, where all attributes are boosted by 10, lasting 30 seconds. Cooldown time 5 seconds, consumes 100 internal energy points. Yin Lai was determined not to use the skill immediately, as he felt confident he could heal this patient given the current situation. After temporarily sealing the bleeding point with acupuncture, he began the most primitive suturing using the thick thread that had been boiled in mugwort water. The rough iron needle pierced the flesh, gradually pulling the rolled wound closer together. Throughout the process, although the patient's body still trembled from the intense pain, his breathing miraculously stabilized, and the deathly pallor on his face dissipated significantly. Finally, Yin Lai applied the remaining medicinal powder over the sutured wound, carefully bandaging it with cloth, and sprinkling more mugwort, ash over the other wounds to prevent excessive bleeding. He stood up and uttered 2 words to the head overseer. "He's alive." The head overseer quickly stepped forward, checking the patient's breath and feeling his forehead. The breath was strong, the high fever had subsided. He turned to Yin Lai, his scrutiny and doubt completely transformed into admiration. This prisoner was a treasure. "Take him over there." The head overseer instructed his men, then pointed towards the direction of the warehouse. "Move all those medicinal materials into that room." The irritable overseer opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately swallowed his words and obediently directed the others to work. The head overseer led Yin Lai to a dilapidated thatched house standing alone outside the mine tunnel. The house was small, containing only a hard bed and a broken table, but at least it could shield them from the wind and rain. "From now on you will be the physician here," the head overseer said in a deep voice. "No more mining for you. Your task is to ensure they don't die too quickly." Yin Lai sighed with relief. It seemed that the laborers here were not death row inmates, but rather those forcibly conscripted for labor or prisoners whose crimes did not warrant death. For the managers, each laborer was an asset, and minimizing asset loss was naturally the goal. However, it was quite strange that such a large mine had not a single proper doctor. Yet he did not voice this question. The most important thing now was to survive and then establish a firm foothold. After the head overseer left, soon 2 soldiers came in and carelessly dumped the pile of assorted medicinal materials on the ground. Yin Lai paid no mind and began to organize. He separated the medicinal materials by their properties, elevating those that needed to be kept dry with stones and placing those with strong odors near the ventilation. In less than half an hour, the originally chaotic pile of medicinal materials was sorted and organized neatly. The news spread quickly. A prisoner skilled in medicine was exempted from the grueling mining work and given his own room. In the lifeless mine, this was no less than an earthquake. During the brief afternoon break, figures began to appear at the door of the thatched house, peeking curiously. Most of them were pale and thin, bearing various injuries. Some had been whipped by overseers, some injured by falling rocks while mining, and many suffered from various ailments due to prolonged labor and malnutrition. Yin Lai ignored them, focused on building a simple stove with several stones brewing something. A faint herbal fragrance wafted from the thatched house. Finally, a limping man hobbled in. His ankle was swollen like a steamed bun, clearly sprained. "I heard. You can heal." His voice was hoarse, tinged with uncertain hope. Yin Lai lifted his head and glanced. "Take off your shoes and socks." The man was taken aback, but complied. Yin Lai approached, squatted down, and gently pressed on the swollen ankle with his fingers. "I sprained it half a month ago. I rinsed it with cold water, didn't think much of it, and it got worse. Now every step feels like being stabbed with needles." Yin Lai stated calmly. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. It was all true. Yin Lai did not give him time to be shocked, and suddenly exerted force with his hands. Crack, crack. One hand clutched the man's calf, while the other held his foot, pulling, twisting, and releasing with a crisp sound of bones resetting echoed. "Ah!" The man let out a brief cry of pain, but the next moment he felt a warm flow surge through his ankle, and the piercing pain diminished significantly. "Go home and soak it in hot water. Come back tomorrow for the external medicine, and be cautious not to twist it again within 3 days." Having said this, Yin Lai ignored him and continued to tend to his herbs. The man moved his ankle a bit. Although it was still swollen, he could stand normally. His face flushed with excitement as he deeply bowed to Yin Lai's back, then turned and briskly walked out. No longer. Outside, the place erupted in excitement. "Really? He really healed it. God. Just 2 twists. This is a miraculous doctor." The power of role models is immense. Immediately 7 or 8 injured prisoners surged in, crowding the small thatched house to the brim. "Miraculous doctor, I can't lift my arm. I cough up blood every day. I can't see clearly." Yin Lai frowned. "Get out, line up one at a time." His tone was calm, but those prisoners who usually defied everyone except the overseers instinctively obeyed the command, obediently retreating and forming a long line at the door. Next, Yin Lai began his first consultation after crossing over. He had few medicinal materials and even fewer, yet he had the rich experience accumulated from his past life, the exquisite control brought by skilled hands, and the profound acupuncture techniques. For muscle strains, he could easily relax them with a few massage techniques. For external wounds, he applied the simplest crushed herbs externally. For minor internal issues, he used pressure point techniques to temporarily relieve symptoms. In less than 2 hours, he had treated no less than 30 patients. In front of the thatched house, his title had already changed from "that one who understands medicine" to Mr. Yin. Reputation was being established at an astonishing speed. As dusk fell, Yin Lai sent away the last patient, a frail man suffering from lung disease due to long-term inhalation of dust. All he could do was use herbs to temporarily clear the lungs and soothe the throat, delaying the worsening of his condition. It was only a temporary fix. He glanced at the countdown timer on the system panel. 005947 only. What would happen when this countdown ended, he had no idea. But his intuition told him it would not be anything good. Do what one can, leave the rest to fate. To survive here and live better, mere support from these prisoners was far from enough. Just then, the old wooden door of the thatched hut was pushed open. The foreman stood at the door, his towering figure blocking the last rays of light outside. The entire thatched hut fell into darkness. "You come out." Yin Lai did not ask why. He simply stood up calmly and followed him outside. The foreman did not take him to the mine, but walked toward a row of stone houses on the other side of the valley. These were the residences of the overseers from several mines. He pushed open the door of one of the rooms, motioning for Yin Lai to enter. The room was much better than Yan Lai's thatched hut with at least a decent wooden bed and a table. The foreman closed the door behind him, and the light inside the room instantly dimmed. He did not light a lamp, but silently sat down by the bed, unbuckling his leather armor to reveal a coarse linen shirt underneath. A heavy stench of blood mixed with decay permeated the cramped space. "Come here." Yan Lai stepped forward as the foreman slowly turned around, exposing his back to Yan Lai. Beneath his left shoulder blade, a grotesque old scar nearly spanned his entire back. The flesh surrounding the scar exhibited an abnormal dark red color, slightly swollen, with several areas already beginning to fester and ooze pus. 3 years ago I was clawed by a beast. The foreman's voice was low and sounded somewhat dull. The previous military doctor stitched it up and applied medicine, but it never healed properly. Every time it rains or the humidity is high at night, it feels like hundreds of needles are stabbing me, making it impossible to sleep. Yan Lai said nothing, merely leaned in to observe closely. He didn't even need to use the system to investigate. He could make a judgment based solely on his accumulated experience from his past life. When the wound was stitched, foreign matter was left inside, likely debris from the beast's claws, which carries toxins, hence the repeated infections and inability to heal. "What you're saying," the military doctor also mentioned. The foreman stiffened for a moment. "They said unless the entire piece of flesh is removed, there's no cure. But if that happens, my left arm will be useless." Yan Lai's fingertips lightly brushed over several key acupoints surrounding the scar through the clothing. "Just because they can't treat it doesn't mean I can't." The foreman suddenly turned around, his sharp eyes fixed intently on Yan Lai. "What are your conditions?" He was straightforward, but did not believe that someone who had been captured would help his overseer for free. But regardless of what secrets the other party held, it had nothing to do with him. Only through a mutually beneficial exchange could there be a solid agreement. "I need a proper set of needles, silver needles ideally." Yan Lai was equally direct. The foreman fell silent. He scrutinized Yan Lai, seemingly assessing the value of this trait. After a lengthy pause, he spoke again, his voice tinged with self-deprecation. "A set of silver needles. You are quite bold to ask for that. Those can be exchanged for 10 chickens outside. But they won't buy you this arm, nor will they ensure your peaceful sleep." Yan Lai did not back down. "I can help alleviate your pain. I can even make you feel no discomfort within 3 months. Yan Lai intensified his offer. "But for a complete cure, the toxins inside must be forced out with silver needles. Treat me first." The foreman finally made his decision. "Let me see your skills. If you can do it, don't mention just a set of silver needles, so I'll ensure you live better than anyone else here." "All right." Yan Lai ceased further talk. He had the foreman lie on the bed, then took a deep breath, picked up the thick iron needle, and disinfected it again with mugwort water he had prepared in the small room. Then he aimed for the Tianzong acupoint and directly pierced it. The foreman grunted, feeling a cold sensation instantly clear the stagnant qi and blood in his back. Wind Gate Lung Shu. This was the opening acupoint and activating channels technique from the Yin family's acupoint manipulation arts, far more effective than ordinary massage. The foreman felt as if his long, stiff, and painful back had been soaked in a hot spring, every inch of muscle and every meridian stretching and rejoicing. The severe pain that had plagued him for 3 years was slowly dissipating at an astonishing speed. He broke out in a fine sweat on his forehead, unable to distinguish whether it was from pain or pleasure. Finally, Yan Lai traced the grotesque scar from top to bottom in one stroke. A dark red toxic blood sprayed out from the festering pus at the lower edge of the scar, splattering onto the ground and emitting a faint hissing sound, rising with a puff of black smoke. The foreman trembled all over, then felt an unprecedented lightness. The coldness and intense pain that had resided in his body were completely drawn out. He abruptly sat up from the bed, moving his left shoulder and arm. They were agile and smooth, with not a trace of the previous stiffness and pain. The cold, torturous pain that had haunted him for 3 years had truly vanished. Yan Lai watched him, suppressing 2 derisive snorts, yet he still spoke with measured courtesy. "Sir, this only treats the symptoms." The overseer stalled, turned his head, and in his sharp eyes a restrained "A true cure. It requires silver needles and far better herbs," Yan Lai replied calmly. "Besides, your body has been depleted too long and your meridians damaged. Even if the toxin is removed, returning to your peak will be difficult." Those words fell like a bucket of cold water upon the tiny flame of hope the overseer had just kindled. The excitement drained from his face, replaced by a deep, sullen gloom. Indeed, what use is a ruined martial artist, even if his old wounds are healed? Yan Lai tried to apply his Huiyin insight directly upon the overseer. He noted the man was poisoned and weakened. Yan Lai raised an eyebrow, recalling the active skill he had just grasped, the Yin family needle technique. Guiyuan returned to origin. A bold thought formed in his mind. Perhaps he could take a gamble. My family's needle art does more than dispel sickness. It can consolidate the root and nurture the source. Yan Lai shifted his tone. Lu He snapped his head up. Without further words, Yan Lai picked up the coarse iron needle from the bedside, and under Lu He's dubious stare, stepped forward once more. This time he did not touch the wound on the back. Instead, he set the needle's tip against the man's Danzhong acupoint at the center of the... In an instant, a faint but pure surge of inner force welled from his dantian, flowing along his arm and gathering at his fingertips. Yan Lai could tell this was not the true qi emanating from the jade pendant. It differed from his cultivated true qi. It belonged to another system entirely. The otherwise ordinary iron needle seemed suffused with the soul. It trembled slightly, and a barely perceptible lustrous green gleam flashed across the dim room. The needle pierced skin with a sibilant rasp, striking the point with surgical precision. Lu He emitted an uncontrollable low roar as his body convulsed forward. A vast warm current of energy erupted from his chest, detonating outward and instantly coursing through his limb. He could feel the meridians that had grown sluggish and even withered from old injury being violently forced open, widened, and nourished by a domineering power. Like a parched riverbed met by a towering flood, his chi and blood surged at unprecedented speed, roaring like tempest. Green numerals seemed to flare before Yanlai's eyes. Lu He's status visibly shifted as his level rose from LV3 to LV4. At the same time, Yanlai felt utterly drained. His inner power was not abundant, and the use of Guiyuan had emptied his reserves completely. The sensation was unpleasant. Lu He stared with round eyes, his face alight with disbelieving ecstasy. He could feel power surging within him. He sprang to his feet and launched a punch in the cramped room. The gust from his blow howled through the air, whipping the oil lamp on the table into a furious dance. He flowed into a full set of fists, broad, decisive movements like a wind-born tiger without a trace of the previous stiffness. He felt he had not only broken into LV4, but that his foundation was steadier than before the injury. Huh. Good. 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 Lu He laughed to the sky, his mirth saturated with long-repressed joy. He seized Yanlai's shoulder and slapped it with an iron hand. The weathered face that had seen much hardship was alight with unhidden exhilaration. Boy, who exactly are you? Yanlai's heart steadied, though his expression remained composed. He cupped his hands respectfully toward Lu He. I am merely a prisoner with some knowledge of medicine. The answer did not truly satisfy Lu He, but he was too excited to press the matter. If you can cure me thoroughly, never mind a set of silver needles. Henceforth in mine no. 3 you will be my sworn brother. Lu He made his grand promise. Then thank you, Leader Lu, Yanlai replied smoothly. But to truly cure you beyond silver needles, several special herbs are required, and they are unlikely to be found in this valley. No problem. Lu He waved a large hand. Whatever is lacking, you'll procure it. Even if it's a star in the sky, you'll pluck it down. With the mood set, Yanlai began to probe, angling for the information he most needed. Leader Lu, how long must we conscript? He feigned casualness. I have family to think of, as staying like this forever is untenable. Lu He smiled, dulled a little at that. He glanced at Yanlai, fell silent for a moment, then sighed. Don't think about it. This black iron mine was privately discovered by General Wang. To keep the matter secret, he forcibly conscripted all able-bodied men from nearby villages and every prisoner from the surrounding towns. No one leaves until the mine is emptied. There was more he did not say. Even after it's emptied, don't think you'll go free. General Wang, mining iron in private. Yanlai's heart sank. Iron was a strategic resource tightly controlled by the state. Private mining amounted to treason. General Wang's ambitions were far from trivial. He had landed in the maw of a conspiratorial faction. So, what sort of man is General Wang? Yanlai The renown of General Wang is not for you to pry into, Lu He warned, then seeing Yanlai's harmless face relaxed, and spoke with a boastful tone. You only need to know General Wang is a 5th-rank martial artist, his command teeming with fierce generals. Jingzhou will sooner or later fall into his hands. 5th-rank martial artist Jingzhou. Yanlai silently filed away the information. Leader Lu, what was the powerful aura you just emitted? Are you a rank 4 expert? He asked, gesturing toward the visible change in Lu He's status with a posture of feigned curiosity and reverence. You asked that? Lu He blinked, then brightened. You mean rank? In our Qin dynasty, martial artists are divided into 9 ranks. 1 the lowest, 9 the highest. Each rank is a chasm, he said, patting his chest with pride. 3 years ago I was but 1 step away from becoming a 1st-rank martial artist. He fell into a darker mood. Alas, luck failed me. Even with your treatment now, I can only reach the 4th layer of bone training. A flash of fear and bitter resentment crossed his face. To seek a breakthrough, a few of us went into the black mist forest to hunt demon beasts, only to be ambushed by a 2nd-rank shadow leopard. I was the sole survivor. A 2nd-rank beast could almost wipe out a group of would-be 1st-rank practitioners. The martial might of this world was greater than he had imagined. It seemed the 4th layer of bone training corresponded to LV4 if 1 rank equated to level 10, and so on. Then General Wang would be at least a level 50 powerhouse. Yanlai displayed a measured look of regret and sympathy. If only Leader Liu's wound could be healed sooner. If it's not too late now, Lu He said, swelling with confidence. Lu He's self-belief swelled to unprecedented heights. When my wounds are mended and I return to the peak of bone training, I'll go slaughter that beast. The stage had been set. Yanlai stated his ultimate aim. Leader Lu, I expended much to consolidate your root and replenish your essence. To prepare the follow-up curative salve, I need several auxiliary herbs. He paused, then added, I wish to go beyond the valley to collect herbs, partly to replenish supplies, partly to try my luck, and see if I can find some miraculous medicine for your wound. Outside the valley, Lu He's smile vanished in an instant. He stared at Yanlai with deadly light glinting in his eyes beneath the dim light. A prisoner and a conscript requesting to leave a heavily guarded valley. What else was that but declaring, I intend to... The air in the room froze. The aura of a practitioner who had just broken into the 4th layer of bone training pressed imperceptibly toward Yanlai. Yanlai appeared utterly unfazed, his face a placid mirror, as he met Lu He's gaze. After a long moment, Lu He grinned broadly, and the pressure dissipated. I'll accompany you. He rose and pulled on his blood-scented leather armor. Good timing. I haven't had a chance to stretch my joints in ages. He was no fool. He would not let Yanlai go alone. Yet he genuinely needed Yanlai's healing skills, and he had complete faith in his current strength. Could a plain man lacking any detectable chi hope to overturn a practitioner at the 4th layer of bone training? Yanlai exhaled in quiet relief. Step 1 had succeeded. He followed Lu He out of the hut. The sky outside had already fallen into total. The exit of the valley was a narrow gap flanked by steep cliffs barely wide enough for a cart to pass through. A few soldiers dressed in a different style of leather armor than the mine overseers stood there with spears in hand, guarding the area with boredom. As Lu He approached, one of the soldiers lazily lifted his spear to block the way. "Young Master Lu, where are you heading at such?" Lu He wore a friendly smile, a stark contrast to the fierce appearance he had in the mine. He pulled out a small pouch of coins from his pocket and skillfully stuffed it into the soldier's hand. The pouch was light, but its weight softened the soldier's expression considerably. "I just recruited a kid who knows medicine and I am taking him out to gather some herbs." Lu He pointed to Yan-Lai behind him, saying, "You know my condition, I can't do without medicine." The soldier weighed the pouch, then glanced at the silent Yan-Lai before reluctantly moving his spear aside. "Make it quick and don't cause trouble." Of course," Lu He replied, bowing and smiling as he quickly led Yan-Lai. Yan-Lai followed behind, taking everything in. It seemed Lu He's influence was limited to the third mine he managed. In this vast interest group, he was merely a low-level small leader. The title Young Master Lu felt more like a jest. As soon as they stepped out of the gap, the scenery opened up before them. It was a vast circular valley bathed in a misty silver gray under the cool moonlight. The outlines of distant mountains were blurred while the nearby trees swayed in the wind, producing a rustling sound. "Don't wander off." Lu He's voice came from the front, carrying a hint of warning. "Although there aren't any formidable magical beasts in this valley, there are still plenty of first-tier creatures. If you get lost and end up torn to pieces, don't blame me for not warning you." Yan-Lai nodded without speaking. This was a reminder to himself, a warning not to play tricks. Without this level 4 warrior, he would find it impossible to move. Yan-Lai walked straight to a sheltered slope, crouched down, and began to carefully identify the herbs on the ground. His movements were very professional, his fingers gliding over the leaves and stems of various plants, bringing his nose close to sniff. Soon he found several blood-stopping herbs and swelling vines suitable for making external ointments. Just as he was about to get up and move to another spot, a small dark purple plant hidden in the crevices of the stones caught his attention. Snake's tongue grass. He knew very well that it was highly toxic. However, in small quantities it could numb the nerves. Overdosing could lead to cardiac arrest with no antidote. Yan-Lai's fingers paused momentarily. Seemingly unfazed, he continued to pick ordinary herbs nearby, using the broad leaves as cover. As his fingers moved, he quietly uprooted the snake's tongue grass along with its soil, slipping it silently into his sleeve. It never hurts to be prepared. At that moment, a rustling sound came from the nearby grass. A gray wild rabbit poked its head out, cautiously looking around. Yan-Lai's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly picked up a sharp-edged stone shard from the ground and flicked his wrist. Whoosh! The stone shard flew through the air, precisely slicing across the rabbit's neck. The rabbit didn't even have time to scream, but struggled and convulsed a couple of times before collapsing in a pool of blood. Lu He looked at Yan-Lai in surprise, seemingly not expecting this frail doctor to possess such precise throwing skills. However, Yan-Lai paid no heed to his astonishment. He was intently focused on his system panel. There were no experience points or any notifications. Yan-Lai frowned. It seemed that in this world known as Tianjing, leveling up wasn't simply about defeating monsters, or perhaps only so-called magical beasts grant experience points. Nonetheless, these were secondary matters. He glanced up at the countdown on the system panel. 00523. This was the real reason he insisted on leaving the valley tonight. If the countdown ended and he vanished, it would undoubtedly be a trap in the heavily guarded mine. A living person disappearing into thin air would likely face a net of capture the next time he was teleported back. The mine was like a cage, and only outside in this vast valley did he have a sliver of hope. At the very least, he could find a reasonable explanation for his disappearance. Is it about time? Lu He's voice carried a hint of caution. How much longer? It's done, Leader Lu. Yan-Lai stood up, one hand holding several herbs, the other carrying the still dripping wild rabbit. These will be enough, and this rabbit is just right for you to replenish your strength, Leader. Lu He's expression brightened a bit. He nodded and turned to walk back toward the gap. Yan-Lai followed behind him, his heartbeat unconsciously quickening. Time ticked away second by second. 0001, 00059. He forced himself to remain calm, walking at a steady pace, as if he were just an ordinary herb gatherer returning home. 001. Just as the countdown reached 0, a powerful tug suddenly seized his conscience. The world before him began to twist and spin, then disintegrated into countless colorful light points. The cold wind of the valley, the scent of earth, and Lu He's robust figure ahead all vanished in an instant. In the next second, blinding lights and a cacophony of voices engulfed him like a tide. Yan-Lai blinked and found himself standing on a noisy playground. Surrounding him were countless young faces in the same school uniform, each displaying expressions of tension, excitement. Everything was just as it had been when he left. Even the cold, mechanical, synthesized voice from the terminal on his wrist lingered at the end of the last sentence. Dual realms, you can bring your talents, skills, and unenhanced attributes from reality into Tianjing. The surroundings were chaotic and noisy, with some individuals joyfully bouncing around, thrilled by their awakening to impressive talents, while others sat on the ground, broken and crying, staring at the gray text displayed on their terminal. Yan-Lai felt indifferent to all of this. With his medical skills, he could thrive even in that cannibalistic mine. This reality would likely not be worse. At this moment, Yan-Lai noticed 3 independent anti-gravity seats slowly rising on the platform in front of the playground, towering above, exuding a sense of high status. Below those 3 seats, there was a row of 6 seats, which, while still impressive, clearly occupied a lower tier. Soon, under the gaze of all the faculty and students, 2 students were respectfully invited onto the platform by the school leaders. One of them was a boy whom Yan-Lai recognized as the one who had previously reminded him to gather at the playground. The other was a petite girl with short hair that reached her ears. As soon as the two appeared, the crowd erupted with waves of envy and admiration. Oh my, it's Liu Xinghe and Qin. They both have great talents. Now they are sure to enter the 3 major companies. I've heard Qin Wan's uncle is an employee of Xuanxiong Technology. If only I could get into one of the 3 major companies. Come on with your great talent, just getting a job would be impressive enough. Actually, I'm not that bad. I was born in the Earl's Mansion of Tianzhou. Although I'm just the son of a steward, it's still pretty good. No way, really. I was born in a rural area of Songzhou, and my talent is only great. Looks like I can only find a job unloading cargo at Tianjin. I wonder how Lingdian Arms and Tongwang Heavy Industries will compete for talent now. They've soared to the sky. They'll never have to worry in their lives. The discussion surrounding him surged into Yan-Lai's ears like a tidal wave. From these chaotic words, Yan-Lai quickly extracted useful information. The 3 seats at the top of the platform represented the 3 leading companies in this world: Xuanxiong Technology, Tongwang Heavy Industries, and Lingdian Arms. Being noticed by them was akin to reaching the pinnacle of success. Each person's birthplace varied, and with good fortune one could become the son of a steward or even ascend to a higher noble status. As for his own background, it was likely the lowest tier. Yan-Lai let out a gentle sigh. The memories left by this body were filled with the tragic images of being bullied and a heap of sordid, unmentionable memories. A brief recollection of the original owner's past brought forth a flurry of images involving stockings, nurses, and married women. He knew almost nothing about the true operational rules of this world. Now he felt like a treasure hunter holding a treasure map, yet unable to decipher the words on it. He had the peculiar talent of dual realms, yet he did not know how to utilize it. The 2 ascended to the stage, and the 3 individuals above spoke something to them. Soon the 2 were led away by their respective guides. After the display of grade talents, it was quickly time for the grade talents. 16 students were invited onto the lower platform, and after witnessing a few simple contracts signed by the 3 major companies, the representatives from those 6 companies eagerly surrounded the remaining students, beginning a new round of talent competition. Among those energetic figures, Yan-Lai spotted a familiar face. It was Li Hao. That arrogant red-haired boy was now glowing with excitement, reveling in the flattery of the crowd and the attention from several companies. He had awakened a grade talent called Furious Strength, which, while not comparable to grade, was enough to elevate him above others. Yan-Lai's demeanor remained unchanged, but his gaze instantly sharpened. He had never been a good person, and revenge was ingrained in his nature. Even if Li Hao and his group bullied only the original owner, since he had taken over this body, he had no intention of letting it go easily. He would reclaim this life debt sooner or later. However, now was not the time. Until he fully understood the rules of this world and possessed sufficient power for self-protection, any impulsive actions would be foolish. A few minutes later, after the grade talent students made their choices, the excitement on the platform gradually subsided. Next, it was the turn of the grade talent holders. Soon, several teachers holding terminals began to weave through the crowd. One of the teachers walked straight up to Yan-Lai. He glanced down at the information on the terminal, then looked back up at Yan-Lai, his movements carrying a hint of subtle scrutiny. Yan-Lai. The teacher's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of several surrounding students. Instantly, curious, disdainful, and sympathetic gazes converged on him. Is he the Yan-Lai who jumped off the building? He actually awakened too. What grade? I heard it's grade. What a pity, a person who wanted to die awakening a grade talent. If only it were mine. The teacher ignored the whispers around him and simply gestured to Yan-Lai in an official manner. Your talent has been assessed as grade E. Please follow me. Yan-Lai followed his teacher's steps, making his way to the high platform. The number of people going up this time was several times more than that of level A, with over 60 individuals gathered together. However, more people did not equate to being cheap. Level B talent was still a height that ordinary people could never hope to reach in their lifetime, remaining a coveted prize among various companies and institutions. Yan-Lai's gaze swept over the recruitment representatives seated on the chairs. In addition to the 6 companies he had seen earlier, he also noticed several people in uniforms exuding a serious demeanor. On their seats were signs like C City Police Bureau and City Resource Department. It turned out that government departments were also here to recruit. However, their somewhat awkward sitting posture and the caution they exhibited while conversing with representatives from other companies clearly indicated a lower status compared to those major corporations. Among these individuals, Yan-Lai even spotted a few foreign faces with blonde hair and blue eyes enthusiastically discussing something. All the recruitment representatives were currently bent over, rapidly flipping through the personal terminals in their hands. Waves of invisible data streams converged in the air. Yan-Lai understood that all the talent, information, family background, and performance of these newly awakened students had been organized into detailed profiles laid out on these individual shelves. Even his earlier performance in the celestial realm was likely included among those details. This feeling made him quite uncomfortable. It felt like a white pig hanging in a slaughterhouse being appraised by others with critical eyes measuring which piece of meat was fatter and which bone was suitable for making soup. A few representatives from the police bureau and other companies had already noticed Yan-Lai. It was unclear whether it was due to his performance in the celestial realm or his peculiar talent. They exchanged several signals that only they understood, and 2 of them stood up, clearly heading in Yan-Lai's direction. At that moment, a clear, cold female voice came down from one of the 3 seats at the highest point. Yan-Lai, are you willing to join Tongwang Heavy Industry? This statement sounded less like a question and more like an announcement. Instantly, the noise in the entire area fell silent. The two recruitment representatives who were about to approach Yin Lai seemed to be frozen in place, their previously enthusiastic expressions suddenly stiffening. They almost scrambled back to their seats, burying their heads low, not daring to glance even once in Yin Lai's direction. Representatives from other companies also looked toward Yin Lai with a hint of awe and distance. Envy, jealousy, confusion, shock. Countless complex emotions spread through the crowd. Yin Lai stood there, instantly becoming the focal point of the entire venue. Tengwang Heavy Industry. He could clearly discern what this name represented from the reactions of those around him. It was a colossal entity that towered above ordinary organizations and even local governments. Refusing. In the face of such an existence, he didn't even have the right to utter a single no. To refuse was tantamount to seeking death. Yin Lai quickly suppressed the discomfort of being treated like a commodity. He lifted his head toward the high platform, a look of astonished joy plastered across his face, resembling a lucky child who had just been knocked silly by a pie falling from the sky. This display of trepidation pleased those on the high platform. Almost simultaneously, the micro-terminal on Yin Lai's wrist vibrated gently. Notification: please report to Tengwang Pavilion No. 01, Jingzhou District at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Human Resources Department Manager Zhang. As Yin Lai's affiliation was established, this small commotion quickly subsided. The important figures on the high platform no longer focused on this area, and the recruitment process below resumed. The remaining 60 or so individuals with level B talent were soon divided up among the police bureau and other companies. Some were overjoyed while others forced smiles. Yin Lai lost interest in all of this. He did not look back at the upcoming selections for the cheaper level C and D talents. That felt more like a clearance sale. He turned around, squeezed through the crowd, and quietly left the noisy marketplace. Just as he reached the edge of the playground, he happened to pass by the area where level A talents were located. Li Hao was surrounded by a group of people in the center, his face flushed with excitement. His awakened level A talent fury power had secured him a contract with Anger Heavy Industry. Although it couldn't compare to the three giants, it was enough to elevate him to greatness. As if sensing Yin Lai's passing, Li Hao instinctively turned his head. When he saw Yin Lai's calm face, he was momentarily stunned, followed by a familiar look of disdain and contempt. Just a waste, almost killed by his own games. However, a manager from Anger Heavy Industry beside him stopped in his tracks upon seeing Yin Lai, offering him a warm smile. Congratulations on joining Tengwang Heavy Industry, classmate. Perhaps our two companies will have opportunities for cooperation in the future. Li Hao's face gradually lost color and his arrogant demeanor vanished without a trace. Tengwang Heavy Industry. This waste that was on the verge of jumping off the building. Entered Tengwang Heavy Industry. Yin Lai did not spare a glance at the manager, nor at Li Hao. He walked past them without looking back, as if they were nothing more than insignificant air. Li Hao stood frozen in place, his mouth half open. The manager's kind smile now seemed to him filled with endless sarcasm. Yin Lai navigated through the crowd, passing by whispers of envy and jealousy, and headed straight for the teaching building. What he urgently needed now was neither celebration nor to respond to anyone's flattery or provocation. It was information. Apart from a few fragmented memories and a fleeting glimpse, just now he knew almost nothing about this world. What is Tianjing? How can one enter again? How is the power system divided? To what extent has technology in this world developed? Is there still a place for his medical knowledge? He did not return to the so-called home, but instead went back to the empty senior classroom. The glow of dusk streamed through the glass window, casting long shadows on the desks. It was quiet enough and safe enough. Yin Lai walked to the second-to-last row and pulled out a thick book titled History of the Federation from his desk. He sat down, his fingers brushing over the book's pristine cover as it seemed the original owner had never touched it, and then he eagerly began to flip through the pages. History is the fastest way to understand a civilization. The pages rustled as Yin Lai's reading speed was astonishingly fast. A grand yet bloody and cruel historical tapestry slowly unfolded before his eyes. This world once shared the same blue planet and brilliant civilization as Earth. The turning point occurred 300 years, the Great Catastrophe. With humanity's unrestrained development of space technology, countless abyss-like rifts opened, space rifts. Soon after, innumerable monsters surged out from the rifts, varied in shape and horrifying in appearance, later known as the subspace insect race by future generations. Human armies crumbled before these monsters. To make matters worse, in order to eliminate the insects on the surface, major powers deployed newly developed nuclear and biochemical weapons. Radiation brought about a devastating secondary disaster. The global ecosystem nearly collapsed, and the surviving organisms underwent terrifying mutations, with the threat of these mutated beings even surpassing that of the insects. Even the AI weaponry and defense systems that humanity relied on for survival became twisted due to subspace corruption turning against humanity. Thus, to prevent AI from being twisted again, humanity downgraded all intelligent machines to basic algorithms, converting them into basic civil facilities such as store guides. They abandoned the use of AI management in military technology and large corporations to prevent further degradation of technology. Yin Lai turned to the next page, frowning. This meant that in this world, the original AI was no different from ordinary people, perhaps even stronger, but after the subspace corruption, while other technologies remained, advanced artificial intelligence was even inferior to that of 2030 SIXS Blue Star. After barely surviving for over 200 years, the spark of civilization nearly extinguished amid the storms. However, in the depths of despair, a turning point emerged. Someone accidentally discovered that they could connect their consciousness to a mysterious subspace known as Tianjing through a special terminal device. At first, everyone thought this was merely a form of spiritual solace in the apocalypse, an illusory refuge. Until the first person to gain power in Tianjing discovered that this power was perfectly synchronized with their physical body. At that moment, humanity finally found a weapon to counterattack the subspace and mutated beings. Based on this, the human survivors who had nearly no space to exist on the ground returned to the continent and fought their way to carve out a habitat under the onslaught of mutated beings and insects. Yan Lai's fingers gently traced the pages and came across a world map completely different from the Earth of his past life. Humanity's territory had dwindled to the last piece, approximately the size of the beautiful country from his previous life. The entire human society currently adopted a federal system divided into 18 states. However, the book noted in bold that the federal government's power was extremely limited. The true control of this world lay in the hands of three major corporations: Tungwang Heavy Industries, Shinkong Technology, and 0 Point Private Armaments. Among them, Tungwang and Shinkong were founded by those of a lineage similar to that of the previous Dragon Nation. In contrast, 0 Point Private Armaments was established by a coalition of other ethnic groups. City C, where Yan Lai resided, nominally belonged to the third state, Taurus State. In reality, the city was divided into three areas controlled by the branches of the three major companies. The C-City third high school he attended was located in the control zone of Tungwang Heavy Industries. No wonder the students in the school were mostly black-haired faces like his. Corporations divided national borders, and capitals superseded authority. It truly reached the pinnacle of cyberpunk. Yan Lai turned to the next page, and the content on this page made him fully focused. Power tiers. The power system of this world was completely synchronized, with Tianjing clearly divided into 9 tiers. The descriptions in the book were simple and brutal. Tier 1 bone training, a significant increase in physical strength, rendering conventional firearms ineffective. Impervious to blades and bullets. Yan Lai thought of the armed robber from his past life and the bullet that pierced through his head. If he had been at Tier 1 back then, perhaps. He continued reading. Tier 2 skin training, the body can withstand direct hits from anti-material sniper rifles and missiles. Tier 3 muscle training, transcendent and extraordinary, the bodice structure undergoes a fundamental change, completely transcending the realm of carbon-based life, able to remain unharmed in a nuclear explosion zone. The bottom 3 tiers mark the dividing line between mortals and deities. As for the description of Tier 4 and above, the textbook became vague. It merely mentioned that every state representative in the 18 states of the Federation must be at least a Tier 5 powerhouse, and within the 3 major companies there were rumored to be terrifying existences who had stepped into the upper 3 tiers. As for the information regarding Tianjing, it was mentioned only in passing. That is time. Each person must use the synchronizer within a stipulated same time each day to enter Tianjing, and the time of entry varies daily. It could be in the morning or at noon. If one does not use the synchronizer to enter Tianjing, then the characters within Tianjing will remain motionless once synchronization begins, left at the mercy of others. Yan Lai roughly understood that both worlds are in a state of stasis upon departure, and there is a specific time each day to connect to Tianjing. If one fails to connect in time, those within Tianjing become akin to vegetative states. And when the connection ends, only a moment has passed in reality, leaving those who did not connect unable to do anything. Yan Lai closed the book and let out a long breath. He leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes as his mind frantically organized the vast amount of information he had just received. The cruelty and danger of this world far exceeded his imagination. No wonder people could survive the crisis of subspace invasion and mutated beings. Tianjing resembled a high martial world, where people cultivated in that realm to gain power to resist the unknown invasions in this low martial world. In Tianjing, compared to the natives, the only advantage people had was probably the system panel fixed experience points and system. With a level talent and superb medical skills, he felt as insignificant as dust in the presence of those who could easily destroy the world. It seems he had no choice but to accept Tungwang Heavy Industries' offer. After all, that so-called synchronizer would likely be out of reach with his 513 credit points. It was not just a job, but a ticket to the ladder of power, a talisman for survival in the apocalypse. And then there was Li Hao, a level talent, fury power. Until he understood the specific effects, he must not act rashly. According to the information, basic order still existed in the area he was in. Being able to suppress the entire school over this incident, Li Hao's background was not to be underestimated. The lack of information left him unable to make an accurate judgment. Now was not the time for revenge. Yan Lai opened his eyes and the sky outside had completely darkened. The streetlights in the campus illuminated the empty playground with a dim glow. He stood up, shoved the history book back into the desk, then quietly pushed open the back door of the classroom and left the teaching. The night was as dark as ink, engulfing the outline of the teaching building. Yan Lai stepped out of the building, the evening breeze carrying a hint of chill, dispersing the residual clamor from the playground. He did not look back. In his mind, the fragmented memories of the original owner were like reclassified files, and a clear route home emerged. He needed a place to rest, and even more so to recuperate this frail body. The health habits he had cultivated over more than 20 years in his past life were already etched into his bones. A good physique is the foundation that supports everything. Following the route from his memories, he traversed several neon-lit streets and arrived at a large supermarket named Ark. The supermarket was brightly lit and bustling with people. Shopping carts floated in midair, automatically following customers, while the shelves were filled with a dazzling array of goods, creating a surreal feeling. He headed straight for the fresh produce section. A rich, meaty aroma wafted towards him, mingled with a hint of something peculiar. At the refrigerated counter, alongside familiar pork, beef, and poultry, there were also some grotesque-looking cuts of meat. The labels read Level 1 Mutated Beast Ironhide Pig Hind Leg Meat and Level 2 Mutated Beast Claw Chicken Breast. The color of these mutated beast meats was darker, and the muscle fibers appeared more robust, with prices several times higher than ordinary meats. Many customers gathered in front of the mutated beast meat counter, excitedly choosing their selections as if it were some kind of great tonic. Yanlai merely glanced at it before averting his gaze. As a top-tier traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, he was well aware of the risks associated with unknown ingredients. The meridians within these mutated organisms appeared extraordinarily tangled. Even if he were to eat, he would need to conduct careful tests before consumption. To be safe, he opted for the ordinary beef counter. 2 pounds of beef brisket. All right. Weighing, packaging, and payment followed. A notification from the mini terminal indicated that 200 credit points had been deducted. Yanlai glanced at the 500 credit points his uncle had given him, leaving him with only 300. Earlier, he had casually checked the prices of canned goods and prepared meals, which were only a few credit points. However, fresh vegetables and meats were easily priced at several hundred per pound. The cost of living here was indeed not low. Nevertheless, this money had to be spent. To quickly enhance his physical condition, besides cultivation, dietary nourishment was also essential. He pushed the shopping cart and navigated towards an area that specialized in selling spices and herbs. Angelica astragalus cotinopsis, goji berries, red dates. Perhaps it was because this was the territory of Tungwang Heavy Industries, but these herbs, which were familiar to him from his past life, were surprisingly affordable. He bought some fresh vegetables and staple foods. With bags in hand, Yanlai left the supermarket and headed towards the dreary residential area from his memories. The old corridor had peeling walls, and the air was filled with a damp, moldy smell. He stopped in front of a security door on the 6th floor and raised his hand to knock. The door was quickly opened, and a mix of cheap perfume and cooking oil smell rushed out. It was his aunt, the woman with cheap. Seeing Yanlai, she was first taken aback, then exploded like a firecracker, her sharp words instantly erupting. You know, where have you been? The whole school is awakening, and you're out wandering around. Are you trying to stir up trouble again? Her gaze quickly fell on the bags that Yanlai was holding. When she saw the glimpse of bright red meat peeking out from the bag with the ARC Supermarket Fresh Produce section label, a flicker of greed flashed across her originally harsh face. As she spoke, she naturally reached out her hand to snatch the meat bag from Yanlai. Let me tell you, this meat must be handed over. You live in our house, eat our food, drink our water. Isn't it only right to buy something to honor us? Don't even think about hiding it and eating it all by yourself. You can't even keep up with the hot food, and you think you deserve to eat beef. Yanlai held the bag, his wrist slightly turning easily, avoiding her outstretched hand. This attitude thoroughly enraged the woman. What do you mean? You think you're hot stuff now? Dare to talk back to me? Everything you wear and eat comes from our family. She lunged at him again, her hands like eagle claws, her target. Clear the bag of beef worth 200 credit points. Yanlai remained still, not moving an inch. Just as her fingertips were about to touch the bag, his left hand, holding the bag, casually lifted up. Meanwhile, his right index and middle fingers precisely tapped on the arm she had extended. Suchi Chai's. 2 swift strikes like lightning. These 2 actions taught the woman a lesson for her earlier sharp tongue. The woman's curses abruptly ceased. Her body stiffened, her outstretched arm hanging limply as if all the bones. The next moment, a piercing scream erupted from her throat. A myriad of sensations, sour, numb, swollen, and painful, twisted into a single force, rushing madly towards her brain along her arm's nerves. It felt as if someone were using a red-hot iron clamp to brutally drill into her bones. She clutched her arm, curling up in pain, cold sweat instantly dotting her forehead, her face contorted in agony. My hand is broken. Ah! She collapsed to the ground, rolling like a mad dog that had its tail stepped on. Yanlai watched coldly. His strikes were precise and skillful. Not only would there be no broken bones, but there wouldn't even be a trace of swelling left. Yet the pain was all too real, even tenfold more intense than a broken bone. The door was suddenly pushed open, and a round figure rushed out from within. It was his cousin, a boy who was 1 year younger than the original owner, but was twice as plump. He was wearing the uniform of another prestigious school, and upon seeing his mother rolling on the ground, he immediately glared at Yanlai and began to curse. Yanlai, you useless piece of trash. What did you do to my mom's? You dare to touch her. He'll kill you. The boy shouted, waving his chubby fists as he charged forward. Just as the boy reached him, Yanlai stepped back a half step, casually hooking his right foot. Wantiao. Ayo. The boy let out a strange cry, his momentum instantly dissipating. He felt as if his entire right leg suddenly belonged to someone else, an unbearable aching numbness coursing from his rear to the soles of his feet. He collapsed to the ground with a thud, clutching his thigh, tears and snot streaming from the pain. My leg is cramping. It hurts so much. For a moment, the narrow corridor was filled only with the wailing and howling of the mother and son. Yanlai, holding his spoils, looked coldly at the farcical scene before him. He was also stunned, unexpectedly returning to this. Perhaps it was the 500 credit points his uncle had given him that sparked a glimmer of unrealistic hope regarding this. Maybe he thought that working for one of the 3 major companies would earn him some respect from this family, at least allowing him to get through this most difficult day peacefully. Unexpectedly, this woman was so foolish that upon seeing him buy beef, unusually her first response was not to think about the good company he signed with, but to come up and insult and snatch the beef. In his past life, he had never experienced the warmth of a so-called family. Now it seemed this so-called family was nothing more than that. He self-deprecatingly tugged at the corner of his mouth, feeling no lingering attachment. He kicked his aunt's head a few more times, his toes infused with a trace of Qingnong Tru Qi. Lianshuan Yamanyak. Now this madwoman would be unable to speak for at least half a year. This was a lesson for her previous sharp tongue in school, and he would settle the original owner's debts later, but not now. He walked out the door, the increasingly loud cries behind him. Yan Lai did not look back, reaching for the cold metal doorknob and pulling it forcefully. Bang! The heavy security door closed behind him, isolating all the noise. Stepping out of the dim corridor, the cool night breeze greeted him, accompanied by the unique ambience of neon lights in this cyber city. He halted his steps and looked up. The neon light screens of towering buildings painted the night sky into a vibrant sea of colors, while on a colossal floating billboard, a scantily clad virtual idol was striking poses for the entire city. Yet he found himself in a corner untouched by the neon glow, an old residential area that resembled a festering wound beneath the city's glamorous facade. He needed a place to rest, to recover his frail body, and above all he needed money. Yan Lai adjusted the shopping bag in his hand and turned towards a nearby community garden. The garden was small, featuring only a few benches and a patch of yellowed grass. He casually found an empty bench to sit on, placing the bag filled with beef and herbs beside him. What should he do next? Tomorrow he was to report to Tungwang Heavy Industries, where he expected a steady income. After all, it was a powerful entity above the government, and surely they wouldn't let a new employee go hungry. However, this was ultimately living under someone else's roof. To live freely, to seek revenge, to establish a foothold in this cruel world, one must possess their own strength and resources. Yan Lai instinctively clenched the family jade pendant at his chest, gently stroking it. The cool, smooth touch helped calm his chaotic thoughts a little. However, in the next moment, his fingertips suddenly brushed against a hard edge. Something had popped out from the warm surface of the pendant, clinking as it fell into his palm. Yan Lai froze completely. Wasn't this the precious metal or he had mined from the Heaven's Realm cave? He distinctly remembered putting this item into the system's backpack. A crazy thought exploded in his mind. He forced himself to calm down, concentrating as he silently recited system panel. Buzz. A faint blue light screen visible only to him suddenly unfolded before his eyes. Name: Yan Lai. Talent: Dual Realm. B Level 1. Saturation 26. 100 Health. 40 Inner Force. 100 Strength. 4 Agility. 3 Constitution. 4 Spirit. 10 Intelligence. 10 Skills. Yin Family Needle Technique. Advanced Medicine Tier 3. Insight. Dexterity. Intermediate Theft Tier 2. Yan Lai's mind rocked, stirring up tumultuous waves. It was truly possible. His gaze fixed on the panel before him as his brain began to race. Heaven's Realm allows players to synchronize their abilities from the game to reality. Conversely, his grade talent Dual Realm could bring unenhanced base attributes and skills from reality into the Heaven's Realm. Previously, he had thought his advantage was merely being able to bring more skills and powerful initial attributes from the real world upon entering the Heaven's Realm. Now it seemed he was gravely mistaken. This family jade pendant not only stored true chi, but also indirectly enhanced. It was like a bidirectional bug converter capable of bringing reality into the illusion while also returning items from the illusion back to reality intact. Not just items from the Heaven's Realm, but also the attribute panel. Yan Lai's breath quickened as he opened his palm, gazing at the precious metal or glowing faintly under the streetlight. This was the first bucket of gold he had risked his life to mine from under the watchful eyes of the overseers in that cave. Now it had become his true first bucket of gold in this real world. With money, he could rent a stable residence, buy better herbs to rehabilitate his body, and prepare thoroughly for the upcoming actions. Though he didn't know how to enhance the panel in the real world, it certainly wouldn't be simple. After all, mastering a craft requires arduous training and is not merely a matter of skill proficiency. Yan Lai immediately stood up, tucked the precious metal ore into his pocket, grabbed his food supplies, and quickly exited the garden. He headed straight into a 24-hour convenience store. A mask, sunglasses, and a simple black baseball cap. A modest disguise was enough to conceal his identity. After donning the hat and mask, Yan Lai pressed down the brim and located a target on the map of his personal terminal. West City, Heishui Street. That was the gray area of city. See a mixed bag of people where a large pawn shop sign was shining brightly at the border. 15 minutes later, Yan Lai stood at the entrance of a dark, damp alley. The air was thick with the rancid smell of cheap alcohol and vomit, while at the end of the alley a worn neon sign flickered with a weak red light. Universal Pawn. Yan Lai, carrying bags, pushed open the creaking wooden door. Ding ding. The wind chimed on the door. Inside, the light was dim and the shelves were cluttered with all sorts of bizarre items, from rusty mechanical parts to antique vases of indeterminate origin. A thin man sat behind a high counter polishing a strangely designed energy gun. He looked up, revealing a face devoid of... What was shocking was that his left eye was a mechanical prosthetic that constantly adjusted, its focus flashing a cold red light. The man's voice was like rusty gears grinding together, dry and unpleasant. Yan Lai said nothing, merely walked to the counter and placed the precious metal ore on the somewhat greasy surface. The pawnbroker's mechanical eye flickered, instantly focusing on the ore. He set down the gun in his hand and extended his right. The pawnbroker's 5 fingers were unmistakably metallic prosthetic fingers, shimmering with a metallic sheen. One finger's tip flicked open, revealing a miniature scanning probe that slowly swept over the ore. Beep. A line of data projected into the pawnbroker's mechanical eye. Content 67% mixed with a small amount of unknown high-density metal. Not bad. The pawnbroker retracted his finger, and that mechanical eye turned back to Yan Lai. Cash or credit? Yan Lai lowered his voice to make it sound rougher. Cash. Items of unknown origin naturally had to be handled The pawnbroker nodded, seemingly unfazed by the answer. Cash won't be high. He extended 2 mechanical fingers and tapped them on the counter. Cash is 97 credit points per gram. This, or weighs 1 kilograms with approximately 4 kilograms of gold content. After extraction and handling fees, he'll give you 5,000 credit points. 500,000 credit points. If it were the original owner, he would have probably fainted from excitement. A hint of amusement flashed in the pawnbroker's mechanical eye. How would you like to receive it? Transferred to your personal terminal. Or, he pulled something from under the counter and tossed it. It was an extremely worn personal terminal, its casing covered in scratches, and the screen bearing a prominent crack. This terminal has 200,000 credit points, anonymous and untraceable. Do you want the 200,000, or should I just transfer the 500,000 to you? He pondered for a moment before adding, this untraceable terminal alone is worth about 200,000. Yan-Lai looked at the terminal. Being untraceable essentially meant having an alternate identity, which was quite useful for him. He reached out and picked up the worn terminal, then grabbed his shopping bag and turned to leave. The pawnbroker watched the young man who had only spoken a single word as he disappeared into the street while carrying beef and herbs. The mechanical eye finally ceased its rotation. Interesting. Yan-Lai exited the pawn shop and returned to the dark alley. 200,000 credit points. This was the first money he had truly earned by himself since arriving in this world. P.S. Many readers have said they didn't understand the protagonist's advantages. Let me briefly explain. In the Heavens realm, ordinary players only have a system backpack and a system panel. To see others, they can only use divine alchemy or aura to sense the strength of those around them. Due to the protagonist's talent, he also has an insight skill and an independent resource bar for true chi. Moreover, he can use the jade pendant influenced by his talent to bring items from both worlds. This is the ability of the jade pendant, not the talent's ability. In reality, ordinary people can bring back attributes cultivated in the Heavens realm, but in reality there is no system panel, and the cultivation speed is far inferior to that in the Heavens realm. For instance, in reality your fitness may have a limit. Without drugs you cannot continue to increase muscle mass. No matter how much you train, you can only achieve that. But the protagonist does not have this trouble. He will only display Constitution 1A Strength 1 with no limits. Moreover, the most crucial point is that the system panel is still there, and learning other technologies such as hacking also has a progress bar, making it easy to catch up with the technological tree in reality. In simple terms, the protagonist is playing a game in both worlds. It should be noted that the protagonist's talent can only bring unenhanced original attributes and skills into the game. The ability to bring items back and forth, and the system in reality are effects brought by his own crossing and the jade. Thus, in the eyes of others, this talent appears to be a standard grade talent, because they are unaware that the protagonist possesses the 9 Heavens Green Bag Classic, enabling him to cultivate true chi. Yan-Lai quickly sifted through information on the worn personal terminal, his fingertips gliding over various luxurious hotels and apartments, finally stopping at an inconspicuous option. A self-service apartment with a kitchen costing 180 credit points per night, only 3,000 points for a monthly stay. The price was reasonable, and most importantly, it was fully automated, perfectly meeting his current needs. With a swipe of his finger, Yan-Lai directly booked it for a month. A confirmation message for the successful payment popped up on the terminal along with the electronic key and address for the room. This terminal served as an identification card. He could directly rent a room with this old terminal without needing any identity verification, which was quite convenient. Half an hour later, Yan-Lai stood at the foot of a somewhat outdated apartment building. It was much better than the eyesore where his uncle lived, or at least there was no nauseating sour stench in the air. He entered the building and approached the designated door. Bringing the terminal close to the lock, it emitted a soft beep sound. Throughout the entire process, he did not see a single person. Yan-Lai stepped into the room and locked the door behind him. The room was small, but had all the essentials. A living room, a bedroom, a private bathroom, and a small but fully equipped kitchen. He entered the kitchen with his bags and began to prepare the ingredients. He cut the beef brisket into chunks and blanched it to remove the odor. He rinsed the Angelica astragalus and Codonopsis with clean water and tossed them into the pot. Soon a rich blend of medicinal and meaty aromas wafted from the pot, filling the entire room. Yan-Lai covered the pot and adjusted the heat to the lowest setting, letting the medicinal dish simmer slowly. He walked to the center of the living room and sat cross-legged. It was time. He slowly closed his eyes, clearing his mind, and began to attempt to operate the technique. The 9 Heavens Blue Bag Scripture, engraved deeply in his bones from his past life. This was the cornerstone of his medical skills from his previous existence. However, the meridians of this body were as thin as a thread, and the dantian was completely empty. Trying to draw chi into his body was akin to trying to create water in a dry riverbed. Time passed second by second. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his body trembled slightly due to the intense. No good. It still didn't work. The foundation of this body was simply too poor to generate a sense of chi. Just when he was about to give up, the family heirloom jade pendant on his chest suddenly emitted a subtle warmth. The true chi stored within the pendant was connecting with his own. Now was the time. Yan-Lai focused his mind, seizing this fleeting opportunity to exert his full strength to operate the technique. That touch of warmth was like a stone thrown into the center of a lake, creating a faint ripple in his lifeless dantian. A stream of chi finer than a hair struggled to be born from the depths of the dantian, and then, guided by his intention, began to flow slowly through his meridians. Ding! You have learned 9 Heavens Blue Bag Scripture, first level, 150. 9 Heaven's blue bag scripture. All attributes increase by 10 and gain the passive ability 9 layers of heaven. 9 layers of heaven gain true chi based on proficiency. True chi can enhance skills and strengthen the body items, etc. Current true chi 1. Got it. Yen Lai's heart shook, forcibly suppressing the overwhelming joy. Although this sense of chi was weak to the point of being negligible, it was like a spark announcing that he now had the potential to reignite a blazing inferno. This meant that even if the true chi stored within the pendant were to be depleted one day, he could rely on himself to replace. He was no longer a rootless floating weed. 2 hours later, Yen Lai slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. The medicinal dish in the pot had simmered to perfection, exuding a fragrant aroma. He ladled a large bowl full, picked up a steaming piece of beef brisket, blew on it, and popped it into his mouth. The meat was tender and melted in his mouth, the rich medicinal power sliding down his throat into his stomach, transforming into warm currents that swiftly spread throughout his limbs. He could distinctly feel every withered cell in his body greedily absorbing this energy, quickly filling the emptiness that had been caused by forcibly activating the true chi. The food vanished in an instant. A large pot of medicinal brisket was consumed entirely, not even a drop of broth left. His fullness level surged from 31,100 to 88. Satisfaction and a sense of power filled his entire being. Yen Lai stood up feeling much lighter. He did not immediately rest, but practiced a set of martial arts from his past life in the living room to strengthen his body. The sound of punches whooshed through the air with movements transitioning from slow to fast, from awkward to fluid. After completing the set, he was drenched in sweat, yet his spirit was increasingly exuberant. After taking a hot shower to wash away his fatigue and sweat, he changed into clean clothes and sat cross-legged, once more solidifying the faint sense of chi he had just acquired. That night, he slept exceptionally soundly. The next day at 7 in the morning, his biological clock woke Yen Lai on time. He pulled back the curtains and the dazzling sunlight flooded in, marking the beginning of a new day. In a small shop downstairs, he quickly ate a steaming bowl of wonton, then opened the terminal and called for a hover car. The destination was Tungwang Heavy Industries. The city's fully automated transportation system was highly efficient. The hover car flew smoothly through the intricate aerial routes. In just 10 minutes, a majestic building appeared at the far end of his vision. It had the upturned eaves of an ancient pavilion layered and soaring into the clouds. Below each eave hung enormous wind chimes made of energy, producing ethereal sounds without the need for wind. The main structure of the pavilion was made of an unknown alloy, gleaming with metallic luster, its surface flowing with light blue energy patterns. A massive holographic projection circled around the pavilion. The ancient and the sci-fi, two radically different styles, were perfectly fused here, exuding an aura of authority and dominance that transcended the mundane. This was the branch of Tungwang Heavy Industries, one of the 3 giants located in Jinyo State. Tungwang Pavilion. The hover car stopped at the designated platform. Yen Lai stepped out of the car and looked up at this colossal structure. Even his hard experience from 2 lifetimes could not help but feel a twinge of shock. He walked to the entrance, a massive door towering several meters high, intricately carved with complex patterns. Yen Lai raised his personal terminal. A beam of light shot from above the door, scanning his terminal information. Identity confirmed. Temporary employee Yen Lai. Welcome to Tungwang Heavy Industries. Please proceed as directed. The cold, synthesized voice echoed as the massive doors silently slid open. A path made of light extended from beneath his feet, leading deep into the pavilion. Yen Lai took a deep breath and stepped inside. The interior space was even larger than he had imagined, resembling an independent small world. Employees hurried by, some in crisp uniforms, others in exoskeleton armor, carrying massive equipment or weapons. Everyone appeared stern, exuding a subtle air of lethal intent. This place did not feel like a company. It felt more like a strictly disciplined military base. Yen Lai did not look around. He simply followed the light path connecting to his terminal, silently moving forward. He followed the cursor and stepped into an anti-gravity elevator that moved astonishingly fast, yet with remarkable stability. The elevator stopped. 33rd floor arrived. Yen Lai stepped out of the elevator, and before him lay a wide corridor. At the end of the corridor hung a plaque made of liquid metal. The characters on the plaque flowed slowly, finally settling into 3 words: Jingzhou Department. Yen Lai's footsteps came to a sudden halt. Jingzhou. This name was all too familiar to him. The area where he had spent 6 hours mining and nearly died in a cavern was called. It turned out it had never been a coincidence. He walked through the door, greeted by a massive device that occupied half of the hall. Its silver-white metallic shell was adorned with complex pipelines resembling the veins of a colossal beast, intricately connecting a series of individual reclining pods. Countless pale blue data streams flashed rapidly across the transparent canopy, radiating a chilling sense of technology. It was identical to the awakening device he had seen on the school playground, yet its scale and precision exceeded it by 100-fold. The entrance to the Tianjing. It turned out that to freely enter that world, one needed such an expensive ticket. While he was examining the device, a crisp sound of footsteps approached from afar. A woman walked over. She was dressed in a well-tailored black suit, her collar impeccably arranged. The fitted pencil skirt accentuated her astonishing hourglass figure. Beneath the hem of her skirt were 2 straight long legs wrapped in black stockings adorned with sharply heeled shoes. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses rested on her high nose, and her calm eyes behind the lenses were scrutinizing him. The woman halted 3 steps in front of Yen Lai. Mr. Yen Lai, I am Su Qing, the administrative secretary of Tungwang Heavy Industries, Jingzhou branch, here to guide you through your onboarding process. Her introduction was concise and to the point, devoid of any unnecessary pleasantries. Clearly, she was already aware of his arrival through the terminal. "Follow me." Su Qing did not give him a chance to ask questions and turned to walk toward one side of the hall. The click of her high heels striking the polished floor created a rhythmic sound similar to a prompt beat. Yin Lai silently followed. The two of them moved through the bustling crowd. The surrounding employees were dressed in uniform dark gray attire, each wearing identification badges of varying ranks, hurrying with stern expressions. The entire space was permeated with an atmosphere of efficiency and oppression. "Yesterday we received your talent awakening test report." As Su Qing walked, she spoke in a flat tone as if reciting a document. "The terminal data indicates that your initial arrival point in the Tianjing is located in the Jingzhou region." At this point, she paused slightly, tilting her head, the lenses reflecting the cold light of the ceiling. "We cannot ascertain your specific coordinates and encounters within the Tianjing. Therefore, the company requires you to submit a detailed personal report, after which we will arrange appropriate work based on your actual—" "I see." Tengwang Heavy Industries' decision to recruit a grade talent was not based on recognizing his potential, but rather on the fact that he happened to arrive at the coordinates in Jingzhou. "You must be aware that Tengwang Heavy Industries does not hire mediocre talents." Su Qing's words pricked lightly like a needle. "Although your talent is be considering your special circumstances, the company has decided to give you an opportunity." She stopped, turning to face Yin Lai. "From today, you will enter a 3-month probation period. Your talent gives you an unmatched advantage in the early stages. It holds specific value for a project the company is currently. If you can generate returns exceeding our expectations within these 3 months, you will receive a formal employee contract after the probation period. Conversely, you will be dismissed." She added, "However, rest assured that even in case of dismissal, the company will provide you with a compensation of 300 credit points." Yin Lai quietly listened, his mind clear. He was gambling his unique value for an opportunity to remain at Tengwang Heavy. Meanwhile, Tengwang Heavy Industries was utilizing him as a pawn at the lowest cost. Nevertheless, it was far better than the exploitation he had imagined. At least there was severance pay. He needed Tengwang Heavy Industries as a protective talisman, and he also required a stable channel to enter the Tianjing in order to rapidly enhance his strength. "I understand." Yin Lai nodded. He turned back once more to glance at the massive connecting device in the distance. This must be the machine to enter the Tianjing. Without a colossal entity like Tengwang Heavy Industries backing him, he would likely not even qualify to enter the Tianjing. Su Qing seemed pleased with his understanding and handed him a thin tablet. "This is your task brief. Please submit your detailed attributes and skill report from the game before tomorrow. Your first test task is to confirm your exact coordinates and to gather as detailed information as possible regarding the surrounding terrain, power distributions, and any valuable intel. After completing the preliminary reconnaissance, we will send a specialist to liaise with you in the Tianjing." Yin Lai accepted the terminal, his fingertips gliding across the icy screen. "Are there places where I can access more information about the Tianjing, such as maps, monster manuals, and faction divisions?" A flicker of barely noticeable approval flashed in Su Qing's eyes beneath her gold-rimmed glasses. "The company database is on the 18th floor, open to all employees. You have access to grade and below materials. You may go there once you finish today's work. Today, the connection to the Tianjing is scheduled for 1000 a.m. It is currently 940 a.m., and you have 20 minutes of preparation time." Yin Lai raised an eyebrow, but remained silent, noting Su Qing's wording, "today." After finishing her sentence, she led Yin Lai to a row of vacant connection pods. Yin Lai scanned the area. The employees already lying in the pods had badges that flickered with different lights representing their rank. In contrast, he was wearing casual clothes, holding the most basic temporary tablet, without even a badge. He felt like a passerby who had walked into the wrong scene, mingling with a group of regular soldiers heading to battle. The intense sense of disconnection made him self-deprecatingly tug at the corner of his mouth. Apparently, this interview had already begun the moment he stepped in here. He had to deliver an impressively remarkable report in the Tianjing to truly shed the label of temp worker and establish— "Mr. Yin Lai, please." Su Qing pointed to one of the connection pods. Yin Lai hesitated no longer, took a deep breath, and lay down inside. The translucent canopy slowly closed, cutting off all external sounds. He shut his eyes, adjusting his breathing, sinking his mind into his dantian, feeling the faint flow of qi and the warmth radiating from the jade pendant at his chest. This was his greatest trump card. Time ticked by. When the massive electronic clock on the wall ticked precisely to 1000, a devoid of emotion electronic synthesized voice echoed within the pod. Tianjing synchronization begins, connecting to the neural interface. Connection successful. Identity verification in progress. Verification passed. Temporary employee Yin Lai. Data synchronization. Immediately after, an irresistible sensation of being pulled came over him, and Yin Lai's consciousness was suddenly drawn away, plunging into an endless sea of light. The irresistible pull lasted only a moment. After the world spun, everything around him solidified once more. A rich scent of grass and trees mingled with the earthy smell of soil, instantly filling Yin Lai's nostrils. He found himself still standing in the depths of the dark forest with soft humus underfoot. Not far away, the overseer, named Lu He, was vigilantly surveying the surroundings, tightly gripping the dagger at his waist, as if he had never moved. Yin Lai was certain. It seemed that the flow of time between the real world and the heavenly realm indeed differed greatly. Everything he experienced in reality was merely a fleeting moment in this world. He then opened the system panel. This time the duration was significantly longer than last time. 1800, it had been a full 18 hours. Yen Lai frowned, unsure whether it was due to the machine or some other reason. The time had increased threefold. That should be enough, Brother Liu. Yen Lai lowered his head, glancing at the half-filled basket of herbs in front of him, and spoke with a perfectly measured tone of fatigue. Upon hearing this, Lu Ha relaxed his taut, nerves slightly nodding cautiously just as he was about to urge a return. At that moment, two faint yellow glimmers of light unexpectedly lit up deep within the forest, accompanied by a chilling hissing sound that sent shivers down their spines. A strong stench of blood and a foul wind rushed toward them. Be careful. Lu He's face changed dramatically, pushing Yen Lai behind him with one hand and drawing his dagger with the other, producing a harsh metallic scraping noise. He stared intently at the thicket, lowering his voice as a tremor of both fear and greed crept into his words. It's a first-tier magical beast, the black-scaled viper. As soon as he spoke, a massive black serpent as thick as an adult's arm suddenly lunged out from the bushes. Its entire body was covered with palm-sized black scales, reflecting a cold metallic sheen under the dappled light of the forest. The triangular head of the serpent was raised high, its vertical pupils fixated on the two of them, tongue flickering unpredictably. It was the blood of the wild rabbit from earlier that had lured it here. This creature was a treasure trove. Its gallbladder could be used in medicine, its meat was highly nourishing, and even its skin could fetch a good price. Kid, get back! Lu Ha shouted, suddenly pushing off the ground, with tremendous force charging toward the black-scaled viper like a cannonball. With both hands gripping the knife, the power of his chi and blood erupted instantly, and with a downward slash, he brought forth a howl that tore through the air. The black-scaled viper twisted its body, evading the powerful blow at an unimaginable angle. The blade nearly grazed its scales before slicing into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Immediately afterward, the serpent's tail, like a black steel whip, struck fiercely toward Lu He's waist. Lu Ha reacted swiftly, retracting his knife in defense, positioning it in front of him. Clang! A tremendous clang resonated as metal met metal. Lu Ha grunted, his body staggered back 3 or 4 steps from the force before he barely steadied himself. His hands trembled from the impact, nearly dropping his weapon. Yen Lai stood at a distance, his mind focused and activated. Insight. Instantly, the fierce black-scaled viper was enveloped in a faint blue data stream within his view. Magical beast, black-scaled viper, first-year, lower grade, level LV 10, health 10, 80 skills, venom spray, death coil, weakness below the 7th inch, within the 3rd reverse scale, is the nerve center. The information was clear. It appeared that only magical beasts that reached level 10 could be called magical beasts. Yen Lai's attention was precisely fixed on the line describing the weaknesses. In the arena, Lu Ha and the black-scaled viper were already locked in fierce battle. Blades flashed, and the serpent danced. Although Lu Ha was only level LV4, his combat experience was rich, and his knife techniques were bold and powerful, each strike packed with immense force. Moreover, it seemed this world had no level suppression. Each of Lu He's strikes could deal nearly 100 points of damage. Yet the speed and agility of the black-scaled viper far surpassed him, and its slippery scales caused several of his attacks to miss. A man and a snake were momentarily locked in a stalemate. However, Yen Lai could see clearly that Lu He's breathing had begun to quicken, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, indicating that his stamina was being rapidly consumed. In contrast, the black-scaled viper grew increasingly ferocious, with its injuries, its attacks becoming more cunning. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before Lu Ha was defeated. Yen Lai's fingers instinctively brushed over the family heirloom jade pendant on his chest. He then took out an iron needle from his pocket, quietly waiting. The opportunity was only once. In the arena, Lu Ha let out another furious roar, using all his strength to force the black-scaled viper back with a single strike, but in doing so he exposed a brief opening. The black-scaled viper seized this chance, its massive body arching sharply as it opened its large mouth, shooting a jet of dark green venom like an arrow straight toward Lu He's face. Lu Ha recoiled in fright, narrowly dodging the venom. Now was the time. The black-scaled viper's entire side was completely exposed to Yen Lai's view due to this attack. Yen Lai flicked his wrist. The seemingly ordinary iron needle transformed into an almost imperceptible afterimage in his fingers, silently piercing through the air. Puff! A very faint sound of piercing flesh echoed. The massive body of the black-scaled viper, which was in the midst of launching its next attack, suddenly stiffened, as if the pause button had been pressed. 68 Chi, strengthening weakness, critical hit, ding. You have learned the skill, Yen Family Needle Technique. Yen Family Needle Technique. Flying Feather throws a fine needle, dealing 10 agility, 100 strength, 100 damage. Critical hits on weaknesses deal triple damage with varying effects based on the acupuncture point struck. Consumption. Fullness 1. In a battle between masters, victory or defeat lies in a fleeting moment. Although Lu Ha did not know what had happened, his beast-like instincts would not let this rare opportunity slip away. Die! He exerted all his strength, unleashing a thunderous roar. The dagger in his hand traced a sharp arc, of faint blood-colored glow shimmering on the blade. Crack! The massive serpent's head flew off in response. Scalding serpent blood erupted like a fountain, shooting several meters high. The enormous headless serpent body twisted wildly on the ground before gradually losing its strength and collapsing. The battle had ended. For a moment, the forest fell into a deathly silence, leaving only Lu He's heavy breathing. He leaned on his dagger, gasping for air, his chest heaving violently. After a moment, he finally calmed down, feeling a sense of relief after surviving, and looked toward the valuable serpent corpse. A greedy gleam resurfaced on his face. Damn, I'm rich! Lu Ha exclaimed excitedly. This magical beast may only be first-tier, lower grade, but its blood and flesh are highly nourishing. Eating it will restore me quite a bit. As he spoke, he prepared to approach the serpent's corpse. However, at that moment, Yen Lai leisurely walked over. Lu Ha immediately became alert, turning back, with one hand still on the dagger's hilt, his movements filled with caution. He had not forgotten the strange scene from earlier. Lord Lu, Yen Lai interrupted him, pointing at the serpent corpse on the ground. This serpent has a cold nature and retains toxic glands within its body. If consumed directly, much of the medicinal properties will be lost, and it may even harm the spleen and stomach, making it not worth the trouble. Lu Ha paused, his actions halting. Though rough around the edges, he understood that Yen Lai was speaking from a medical standpoint, and it seemed to hold some truth. Yen Lai continued, his tone calm, yet imbued with a convincing strength. Why not let me handle this serpent? I can use a unique method to prepare it into a snake stew. Not only can it completely neutralize its cold nature and eliminate all toxins, but it can also maximize the nourishing effects of the blood and flesh, ensuring that the medicinal properties are fully absorbed by the body. This will greatly benefit you, Lord Lu, in breaking through your bottleneck. Lu Ha listened with skepticism. He looked at the valuable serpent corpse on the ground, and then at the respectful young man before him. This kid is quite peculiar. Lu Ha stared at Yen Lai for a while before finally nodding heavily. The temptation of the snake soup is simply too great. Breaking through the bottleneck signifies an enhancement in strength, better techniques, and ultimately greater pay and status. The humiliation he suffered in the Lu family would eventually be avenged. After careful consideration, the greed in Lu He's eyes gradually faded, ultimately transforming into a complex compromise. He nodded heavily, indicating his agreement. Yen Lai was not surprised by this. He calmly stepped forward, shouldering the massive snake carcass. Lu Ha silently picked up the snake's head, and the two of them walked towards the mine cave, one in front and the other behind. They spoke not a word. Upon reaching the checkpoint at the mouth of the mine cave, two armed guards blocked their way. Lu Ha returned to his obsequious demeanor, smiling as he quietly slipped a few silver coins from his embrace, prompting the guards to impatiently wave them through. Back in the area of Mine No. 3, Yen Lai walked directly to the independent pharmacy assigned to him, which served as both his residence and clinic. He tossed the snake carcass onto the open ground outside, and reported a series of medicinal material names to Lu He, who had followed him in. One tail of goji berries, 2 roots of yam along with ginger, and several red dates. Upon hearing that these were common ingredients, Lu Ha turned and strode away to gather them. The door to the pharmacy was closed. The world instantly fell silent. Yen Lai did not immediately deal with the snake carcass. Instead, he took out 3 chien of poria and 5 chien of astragalus, planning to use them to stew the snake soup later. Afterward, he approached the door, observing outside through the crack for a moment, confirming that Lu Ha had walked far away and that there were no prying eyes around. Only then did he turn back and securely bolt the door from the inside. Having completed all this, he walked over to the snake head, carelessly discarded in the corner, and squatted down. He picked up a piece of iron he had previously sharpened during a consultation. Steadying the snake head with his left hand, he held the iron piece in his right hand and carefully made a small incision along the upper jaw of the black-scaled viper. As he peeled back the flesh, 2 venom sacs hidden deep within the roots of its fangs were exposed. They resembled 2 plump yellow beans, presenting a dangerously pale yellow color. Yen Lai held his breath and gently squeezed the base of the venom sacs. 1 drop, 2 drops. Thick, glistening venom slowly dripped down the blade into a rough ceramic bowl he had prepared earlier. Throughout the entire process, his hands showed not the slightest tremor. Merely extracting venom from the snake head was... He turned his gaze towards the massive snake body, using the iron piece to make a cut near the spine, carefully extracting several dark purple nerve cords that resembled strands of hair. These nerve cords also retained traces of neurotoxin. He then pulled out a few stalks of snake's tongue grass that he had discreetly hidden while gathering herbs in the forest. Yen Lai placed the snake's tongue grass on a stone slab and carefully ground it into a dark green paste using a round stone. Then he poured the venom from the ceramic bowl together with the nerve cords into the paste. He lit the oil lamp inside the room, positioning the ceramic bowl containing the mixture above the flame and stirring it slowly with a thin wooden stick. As the temperature rose, a pungent Swedish odor began to permeate the small room. Bubbles began to form in the mixture within the bowl, the color changing from dark green to deepening shades, ultimately transforming into a thick pitch black paste resembling tar. Only then did Yen Lai remove the ceramic bowl, allowing it to cool naturally. This was the trump card he had prepared for himself. The dosage was small, but it could seal the throat upon blood contact, sufficient to deal with any unsuspecting enemies. He carefully scraped the toxic paste into a hollowed-out piece of charcoal and casually tossed it into the fuel pile in the corner, rendering it inconspicuous. This substance needed to sit. It was best to leave it for a night before storing it in the system's backpack. Afterwards, Yen Lai removed the bolt from the door. Based on the information acquired from Lu He knew that his current location should not be far from a place called Baya Town. However, it could not be confirmed, as the system only indicated that Lu Ha was from Baya Town. To truly establish himself in this world, relying solely on a bit of cleverness and asymmetric information would not suffice. He needed stronger power, more clout, and richer resources. He recalled the massive machinery. Before obtaining the ability to independently enter the heaven realm, clinging tightly to the leg of Tinwang heavy industry was currently the best option. He had to complete this first task perfectly. The information he had was far from enough. Just as he was pondering, the door to the pharmacy was pushed open. Lu Ha walked in, carrying a burlap bag, casually throwing it onto the table with a dull thud. I've brought the ingredients, the silver needles, and the medicinal materials you need might not be available until tomorrow. He had unconsciously become much more polite towards Yin Lai, though the vigilance in his eyes remained after witnessing Yin Lai's. He glanced around the shabby little room before finally fixing his gaze on Yin Lai. When can we start? Now. Yin Lai wasted no words. He took the coarse cloth sack that Lu Ha had tossed onto the table and emptied its contents, herbs, onto the surface. Jujubes, goji berries, Chinese yam. And their quality was unremarkable, yet serviceable. And Lu He stood nearby, arms crossed, watching in silence. Yin Lai paid him no heed. Instead, he gestured toward Lu He's waist. And Lu He responded by tossing his short blade to Yin Lai. And then gripping the massive serpent carcass, Yin Lai strode outside to the open ground. The blade slid from its sheath, a flash of cold, silvery light. And he did not hack or slash like an ordinary butcher. Rather, with surgical precision, he made a clean circumferential incision around the serpent's neck, fluid controlled, exact. A firm tug, a deft tear, and the hide peeled away, whole skin cleanly separated from flesh, without a single unnecessary tear. And next came the deboning. His fingers danced across the serpent's body, pressing, with rhythmic certainty, like a silent symphony played upon living flesh. Each tap landed precisely at the junctions of bone. Click. None by one vertebrae surrendered to his touch, disarticulated, excised with effortless grace. Yin Lai cut the serpent meat into uniform cubes, rinsed them repeatedly in clear water, then placed both the prepared herbs and meat into a clay pot. He did not ignite the fire immediately. Instead, he crushed ginger on a stone slab, squeezed out its pungent juice, and evenly coated the serpent meat. And what is this for? Finally, Lu Ha broke his silence. To remove gaminess, enhance fragrance, and seal vital essence. Yin Lai replied calmly, eyes still lowered. In those 6 simple words silenced Lu Ha before he could utter another. Though he understood little, the authority in Yin Lai's tone was unmistakable. With preparations complete, Yin Lai set the clay pot over burning firewood. Flames licked the base, the water within soon roiled into a vigorous boil. He left the lid off, instead skimming foam from the surface with a wooden spoon. Gradually an extraordinary commanding aroma began to rise. An aroma neither purely meaty nor merely herbal, but something deeper, the concentrated essence of black-scaled viper flesh fused with medicinal refinement. Merely inhaling, it caused every pore to unfurl, a warm current surging through limbs and marrow. Lu He's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. His wariness had dissolved, largely undone by that intoxicating scent. At last Yin Lai stilled his hands. The broth had thickened into a creamy, opalescent white, rich, velvety, profound. The serpent meat had softened to tender dissolution, the herb's quintessence fully infused the liquid. It is done. Yin Lai ladled a bowl and extended it toward Lu Ha. The soup gleamed like polished jade wreathed in shimmering steam, redolent with deep, earthy warmth. But Lu Ha did not reach for it, only lifted his chin silently, gesturing Yin Lai to drink first. You first. And this was the final test. Yin Lai showed no hesitation. He knew exactly what Lu Ha was thinking, and without ceremony swapped the fine bowl for a chipped, weathered clay jar. He poured the entire bowl into the jar, filled it to the brim with a steady scoop, and, without so much as blowing to cool it, tilted his head back and drank deeply. Scalding broth cascaded down his throat into his belly, and instantly a torrent of blazing warmth erupted, flooding his entire being. Yin Lai exhaled sharply, a plume of steam rising from his lips, then drank the rest in rapid, unbroken gulps until the jar stood empty, consuming the essence of a Tier 1 magical beast, black-scaled viper. Via specialized preparation grants 50 experience points. Temporary buff acquired Chinese yam serpent soup. Chinese yam serpent soup, strength 3, constitution 3, duration 30 minutes. NAS expected. Only magical beasts yielded experience. Yin Lai understood at once. Glancing at the remaining half pot of soup, he felt a quiet pang of regret. And had it all been his alone, he might already have ascended to level 2. He savored the moment. Then with a rusted iron skewer, nonchalantly picked his teeth. That casual mastery dispelled Lu He's last lingering doubt. Just as Lu Ha reached for the bowl, 2 broad-shouldered figures strode forward with purpose. Smells divine. Lu, hey you sly dog. What secret feast are you hoarding from us? They wore leather armor, each bearing the insignia of a 10-man squad leader. Yin Lai glanced once. Zhang Long, level 7, mining camp 10-man squad leader. Zhao Hu, level 8, mining camp 10-man squad leader. Clearly familiar to Lu Ha. At their arrival, Lu Ha blinked, then swiftly masked it with a wide practiced smile. Brother Zhang. Brother Zhao, what wind brought you our way? Why the wind of meat? Zhang Long snorted, nostrils flaring as his gaze locked onto the steaming clay pot before Yin Lai. Well now, so you've bagged a black-scaled viper. Quick, serve your brothers some. Lu He's smile stiffened, then relaxed again, forced and smooth. He dared not offend them. Reluctantly, he fetched Master Yan's craft. Please brothers, taste it for yourselves. He emphasized Master Yan, a subtle warning and a quiet boast. Only then did Zhang Long and Zhao Hu truly notice Yin Lai standing quietly beside them, eyes flickering with surprise. They had no memory of such a man arriving at Mine Shaft 3. Yet their attention swiftly returned to the soup. HSS. This broth has power. Zhang Long swallowed a generous mouthful, scalded wincing, but burst into genuine praise. A surge of heat rose from his dantian, easing days of accumulated fatigue from patrol duty. Truly exceptional. Far superior to eating raw or roasting over flame. Zhao Hu echoed, eyes closed in pure delight. The three gathered round the pot, devouring it with unrestrained gusto. The clink of spoons, the slurp of broth, the murmur of satisfied sighs filling the air. Yanlai withdrew quietly, observing in silence. Oof, my poor lower back. Insated and content, Zhang Long stretched luxuriously, then winced sharply as old pain flared, twisting his face. That back injury, you took it 3 years ago fighting that earth dragon beast in the tunnels, right? Didn't the camp physician say it was incurable? Zhao Hu remarked idly. Don't remind me. Every damp or rainy day, it aches, burns, cramps, feels just like dead weight. Zhang Long grumbled. Yanlai listened, then spoke, his timing impeccable. This serpent soup replenishes vital energy, but its nature is fiercely potent. Both esteemed officers patrol the mines daily, cold, damp places where cold qi accumulates deep within the body. Though the soup brings immediate relief, its fiery essence clashes violently with entrenched cold over time, worsening the imbalance. His voice was soft, but carried with crystalline clarity into the hushed circle. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu froze mid-motion, turning as one to stare at him. Even Lu He looked up startled. Boy, what do you mean by that? Zhang Long's brows knotted tightly. It means, this treats the symptom, not the root. Yanlai replied, meeting his gaze with unwavering calm. Your lumbar injury stems from damaged meridians breached by cold qi, obstructing the flow of blood and vital. Each flare-up is not mere pain. It is your own vital energy surging against those blockages. This soup's abundant qi only intensifies that surge, briefly clearing minor obstructions, granting fleeting ease, but never healing the source. Once its effects fade, the backlash will be far more severe. Ni's words hung in the air, leaving Zhang Long and Zhao Hu exchanging stunned, speechless glances. They grasped little of meridians or qi, but backlash will be far more severe, rang with chilling, absolute clarity. Then how do we fix it? Zhao Hu blurted. Yanlai did not answer at once. Instead, he turned to Zhang Long, beyond the pain. Do your legs often grow numb? Especially your left calf. Does it cramp frequently? Zhang Long's pupils contracted sharply. And how did you know? Zhang Long's rugged face was filled with shock. This flaw was known only to him and the military doctor from years past. The doctor had determined it was beyond healing, merely something to endure. Yet the seemingly fragile youth before him, having heard just a few words and taken a glance, unraveled the secrets of his condition. Even Zhao Hu, who had been nonchalant, now looked at Yanlai with uncertainty. Lu He felt a thrill in his heart, though his face remained impassive, even carrying a hint of pride as he said, Mr. Yan's medical skills are unfathomable. Brother Zhang, do you believe it now? You young man, speak again. Zhang Long pushed Lu He aside and strode to Yanlai, his tall figure exuding an overwhelming pressure. Yanlai did not retreat an inch. The root of Director Zhang's back injury lies in the third lumbar vertebra. You suffered a heavy blow years ago. Although the bone did not break, it is slightly misaligned, pressing on the left side meridians. Thus the strength in your left leg has always been 3 parts weaker than the right, am I right? Zhang Long's throat moved as he nodded slowly, a bit awkwardly. Absolutely correct. As for the cramps, they stem from stagnant qi and blood with cold energy causing blockages. The vitality from the snake soup temporarily cleared some of the obstructions, giving you a sense of relief. However, once the effects wear off, this vitality will have nowhere to go, crashing violently at the blockages, and the pain will be tenfold worse than before. Yanlai's words were calm and unhurried, but beads of cold sweat had already formed on Zhang Long's forehead. He completely believed now. Mr. Yan, can this be treated? Zhang Long's address to him unconsciously changed. Yes, but it can't be done right now. Yanlai shifted his tone. Your injury is in the lumbar vertebrae and requires you to lie flat, while I use silver needles, and I currently lack the tools. Moreover, I just expended a significant amount of energy treating Lord Lu and need to rest. He was both asserting his status and elevating his own value. No worries, no worries. Zhang Long quickly waved his hand, a flattering smile plastered on his face. You rest first, my back is not urgent. Not urgent. He turned to Zhao Hu. Old Zhao, didn't you say your shoulder has been bothering you too? Let Mr. Yan take a look. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hu's eyes lit up as he rubbed his hands and stepped forward. Mr. Yan, my right shoulder was bumped by a fiery horned bull 3 years ago, and since then I've been unable to lift it. It hurts whenever I exert myself. Please take a look. Yanlai glanced at him. Extend your hand. Zhao Hu obediently stretched out his right arm. Yanlai placed 2 fingers on his wrist, then moved to his back, pressing near his shoulder blade. The connection between the shoulder blade and collarbone has adhesions, and a major tendon is misaligned. It's not difficult to treat, but it will hurt a bit. As long as it can be cured, I can endure any pain. Zhao Hu patted his chest in assurance. Then bear with it a bit. As soon as Yanlai's words fell, his right hand shot out like lightning, fingers curling to precisely grasp Zhao Hu's shoulder. His left hand supported Zhao Hu's elbow, pulling it upward sharply while twisting inward. Crack. A bone-crunching sound echoed painfully. Ow. Zhao Hu let out a heart-wrenching scream, nearly collapsing to his knees. Zhang Long and Lu He instinctively. The noise was terrifying. Yanlai did not stop. His fingers dug into Zhao Hu's shoulder, quickly kneading and flicking. Shoulder joints and giant bone. Zhao Hu's screams gradually diminished, replaced by heavy breathing. He could feel a warm current continually flooding into his long, cold, stiff shoulder area. After a moment, Yanlai released his hand. Try moving it. Zhao Hu tentatively moved his right shoulder. At first it was still a bit stiff, but after rotating a few times, the familiar sense of stagnation and sharp pain surprisingly vanished. He attempted to lift his arm. Previously, he could only raise it to shoulder height, and any higher would cause excruciating pain. But now, he effortlessly lifted his arm above his head. My arm. Zhao Hu waved his arms back and forth looking like a fool, his face filled with ecstatic joy. It's better. Really better. Not hurting at all. He grabbed Yan Lai's hand, overwhelmed with excitement, and stammering, Mr. Yan, you truly are a divine doctor. Such great kindness is beyond words. If there's anything in the future, just call out. And if I, Zhao Hu, frown even once, then I'm not the son of my mother. Zhang Long watched with envy, eagerly anticipating his own back injuries healing. Lu Ha stood aside, his feelings complex. On one hand, Yan Lai was his man. The more powerful Yan Lai became, the more glory reflected upon his face. On the other hand, he feared that Zhang Long and Zhao Hu would snatch him away. Mr. Yan, Zhao Hu exclaimed after calming down, slapping his thigh. I just killed an iron-toothed wolf a couple of days ago. That thing is tough to eat. My brothers only managed to cut off one leg. Could you turn the rest into soup, just like the snake meat you made earlier? Yan Lai's heart stirred. Oh, judging by the name, it should also be a type of magical beast. Moreover, these two were much stronger than Lu He, and the magical beast's level should not be low either. This was a golden opportunity for experience points. Sure. Yan Lai nodded, then added, however, I will need some medicinal herbs. No problem. Whatever herbs you need, we will get them for you. Zhang Long immediately chimed in. And there's one more condition. Yan Lai looked at them. You can say it, sir. I also want a share of this soup. Yan Lai's condition left the three momentarily stunned. Then Zhang Long and Zhao Hu exchanged glances, bursting into hearty laughter. I thought it was something serious. Just this. Zhang Long laughed until tears were almost streaming down his face. Mr. Yan, as long as you can make it as delicious and nourishing as this snake soup, don't mention just one share. I'll take as much as you want. Exactly. Zhao Hu boisterously patted his chest. As long as you can purify the essence of that meat like you did with this snake, whenever we get something good, you'll have a share. Yan Lai looked at these two. Compared to the calculating and wary Lu He, these two burly men seemed much more straightforward. Dealing with such people, as long as one shows true ability, it is indeed simpler. Dongshin cooked Rehmannia, Yuzhu Maidong. Yan Lai recited a few common, yet vital tonic herbs. And the more duzhong the better. It nourishes the liver and kidneys, fortifies sinews and bones, and greatly benefits martial practitioners. He paused, then added, fetch me 2 blades, one for chopping meat, one heavy for cleaving bone. Right away. Please rest, sir. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu exchanged a glance, faces alight with joy. Without another word, they strode out at full speed, as if afraid Yan Lai might change his mind. Lu Ha remained where he stood, watching the two hurry away, and then turning to Yan Lai, whose face was composed, his feelings grew ever more complicated. Before long, a commotion rose outside the apothecary. A great throng returned, crowding around Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. At their head, several men bore an enormous iron pot that could boil a person, the pot clanking with bowls and utensils. Behind them, they carried 2 massive wolves. The beasts were gray-black fangs curving outward. Even in death, they radiated a fierce, feral aura. One of the wolves had been skinned and was missing a hind leg, the very one Zhao Hu had mentioned. The other lay intact, bled. Mr. Yan, are these enough? Zhang Long called out with a booming voice, lest anyone not hear. The herbs are here too. Zhao Hu presented a cloth-wrapped bundle like a treasure. The doorway was blocked so tightly no water would pass through. Everyone craned their necks, curious to behold the fable. Yan Lai paid no heed to the clamor. He accepted the 2 knives Zhang Long handed him. One was a thick-backed cleaver, heavy and solid in the hand. The old cleaver had an attack range of 3 to 7 and required strength 2 and constitution 2 to reach its full potential. The second weapon was even more extravagant. At first glance, it resembled a short-handled hatchet, perfect for cleaving bone. The aged bone cleaver boasted an attack range of 5 to 10 and demanded strength 7 and constitution 5 for perfect. Yan Lai raised an eyebrow. It seemed a weapon could only realize its maximum power once the wielder met the attribute thresholds. He approached the intact Taya wolf carcass and crouched beside it. The surrounding noise faded without anyone noticing. All eyes fixed on him. With a flick of his wrist, the heavy cleaver became as light as a feather in his hand. He did not strike immediately. Instead, he pressed and slid his fingers swiftly over the beast's pelt as if seeking something. In the next instant, the blade flashed. A perfect arc traced from the wolf's neck to its tail. The thick hide split open as if by a mirror-smooth incision, the cut flawless, and not a hair of fat beneath harmed. Most of those present were rough men who had slain dozens of monsters, yet none had seen such exquisite skinning. This was no mere slaughter, it was art. Yan Lai did not pause, switching to the bone cleaver. Each strike rang precise and decisive, aimed at the most fragile joint connections with no waste. In a short while, a several hundred-pound Taya wolf had been dismantled as skillfully as an ox, its meat and bones cut into uniform pieces and stacked neatly to the side. Skinning and dismembering were not arcane skills. His knowledge of anatomy combined with the game attributes overlaying his real-world abilities produced a result greater than the sum of its parts. The sight left a group of battle-hardened men momentarily stupefied. Was this youth truly a physician? Or a master chef from some tavern who had spent 30 years wielding a cleaver? Light the fire, set the pot, fill the water, Yan Lai instructed tersely. The men snapped awake and bustled into action. Soon the pot was set, flames roaring, and water poured in. Yan Lai tossed the herbs and the prepared wolf bones into the cauldron, covered it, and let it begin to stew. A heady medicinal aroma mingled with the rich scent of bone marrow and fat spreading through the air. While the broth simmered, Yan Lai did not idle. Mr. Yan, I sprained this arm training a few days back. Could you take a look? A scarred man stepped forward, smiling obsequiously. Extend your hand. Yan Lai grasped his wrist, applied a measured force, and a quick twist. The man cried out, "Ah, there." Yan Lai released him. The man flexed his arm, astonished and delighted. "Hey, it doesn't hurt at all. Incredible." One was followed by a second, then a third. "Sir, my waist is no good. Sir, I get cramps at night." Yan Lai refused, no one managing the pot's heat with one hand and tending to the soldier's ailments with the other. These were mere strains and wear of tendon and bone trifles to him. Yet to these men who had been bleeding away their vitality in this godforsaken place for months, his ministrations were like rain from heaven. The camp doctor attached to the soldiers was the centurion's brother-in-law and notoriously inept. 2 weeks earlier, a man with a broken hand had been made worse under his care, and ever since no one dared see him. At last they had found a trustworthy physician. Outside, the apothecary voices of gratitude and exclamations rose. Yan Lai moved comfortably through the crowd with a gentle smile while his mind raced. The timing was about right. After reducing a dislocated shoulder, he asked casually, "Brother, this injury, was it caused by something heavy falling from a..." The man wrenched his shoulder while grimacing, and then replied gratefully, "Exactly. Our Hafeng mountain range has nothing but rocks and high ridges. One false step, and stones come tumbling down. Hafeng mountain range." Yan Lai remained impassive and glanced next at another soldier whose joints ached from dampness. "Brother, you have heavy dampness. I don't know why this place is so waterlogged. It's not good for recuperation." "No kidding. This rotten place sits close to Yunzhou. When that moisture rolls over, it is damp and stifling." Bordering Yunzhou, Lu He watched as Yan Lai with a few words had already ingratiated himself with these rough fellows. His vigilance deepened. This youth's skill at winning hearts was more formidable than his medicine, Lu He thought. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, however, pondered none of that. They only saw a capable, affable doctor with no airs, increasingly likable. "The broth's nearly ready," Zhao Hu called from beside the pot. Yan Lai nodded and signaled for the wolf meat to be lowered in. The large chunks hit the boiling decoction and were scalded instantly, the aroma growing even more commanding. Yan Lai tended a few more men, then performed acupuncture on Zhang Long to clear his qi and slow the progression of his ailment. As time passed, the stew thickened, and the meat became falling apart, tender, the scent making every mouth water. "Serve," Yan Lai ordered, and the men cheered as they crowded forward. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu maintained order. 1 bowl per person, take no more. Yan Lai ladled a bowl for himself, seasoning the broth with a block of sauce. The color was a deep savory brown. The meat had been stewed to such tenderness it dissolved on the tongue. A surging warmth slid down his throat and burst in his stomach, then instantly spread through his limbs. Ding! He had consumed the Great Tonic Wolf Stew and received 150 experience points and the buff Great Tonic Wolf Stew. Great Tonic Wolf Stew, all attributes 3, strength increased by 5%, a duration 60 minutes. Ding! His level rose to LV2, progress 50 of 500. Ding! All attributes 1, and he gained 5 free attribute points. A string of system prompts flashed before his eyes. Yan Lai felt a tremor through his body as a warm current filled the void left by using the technique, Guen replenishing him and even leaving a surplus. His strength, speed, and spirit all increased subtly, but unmistakably. This was the sensation of leveling up. Suppressing his delight, he assigned the 5 free attribute points to intelligence and spirit without hesitation. He invested 2 points in intelligence and 3 in spirit. Strength, agility, and constitution he could cultivate through real-world exercise. Intelligence and spirit, for now, had no easy avenue for improvement. He placed a chunk of meat from his bowl into his system backpack to run a test. Around him, the sturdy men ate until they sweated and flushed, feeling inexhaustible vigor course through their bodies. Glorious. So glorious. Damn, not only is it delicious, my blood and chi feel far stronger than from a roasted wolf leg. I feel like I could punch a cow to death right now. Mr. Yen is incredible. Praise rose in waves. As leaders Zhang Long and Zhao, who had taken the largest portions, now their faces shone as they felt the rushing vitality within them, utterly exhilarated. After a hearty meal, Zhang Long and Zhao, who left the apothecary contentedly with their subordinates, continuing to praise Yan Lai's medical skills and culinary art. Lu He observed Yan Lai, a complex array of emotions weaving across his face. This young man was not only remarkable in medicine, but also possessed extraordinary means of winning people's hearts. Mr. Yan, can you truly cure Zhang Long's back injury? Lu He asked in a deep voice. Yan Lai turned around, tidying up the remnants on the table. As long as I have silver needles and the appropriate medicinal materials, I can certainly heal him. He looked at Lu He and added, Lord Lu, during these days, I will also prepare some medicinal meals for you to help solidify your cultivation. Lu He's expression softened slightly. He needed Yan Lai, that was a fact. As for where this person's medical skills and strange methods came from, he wouldn't inquire. Yan Lai said no more. He walked to the corner, looking at the pile of medicinal materials sent over by Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. He had specifically requested 2 additional herbs. The plan was unfolding step by step. Yan Lai attempted to mobilize the power within his body. After reaching the 2nd level, his physical condition had indeed improved. However, this improvement was not as earth-shattering as he had imagined. It seemed that the attribute points enhancement was insufficient to bring about a qualitative change at lower levels. Perhaps the real turning point would come after reaching level 10. Currently, combat power seemed to rely more on skills, and yet so far he had not encountered many decent pieces of equipment aside from those 2 knives. The rest were merely scraps. As thoughts swirled, a wave of fatigue washed over Yan Lai. The body in this world also needed rest. He stopped thinking and walked straight to the creaking wooden bed, lying down. Soon he fell into a deep sleep. A sudden flurry of whip cracks jolted Yen Lai awake from his dreams. He knew it was the overseer in the mine urging the laborers and prisoners to start their day's work. Yen Lai got up and stretched lazily. He walked out of the apothecary arranging the herbs that needed to be dried. At that moment, Lu Ha also arrived. He carried a cloth bag containing several small bottles and some medicinal packets, placing them one by one on the table. Mr. Yen, the silver needles and some special medicinal materials you mentioned are not easy to find. Lu Ha paused and continued, I sent someone to the pharmacy in Baihe town last night, but Qingxin grass is also out of stock. Yen Lai approached the table, picked up a bottle of potion, and examined it. No rush. He placed the potion back and turned. Lord Lu, may I visit the mine? Lu Ha stiffened slightly. His gaze fell on Yen Lai's face, laced with a hint of caution. Yen Lai seemed oblivious to Lu He's change. He calmly said, I just want to walk around in mine. No. 3. I need to understand the environment of the mine. Perhaps I can find some special ores that might unexpectedly benefit your future breakthroughs or aid in Zhonglong's back injury. Lu He's wariness slightly lessened. He glanced at Yen Lai before nodding. You are only allowed inside mine. No. 3. I cannot ensure your safety elsewhere. Lu He's voice carried a warning as he tossed his token to Yen Lai. Yen Lai smiled slightly, accepting the token and cupping his hands in a bow to Lu Ha. Thank you, Lord Lu. He turned around and picked up the meat cleaver from the table, fastening it to his waist. I will head to the mine. He spoke to Lu Ha. Lu Ha watched Yen Lai's departing figure in silence. Yen Lai stepped out of the apothecary, and the morning sunlight still carried a hint of chill. He walked towards the mine entrance where several laborers were already queuing. Mr. Yen. A laborer recognized him and called out respectfully. Other laborers turned their heads filled with awe and gratitude. Yen Lai merely nodded in response, his gaze already piercing through the crowd directed towards the dark passage deep within the mine. Mr. Yen, where are you headed? A guard stationed at the entrance of mine No. 3 stopped him. This guard had also come the day before for a bowl of wolf meat soup and had asked Yen Lai to help treat his wrist. Yen Lai halted his steps, took out the token, and turned to the guard. I'm going inside to see if I can find any ores that can help Lord Zhong with his injuries. The guard smiled upon seeing the token and immediately let him pass. Yen Lai entered the mine, and a chill of damp. The glow of the mine lamps only illuminated a limited area ahead. He walked along the mine path, the sounds of hammering and shouting growing clearer. The cave was cold and damp, with droplets of water seeping from the rock walls, splashing tiny sprays on the ground. The sound of clanging echoed from deeper within, mixed with the foreman's harsh scolding and the dull thud of the whip striking flesh. Yen Lai, wielding a meat cleaver at his waist and playing with Lu He's token in his hand, walked leisurely towards the depths of the mine. Along the way, the laborers and guards, upon seeing the knife at his waist and the token in his hand, instinctively stepped aside, casting glances of curiosity or reverence. Soon he spotted a familiar figure. The irritable foreman who had once lashed him with a whip was currently swinging a long whip, mercilessly striking a prisoner whose movements were a bit slow. Waste. Haven't you eaten? Hurry up for me. The foreman cursed, his face jiggling with his movements. Yen Lai halted his steps. He remembered that whip, the stinging pain. The foreman also noticed him, and seeing his attire that did not resemble that of a prisoner, especially the knife at his waist, was about to scold him. But when his gaze landed on the familiar token in Yen Lai's hand, all words choked in his throat, transforming into a cold. He turned his head away, no longer looking at Yen Lai, yet the force of his whip became heavier, as if venting something. Yen Lai ignored him and walked straight past. He circled around the mine wall, pretending to knock and tap, appearing earnest and searching for, or yet his steps inadvertently swayed to the foreman's back. The distance was just right. Intermediate theft activated. This time, Yen Lai felt a faint pull at his fingertips, and with a barely perceptible motion, a small cloth bag hung at the foreman's waist slipped into his hand. Ding. Theft successful. Obtained inferior tobacco X1. It worked. The foreman almost simultaneously sensed something, his body stiffening abruptly, swiftly turning around with a pair of vicious eyes fixed on Yen Lai. What are you looking at? Yen Lai feigned innocence, shrugging his shoulders while continuing to strike the rock wall with the stone in his hand. On the orders of Lord Lu, I'm here to find some special ores perhaps beneficial for his injuries. The foreman scrutinized him with suspicion, but ultimately suppressed his doubts. After all, the other party held Lu He's token. Yen Lai did not turn back, yet could clearly feel the malicious gaze behind him. He circled around once more, accidentally brushing past the foreman. This time he did not steal anything, but activated clever hands, stealthily returning the stolen tobacco bag without anyone. The foreman's body tensed again. He could feel something brush against him. He suddenly jumped back a step, distancing himself from Yen Lai like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. What exactly do you want? He growled in a low voice, veins popping on his forehead. The surrounding prisoners and guards were drawn by this roar, casting curious glances. Yen Lai had already jumped back several steps. He turned around, smiling innocently at the foreman, looking as innocent as could be. My lord, what's wrong with you? I'm just looking for ores. You? The foreman touched his waist. Nothing was missing. Was it an illusion? The foreman trembled with rage, yet could not articulate his reasoning. He had no evidence, not even knowing if anything was true. In front of everyone, he couldn't exactly say he had been robbed. The nameless rage boiled in his chest, almost driving him insane. Yen Lai paid him no further attention and continued his performance. Theft. Return. Ding. Theft skill proficiency 1 ding. You obtained rough firestone. Ding. Theft skill proficiency 1 ding. You obtained copper coins X5. A series of system notifications flashed before Yen Lai's eyes. The foreman's vigilance peaked. He stared intently at every movement of Yen Lai, tensing his muscles the moment Yen Lai approached, trying to detect that invisible hand. However, it was of no use. As his skill proficiency increased, Yin Lai's movements became increasingly elusive, leaving no trace. Sometimes all it took was a simple turn. Other times he merely bent down to pick up a stone. Even once he simply yawned and stretched. The items at the foreman's waist inexplicably diminished, only to mysteriously return the next moment. From initially sensing a hint of something amiss to later becoming completely numb, he even began to question his life. That feeling was akin to a mortal standing naked before an omnipotent spirit, all his secrets wantonly toyed with. The surrounding prisoners had also transformed from initial fear to spectators enjoying the show. Though they didn't know what was happening, seeing the foreman who usually wielded power being played around in circles, his pent-up frustration kept in check, brought them an inexplicable delight. The foreman's face turned from red to a deep shade of blue, finally morphing into a lifeless gray. He was frightened. This bizarre method terrified him more than a direct stab. Finally, ding. Your skill theft has reached advanced theft tier 3. Ding. You can no longer gain proficiency from the current target. Yin Lai's movements came to a halt. It was done. He glanced at the foreman who had completely fallen into self-doubt, achieving his goal without needing to provoke him further. He activated insight, scanning the nearby mine wall. Unfortunately, he found no trace of precious metal ores. Indeed, if such rare ores were commonplace, they wouldn't be considered rare. Yin Lai withdrew his gaze and did not linger. He adjusted his clothes, rehung the meat cleaver, and walked towards the cave. As he passed the foreman, Yin Lai deliberately paused, patting the other's shoulder with a sincere tone, saying, "My lord, you've worked. This cave is damp and cold. Please take care of your health." The foreman's body trembled violently. Yin Lai turned and strode away, leaving behind a stylish silhouette and a foreman who was left doubting his life. Yin Lai walked out of the mine with a sense of satisfaction. Playing tricks on the foreman and brushing up his thieving skills to the intermediate second tier was merely a side endeavor. Inspecting the mining situation of the iron ore here was the main task. Next, he needed to find a way to leave this cursed place. As he approached the vicinity of the pharmacy, a tall figure came to greet him. "Mr. Yin." It was Zhang Long. He was carrying a rather heavy large cloth bag in one hand, while carefully cradling a delicate elongated wooden box in the other. "Mr. Yin, I have brought everything you asked for." Zhang Long said, his breath a bit hurried as he handed over the items. Yin Lai took the bag, which was filled with substantial quantities of astragalus angelica and other nourishing herbs, while the wooden box neatly contained a set of brand new silver needles. "Thank you for your trouble, Brother Zhang," Yin Lai said, weighing the items in his hand, noting their heft. "It's no trouble at all." Zhang Long waved his hand, then lowered his voice, slightly a hint of urgency on his face. "Mr. Yin, about my injury. Could it be treated quickly? Recently. It seems I might have to go to battle soon." "Battle?" Yin Lai's heart stirred. This was crucial information. He maintained a calm demeanor, still wearing a gentle smile, and patted Zhang Long's shoulder. "Of course, it's no problem. Your matters are my matters. Come, let's go inside the house." Yin Lai led Zhang Long into the simple pharmacy and opened the wooden box. A row of silver needles of varying lengths shimmered softly in the dim light. The needles were smooth and their tips were sharp, far superior to the iron needles he had crafted from stone. Standard silver needle damage 510 remarks. Standard silver needles used by military physicians barely adequate. Indeed, even a needle in this world had attributes. "Brother Zhang, take off your upper garment and lie down on the bed," Yin Lai instructed. Zhang Long complied, exposing his sturdy back to the air. A hideous old scar stretched from his left waist to his back, disrupting the muscular lines. Yin Lai took out a 3-inch-long silver needle and heated it over the candle flame, gently twisting it with his fingertips. He did not immediately insert the needle, but instead pressed on several acupuncture points along Zhang Long's back, with varying pressure. "Does it feel sore and swollen here?" with a hint of coolness. "Yes, yes," Zhang Long exclaimed with surprise. Yin Lai said, no more accurately locating the acupuncture points and applying force with his fingertips. The silver needle pierced accurately into the flesh. He inserted 7 needles in quick succession, sealing several major acupoints around the injury, then took a deep breath and pressed the final silver needle into Zhang Long's waist. Return to origin. A wave of warm air surged into Zhang Long's body, causing him to tremble and emit a low target. Zhang Long treated 340. Yin Lai watched the green numbers pop up, and his own internal energy value plummeted instantly. He pulled out the silver needle and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "All right, get up and move around a bit to test it out." Zhang Long, still somewhat skeptical, climbed off the bed. He tentatively twisted his waist and attempted a large bending motion he had never dared to do before. There was not a hint of pain. The chilling feeling that had lingered in his waist for years had vanished without a trace, replaced by a warm sense of ease. "My goodness." Zhang Long touched his lower back, his face full of disbelief. "Thank you, Mr. Yin. I can't express my gratitude enough." Zhang Long excitedly clasped his hands together, looking at Yin Lai as if he were a living deity. After sending away the grateful Zhang Long, Yin Lai closed the wooden door, and the smile on his face gradually faded. He sat on the edge of the bed, quietly gazing out the window. A day had passed. He had been in this world called Tianjing for almost a full day. Yet he remained trapped in this damned mine like a bird in a cage. He had to find a way to escape. How could he leave? Forcefully breaking out. There were dozens of guards at the narrow pass, and the entire mine was situated in a lowlying area. Climbing out would require exhausting all the true energy from his jade pendant. He was only at the 2nd level now, rushing out would be a death sentence. Poisoning. He didn't have much poison stored, and he couldn't be sure how effective it would be against warriors, which posed too great a risk. Then there was only one option left. Create a large-scale chaos. a chaos sufficient to collapse the entire order of the mining area. For example, a plague. With his medical skills, achieving this was not difficult. As long as he found a few specific herbs and cultivated some corpses of beasts carrying pathogens, he could make the entire mining area fall ill within 3 days. He couldn't guarantee the soldiers' lives, but those level 1 miners would definitely not survive. By then, everyone would be fearful and the defenses would slacken, allowing him to escape amidst the chaos. This was the most effective and safest method. But images of the laborers' numb and desperate faces, as well as the cheerful, yet somewhat naive faces of Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, surfaced in Yan Lai's mind. Although they were not lives from his own world, they could cry, laugh, feel pain, and fear. They were also living beings. In his past life, he was a doctor, and saving lives was an instinct embedded in his bones. For him to resort to poisoning hundreds or thousands of possibly innocent people just to save himself, he felt a sense of resistance in his heart. Unless he truly reached a life-threatening critical point, he absolutely could not take this path. Yan Lai closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. Then what other options were there? Luring a beast tied. In the Heifeng mountain range where magical beasts roamed freely, if he could find a way to attract a large group of magical beasts to the mining area, it would similarly cause massive chaos. This method would also result in heavy casualties, but at least the assailants would be magical beasts, giving people a glimmer of hope. Yan Lai scoffed at himself. How hypocritical. However, although he felt reluctant compared to a plague, this method at least eased the burden on his conscience a bit. After all, General Wang's unauthorized mining of iron ore was a treasonous act. Based on what he had observed during his inspection of the mine, it could only last for about 20 more days at most. At least that was the case for the third mine. The miners here, including soldiers like Zhang Long and Zhao, who would face the best outcome of being secretly executed after the mission was completed, or simply being sent off as expendable cannon fodder. What he was doing now was merely hastening that conclusion. Yes, that was it. Yan Lai found a barely acceptable reason for himself. Yan Lai let out a sigh. Summoning the beast tied sounded simple, but the Black Wind mountain range was vast, and he was completely unaware of the types, habits, and strengths of the magical beasts. If he acted rashly, he might not even manage to secure the mining area, and instead become a snack for the magical beasts. Ultimately, it boiled down to his own weakness. If his abilities were sufficient, how could this small mining area possibly confine him? Yan Lai sat cross-legged and took out the piece of wolf meat he had secretly saved yesterday from his system backpack. The meat had already gone cold, yet it still emitted a faint aura of blood. He carefully wrapped it in oil paper, placed a few silver needles inside, and stored it back in his system backpack next to his jade pendant. Then he closed his eyes and began to circulate the Qing Nong Sutra. A faint sensation of qi rose from his dantian, flowing slowly and nourishing his still frail body. Time quietly passed during his cultivation. The morning hours were rather leisurely, with no one coming to disturb him. When Yan Lai felt the flow of qi in his dantian strengthen slightly, the proficiency of the Qing Nong Sutra on the system panel jumped to 13 points, and the world around him suddenly began to distort. A flash appeared before his eyes. The cold metallic sensation came from behind, replaced by the pungent smell of disinfectant overshadowing the fragrance of herbs. He had returned to the connection chamber of the Tungwang Pavilion. With a click, one by one the hatches opened, and employees in various uniforms stumbled out from inside. Most of them rubbed their temples, their faces showing signs of fatigue. Upon seeing Yan Lai in plain clothing and devoid of any belongings, most merely glanced at him before ignoring him entirely. Groups of employees summoned light blue holographic terminal screens, their fingers swiftly dancing across them as they discussed while walking towards the exit. Damn it, the Han family's bunch of brats are too unreasonable. Their defenses are like an iron barrel, and after so long we still haven't found a breakthrough. Next to Yan Lai, a tall man emerged from a connection chamber. He had a silver mechanical arm glinting with metallic sheen, and he was complaining to a voluptuous woman beside him. The woman had a sleek head of short red hair, and her skin seemed less like flesh and more like nanomaterial, with faint data streams flickering in her pupils. If worse comes to worse, Lin Fei, you might as well marry the second son of the Han family. As a concubine, whisper some sweet nothings, and what intelligence can't you gather? The man joked. Get lost. The red-haired woman shot him a glare, raised her hand, and slapped him across the face. The sound echoed sharply. After hitting him, the woman stomped away in anger, her high heels clicking, not bothering to look back. The man held his face in enjoyment, only then noticing Yan Lai standing nearby. Seeing that Yan Lai did not have the official badge of Tungwang Heavy Industries, he paused slightly, but did not show any disdain. Kid, you just arrived, huh? Yan Lai nodded honestly. The waters run deep in the Jingzhou department. Observe more, listen more, and speak less. The man rubbed his reddened cheek, showing a warm-hearted disposition. Every time you return from the Heaven realm, you must submit 2 reports within 12 hours. One is a personal growth report documenting your level attributes and skill changes. The other is an intelligence report recording what you've seen and heard inside. Even if you're an intern, you have to remember to submit it. If you don't have a badge, go to those public terminals in the corner to upload it. Don't think about skimming. The company has a specialized analyst team that can extract every bit of information from your report. The quality of the report is directly linked to your performance. After finishing, the man waved at Yan Lai as a greeting and quickly chased after the red-haired woman. Thank you, Yan Lai quietly said to his retreating figure. He stood in place for a while, sorted out his thoughts, and then walked towards a row of public terminals emitting a cold light in the corner of the hall. Finding an empty spot to sit, a login interface popped up before Yan Lai. He placed his temporary terminal from his wrist on. Identity authentication successful. Welcome, intern employee Yan Lai. The interface switched, displaying two report templates: personal report and Jingzhou memo, to disclose everything. There was absolutely no need. His level talent Dual Realms was already known to the company, and that couldn't be hidden. But the two-way teleportation function from the family heirloom jade pendant was definitely his greatest trump card and must not be revealed. Moreover, skills like Return to Origin that provided instant healing with buffs, Feather as a powerful burst skill, and Insight as a reconnaissance talent were also not intended to be reported. He only needed to showcase his value. His fingers began to dance rapidly on the screen, and a modified personal report gradually took shape. Name: Mr. Yin, prisoner, 9527, unnamed, level 2, strength, 9 agility, 6 constitution, 10 spirit, 10 intelligence, 9 skills, basic medical skills, level 1 craftsman passive. He deliberately lowered his core attributes of spirit and intelligence. For skills, he drastically cut them down, leaving only the most basic ones that best suited his mining physician identity. After completing all this, he nodded in satisfaction and opened the second report. This report was key to demonstrating his value to the company. Memo: location: the intersection of Jingzhou and Yunzhou, deep within the Black Wind Mountain Range, an unmarked secret iron mine not far from Baya Town. Faction affiliation: General Wang, specific name unknown. Estimated personnel composition: approximately 100 elite soldiers, over 50 foremen, and more than 500 miners. Key figures: there is a centurion in the mining area at the early first tier, with several capable sergeants under him. The remaining foremen are all ordinary martial artists. Recent movements: the troops are preparing for a deployment operation, but the target timing and scale are all unclear. Personal situation: I was born in a mining cave and my identity is that of labor. Having self-taught some medical skills in reality, I gained first-tier medical skills due to my talent. I was noticed by the foreman Liu He of the third mine, and am now responsible for providing basic treatment to injured laborers and soldiers within the mining area, having the right to move freely within the third mine, where the mineral veins consist of iron-like substances. Yin Lai carefully checked both reports from beginning to end, ensuring there were no omissions. His fingertips gently pressed. A prompt popped up on the screen. Report submitted. Please check the rating results on your personal terminal in 1 hour. Yin Lai recalled the words of his secretary and decided to obtain intelligence regarding Tianjing from within the company. Given his identity in Tianjing, asking around might easily lead to him being perceived as a spy from another force, and he turned away from the public terminal area and walked towards the central floating elevator. The elevator was constructed entirely from an unknown transparent material, operating silently, as if it had no weight. Yin Lai stepped inside and selected 18th floor on the screen. Destination: Information Resource Center. The elevator ascended smoothly, and through its exterior the complex structure of the entire Tenwang Pavilion could be seen, with countless employees bustling about like an ant colony in their respective positions. The 18th floor arrived. The elevator door slid open, revealing a completely different world before him. There were no physical bookshelves or administrators here, and the entire space was astonishingly vast, with a simulated deep starry sky as its dome and numerous pale blue data streams flowing slowly like a galaxy. In the air floated translucent screens, scrolling with various information titles and indexes. This was the library of Tenwang Heavy Industries, as well as its information processing center. Yin Lai pressed the temporary terminal on his wrist against a round scanning platform at the entrance. Identity verification: intern Yin Lai. Permission level D. The scanning platform emitted a soft blue light. In the next moment, part of the data flow in the hall shifted from blue to a light green, indicating the range he could access. Yin Lai stepped into the level area, casually found an unmanned corner, and waved his hand in the air to bring up a dedicated operation screen. He entered the characters Tianjing in the search bar. A massive amount of information surged forth instantly, with the first line being a prominent warning. 3 warnings of Tianjing. 1. There is only death in Tianjing. Once you perish, your spirit will be extinguished, and you will never have the chance to enter again. 2. Matters of the present world are forbidden in Tianjing. 1 word leaked means instant death. 3. Tianjing is not heaven, but a cage. Be cautious, beware. Yin Lai paused. He understood the first 2 warnings, which essentially meant that within Tianjing one only had 1 life, and dying meant there was no chance to enter again. Moreover, if one exposed their origin from this world while in Tianjing, they would die immediately. Unfortunately, the 3rd warning was somewhat cryptic, and he couldn't grasp its meaning just yet. After contemplating for a moment, Yin Lai stopped overthinking and opened the directory, bypassing the complicated history to directly click on the entry for division of forces. On the screen, a grand world map slowly unfolded. The entire Tianjing continent was primarily divided among 3 great dynasties. The Great Qin dynasty, esteemed for martial might, with a strict military system established by force. Within the dynasty, sects thrived, respecting the strong and adhering to the most thorough jungle law. The national character was generally bold and martial. Their army was the sharpest spear on the earth. The Great Yu dynasty, mysticism, adept in talismans, spells, and spiritual arts. The land was filled with swamps and dense forests, excelling in commanding poisonous insects and exotic beasts, with a national character that was soft yet cunning, employing unpredictable means. The Great Qin dynasty, a nation of commerce and craftsmanship, wealthy beyond measure. They mastered precise machinery and alchemy, with citizens driven by profit, believing in the spirit of contracts, constructing the sturdiest shield with money and technology. Outside the 3 great dynasties lay the vast area, known as the Wild Lands, inhabited by countless exiled races. Any offense against the borders would result in devastation from the 3 great dynasties. Yin Lai raised an eyebrow. The structure here was somewhat reminiscent of the Three Kingdoms from his past life. Civil wars raged on, and in their spare time, they would go to deal with the outer exiles seeking a sense of existence and practicing military tactics. He continued to scroll down, and a piece of information was specially highlighted. All three great dynasties have supreme beings of 6 levels or higher, and even higher level powerhouses stationed. 6 levels. Even a powerhouse like General Wang could only secure a corner and plot rebellion. The situation in Tianjing was even deeper than he had imagined. The information accessible with level permission was indeed limited, mostly consisting of publicly available knowledge. Yanlai then began to search for medicine and herbs. On the screen, three-dimensional images of herbs and their medicinal properties appeared. Angelica astragalus sanchi, snake tongue grass. Almost identical to the traditional Chinese medicine knowledge he studied in his past life. Yanlai let out a sigh of relief. Although there were some herbs, he didn't recognize the specific pharmacology was most. It felt like he was a physics PhD graduate revisiting a newly compiled middle school physics textbook. Though some symbols were unfamiliar, he would quickly master them again. As long as his original expertise remained, he would have the foundation to survive in any world. Then with renewed interest, he began to peruse the bestiary of 1st to 3rd tier magical beasts. Black-scaled viper 1st tier magical beast aggressive, possesses neurotoxic venom, dense flesh suitable for making soup. Iron-toothed wolf 1st tier magical beast gregarious sharp, claws somewhat tough, meat rich in chi and blood suitable for making broth. Shadow leopard 2nd tier magical beast extremely fast, adept at stealth and ambush. Its tendons can be made into bows, its bones into medicine, and its meat is of excellent quality with a taste akin to top-grade beef. The bestiary's descriptions were astonishingly detailed, even noting the taste of different parts and the best cooking methods. He couldn't help but wonder which foodie predecessor compiled this information. Yanlai silently memorized the useful information and thoroughly read through all remaining 1st and 2nd tier magical beasts before contentedly closing the screen. When he left the information center, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At that moment, he noticed a pop-up notification from the headquarters of Tongwang Heavy Industries. Performance Evaluation Notification Report Number TWJZ00341B Evaluation Level B Performance Bonus 50, 197 credit points already credited to your personal terminal notice. Please collect your intern employee certificate on the 33rd floor of the Jingzhou Department before 1600 today, valid for 30 days. Tongwang Heavy Industries Human Resources Department. Yanlai chuckled to himself. AB rating was neither high nor low. It affirmed the value of the intelligence he provided while also carrying a hint of admonition. It seemed reasonable that if his submitted report was unsatisfactory, he wouldn't even get a work badge. He didn't delay and took the zero-gravity elevator back to the 33rd floor. This time, Administrative Secretary Su Qing was not at the front desk. Yanlai approached the public terminal in the corner and, following the prompts, placed his palm on it. Identity verification passed. Intern employee Yanlai. Employee certificate being issued. A soft white light emitted from the top of the terminal, scanning Yanlai from head to toe. Immediately, a slot on the side of the terminal slid open, silently revealing a card as thin as a cicada's wing, gleaming with a metallic sheen lying quietly inside. Yanlai reached out to take it. This so-called work badge felt icy to the touch. Rather than a card, it resembled a more portable and thinner personal terminal. He attempted to activate it. A screen projected before him, clearly displaying his personal information, level permissions, and various notices. In the lower right corner of the interface, there was a line of small text. Next login time: year 2319 of the Ember calendar, January 10th, 2 p.m. Yanlai returned to the apartment he rented, where the faint aroma of medicinal cuisine from yesterday lingered in the air. He did not rush to handle the over 5,000 credit points he had just acquired. Instead, he first retrieved the old terminal used for disposing of stolen goods from under the bed and slipped it into his pocket. After finishing all this, he turned and left, heading once again towards the Ark supermarket. This time he had a clear objective. Passing through the dazzling array of shelves, Yanlai walked straight to the cold storage area at the deepest part of the supermarket. The temperature here dropped suddenly, and white cold air wafted out in wisps from the enormous glass cabinets. Inside the cabinets were no longer ordinary beef and lamb, but rather chunks of deep-colored meat that subtly shimmered. Beast meat. Or rather, it was the special meat provided by mutated creatures after the cataclysm in this world. Yanlai glanced at the price tag. Level 1 mutated beast fire-cracked beef shank, 600 credit points per pound. Indeed, it was very expensive. Yet Yanlai still had the mechanical arm assistant cut 2 pounds for him. The meat of these mutated creatures was wildly chaotic in its blood energy, making it impossible for ordinary people to consume directly. However, based on records in the library and his own observations, its essence was not much different from the beast meat found in the heaven realm. With a precedent, he felt no fear of any adverse effects on his body. For Yanlai, who practiced the 9 Heavens Green Bag Classic, these items were indeed excellent tonics. Afterward, he wandered through the daily necessities section, quickly setting his sights on a beautifully packaged box of high-carbon steel needles. The needles were extremely fine, glinting with a cold metallic sheen, their toughness and hardness far surpassing the rough iron needles found in the heaven realm mines. According to the description, these items were used for sewing high-fiber molecular clothing. While Yanlai did not fully understand, he could be certain of the strength and sharpness of these needles. After some thought, he simply swept the remaining dozen boxes from the shelf into his shopping cart. He then went to the pharmaceutical section to purchase some nifedipine tablets, loratadine tablets, and diazepam tablets. Although he came from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, he had also studied modern science, as traditional medicine must keep pace with the times. Back and forth, he spent nearly 1,000 credit points. Upon returning to the apartment, Yen Lai locked the door behind him. He first carefully washed the fire-cracked beef shank, pairing it with several auxiliary herbs that could neutralize its violent energy, and placed it into a pot to simmer on low heat. The rich aroma of meat mingled with the medicinal fragrance and quickly spread throughout the small apartment. After completing all this, Yen Lai sat cross-legged on the floor, his mind focused. The warm family heirloom jade pendant appeared in the palm of his hand. It was time to verify his hypothesis. He closed his eyes, his mental energy highly concentrated, and sank into the strange space connected to the jade pendant, communicating with the system backpack. The next second, clang, puff, two soft sounds almost simultaneously echoed before him. Yen Lai abruptly opened his eyes. He saw 3 fist-sized iron ore pieces with a metallic texture suddenly appear on the clean floor of the apartment. Beside the ore, there was also a neatly wrapped package made of oil paper, which contained the wolf meat of the iron-toothed wolf he had saved from the heaven realm yesterday. It really could be done. He immediately understood the key. In the system backpack, the family heirloom jade pendant occupied the central position. The items that could be taken out of the heaven realm were precisely those adjacent to the jade pendant in the 4 slots above, below, left, and right. Suppressing his inner joy, Yen Lai immediately conducted a second experiment. He attempted to call forth the system panel in the real world. A pale blue light screen silently unfolded before him, clearly displaying various attributes and skills. He then tried to open the backpack. The backpack interface popped up as well. However, unlike the vast storage space in the heaven realm in the real world, he could only open a mini backpack consisting of just 4 slots. These 4 slots corresponded exactly to the 4 positions around the jade pendant. Moreover, unlike those in the heaven realm, he could feel that as his inner strength increased, these spaces would also expand. The operable space had suddenly increased significantly. He carefully unwrapped all the high-carbon steel needles he had just purchased, bundled them together, and with a thought placed them into the first slot of the mini backpack. After finishing all this, he glanced at the boiling meat in the pot. It would take at least several more hours to stew this beast meat until it was tender and flavorful. He couldn't just wait idly. Yen Lai stood up, took the old terminal, and pushed the door open once more. Blackwater Street. It was still the counter with the sign Fair Trading, and the shopkeeper had half of his face replaced by mechanical eyes. Upon seeing Yen Lai return, the shopkeeper's mechanical eye flickered but said nothing more. "Did you bring more good stuff?" Yen Lai did not respond, instead glancing around the small yet fully equipped shop where the shelves were filled with various mysterious mechanical parts and peculiar ornaments. According to the knowledge he had hastily acquired over the past few days, this world was far more chaotic than he had imagined. The federal government's control was almost non-existent at the local level, and the real power lay with the tangled web of corporations and gangs. Where there is demand, there is a market. Yen Lai calmed his mind and slowly spoke. "Boss, do you have anything else here?" The shopkeeper paused momentarily, the mechanical eye refocusing on Yen Lai's face, its red glow flickering, as if reassessing this seemingly ordinary young man. "What kind of goods, eh? Things that can make noise or explode," Yen Lai replied bluntly. The air fell silent for a moment. The shopkeeper did not respond immediately, but the flickering red light in his single eye grew increasingly rapid. After a long while, the shopkeeper grunted through his nose. He did not say anything else, merely raised his mechanical arm and swept it across the counter. A faint blue light projection instantly displayed a list before Yen Lai. In stock supply, Model 77B Sting pistol, 3 credit points unit magazine. 12 rounds, 2 credit points each. 3 Malawian Quatches fragmentation, grenade, 1 credit points each. Assaulter, automatic rifle, 8 credit points unit. Pre-order items, 50 deposit required, pickup in 1 week. Ghost. Sniper rifle, 2 credit points unit. Terror, heavy machine gun, 2 credit points unit. K1 individual laser cannon modified version, 1 credit points unit. Firework, high pressure electromagnetic. Grenade, 9 credit points each, a long list that left Yen Lai's heart racing. This was practically a small arms depot. The prices were outrageous, yet he suppressed his inner turmoil and focused on the in-stock section. A pistol and grenades. That would be sufficient. In the cramped and confined environment of the mine, rifles and sniper guns would be unwieldy, while a pistol would be far more agile. As for the grenades, they were lethal weapons for creating chaos and breaking the deadlock. 6 grenades, 1 pistol, and 3 boxes of ammunition, Yen Lai said in a low voice. A total of 90,000 credit points. The shopkeeper's mechanical eye flickered, and he turned to retrieve a heavy black cloth bag from a hidden compartment under the counter, throwing it directly onto the countertop. Cash on delivery. Yen Lai handed over the nameless credit point terminal, and after the shopkeeper deducted 90,000 points, he tossed the terminal back. The transaction was completed. Just as Yen Lai was about to pack up and leave, the shopkeeper leisurely pulled out a sci-fi styled pistol adorned with blue energy patterns. He took a piece of velvet cloth and carefully wiped the gun, the motion carrying a hint of pride, like a child showing off a new toy. Yen Lai couldn't help but sneer with jealousy, even contemplating trying his hand at thievery. But the thought flickered, and what he needed now was a stable channel for disposing of stolen goods, not to make an enemy of a concealed arms dealer. Business requires a careful and steady approach. Yen Lai picked up the cloth bag and turned to leave the pawn shop. He did not head straight back to the apartment, but rather wound through the intricate alleys of Blackwater Street, ensuring no one was following before slipping into a deserted corner. He eagerly opened the cloth bag. Inside was a completely black sturdy standard pistol, 6 round iron balls, along with several boxes filled with brass bullets. Yan-Lai took a deep breath, concentrated, and attempted to store them in his system backpack. In the next moment, the items in his hands vanished into thin air. He immediately summoned the system panel. Model 77B Sting Pistol Quality Ordinary Attack Power 300-350 Effective Range 50 meters Magazine Capacity 1212 A Black Market version of the Federal Police Standard Pistol with a simple structure and reliable performance, making it the best companion for beginners. Remember, caliber is justice. 3 Malawian Quaches Fragmentation Grenade Quality Ordinary Damage 800 Center Radius Explosion Radius 8 meters Note, pull the pin, throw it out, then find a place to lie down. If you forget the third step, you may never get another chance. Looking at the clear data on the panel, this grenade could not even kill a first-tier magical beast, which was quite a discrepancy from his imagined power. However, it was still acceptable. After all, it could take out several Luhis. With this trump card, the feasibility of his plan in the mining area had increased several-fold. Yet it was still not enough. Yan-Lai suppressed his excitement and turned to exit the alley. He did not return to the apartment, but headed straight towards the herbal medicine area at the other end of Blackwater Street. Unlike the mass-produced herbs in supermarkets, the shops here sold all sorts of bizarre items. Yan-Lai's objective was, he quickly found what he needed in an old shop with a sign reading by Chow Tang. "Boss, how much for this?" He pointed at a blood-red flower, emitting a peculiar sweet and bloody odor. 3 drops of blood orchid, 5,000 credit points each. "What about this one?" Yan-Lai pointed to a bag of black powder. Powder made from the vines of 100 steps down, it seals the throat upon contact with blood, 3,000 per gram. And this one 7-star ginseng, about 50 years old, 20,000, each, a good item for solidifying the foundation and boosting vitality. Listening to the boss pricing, Yan-Lai's face twitched. This was truly exorbitant. Yet he gritted his teeth and said, 2 blood orchids, 5 grams of poison powder, and 1 7-star ginseng as well. Another 45,000 credit points gone. When Yan-Lai exited the pharmacy, he held several packages of precious herbs wrapped in oiled paper, yet his mood was somewhat heavy. Money truly doesn't last long. He looked at the sky. The pot of meat in the apartment should be about done. It was time to return, properly replenish himself, and then practice and train. He quickened his pace, his figure soon blending into the bustling crowd of Blackwater Street. Yan-Lai returned to the apartment, a rich aroma of meat wafting towards him. The beef, stewed with first-grade mutated beast meat, had become completely tender, the broth displaying an enticing amber hue with a layer of golden fat congealed on the surface. He disregarded his manners and directly scooped a large bowl, devouring it ravenously. The meat was firm yet melted in the mouth, warm energy flowing down his esophagus into his stomach, quickly spreading to his limbs and bones, causing his long-starved body to emit a satisfied groan. Using fire-splitting beef shank, stew fullness 30, experience 90. A line of small text jumped into view. After finishing the meal in a frenzy, Yan-Lai put down his bowl and chopsticks, feeling the surging warmth within his body. Just eating without moving would be a waste. He assumed a stance and began to practice a set of boxing techniques he had mastered in his past life within the cramped living room. The sound of his punches cut through the air, creating a faint explosive sound. After completing a set of punches, he was drenched in sweat, but it wasn't enough. He placed his hands on the ground and began doing push-ups, maintaining a standard posture, bringing his chest close to the floor with each rep. From initial ease to muscle soreness after 50 and arm tremors after 100. With gritted teeth, he continued, until his arms could no longer support him and he collapsed to the ground. He flipped over and began doing sit-ups. Fullness 1. Fullness 1. His abdominal muscles were torn and reformed repeatedly. Sweat soaked through his clothes, leaving a human-shaped watermark on the floor. Yan-Lai could feel that due to the attributes panel, all consumption would deplete his fullness. This meant he could engage in endless training until his fullness was completely exhausted. When the last ounce of strength was drained, Yan-Lai stopped, scooped another bowl of beef, and devoured it. He did not rest immediately, but changed into sportswear and stepped out of the apartment. Under the night sky, the city shimmered with neon lights, and flying cars zipped along fixed lanes, creating a bizarre cybernetic tableau. He began to jog along the community gardens track. His pace was not fast but steady. His breath was deep in sync with a special rhythm, a breathing method recorded in the Qing non-classic capable of maximizing the body's potential. 1 lap, 2 laps. As he completed the 5th lap, the fatigue in his body vanished, replaced by an unprecedented light. Your extreme training has awakened the potential of the beast's flesh, a strength 1. Your extreme training has awakened the potential of the beast's flesh, constitution 1. 2 lines of prompts confirmed Yan-Lai's suspicions. Back in the apartment, he took a shower, finishing the remaining beef broth in one go before sitting cross-legged on the bed, starting to operate the 9 Heavens Qing non-classic. A faint sense of qi arose from his dantian, slowly flowing along specific meridian paths. With each complete cycle, his frail body was nourished and the meridians widened slightly. On the system panel, the proficiency of the Qing non-classic was steadily and slowly increasing. 9 Heavens Qing non-classic proficiency 1. 9 Heavens Qing non-classic proficiency 1. Until the proficiency reached 23 points, he gently concluded his practice and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Yan-Lai woke up on time. He opened his door, just as the door next door happened to open as well. A woman in a professional skirt suit emerged, holding the hand of a delicately carved little girl. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, her soft black hair styled neatly at the back, revealing a section of her fair and elegant. The fitted white shirt accentuated her stunning curves, while the black pencil skirt showcased her well-rounded hips and long legs to perfection. She wore delicate light makeup, exuding a mature and intelligent charm. Mommy, I want to eat cake. The little girl by her side, around 4 or 5 years old with 2 pigtails and big sparkling eyes, curiously gazed at Yin Lai. Be good, we are going for a health check today, no sweets. The woman gently comforted her daughter, then noticed Yin Lai at the door. She paused for a moment, then revealed a polite and gentle smile, nodding at Yin Lai. Good morning. Yin Lai nodded, and the woman didn't say much, guiding her still whimpering daughter towards the elevator. The crisp sound of her high heels striking the floor gradually faded in the quiet corridor. Yin Lai withdrew his gaze and turned to go downstairs. He did not waste the morning. First, he went to Ark supermarket to purchase another batch of first-grade mutated beast meat. Upon returning to the apartment, he carefully sliced a few pieces of rare medicinal ingredients like 7-star ginseng and blood orchid, which he had purchased in Blackwater Street, and processed them meticulously according to the principles of monarch, minister, assistant, and envoy, placing them along with the beast meat into the pressure cooker. This time, the medicinal dish that simmered had an even more overwhelming aroma than yesterday, nearly penetrating the walls. Yin Lai consumed the entire pot of medicinal dish, feeling a tremendous flow of heat erupt within him, almost bursting his meridians. Ding. Fullness ADO experience 120. He dared not be lax and immediately began to exercise with greater intensity to digest this energy. After a series of workouts, he was nearly exhausted, but every cell in his body was rejoicing. Your extreme training has awakened the potential of the medicinal dish, a strength 1. Your extreme training has awakened the potential of the medicinal dish, Constitution 1. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Yin Lai sat cross-legged on his bed, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air. 9 heavens, Qing non-classic proficiency, 4050. Feeling the growing strength and more refined sense of qi within him, he stood up. It was time. He changed into a clean set of clothes and pushed open the door. The destination was the Tungwang Pavilion. Yin Lai once again stepped into the Tungwang Pavilion's Jingzhou branch. In the spacious office area, employees were still busy with their tasks, the beeping of equipment and the notification sounds from terminals intertwining to create an efficient yet indifferent symphony. The administrative secretary Su Qing was at the front desk handing over documents. Upon seeing Yin Lai, she merely nodded in greeting before continuing with her work. Yin Lai was content with the peace and made his way towards his dedicated connection pod in the corner. In just over a day in the real world, his strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. He summoned his attribute panel. Aside from agility, which remained at 8 points, all other attributes, strength, physique, spirit, and intelligence, had broken past the 10-point barrier due to the nourishment from mutant beast meat and precious medicinal cuisine, along with his own attribute points allocation. Based on the attributes of Heaven Realm, this was equivalent to an ordinary player steadily leveling up to LV5. But this was merely his base attribute. His true combat power was far beyond this. Yin Lai's thoughts delved into the system backpack. For slots, each about 60 cubic centimeters, were now neatly organized by him. The first slot contained the Type 77 pistol obtained from Heishui Street, along with several magazines, the cold metallic texture seemingly capable of penetrating through the panel. The second slot quietly held 6 military fragmentation grenades, a trump card for critical moments. The third slot was stacked with over 100 high-carbon steel needles and some medicinal materials. The fourth slot contained various modern pharmaceuticals and rare poisons he had purchased. A pistol, grenade, steel needles, along with the 2 major skills, Feather Strike and Return to Origin. With these items in hand, let alone a mere Lu, even the 10 foreman of the mining area would find him a worthy opponent. Yet, that level 11 Centurion was still unsure of himself. After all, according to Lu, he once reached the first tier, their strength was vastly different from before. While he pondered the male and female colleagues he had encountered before approached, the man seeing Yin Lai was still that familiar friendly figure, walking over with a smile as he patted Yin Lai's shoulder. Yin Lai smiled back and nodded in acknowledgement. As the cold countdown on the terminal reached 0, everyone laid down in their respective connection pods. The neural connection began. Identity verification passed. Synchronizing. A familiar feeling of weightlessness struck, and the scene before him twisted and changed. When his vision cleared again, he was back in the familiar clearing in the forest outside the mining area. 959. Yin Lai glanced at the countdown. This time, he had 10 hours, and he would have to return tomorrow morning. The first thing he did was transfer everything stored in the family heirloom jade pendant except for 20 steel needles into the system. Having completed this, he leisurely walked back to his pharmacy. Pushing the door open, he headed straight for the inconspicuous pile of charcoal in the corner. Yin Lai carefully picked it up, peeling back the surface layer of charcoal, a faint fishy sweet odor wafting out. Inside was the completely solidified black poisonous paste, which had entirely subdued after a night of sitting. However, it was already close to noon break time. Yin Lai stored the poison paste away, planning to continue its concoction when there were no people around. The sound of the overseer's shouts and the weary footsteps of laborers came from the mining caves. Before long, a long line formed in front of Yin Lai's pharmacy. Not only the laborers from Mine No. 3, but people from several other mines also limped over, dragging their injured bodies upon hearing there was a divine doctor here. The overseers couldn't care less about these ordinary patients. As long as it didn't affect the afternoon mining progress, granting these poor souls a chance at life was not an issue. After all, not everyone finds joy in the suffering of laborers. Mr. Yen, my hand has been scraped for several days and hasn't healed. Could you take a look? Mister. Yen, my leg hurts badly when I exert any strength. Mister. Yen. Yen Lai sat behind the wooden table, welcoming everyone. His techniques were deft, whether it was massage bone setting or simply prescribing a herbal remedy. Most laborers' ailments could be cured under his hands, showing immediate results. For a few who were truly beyond help, he would still administer a few needles to temporarily relieve their pain. In no time, the air inside and outside the pharmacy was filled with grateful voices of thanks. At that moment, a figure caught his attention. It was an old man with hair and beard completely white mingling at the end of the crowd, dressed in the same tattered prison garb, his face bearing the same numbness and exhaustion as the others. He hunched over his steps, unsteady swaying as he moved forward with the line, looking as if he could collapse at any moment. To an ordinary person, he seemed just a pitiful creature on the brink of death, ready to perish in the mining cave. But Yen Lai saw something completely different in him. This old man was a practitioner. Though his steps appeared unsteady, each placement and distance was precise, exuding an imperceptible steadiness from. As he raised his hand, Yen Lai, with 10 points of mental acuity, had already noticed the condition of his palm. That pair of hands was covered in grime and calluses, but the locations of the calluses were particularly special, concentrated at the knuckles, the base of the palm, and the thumb index. Evidence of years of practicing martial arts. Yen Lai's heart stirred slightly, yet he did not reveal a hint of it. He continued to treat the laborers in front of him in an orderly manner. Time passed little by little, and the line grew shorter. Finally, the old man unsteadily arrived at Yen Lai's table. He lifted his head, a pair of murky old eyes gazing at Yen Lai, seemingly struggling to focus. Yen Lai calmly met his gaze. Inside, a line of data instantly popped up before Yen Lai. Name: level LV-28, health status severely injured. A series of question marks made Yen Lai's heart sink suddenly. This old man was indeed not ordinary. The old man seemed to sense something, a flicker of barely perceptible brilliance flashing in his murky eyes before he returned to the state of a flickering candle in the wind. He opened his cracked lips, issuing a hoarse and weak request. Could you take a look at this old man, young sir? His voice was so faint it seemed he could pass away at any moment. Yen Lai remained silent, merely extending his finger to gently tap the table, signaling him to sit down and extend his hand. The old man obediently sat on the wooden bench opposite, trembling as he placed his right hand on the table. Just as his sleeve fell, Yen Lai's movement halted. The exposed wrist was thin-skinned and covered in wrinkles, but the muscles and bones beneath were gnarled like iron, the hard outline reflecting a cold sheen in the dim light. Yen Lai seemed to have not noticed the arm that was completely inconsistent with the old man's emaciated body. His fingers lightly rested upon it. This was a pulse diagnosis. It was also a test. The moment his fingertips touched the skin, a trace of barely perceptible true qi, like the thinnest silver needle, quietly pierced in. He did not encounter the imagined obstruction as tough as steel. That true qi easily penetrated inside, yet it seemed like a cow sinking into the sea, instantly swallowed by a chaotic and overwhelming vortex of blood and energy. Yen Lai felt a chill in his heart. Inside this old man, it was as if a battlefield lay in ruins after a storm. The meridians were severed, the organs displaced, and the blood and energy were in reverse flow. Furthermore, an extremely cold foreign energy was lurking near the heart meridian, gnawing away at his already meager vitality like a maggot. That he could survive to this day was simply a miracle. Yen Lai remained expressionless, gently pressing his fingers on the old man's wrist, varying the pressure to carefully feel more information conveyed by the pulse. What he needed to do now was not merely to treat the illness. More importantly, through this examination, he needed to assess whether this LV-28 powerhouse was friend or foe, an opportunity or a greater crisis. After a while, Yen Lai withdrew his hand. The old man's murky eyes struggled to lift, looking at him, his lips moving, yet no sound emerged. You are gravely injured. All your organs are damaged, the meridians are severed by 70%, and the heart meridian still suffers from external erosion. Just hanging on to a breath is already a testament to your resilience. With each word he spoke, the old man's gaze brightened a little. These injuries were something he could only vaguely sense, yet this young man before him made it all clear with just a pulse diagnosis without error. Yen Lai leaned back against the chair, picked up the already cold herbal tea on the table, and took a gentle sip. It can be treated. He set down the teacup, producing a soft sound. But it will be very slow. Your injuries are severe, and you can only rely on slow, methodical care. There can be no haste. However, if there are herbs for unblocking the meridians and replenishing qi and blood, it should speed things up a bit. This statement was half true and half false. With his medical skills combined with the true qi of the Qing Nong Jing, achieving quick results was not a difficult task. Yet he could not do so. For a powerhouse of unknown background, maintaining a situation of, I can heal you, but it will take time, allowed him to firmly hold the initiative in his hands. Upon hearing this, a flash of excitement crossed the old man's murky eyes, but it was quickly suppressed. He awkwardly cupped his hands towards Yen Lai and nodded. Thank you, sir. Before Yen Lai could apply the needles, he propped himself up on the table, trembling as he stood up, returning to that flickering candle in the wind, appearance swaying as he merged into the crowd and left the herbal shop. Yen Lai watched his figure until he disappeared around the corner of the mine. An LV-28 powerhouse disguised as a prisoner hiding in this dark and sunless mine. This Black Wind Mountain was becoming more interesting. As the afternoon break ended, the sounds of the foreman's driving and whipping echoed once again in the mine. The crowd in front of the herbal shop gradually dispersed. Shortly after, Lu Ha appeared at the door. He looked much better with a hint of color returning to his previously pale face, and his steps were steadier than before. Yen brother. Luha entered, greeting him familiarly. Yen Lai nodded and pointed to the bed beside him. Luha understood, removed his upper garment, and lay down. Around the grotesque scar on his back, new flesh had already grown, and the signs of decay had completely disappeared. Yen Lai took out a silver needle, soaked it in mugwort water, then pinched one, and stabbed it into Luhi's acupoint on his back. As he leveled up to LV2 and his internal energy increased, the execution of the return to origin skill became more. Threads of azure energy flowed along the needle into Luhi's body, repairing his damaged meridians and expelling the residual toxins. Luha felt a warm current surge from his back, swiftly spreading throughout his limbs. The previously sluggish meridians felt as if they were washed by a hot spring, indescribably comfortable. Ding. Your treatment has accelerated Luhi's recovery experience 15. Ding. Luhi's level has increased to LV5. The system prompt sounded in Yen Lai's mind. LV5 now. Yen Lai manipulated the silver needle, feeling no waves in his heart. According to Luhi's previous words, he was originally a powerhouse on the verge of breaking through to the first stage. The threshold for the first stage is LV10, so it is not surprising that his level before the injury was LV9, and now that his injuries are improving, his strength is recovering quickly. A quarter of an hour later, Yen Lai withdrew all the iron needles. Luha turned over from the bed and sat up, moving his left arm, feeling unprecedentedly relaxed. He clenched his fist, feeling the power filling his body. Once more his heart surged with joy. Thank you, Sir Yen. He pulled out a cloth bag from his pocket and placed it on the table. This is the herb you wanted. I couldn't find the Qingxin grass, but I asked someone in the town and news should come soon. Yen Lai opened the cloth bag, took a look, then nodded and accepted it. Luha exchanged a few polite words, then left contentedly. Night fell. The mining area gradually quieted down, with only the distant sounds of soldiers drinking and playing cards coming from the barracks. Yen Lai was sorting the herbs he had collected today when the door of the herbal shop was gently pushed open again. It was the same old man. He still appeared frail and bent, shuffling to the table, placing a carefully wrapped item on it. Sir. He unfolded the cloth, revealing a plant entirely crimson, shaped like a hand, emitting a faint blood. This is blood orchid. Yen Lai recognized this medicinal herb. This was something he had spent a great deal of money to acquire on Blackwater Street, with a strong effect for replenishing qi and invigorating blood. He did not expect this old man could casually take it out. Found it by chance, the old man said hoarsely. I ask you, sir, for your help in treatment. Yen Lai looked at the blood orchid, then at him. Not bad. Yen Lai nodded and accepted the blood orchid. However, this medicine is complicated to prepare. I will add a few more herbs for balancing. Come back tomorrow noon. Oh, and I will. With the blood orchid's assistance, your recovery speed will greatly increase. Thank you, sir. The old man expressed his gratitude, but did not leave immediately. He raised his head, and under the dim light of the oil lamp, his murky eyes seemed to flash with a gleam of intelligence. He noticed Yen Lai's words, strength. Surrounding them was a silence, only the faint sound of the lamp wick occasionally cracking. Since you have seen through it, the old man's voice was no longer weak. Although still frail, it carried a hint of steadiness. I ask you to do your best. I will surely repay you handsomely. A card had been laid down. Yen Lai said nothing, merely watching him quietly, his expression unchanged. Seeing Yen Lai's silence, a glimmer of approval flashed in the old man's eyes. At that moment, the coarse laughter of Zhang Long and Zhao, who came from outside. Sir Yen, we're back again. The old man's demeanor instantly shifted, returning to that pitiful figure of frailty, bowing to Yen Lai before turning to shuffle towards the door. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu's loud voices shattered the silence of the medicinal shop, just as the old man's hunched silhouette vanished outside the door. Yen Lai remained seated, seemingly unfazed by the disturbance. Zhang Long stood with one foot inside and one foot outside the door, dragging a half-dead wild boar whose black bristles were as stiff as steel needles. Zhao Hu followed closely behind, chuckling and carrying several jars of strong liquor. Today's luck is good. We caught a steelback boar. This thing has tough skin and thick meat, but it's not easy to handle. The steelback boar was thrown onto the ground with a dull thud, groaning and twitching, its limbs clearly still alive. Yen Lai glanced over and sighed inwardly. He truly regarded himself as a military cook. However, it was beneficial. He needed such blood-rich food to nourish his body during this period. He stood up and walked over to the steelback boar, drawing his meat cleaver from his waist and swiftly plunging it into the boar's neck, decisively ending its suffering. 33 weak point critical hit. Yen Lai observed the damage calculation. It seemed that the so-called damage was the weapon damage plus his own strength value, while the critical hit damage fluctuated between 150 and 200. Mr. Yen, you have great skill. Zhao Hu gave a thumbs up. Yen Lai ignored this cheap flattery, rolled up his sleeves, and began skillfully bleeding the pig. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu watched in awe. They had hunted many creatures, but they had never seen anyone handle a several hundred-pound steelback boar with such ease and comfort. Yen Lai chopped the meat and bones into large pieces and tossed them into the large iron pot brought by Zhang Long and the others. Water, firewood, Yen Lai ordered without looking up. Sure thing. The two hurriedly ran off to fetch water and firewood, their demeanor far too eager for two officers holding military power. Yen Lai turned back to the medicinal shop and began selecting from his array of jars and bottles. Given the rudimentary conditions here, all he could prepare was a large stew. Soon the fire was lit, and the water in the iron pot began to boil. Yen Lai added the blanched pork and bones back into the pot, tossed in the chopped herbs, covered it with a lid, and then paid it no further. He moved a small stool and sat by the fire, listening to the bubbling sounds from the pot, as well as the banter of the soldiers. Damn, this little life is really comfortable. We have good food every day. A soldier took a big swig of alcohol. Comfortable my ass. Zhang Long slapped him on the back of his head. Eat more, we have a tough battle to fight tomorrow. Huh, we're going out again. Zhang Long's expression grew serious. The higher-ups issued a strict order: we must eliminate that gang of mountain bandits east of Heifeng Mountain tomorrow. Yen Lai paused in his task of adding firewood. Mountain bandits? Are they the rogues that came over from Yun Prefecture? Zhao Hu inquired. Haven't they been quite docile? Why are they suddenly attacking? Who knows? I heard they robbed someone they shouldn't have, and it alerted the big shots in the county. Zhang Long lowered his voice. This group is very dangerous and ruthless. We must stay vigilant this time, don't lose your life out there. We might have to sleep outside tomorrow night. Let's all eat well tonight. What are we afraid of? A bunch of rabble. Do they really think they can turn the tables? Exactly. When the time comes, well, behead a few more and earn a nice bounty. The soldiers chimed in, their words filled with a thirst for battle and greed for military merit. The aroma of the meat in the pot mixed with the fragrance of the herbs becoming more and more pronounced. Zhao Hu sniffed vigorously, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth. Mr. Yen, how long does this need to stew? Not long now, Yen Lai replied, casually lifting the lid to take a look. The broth had turned milky white and the meat was so tender that it could be pierced easily with chopsticks. He sprinkled some salt into the pot and stirred it a few times. Dinner's ready. With that command, a group of ravenous soldiers immediately gathered around, each holding bowls and chopsticks, eagerly watching Yen Lai. Yen Lai served each person a large bowl before finally filling his own. The steaming hot broth filled his belly and a warm current surged through his entire body. Ding. You have consumed the medicinal dish of steelback boar stew, satiety 50, experience 80, current experience 355500. The long-lost system notification sounded. The soldiers ate with sweat pouring down their foreheads, their faces flushed, feeling an abundance of energy within them. Comfortable. Mr. Yan's cooking is far superior to the camp cook. Not just superior. I feel like all my fatigue from the past few days has vanished. After eating Mr. Yan's meat, he'll have the strength to chop down enemies tomorrow. Compliments came in waves. Zhang Long, slightly tipsy, staggered over to Yen Lai, heavily patting him on the shoulder. Mr. Yen, you truly are our lucky star. Yen Lai nearly stumbled from the force of his slap, subtly shifting his body to avoid further contact. Sated and content, the noise faded away. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, with arms draped over each other, swayed and disappeared into the night, reeking of alcohol and the aroma of meat. The medicine shop returned to silence. Yen Lai tidied up the remaining pots and plates, then sat down in a corner, pulling out a cold iron tool from his system backpack. A Type 77 pistol. The dark barrel glinted with a cold light under the dim oil lamp. Yen Lai awkwardly unloaded the magazine, checked the bullets, then reloaded it, pulling back the slide to chamber a round. The crisp sound of the mechanism was particularly clear in the stillness of the night. In his past life in the Dragon Country, though a person of the medical field, he occasionally indulged in target practice, thus he was familiar with these basic firearm principles. However, his shooting skills probably needed more practice. After stowing the pistol back into the backpack, Yen Lai took out a small packet of black poison paste and several dried snake's tongue herbs, along with some pills brought from the real world, and he hollowed out a piece of charcoal to make a makeshift alcohol lamp. After lighting it, he placed the black poison paste in a small ceramic dish and slowly heated it over the flame. The poison paste gradually melted, emitting a faint fishy sweet scent. Yen Lai ground the snake's tongue herbs, pills, and gray poison powder into the finest powder. He did not mix immediately, but carefully observed the changes in the poison paste's properties. When the paste had completely turned into a viscous liquid and tiny bubbles began to rise to the surface, he poured in the gray poison powder first. With a soft sizzling sound, the liquid churned violently, its color deepening, as if it were about to swallow the flame. Next came the powdered snake's tongue herbs. Then he added the powders made from the pills in sequence. The moment the white powder touched the black liquid, the entire bowl of poison seemed to come alive, igniting a strange red line from the center that rapidly spread outward, ultimately transforming the entire bowl of liquid into a deep purple. A bizarre aura mingling decay with fragrance wafted through the air. Yen Lai held his breath and gently stirred with a silver needle until all the powders completely dissolved, merging into one. He removed the ceramic dish from the fire and allowed it to cool naturally. Soon the purpler liquid solidified, becoming a paste that resembled purple jade, smooth to the touch. Ding. You have successfully refined an unknown poison. Please name it. Withering Bloom. Yen Lai murmured softly. He took out the high-carbon steel fine needles he had purchased in the real world and dipped the tips into the Withering Bloom, coating them with a ding. You have created Withering Bloom Poison Needle 53. Withering Bloom Poison Needle inflicts 20 points of poison damage per second upon hitting a target and causes a paralysis effect. The effect can stack up to 5 layers. The paralysis effect and duration depend on the target's constitution. Yen Lai raised an eyebrow. This poison needle would not last long even if it struck Lu He, and indeed modern craftsmanship was remarkable. Having completed all this, he sat cross-legged and began to circulate the 9 heavens green sack scripture. The true chi within his body flowed slowly, washing away the fatigue of this body. Ding. 9 heavens green sack scripture proficiency 1. Ding. 9 heavens green sack scripture proficiency 1. When the proficiency reached 50 points, Yin Lai gradually withdrew his energy, exhaling a breath of turbid air before collapsing into sleep. A night without incident. The next morning, Yin Lai was awakened by the synchronized footsteps and the clanking of armor in the camp. He opened the door and saw soldiers assembling in the open space. Everyone was armored and armed, exuding an air of aggression. Zhang Long and Zhao, who stood at the front of the line listening to a first-tier centurion's lecture, their former simplicity and boldness replaced by a soldier's grimness. The troops soon set off, heading toward the valley. With the departure of the main force, the entire mining camp immediately became much more empty, leaving only 3 team leaders and 30 soldiers to maintain order. Yin Lai watched as the overseers gathered together, receiving a few instructions from the team leader before dispersing back. The corners of Yin Lai's eyes narrowed slightly. According to Zhang Long's words from yesterday, they would not return tonight. This was indeed a rare opportunity. This guard force could be taken advantage of to leave directly under the cover of night. However, he also needed some assurance, as the Black Wind Mountains were likely to harbor second-tier magical beasts and first-tier beast hordes. He turned back to his small room and closed the door. It was time to prepare another item. He dragged out a clay jar from under the bed containing the coagulated blood of the steel-backed pig left from yesterday, now half congealed and exuding a strong fishy odor. Yin Lai held back his nausea and rummaged through his bag in the room for a few herbs. One was a completely crimson herb, the bloodwind grass, which smelled nauseating. A few pieces of the rampaging beast root ground into powder colored a muddy yellow. Also a handful of the pungent guiding vine. He dumped all these into the clay jar and vigorously stirred with a stick. Inside the jar, the black-red blood mixed with various colored powders gradually transformed into a bubbling viscous paste. A foul wind mingling blood rot and irritating scents erupted from the jar. Yin Lai quickly grabbed a piece of cloth and tightly sealed the opening of the jar. But this was not enough. Yin Lai glanced around the small, dilapidated medicine shop, his gaze sweeping over the stacks of bottles and jars piled in the corner. He began to drag out all the usable containers in the room, large and small earthen jars, ceramic basins, and even a few bowls left over from yesterday's soup. Thus he proceeded in the same manner, dividing the leftover blood of the steelback pig into several portions, then proportionately adding the potent-smelling herbs like the blood-scented grass, wild beast root, and guiding vine. The entire medicine shop was soon completely engulfed by an indescribable stench. A mix of fishy, foul, rancid, and rotten odors combined to form a noxious wind with a strong penetrating power, leaving one dizzy. Yin Lai inserted a silver needle into his head, briefly blocking his sense of smell, and expressionlessly repeated the actions of his hands. Stir, seal. Stir, then seal. He only stopped when all the usable containers in the room were filled with this black-red viscous substance. He then stored all these items into his system backpack. After completing this, Yin Lai did not rest. He opened the already drafty windows and doors. He took out several herbs prepared for the old man and began to carefully brew them. The medicinal pot bubbled on the charcoal fire, and the strange herbal fragrance combined with the gentle spring breeze dispersed the foul smell in the room. In the morning, the sunlight was just right. The mining area appeared unusually quiet due to the army's expedition. The wooden door of the medicine shop was gently pushed open, and Lu He walked in looking slightly fatigued. In his hands, he carefully cradled a few sprigs of green grass with dew on the leaves, with a natural white mark in the center of the leaves, which was the tranquil heart grass. "Mr. Yin, here is the tranquil heart grass you requested." Lu He handed over the herbs, his demeanor bearing a hint of barely noticeable anticipation. Yin Lai took the herbs, merely pinching the leaves with his fingertips to confirm their medicinal properties. "That's enough." He turned around, his tone flat. "Go prepare a large wooden tub and fill it with hot water." Lu He perked up, quickly nodded, and turned to leave. Before long, a large wooden tub big enough for one person to bathe in was brought into the medicine shop. Several miners came in and out carrying hot water, happily avoiding mining, quickly filling the tub. Yin Lai waved to send the miners away, then added the tranquil heart grass, brought by Lu He along with over a dozen other herbs from his shelf, into the hot water in the order of monarch, minister, assistant, and envoy. The originally clear hot water gradually turned into a deep amber color, and a rich herbal fragrance mixed with steam filled the entire room. "Undress and get in," Yin Lai instructed succinctly. Lu He quickly removed his upper garments, revealing a hideous old scar, then stepped into the wooden tub. The medicinal liquid instantly enveloped his body, and a burning, stinging sensation penetrated through every pore, causing him to let out a muffled groan. "Focus your mind and sink your chi into your dantian." Upon hearing this, Lu He immediately gritted his teeth, adjusting his breathing according to Yin Lai's instructions. Yin Lai walked to the side of the tub and took out a cloth pouch from his bosom, laying it open. Dozens of silver needles of varying lengths glimmered with a cold light under the sunlight. He picked up a 3-inch long silver needle and accurately pierced it into the Ling Tai point on Lu He's back. Lu He's body trembled violently, feeling a gentle yet overwhelming force surge through his limbs. Following that, the second needle, the third needle. Yin Lai's movements were so quick that they left afterimages. Shen Dao Zhiyang Jin Sua Zhong Shu. One by one, the silver needles accurately pierced into the major acupoints along his back's governor meridian, each insertion causing a surge of chi and blood to ripple within Lu He's body. The medicinal power in the tub, guided by the silver needles, transformed into countless tiny warm streams, frantically cleansing his long-blocked meridians. Lu He suddenly spat out a mouthful of dark red blood, splattering onto the surface of the water, quickly dissipated by the medicinal liquid. He felt as if he had been pulled from the water drenched in sweat, and beneath his skin it felt as though countless small snakes were writhing, at times stinging and at times aching. Yen Lai observed the level indicator above Lu He's head beginning to fluctuate, but this was just the beginning. Yen Lai pressed down heavily on Lu He's shoulder well point. Boom. Lu He felt a thunderous roar in his mind, and the cold energy that had accumulated within him for years seemed to have found an outlet, rushing violently up along the meridians. The old scar on his body, the claw mark left by the magical beast, began to ooze strands of black gas. The black gas mixed into the water, emitting a faint sizzling sound. The amber-colored medicinal liquid in the tub visibly deepened and darkened. LV6. Lu He's breathing became increasingly labored, but he could clearly sense a familiar power awakening within his body. The energies that had once become sluggish due to injuries were now like a fierce tiger breaking free from its shackles, roaring and galloping. Sweat beads began to form on Yen Lai's forehead as he had no choice but to mobilize over half of the remaining true chi within the jade pendant. Lu He's injuries were even more complex than he had anticipated. The foreign energy had long occupied his body, almost merging with his meridians. Fortunately, his Qing Nong true chi had a natural restraining effect on this cold energy, and with the assistance of the medicinal bath, he was able to achieve this. Yen Lai took a deep breath, quickly flicking the ends of the dozens of silver needles. Buzz, buzz, buzz. All the silver needles simultaneously emitted a faint vibrating sound, as if forming an arcane formation. A massive amount of medicinal power was instantly unleashed, transforming into a torrent that surged towards Lu He's Dantian Chi Si. LV7. Lu He could no longer contain himself and let out a long howl towards the sky. The howl was like a dragon's, filled with the release and ecstasy of long-suppressed emotions, shaking the windows of the entire medicine shop. A powerful wave of energy exploded from him as the black medicinal liquid in the tub was completely blown away, splattering everywhere and releasing bursts of cold air. Lu He slowly stood up, looking down at his hands, feeling the surging, overflowing power within him as if it could tear every 3 years. For 3 whole years he had fallen from a promising martial arts prodigy to a foreman in this sunless mine, enduring the torment of his injuries day and night. He thought his life was over. But now not only had his injuries healed, but his chi and blood seemed even more robust. Yen Lai silently withdrew all the silver needles, watching the transformed Lu He before him, his heart devoid of waves. Lu He's foundation had never been poor. It was merely ruined by that claw wound with energies depleted for years. His treatment was simply to help him eliminate the disease and fill the void. His bonus potential had been thoroughly unleashed as long as there were sufficient resources to replenish his chi, not to mention LV7. Even returning to LV9 would merely be a matter of time. Ding. Lu He's favorability toward you 600, current favorability respect. Lu He suddenly turned around, and with weak knees he was about to kneel down. Yen Lai took a step to the side, easily avoiding him. Mr. Yen. Lu He's bow fell empty, yet he dared not express any resentment. He straightened his body and deeply bowed, lowering his posture to the utmost. This time there was no hint of doubt or hesitation, only profound gratitude. Mr. Yen, great kindness cannot be expressed in words. From now on, whatever task you have, Lu He will not hesitate to give his life. His words were resolute and filled with sincerity. Yen Lai merely nodded, calmly acknowledging this. Within the jade pendant, the previously abundant true energy was now reduced by half. Yet looking at Lu He, who had undergone a transformation and reached LV7, this investment seemed not to be a loss. A LV7 enforcer in the mining area where he was about to take action could accomplish many tasks. Seeing that Yen Lai had no further words, Lu He did not dare to disturb him. He quickly dressed and stood respectfully to the side, resembling the most loyal bodyguard. You go out first and clean up this place. Yen Lai waved his hand. Yes. Lu He did not hesitate at all, immediately turning to leave, personally handling the mess on the ground, not allowing any miner to intervene. At noon, a sunlight streamed through the broken windows of the pharmacy, casting several mottled beams of light. Today there were significantly fewer people coming for medical treatment. Yen Lai's medical skills were exceedingly reliable. After a few doses of medicine, the minor ailments of those laborers had mostly healed, and with so few patients, things naturally became quieter. The wooden door was pushed open, and the stooped old man swayed in again. Yen Lai handed over the already boiled medicine, signaling the old man to lie down for acupuncture. The old man took it and drank it down, without saying much, familiar with the routine as he lay on the simple wooden bed. Yen Lai picked up a silver needle and directly pierced it into a major acupoint on the old man's body. As the needle tip touched the skin, he felt an extraordinary resilience beyond the ordinary, yet it still smoothly pierced through. Yen Lai felt assured. Even a nearly LV30 powerhouse with a robust body still had weak points at their acupoints. They would not truly become impervious to injury, and needles would still penetrate. This realization brought him great relief. It meant that his life-sustaining acupoint techniques remained a formidable trump card capable of threatening powerhouses in this world. He manipulated the silver needle, untangling the chaotic meridians within the old man's body. The old man closed his eyes, yet his body barely perceptibly trembled. He could feel the energy within him being precisely soothed by the silver needle, calming the violent cold energy inside. This kid's techniques are indeed extraordinary. Moments later, Yen Lai withdrew the silver needle. The old man slowly sat up, stretching his stiff shoulders, and the deep-seated pain had indeed eased a bit. He turned his head, a glimmer of light shining from his murky eyes. Kid, your medical skills must be at least 3rd tier, right? Yin Lai, while tidying up the silver needles, merely nodded in response. The old man scrutinized him deeply, his gaze resembling that of a higher-up assessing prey, filled with an oppressive aura. Speak, what do you want? Yin Lai understood that this person's thoughts were no different from those of Lu He before. Only naked interest could forge the most solid relationship. Any words were less reliable than a fair transaction. He was not polite, directly raising his head. I want to learn a cultivate. Upon hearing this, the old man was first taken aback, then burst into laughter, the amusement evident in his tone. He sized up Yin Lai from head to toe. At his age, being only at the second level of bone refinement LV2 was indeed somewhat lacking. However, with such medical skills accompanying him, being slightly weaker in strength could be understood. Not bad, the old man commented, and without any visible action, 3 yellowed thread-bound ancient books appeared in his hand. He casually tossed the 3 books onto the table. Body technique, knife technique, and axe technique. Although they are not top tier, they can still hold their own against those below the second tier in battle. I do not have any inner strength cultivation methods, those are far too rare. Choose for yourself. Yin Lai's gaze fell on the 3 books, which were brutally torn open, leaving only the first half. One book had a cover depicting a fierce ring knife dagger titled Thunderblade. Another illustrated a giant axe titled Mountain Cleaving Axe. The last book was the thinnest with a blank cover, only 2 small characters written in the corner, through Hall. The knife technique was domineering and the axe technique was fierce, both being lethal weapons for battlefield combat. However, Yin Lai was very clear about his current situation. What he lacked was not the skill to kill. Poison needles and handguns, as long as one targeted the acupoints, could be deadly. What he lacked was the means to protect his life. In this perilous mine, amidst the impending beast tide, surviving was the only by surviving could there be opportunities for output. Yin Lai extended his fingers, slowly gliding over the 3 books. In the end, his fingertip stopped on the thinnest ancient book. He'll choose this one. A glimmer of surprise flashed through the murky eyes of the old man, which soon transformed into a hint of playfulness. The old man chuckled dryly, not asking further questions. With a snap of his fingers, the thin ancient book transformed into a remnant shadow and landed precisely in Yin Lai's hands. As Yin Lai caught the ancient book, he felt a rough, leathery texture. The contents were, as he expected, devoid of lengthy discussions on internal cultivation methods or esoteric meridian diagrams. What it contained were merely a series of extremely simple diagrams illustrating footwork. Based on 9 points, it taught how to shift and maneuver within a limited space, unleashing the fastest speed with the most concise movements. The book detailed how to mobilize the waist, hips, legs, and every muscle, explaining how to shift one's center of gravity. It wasn't difficult, just tiring. Yin Lai closed the book, realizing it was only half complete. He understood that he would only obtain the other half once he had healed the old man. What he lacked the most at present was time. He needed to practice his attributes, refine the Qingnong Sutra, and now he had added a new footwork technique to practice. However, the advantage of being a player meant that as long as his hunger was satisfied, he could practice continuously without fatigue. He stopped overthinking and tucked the ancient book into his embrace, searching for a relatively open space in the pharmacy. Following the first footwork diagram depicted in the book, he attempted to take a step. His body felt somewhat stiff and his movements appeared clumsy and laughable. Yet his intelligence and mental attributes were already far surpassing those of ordinary people. With the second attempt, his movements became much smoother. By the third attempt, he was already able to grasp the feeling of exertion. You are studying Chuantang Proficiency 1 Ding. You have learned the lightness skill Chuantang, 150 experience, 60 A current experience, 415,500. Beginner Chuantang Tier 1 movement speed increased by 10, movement speed doubled in complex terrain. When activated, all effects are doubled, consuming 1 point of internal power per second. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Effective. Yin Lai's spirit lifted as he began to tirelessly repeat this simple action. From clumsiness to proficiency, from proficiency to fluidity. On the wooden floor, his figure stirred up a gentle breeze. Chuantang Proficiency 1 250, Chuantang Proficiency 1 350. As the proficiency jumped to 3 points, Yin Lai was preparing to attempt linking the 2 footwork techniques when his vision suddenly blurred. The mingled scent of herbs and blood instantly faded away, replaced by a wave of cold, clean air. He had returned to the connection chamber of the 33rd floor of the Tung Wang Pavilion. Synchronization has been disconnected. Welcome back, Mr. Yin Lai. Yin Lai raised an eyebrow, realizing he had forgotten to check the time while being caught up in his momentum. In the hall, many employees were leaving in pairs, their faces reflecting the fatigue or excitement of finishing a day's work. Yin Lai did not leave either. He lay there and directly opened his badge. Beep. A light screen projected in front of him, displaying his personal profile and report submission interface. He proficiently tapped on the virtual keyboard, starting to write today's report. The attribute growth retained only a negligible amount. The newly acquired skill was not mentioned at all. Yin Lai focused the report entirely on the intelligence. The garrison of Heifeng Mountain Mine will set out tomorrow to encircle and eliminate the bandits arriving from Yunzhou, with internal camp defenses lowered to the minimum. The current plan is to escape the mine at night. He clearly listed the information he had gathered, including the number of troops, departure time, and remaining forces. After submitting the report, he did not leave directly like the others, but took the elevator to the data center. Yin Lai sat down in front of the public terminal in the data center. His level access allowed him to view limited information, but it was enough to understand some basic knowledge. He continued to browse through the layout of the Tianjin continent, the basic intelligence of major powers, as well as the medicinal recipes and beast intelligence of this world. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, his finger paused over the search bar. Then he typed in 2 characters. Li Hao. The search results popped up instantly. On the light screen, Li Hao's arrogant face was vividly clear. Name Li Hao, age 17, talent, a grade berserk, power, contracted company, Fury Heavy Industries, reserves, family background, father Li Jun, deputy director of Jingzhou Police Department. Yin Lai's gaze lingered on the last line. Deputy director of the police department. It didn't seem to belong to someone of significance. He raised an eyebrow, gently swiping his finger down to check the related entries about Li Jun. The screen refreshed. Li Jun, deputy director of Jingzhou Police Department, strength rating LV 30-133. A simple line of text. Yet Yin Lai's fingertip froze in midair. Tier 3. The hunchbacked old man in the pharmacy was a near Tier 3 powerhouse. And Li Hao's father was in fact a genuine Tier 3. An existence of this level had already transcended the realm of ordinary people, a true powerhouse capable of holding sway over a region. He had originally thought that taking revenge only required some schemes and time. Now it seemed that the matter was far more complicated than he had imagined. The killing intent that had lingered in his heart felt as though it had been doused with a bucket of ice water, calming substantially. Yin Lai quietly stared at the 4 characters Tier 3 powerhouse on the light screen, remaining motionless for a long time. After a long while, Yin Lai slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. He expressionlessly turned off the light screen, stood up, and left the data center, taking the elevator straight to the first floor. Stepping out of the grand entrance of Tungwang Heavy Industries, the noise and sunlight from the outside flooded in, yet he felt no warmth at all. Without a moment's hesitation, he headed straight for the Ark supermarket. He needed strength. This time he did not choose ordinary beef brisket, but walked directly to the section for expensive Level 1 mutated beast iron bristle porcupine, hind leg meat, 8 pounds. Spending several thousand credit points, Yin Lai gazed at the dwindling balance on the terminal, his emotions remaining utterly unaffected. Strength is the foundation of everything. Returning to his dilapidated apartment, he cut the newly purchased porcupine meat into several pieces, tossed in the pre-made caramel and spices, and began to stew. Then in the small space of the apartment's living room, he began practicing the Chuantang technique. This set of movements could be performed within a limited space and did not require much room. He repeated a basic footwork technique over 100 times. His muscles began to ache and sweat soaked his clothes. Satiation 10100. When the system's prompt rang in his mind, he halted his movements and looked at the meat chunks that were already fragrant. Though not completely tender, he still fished out 2 pieces. Satiation 45100. Braised monster meat. Incomplete training experience increased by 7. Satiation consumption slowed by 20, lasting for 60 minutes. A surge of strength welled up, and he immediately moved again. Training, eating, and then training once more. Yin Lai spent the entire day in this monotonous cycle. As the sky outside gradually darkened, the last piece of porcupine meat was swallowed into his stomach. 6 pounds of level 1 mutated beast meat consumed entirely. After a day of training, Yin Lai's strength increased by 3 points, his constitution increased by 3 points, agility increased by 4 points, and experience also rose by 185 points. Chuantang proficiency maxed out, upgraded to intermediate tier 2, experience 80. Ding. Your level has increased to 180,750. Ding. All attributes 1, gained 5 free attribute points. Chuantang proficiency maxed out, upgraded to intermediate tier 2. The massive enhancement brought about an exhaustion that left his spirit nearly depleted. Yin Lai as before allocated points according to his previous strategy of 2 intelligence and 3 spirit. Not counting the bonus from the Qing Nong Jing, his intelligence had now reached 16, and his spirit had also reached 20 points. He glanced at the time, it was already 6 in the afternoon. Yin Lai entered the narrow bathroom, rinsing his sweat-drenched body with cold water, calming his heated mind. Changing into a fresh set of sportswear, he planned to go out for a jog, easing the tension in his body from the intense exercise, while also clearing his mind. As soon as he opened the door, the sounds of arguing from next door reached his ears. Please, shall you give me just a little more money, just this last time? I really can't hold on any longer. A thin, disheveled man knelt at the neighbor's door, clutching the young woman's calf, crying profusely. Get lost. We've already divorced. The woman screamed. Behind them, the little girl named Xiao Yu hid behind the door, peeking out with a frightened expression, her big eyes filled with fear. Yin Lai's footsteps came to a halt. The man with sunken eyes bore a frenzied, yet listless expression typical of someone who had fallen into addiction. He had seen too many scum like this in his past life. It was precisely because he had shown leniency to such trash that he ended up dying a tragic death in a foreign land. He would not make the same mistake again. Amidst the woman's heart-wrenching cries, Yin Lai's fingers subtly moved. 3 steel needles silently appeared between his fingers. With a flick of his wrist, 3 streaks of light flashed and precisely pierced the man's acupoints on his back and thigh, hip, shoulder, and elbow. With the enhancement of all attributes, his control over the flying needles became increasingly proficient. Oh! The man let out a wretched howl as if stung by a scorpion, suddenly releasing the woman's leg and convulsing on the ground. A wave of intense pain and numbness instantly spread throughout his body, making him feel as though his legs and arms no longer belonged to him. He looked down in terror, but saw nothing. It was a kind of excruciating pain that stemmed from deep within his marrow, as if countless ants were gnawing at his nerves. The man in a frenzy rolled and crawled downstairs in search of a doctor. As he passed by Yin Lai, his foot seemingly moved casually to the side. Intermediate theft activated successfully, gained steel needles X3. The man with a face full of terror and pain howled as he ran away, disappearing around the corner of the corridor. Yen Lai stored the retrieved steel needles into the system space deep in thought. If the needles were not recovered, they could be easily discovered. He needed a more discreet method. The woman behind him leaning against the door frame looked at him somewhat at a loss. The little girl behind the door also peeked her head out and timidly spoke up. Thank you, big brother. Yen Lai nodded, said nothing more, turned, and left down the stairs. After jogging several laps on the street to gradually disperse the mental fatigue, he did not head home immediately, but walked towards a nearby large electronics store. Hello, sir, how may I assist you? A floating shopping robot glided over. A mini refrigerator, quiet one. All right, please follow me. We have the latest Cold Edge series, which utilizes solid-state cooling technology, absolutely silent, with a minimum temperature of -20 degrees. The shopping robot led him to a display case. Yen Lai immediately spotted a silver metal box the size of a cigarette. Just this one, how much? This model is Cold Edge P3, priced at 38,000 credit points. Yen Lai's heart skipped a beat, but he decisively made the payment. They could also customize molds here. Yen Lai took the opportunity to order a batch of needle-shaped molds, which were completed in less than half an hour. Satisfied, he filled the molds with water and placed them in the mini refrigerator, giving himself a means to create ice needles. Upon returning to the apartment, he rinsed off again. Just as he changed clothes, there was a knock on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Yen Lai opened the door, and standing outside was his neighbor Xiaoya. She had changed out of her previously wrinkled clothes and wore a simple home dress. Her damp hair was loosely tied back with a few strands playfully cascading down her fair neck. Gone was her earlier disheveled appearance. She now exuded a gentle fragrance of detergent mixed with food, complemented by her slightly flushed, charming face and the unique curviness of a mature woman. Thank you for today. Her voice was soft, carrying a hint of shyness. I made dinner, and if you don't mind, would you like to come over and eat something together? Yen Lai rubbed his flat stomach. Satiation, 17100, he nodded. The mother and daughter lived in a small house kept spotless. There were 2 dishes and a soup, home-style tofu stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a pot of mushroom chicken soup, the aroma wafting through the air. Living here, their financial situation was evidently not too poor, and the food was just as good. Yen Lai did not hold back. He truly needed to replenish his energy. At the dining table, the little girl named Xiao Yu hid behind one Yu, daring only to steal glances at him with timid eyes. Yen Lai busied himself with his meal, eating quickly, but not rudely. Once a bowl of rice was down, the hunger in his belly was finally subdued. My name is Wenya, the woman said awkwardly, serving him a bowl of soup. Thank you so much for today. If I ever have an urgent matter in the future, can I leave Xiao Yu at your place for a while? Her voice carried a hint of plea, evidently shaken by the events of the day. Yen Lai paused for a moment, looking at the little girl hiding behind her mother. The mist of fear in her large eyes had not fully dissipated, but now they were filled with a trace of curiosity as they gazed at him. A strange emotion flickered within him, too fleeting to grasp. He reached out to pat the girl's head. Of course you can. The little girl flinched at his sudden movement, but feeling the warmth of his palm, did not shy away. After finishing their meal, they exchanged contact information. Yen Lai did not linger, standing up to take his leave. Upon returning to his shabby apartment, the warmth of the neighboring unit seemed completely blocked by the door. He sat cross-legged and quickly entered a meditative state. 9 Heavens Mystic Art Proficiency 1 9 Heavens Mystic Art Proficiency 1. As the proficiency stabilized at 48 points, Yen Lai felt utterly exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Yen Lai practiced the passing through movement technique as usual to get his body moving. By 10 in the morning, his wrist terminal suddenly vibrated. A secure notification from Tongwang Heavy Industries popped up. A special meeting will be held at 1100 on the 33rd floor of the Jingzhou branch. Yen Lai raised an eyebrow. The next opportunity to enter the heaven realm was at noon tomorrow, so the sudden emergency meeting was somewhat unexpected. He changed into a clean outfit and headed for the company. Tongwang Heavy Industries, 33rd floor, Jingzhou branch. It was still the same small meeting room, but 3 people were already seated inside. One was a girl who looked to be around his age, but with a youthful face and petite stature resembling a 12 or 13-year-old lowly. She sat on a tall stool, swinging her little legs in the air. Another was a burly man built like a solid tower with bulging muscles, sitting there like a small mountain, silent. The last was a tall, elegant woman standing by the window, gazing at the city skyline outside. The administrative secretary Su Qing walked in wearing high heels, placing a document in front of Yen Lai. Your report has been received by the company. The intelligence is highly valuable. Su Qing spoke rapidly without a word wasted. Based on the information you provided, the company has formulated a preliminary support plan. She raised her hand and traced the map of the Black Wind Mountain Range on the holographic screen. At 2 in the morning during game time, fireworks will appear at the Black Wind Mountain Range. That will be the signal. You need to exit the mining area on your own and head to a hollow in the mountain 3 miles east after the fireworks launch. They will be there to meet you. Once the fireworks go off, the countdown begins, and they will wait for you for 3 hours. Yen Lai. Indeed, the company would not go to great lengths just for a newly hired level rookie charging straight into a heavily guarded secret military camp. They were only responsible for creating an opportunity, a window. Whether he could seize it and whether he could survive the escape from the mining area was his own affair. After all, he wasn't the boss' favorite son. According to the intelligence he had reviewed earlier in this world, death was the true, and no matter how talented one was, being dead rendered it worthless. Got it, Yen Lai nodded. These 3 are your colleagues responsible for your support, Su Qing introduced. Hua Shuiqing, the little lowly said, swinging her legs, her voice crisp but tinged with pride. Wang Fong, The burly man rumbled, smiling honestly at Yin Lai. Tang Xiao. The cold woman turned her head, simply stating her name before falling silent. Yin Lai nodded to Don't let it be for nothing on our end, she said, jumping down from her chair, but stumbling a bit as she landed due to her short stature. Seeming slightly embarrassed, she shot Yin Lai an annoyed glare. Be careful out there, she added, turning to leave without looking back. Tang Xiao glanced at Yin Lai, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately only offered a bland reminder. Stay safe. After saying that, she too turned and left. The last, the burly man Wang Fong, stood up and smiled at Yin Lai, a simple, honest smile. He didn't say much, just patted Yin Lai on the shoulder before following suit. Only Yin Lai remained in the meeting room. He stood for a while, said nothing more, and turned to leave. Meanwhile, on the other end of Jingzhou City, in a bustling district controlled by 0 Point Armory, in an office of a building, Li Jun, the father of Li Hao, was looking over intelligence relayed by his subordinates. On the holographic screen, Yin Lai's information was clearly laid out. Target: Yin Lai, talent level B, contracted company Tongwang Heavy Industries, Jingzhou branch, current status, has left, registered address, whereabouts unknown. He set down his wine glass, the cup clinking lightly against the table. The man frowned slightly, seemingly deep in thought. Yin Lai opened his eyes, his consciousness detached from reality, arriving in the slightly frail body within the heavenly realm. The air in the apothecary was filled with the bitter scent of herbs, while the sunlight outside was just right, marking noon. This time lasted a full 20 hours, and there were still several hours left until the signal for pickup, as mentioned by the company. Time was abundant, but he could not afford to be careless. He stood up and approached the door, quietly observing the scene outside. At the only narrow pass in the valley, the Barbican and Arrow Towers still stood ominously, with dozens of guards split into 2 shifts, taking turns on duty. During the day, the entire valley was laid bare, and any rustle of grass or wind could not escape the watchful eyes of the sentinels in the towers. To sneak out in such circumstances would be akin to a fool's errand. This distance was enough for him to be shot full of holes. Only at night was there a chance. The nightfall provided the best cover, with the searchlights following fixed trajectories and blind spots, and the guard's vigilance would also drop to a minimum. His original plan was to use a beast-attracting potion to lure magical beasts, creating a controllable chaos. While everyone's attention was drawn away, he would use his skills to escape. Now the retrieval plan from Tongwang Heavy Industries merely added a double layer of insurance to his actions. The fireworks at 2 in the morning served both as a signal and another source of confusion. Very well. A sense of certainty filled Yin Lai's heart as he turned and returned to the depths of the apothecary. He sat cross-legged, placing the standard silver needle he obtained from Zhang Long between his fingers, and slowly closed his eyes. All external noise was cut off. Your proficiency in 9 Heavens green bag scripture has increased by 1. Time quietly passed in the monotonous cultivation. When the afterglow of the setting sun painted the valley in hues of orange, the door of the apothecary was gently pushed open. Lu Ha entered carrying 2 bloody raptors, a hint of awe on his face. The 2 raptors resembled eagles, but were larger with sharp claws, clearly a first-tier magical beast. Mr. Yin, do you think this can be used in medicinal cuisine? Lu Ha placed the magical beast corpses on the ground, adopting a low posture. Since being healed of his old injuries by Yin Lai and regaining his strength back to LV7, his attitude towards Yin Lai had undergone a complete turnaround. He glanced at the magical beast corpses on the ground, which were 2 first-tier iron claw falcons. Where did these come from? He casually asked. It was my turn to patrol the mountains today, and I happened to see them fighting over food, so I took care of them. Lu Ha said casually, but the pride of having regained his strength was hard to conceal. Let me handle it. Let's stew them, as there are no other conditions here. Yin Lai got up and walked towards the 2 corpses. He needed to replenish his energy in preparation for the night's actions. Lu Ha was overjoyed and hurriedly came forward to assist. Yin Lai did not let him touch anything, only instructing him to boil water and prepare herbs. He himself took the chopping knife and began to skillfully process the iron claw falcons. Bleeding, plucking feathers, eviscerating, the entire process flowed seamlessly. Soon the 2 iron claw falcons were completely dismantled, their bones and flesh separated. Yin Lai selected a few warming herbs and tossed them into the large pot along with the falcon bones to simmer for soup base, then added the chopped meat. The rich aroma of meat mixed with the fragrance of the herbs quickly wafted out from the pot, dominating the entire apothecary. Lu Ha stood by, swallowing saliva, his stomach stirred with hunger. An hour later, a large pot of milky white medicinal soup, made from raptor meat, was finally ready. Yin Lai served himself a large bowl, sitting down leisurely to eat. You have consumed iron claw falcon soup, gaining 2 strength, 2 constitution, and an 8 increase in movement speed for 60 minutes. Experience points 60, a current experience 350,750. A warm current rose from his stomach, quickly spreading to all his limbs, making him feel invigorated. Lu Ha devoured his large bowl of soup and meat, cleanly satisfied, with a burp, feeling an explosive surge of power coursing through him, his slightly shaky foundation, after healing, completely solidified. He felt that after a few more days of such nourishment, he would return to LV8. He looked at Yin Lai's back, filled with gratitude and admiration. Mr. Yin, if you need anything, just let me know. Yin Lai did not turn around, still with his eyes closed in meditation. Clean this place up. Yes, yes. Lu Ha, not daring to be the least bit negligent, immediately began to clean the pots and bowls with quick hands. The night deepened gradually. The mining area had fallen completely silent, with only the distant spotlight from the tower cutting through the darkness and the occasional chirping of insects. Yin Lai calculated the time, adjusting his state to its peak. As night deepened, Luha carefully washed the last bowl clean and placed it back in its original spot before bowing and taking his leave. With the laborers finishing their day's work, the place became lively once again. After a while, Yan Lai sent off the last few laborers who had come seeking medicine, most of whom suffered from minor ailments due to overwork that could be alleviated with a few doses of herbal concoctions and some massages. He closed the makeshift wooden door and turned back into the room. Under the dim light of the oil lamp, an elderly figure had unknowingly taken a seat on the wooden stool in the corner, appearing as a statue melded with the shadows. It was the mysterious elder of LV-28. Yan Lai was not surprised that he walked over to the medicinal furnace and brought over a bowl of dark herbal liquid that had long been prepared, handing it to the elder. The elder silently accepted it and drank it all in one go. "Lie down." The elder obeyed and lay down on the hard. Yan Lai took out the set of standard silver needles sent by Zhang Long, pinched one, heated it over the fire, and then precisely pierced it into a major acupoint on the elder's chest. His movements did not pause. One silver needle after another fell, sealing off several key meridians of the elder's body. This time he held nothing back. A barely perceptible stream of azure energy flowed along the needle's tail, slowly injecting itself into the True Qi 5, current True Qi 4550. This pure energy was like a gentle little snake, accurately locating the source of the chilling energy that had plagued the elder's meridians for years, beginning to guide and dissolve it. The elder, who had previously shown no expression, trembled ever so slightly, and for the first time a hint of genuine astonishment shone in his murky eyes. He could clearly feel that the chilling energy that had tormented him for years like a maggot gnawing at his bones was being enveloped and resolved by a purer, more vital force at this moment. Half an hour later, Yan Lai withdrew all the silver needles. The elder sat up and moved his limbs, feeling a long-lost warmth throughout his body, as if the blocked meridians were showing signs of loosening. Yan Lai did not look at him. Instead, he walked to the desk, picked up a piece of rough straw paper, and wrote a series of medicinal names with a charcoal pencil. "Your injury stems from that chilling energy. It continuously erodes your meridians. Ordinary medicines can only treat the symptoms but cannot address the root cause. This prescription has the main herbs of Xingqian orchid and Wangtian fungus to strengthen the foundation and resolve the cold. However, these two items are extremely hard to procure. If you cannot find them, you can substitute with 3 taels of Zhijing Huanqi and half a gene of Tiepi Shahud, but the potency will be reduced by 30% and it will take longer to take effect. The auxiliary herbs are Duanshu Gasuobu and Qian Yinjin. These herbs are used to reconnect the meridians. If they are in short supply, you can look for dragon blood vine in the mountains, crush its vine heart, and apply it externally. The effect is nearly the same. Additionally, you need to rub your acupoints with strong liquor daily for 3 months to achieve an 80% recovery. The remaining 20% will require time and careful nurturing. His words were thorough and comprehensive without a hint of reservation. The elder took the piece of paper filled with characters, running his rough fingertips over it. His deep-set eyes gazed at Yan Lai, taking in such a detailed prescription covering every aspect. Yan Lai was telling him that their transaction had come to an end. After tonight, he would no longer be here. After a long while, the elder's cracked lips moved, but no sound emerged. He slowly took out a similarly yellowed and worn ancient book from his bosom and placed it on the table. It was indeed the second half of Chuantang. Yan Lai calmly accepted the ancient book and tucked it into his bosom. The elder waved his hand, stooped to stand up, and stumbled out of the medicine house, quickly disappearing into the heavy night. Throughout the entire process, neither of them exchanged a single unnecessary word. Yan Lai returned to the bedside, sat cross-legged, and took out the first half, combining it with the lower half of Chuantang. He did not rush to cultivate, but carefully put away the cultivation method, slowly closed his eyes, and entered a state of cultivation again to replenish his true qi. Time passed second by second. When the clock struck midnight, Yan Lai suddenly opened his eyes. Clarity filled his gaze. He took one last look at the straw hut that had provided him with brief shelter. Yan Lai gently pulled open a crack in the door like a weasel, silently slipping out and softly closing the door behind him. The entire mining area was as quiet as a grave. Only from the direction of the valley's entrance, the massive searchlight beam shone like a cold, unfeeling giant eye, ceaselessly scanning back and forth, cutting the entire valley into a checkerboard of light and shadow. Yan Lai frowned. It was his first time being out at night, and this searchlight did not seem to be an ancient technology. Yan Lai's figure completely disappeared into the shadows cast by the medicine house. He looked up at the searchlight's movement trajectory, rapidly calculating its speed, angle, and blind spots in his mind. 3 seconds. It took 3 seconds for the light beam to sweep from the left side of the mineral pile to the right side of the abandoned minecart. In between, there was a 5-second illumination blind spot. Now is the time. His body crouched low, and he executed the Chuantang movement technique he had just mastered, gliding along the ground like a weightless willow catkin. He made not a single sound. Just as he concealed himself in the shadows beneath the abandoned minecart, the glaring light beam swept over, pausing for a moment at the spot where he had just been before slowly moving away. Close call. He did not stop, continuing to utilize the shadows of various obstacles, moving like a ghost through the night, steadily approaching the edge of the valley. A patrol of guards approached, the sound of clanking armor and chaotic footsteps ringing out sharply in the silent night. Yan Lai instantly froze, his body pressed tightly against a hollow in the rock, while holding his breath completely. The patrol passed less than 5 meters in front of him, the torchlight illuminating their numb and weary faces, but no one noticed that there was still a person hidden in the shadows. Once they had moved far away, Yan Lai moved again. A quarter of an hour later, he finally reached the edge of the valley without incident. Ahead was a steep cliff over 100 meters tall below, which was the only pass leading to the outside world, brightly lit and heavily guarded. Charging down from here would be tantamount to suicide. Yen Lai's target was the cliff above. He looked up, seeing the cliff face glimmering with a cold azure light under the moonlight. Taking a deep breath, he slightly bent his legs and then exerted himself. His entire being was like a gecko silently climbing up the cliff, his fingers and toes emanating a faint green true chi, precisely gripping the tiny crevices and protrusions on the rocks. Utilizing the true chi from the Chuan Tang movement method and the Qing Nong, he climbed upward in a stable and rapid manner, as if defying gravity. The cold wind howled, causing his clothes to flutter. If he lost his grip, it would mean certain death. Nevertheless, his movements did not falter. Each exertion was precise. Finally, he reached the top of the cliff. The piercing mountain wind rushed at him, carrying the fresh scent of grass and trees. He looked back, taking in the entire Black Wind Mountain mining area, which resembled a colossal cage, imprisoning countless despairing souls. Goodbye. He felt no attachment whatsoever, turning to disappear into the boundless darkness of the forest behind him. With the combination of the transcendent movement technique and the second layer of the Nine Heavens Green Sack Sutra's true chi, his figure weaved through the forest, producing almost no sound. He was not running, he was gliding. With the tips of his toes lightly tapping on tree trunks and rocks, he moved like a specter, gliding several meters, leaving only a few leaves lifted by the gust of wind. This was true freedom. After traversing the forest for a while, he slightly slowed down and found a relatively secluded hollow to stop. Yen Lai summoned the system panel. Time 135. There was still ample time. There were 25 minutes left until the 2 o'clock meeting with Tong Wang. He took out rough earthen jars from his system backpack, tightly sealing the openings with coarse cloth soaked in oil, filled with a specially concocted beast-attracting potion made from materials like steelback pig's blood and stinking grass. The scent of this concoction was extremely pungent, possessing a lethal allure for low-tier magical beasts. He was making the final arrangements. Yen Lai pulled out a small roll of sturdy grass rope from his pocket, carefully wrapping one end around the oilcloth stopper of the jar, while the other end extended out as a fuse. The first simple detonating device was completed. He carefully hid the jar at the roots of a bush, pulled out the fuse, and pressed the end down with a stone. When the time came, he would simply ignite the fuse with a fire stick, causing the oilcloth to instantly ignite, and the high temperature would shatter the jar, allowing the beast-attracting potion scent to spread to its fullest in the shortest time. This way, the wild beasts that roamed at night would not engage him during his journey, but would instead be drawn by the intense aroma. He began to set up the second and third devices along the intended route. His plan was thorough. These setups were located quite a distance from the mine and were positioned downwind, ensuring that the beast tide would be drawn from deep within the mountains and sweep in another direction, not directly impacting the mining area or harming the innocent workers. Though hypocritical, this was still a final act of integrity as a healer. As he bent down to place the 8th jar in a hollow of an ancient tree, his movements suddenly paused. A sense of disharmony alien to this forest penetrated his perception. It was neither the sound of wind nor the chirping of insects. It was breathing. The breath of humanity deliberately suppressed to the extreme. Not just one. Yen Lai did not stop his actions, continuing to place the jar, carefully pulling out the fuse as if he had sensed nothing. But all of his senses had heightened to their peak. The insight skill quietly activated, and a faint glow appeared at the edge. 30 meters to the left, behind a tree that 3 people could embrace, someone was hiding. 50 meters to the right, in the shadow of a massive rock, there were 2 people. Further behind him, a more concealed presence belonged to 1 person. There was another one in the nearby grass. These individuals lacked the metallic scent of the mine's guards, instead carrying a faint hint of blood and malice. They were desperate outlaws accustomed to living on the edge. Were they bandits from Yunzhou, or soldiers purging traitors? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. If he were exposed now and fell into an ambush, he would likely miss the rendezvous. The only chance for survival was to pretend he had not noticed and find an opportunity to escape the encirclement. Yen Lai straightened up, brushed off the dirt from his hands, and looked as if he had accomplished a great deed. He even stretched lazily, seemingly longing for the freedom that was about to come. Then he turned around and walked slowly towards the weakest point of the encirclement. There was only one enemy there. 1 step, 2 steps. The forest was terrifyingly quiet, with only the sound of his own footsteps rustling. His heart beat steadily in his chest, but the flow of blood quickened, quietly channeling strength to his limbs. Just as he was about to walk out of the encirclement, the air behind him was suddenly torn apart. A terrifying force mixed with the scent of blood surged towards the back of his neck. Here it comes. Yen Lai did not even look back. At the moment the opponent struck, his body, which seemed to be moving forward, suddenly twisted to the left. Using the transcendent movement technique, his entire body spun rapidly around his right foot like a top. Whoosh! A broad-bladed knife, resembling a door panel, nearly cleaved down to his nose, the fierce wind from the blade stinging his cheek. The large knife struck heavily against the ground, sending mud and grass flying, leaving a terrifying gash over half a meter long. The ambusher was a burly man in black combat gear, his face concealed by a mask revealing only a pair of fierce eyes. At the very moment Yen Lai dodged, a brilliant firework suddenly exploded in the distant night sky. Whoosh bang! The blinding white light instantly dispelled the darkness within several miles, illuminating the deep forest as bright as day. The sudden burst of light caused the black-clad ambusher to freeze in his tracks. This light also struck Yen Lai's face. He was in the midst of an extreme dodge, his body slightly leaning back, his disheveled black hair flying in the wind from the blade. In the depths of his eyes, illuminated by the firework, a barely perceptible green aura was slowly swirling, like two faint ghostly flames exuding a chilling air. The glow of fireworks tore through the night, clearly illuminating the trajectory of the broad-bladed knife. Yanlai's keen eyes instantly opened, and a line of data appeared before his vision. Black Wind Stronghold 4th Chief. Level LV6. Health 573,600. A rogue who fled from Yunzhou, originally part of a bandit army that was exterminated by the Tianyun sect. The remnants have taken refuge here, establishing the Black Wind Stronghold. With a fierce temperament, they would stop at nothing for survival. So it was this group of people. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Yanlai's movements were faster than his thoughts. He did not retaliate against the burly man before him. His body twisted with the force, and his arms suddenly swung. A series of subtle sounds of air being sliced open arose as several steel needles infused with the potent poison of withering and flourishing shot out in a fan shape towards the dark hideaways. After completing this, he forcefully pushed off the ground with his toes, and his whole body felt as weightless as a falling leaf rapidly retreating backward. The true chi flowed into his ears, amplifying every sound in the forest. The muffled sounds were the needles piercing flesh. Clang clash. The crisp sound of weapons clashing was heard. What is that? 4th Chief, be careful. That hidden weapon is poisoned. A terrified scream shattered the silence, followed by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Oh, my hand. It has no strength. Not good, I too. The forest was instantly thrown into chaos with curses, cries of alarm, and the sound of weapons hitting the ground intertwining. Fainting to the east and striking from the west, Yanlai remained calm in his heart. The poison of withering and flourishing could take the lives of these bandits in under half a minute, not to mention its paralyzing effects. He clearly heard that 3 had been hit, and 1 had managed to block. Along with the burly man before him, 2 enemies still retained their combat strength. You dog, you're seeking death. The 4th Chief, recovering from the blinding light, roared in anger, his broad-bladed knife stirring up a fierce wind as it once again slashed towards Yanlai. Yanlai did not confront him heat. Instead, he swayed his body and once again executed the penetrating movement technique, narrowly dodging the blade. At the same time, he flicked his wrist, launching another batch of steel needles. This time they were only ordinary steel needles. Trang, trang, trang. The 4th Chief had evidently prepared for this, dancing the knife in a tight formation, deflecting all the needles. But this successfully delayed his pursuit. Seizing the opportunity, Yanlai turned and sprinted with all his might in the agreed direction. His figure darted through the woods, leaving behind only fleeting afterimages. We can't let him escape. Don't mess up the chief's arrangement. A furious shout came from behind, clearly having abandoned the poisoned companions madly chasing after him. Yanlai turned a deaf ear, pushing his movement technique to the limit. The terrain of the mountains and forest was extremely complex, with twisted roots and steep slippery rocks serving as deadly obstacles. Yet beneath Yanlai's feet, these obstacles seemed to transform into springboards. He lightly tapped on a protruding tree trunk and could glide several zhang away. With a swift twist between 2 giant trees, he could instantly change direction, leaving an arrow chasing behind. However, the pursuers behind were no amateurs. After all, the 4th Chief had already reached LV6, and his agility was not much lower than Yanlai's. His movements were agile, closely following Yanlai. Just then a sharp and strange whistle suddenly rang out from behind. Chirp. The whistle was not loud, but it carried a strong, penetrating power, echoing far in the silent mountains and forests. Yanlai's heart skipped a beat. Something was amiss. The sharp whistle reverberated through the woods, carrying an eerie rhythm like a snake flicking its tongue. Yanlai's heart sank. This whistle was not a signal for retreat, but more like some kind of command. His speed exploded again as the true chi surged through his legs, transforming him into a shadow racing close to the ground. The pursuers behind him were being left further and further behind, but the sense of being locked onto him grew stronger. Just as he was about to burst out of the dense forest and catch sight of the blurry figures under the distant fireworks, several shadows suddenly sprang from the darkness on both sides, sealing off all his escape routes. These individuals were also dressed as bandits from the Black Wind Stronghold, forming a tight encirclement that trapped Yin. Run, why aren't you running? A sinister voice rang out, belonging to the relentless, burly man, the 4th Chief of the Black Wind. He panted heavily, a vicious smile on his face, the tip of his broad-bladed knife scratching a shallow mark on the ground. Kid, you have decent skills, but unfortunately today you can't fly away. Other bandits also gathered around, weapons glinting coldly in the residual light of the fireworks. Yanlai halted, his breath steady, as if he were not the one being surrounded. He scanned the surroundings, his keen eyes quickly analyzing. Apart from the LV6 4th Chief, the remaining 4 were all LV3, with health around 300. Hand over that strange poison, and I might spare your life. The burly man stepped closer. Yanlai ignored him, flipping his wrist, sending several steel needles into his fingers. Since he couldn't escape, then he would kill. You dare to play tricks. The 4th Chief had clearly noticed Yanlai's small movements, angrily shouting as he took the lead, the broad-bladed knife slicing through the air with a sharp whistle aimed directly at Yanlai. Yanlai did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, lowering his body as he simultaneously executed the true chi and penetrating movement technique. Like a wisp of intangible blue smoke, he slid past the edge of the blade, instantly closing in on a bandit beside the 4th Chief. The bandit only felt a blur before his eyes as a shadow flitted past, and then 2 poison needles appeared at the back of his neck. Feng Qi de Jue, 23 weakness critical hit, 120 withering 6, 25 weakness critical hit, 120 withering 6. These two acupoints are vital areas dense with nerves and the convergence of qi and blood directly inflicting 6 levels of withering damage much stronger than before. The bandit didn't even see Yen Lai's movements clearly before he clutched his throat, gasping as he fell. Clearly, he had triggered the paralyzing effect of withering. With a swift strike, Yen Lai did not linger, using the tip of his toes to push off the trembling bandit beneath him, changing direction once more to pounce on another. Old 8. Be careful. The scene instantly descended into chaos. The fourth leader turned around, slashing at empty air, a mix of shock and anger on his face. Everyone disperse. Use bows and arrows. He roared. The 3 bandits immediately distanced themselves, drawing their bows. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 arrows whistled through the air towards Yen Lai. Without looking back, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, Yen Lai twisted his body at a critical moment, narrowly evading the arrow. At the same time, he flicked his wrist. Thud. The bandit who had just released an arrow froze, incredulously looking down. 2 green glowing steel needles struck at the vital points of his heart, Heavenly Pool and Danzhong. The poison of withering and flourishing erupted instantly. He couldn't even let out a scream before collapsing in convulsions. In an instant, 2 out of the 5 encircling him had fallen. The remaining 2 bandits were terrified, holding their large knives defensively before them, afraid to make a move. This was no lamb waiting for slaughter. It was clearly a killing god that chose its prey. Useless trash. The 4th leader was furious, his eyes bloodshot as he realized he could no longer allow Yen Lai any room to maneuver. Charge. Cut him down, or I'll chop you to pieces when we return. With a single command, he took the lead, swinging his broad knife to create a curtain of blades that enveloped Yen Lai. The other 2 bandits, seeing this, gritted their teeth and charged with their knives raised. Yen Lai's space for movement was sharply compressed, and most critically, he had only 8 points of his Qing Nong true Qi left, which he needed to conserve for a crucial moment. He took a deep breath, weaving through the gaps in the blade light. Clang, clang, clang. Unbeknownst to him, a meat-cleaving knife had appeared in his hand, continuously deflecting lethal strikes. However, the overwhelming numbers and the level 6 powerhouse leading the attack soon put Yen Lai at a disadvantage. In a careless moment, a blade wind swept across his arm, leaving a bloody mark. Attacked by the level 3 bandits of the Black Wind Mountain, health decreased by 52. You have acquired the bleeding stat. At that moment, Yen Lai seemed to have exhausted his strength, staggering and falling backward. Die. The 4th leader seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, his eyes bursting with ecstasy, gathering all his strength for a downward strike. This blow he was sure would be his. However, just as he thought victory was in his grasp, the fallen Yen Lai raised his left hand at an exceedingly strange angle. What he held was not some hidden weapon, but a dark, oddly shaped iron lump. The 4th leader had never seen such a thing. What is this? This thought barely crossed his mind. Bang! A deafening explosion suddenly erupted. The sound was louder and more abrupt than any thunder, as if a deity was roaring in his ear. The 4th leader felt an irresistible force crash against his chest, as though he had been struck heat-in by a bull, uncontrollably flying backward. 555 weakness critical hit. He spat out a mouthful of blood into the air. He landed heavily on the ground, his chest racked with excruciating pain. Looking down, he saw a bloody hole in his once impenetrable chest, blood gushing out. What just happened? What occurred? His mind was blank, utterly unable to comprehend everything that had just transpired. The other bandits were also frozen in shock by the sudden loud noise and turn of events, their hands trembling around their weapons. They watched in terror as Yen Lai slowly stood up, the strange iron lump in his hand still emitting a wisp of green smoke. Yen Lai shook his arm, numbed by the recoil, feeling quite satisfied with the power of the Type 77 pistol. This shot he had aimed at the heart. Although the level 6 warrior possessed immense vitality with muscles and bones far beyond ordinary people, he did not die from a single shot, but it was enough to render him combat ineffective. Moreover, although the power of this pistol ranged from 300 to 350, akin to the Silver Needle's damage varied by the hit location, with damage to the heart and head far exceeding 350. He gave the opponent no chance to catch their breath. Under the horrified gaze of the 4th leader, Yen Lai's figure flickered, utilizing his swift movement technique to instantly appear before him. You. The 4th leader had just uttered a word. Yen Lai flicked his finger, and a pre-prepared withering steel needle silently embedded itself into his forehead. 37 weakness critical hit. The 4th leader's body stiffened suddenly, the light in his eyes fading rapidly, completely extinguished. The remaining bandits, witnessing their 4th leader being killed in such a bizarre manner, completely broke down psychologically. One of them screamed and dropped his weapon, turning to flee. Yen Lai didn't even glance at him, shaking his wrist in quick succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For beams of cold light shot through the air, accurately striking the backs of the 2 fleeing bandits. Their bodies went limp, collapsing to the ground, beginning to convulse. Yen Lai stood in place, calming his rapid breathing, swiftly tidying up the battlefield and retrieving the Type 77 pistol and its shells into his system space. He then frowned, extracting the bullets as well. He wasted no time and crouched down next to the corpse of the 4th officer, quickly searching its body. Hemostatic Grass X3 eliminates bleeding effects upon use and restores 30 health points. Rough Flatbread increases satiety by 20 points upon use. Yen Lai frowned disdainfully, discarding the jerky and placing the remaining items into his backpack. Soon he pulled out an oilcloth bundle from the opponent's arms. Upon opening it, he found a crude map drawn with charcoal marking several watchtowers in the Black Wind Mountain mining area, and a vague attack route. Another item was an iron plate engraved with the character 4. It was indeed a premeditated action. After collecting the spoils, Yen Lai searched a few more bandits and found only a few broken weapons and 2 pieces of dry flatbread which he tossed into the system backpack. After finishing all this, he finally felt a wave of hunger wash over him. He took out a small piece of wolf meat and a piece of flatbread he had just acquired from the system space, stuffing them into his mouth and chewing vigorously. Eating a piece of Tier 1 magical beast iron tooth wolf meat satiety 15. Eating rough flatbread satiety 20. Yen Lai struggled to swallow these dry items, pondering in his heart. In the future, he must always carry some food in his backpack. He couldn't let his stomach suffer any injustice. The cold meat slid into his stomach, bringing a slight, insignificant warmth. While mechanically eating, Yen Lai's mind raced. The army was on the march, leaving the rear vulnerable. The bandits were ambushing with precise timing. This was not a mere coincidence, but a thorough distraction. The bandits' target was the mine whose defense had been stripped bare. Whether for the iron, or in the mine the supplies in the warehouse, or the laborers treated like livestock, this group of desperate men saw it all as a tremendous fortune. In an instant, the faces of those people in the mining area flashed through his mind. Go back to save them. As soon as this thought emerged, Yen Lai quickly extinguished it. What a joke. He had just escaped from that cage. Returning now would be akin to walking into a trap. He knew his own level all too well. A level 3 novice relying on a bit of medical skill and unexpected modern weaponry had lucked out in taking down a few bandits. But what about the mine? Since the opponent dared to take advantage of a gap, they must have come out in full force. 1/4 officer was already level 6. What about the big boss and the second officer? With his current strength, rushing in would barely create a ripple. It would purely be a death sentence. A healer's benevolence. One must at least have their life to care. He was not a saint. If he were level 30, he would surely have turned around without hesitation to eliminate these bandits. But he was... Yen Lai swallowed the last piece of wolf meat, stood up, and brushed off the crumbs from his hands. Yen Lai's figure swiftly darted through the forest. Since he had fled in the opposite direction before, he quickly returned to the location where he had set the beast-attracting potion. He cleared away the dirt, revealing a small clay jar, and pulled out the flint he had taken from the irritable foreman, striking it gently. Sizzle. A spark flew onto the fuse, which quickly ignited, emitting a faint hissing sound before vanishing into the soil. He ignited all the fuses leading along the mountain path towards the mining area in one breath. The scent of the beast-attracting potion would rapidly spread underground, with the burning fuses enough to draw in the hungry magical beasts lurking in the nearby forest. If the bandits wanted to attack the mine, they must first deal with the magical beasts. As for how many laborers and guards would survive, that depended on their own fate. Yen Lai stood at the last ignition point, gazing towards the mining area. The night was deep, and he could see nothing. Do what one can and leave the rest to fate. There was only so much he could do. After checking his condition, he found that the true chi stored in his jade pendant was approximately 300 points, while the chi he had just restored in his body had risen to 20 points. With the handgun and poison steel needles, he should be well equipped for self-defense. No longer dwelling on it, Yen Lai set his sights on the direction where the signal fireworks had been launched, his figure flickering as he utilized the through-hall technique, silently melding into the deep dark forest. This time he did not look back. At this moment, a strong man knelt on the ground, pinching a bit of soil between his fingers and bringing it to his nose for a gentle. The soil bore a trace of nearly imperceptible gray-black powder. If not for his naturally keen sense of smell, he would not. Second Officer Lei Bao, did you find anything? One of his subordinates asked in a low voice. Lei Bao did not respond. He closed his eyes, carefully discerning the peculiar scent. A faint medicinal scent drifted over. Yen Lai's nostrils quivered slightly. This was adrenaline blended with a fast-acting coagulation, a type of explosive not very powerful, but extremely fast, capable of tearing flesh instantly. Lei Bao stood up, brushing off the dirt from his hands. That brat cleaned up the blood, but he couldn't get rid of this smell. His voice carried a wild excitement and cruelty. He won't get far. Lei Bao waved his hand. Spread out and encircle him. I want him alive, the big boss said, not to let a single one escape, and we still need to ambush the returning army. And that thing in his hand is a rare item that can fetch a good price. Yes. A dozen subordinates instantly scattered like a large net, encircling Yen Lai's direction. Yen Lai dashed through the forest, his body gliding like an owl skimming the ground, using his swift movement technique continuously, just a step away from mastery, silent and stealthy. However, he did not run far before his momentum suddenly stalled. Something was amiss. In the wind behind him, there were several extremely faint sounds of breaking the air, unnatural and eerie. It was not just one person, but a team of at least 10. They moved with incredible speed, coordinating seamlessly, rapidly converging from different directions to form a massive encirclement. They were familiar with this forest and understood how to utilize the terrain far better than this outsider. He had been discovered. His feet did not stop as he maintained his high-speed movement while extending his spiritual sense to the utmost. One of the auras was particularly strong, filled with brutality and ferocity, far exceeding the previous LV6 fourth head, but still somewhat inferior to the Centurion from the mine. LV8 or LV9. Fighting Hedon would be suicidal. He couldn't ascertain whether they had already figured out he possessed ranged attack capabilities, and using his pistol would likely be significantly less effective. Moreover, his true chi was running low. The continuous high-intensity use of his movement technique had taken a tremendous toll. He had to find a way to escape. Yen Lai's thoughts raced like lightning, his gaze quickly scanning the surrounding terrain. Not far ahead was a steep slope littered with jagged stones with nearly vertical rock walls on either side, forming a natural narrow passage. An opportunity. He steeled himself, and rather than changing direction to avoid it, he pushed the little true chi he had left to the limit, his speed surging as he charged straight into the passage. Looking for death. A coarse shout came from behind him, and the strongest aura surged forward, evidently having seen through his intentions. In their eyes, Yen Lai was merely panicking and seeking his own demise. Yen Lai ignored them completely, plunging into the narrow stone path. The stone path was only 2 meters wide, enough for 2 people to walk side by side, and the walls were covered in slippery moss. After charging in for over 10 meters, he stumbled, as if his strength had been drained, heavily leaning against one side of the wall, gasping for breath. "Why aren't you running?" Lei Bao, accompanied by 8 subordinates, blocked the entrance to the passage while the others surveyed the surroundings. He was as burly as a bear, with a hideous scar across his face and eyes gleaming with ferocity in the darkness. He did not approach immediately. Instead, he observed the exhausted Yen Lai with keen interest. "Kid, the gunpowder in your hand is quite a good thing. Hand it over, and he'll make it quick for you." Yen Lai leaned against the cold stone wall, his chest heaving violently, seemingly unable to speak, yet a faint glimmer of light emanated from his eyes. Lei Bao, level 9 health, 1682nd in command of the bandit lair, ruthless and bloodthirsty, possessing a beast-like intuition, having gained notoriety in the lair through 2 techniques stolen from the Beast Gate, Panther technique and Tiger Bone technique. This Lei Bao's health was unusual, likely enhanced by the so-called Panther technique and Tiger Bone technique, much like his own. One of the bandits stepped forward with a sneer. "Second head, why waste words with him? He'll go and snap his neck." Lei Bao did not stop him, merely narrowing his eyes slightly, focusing intently on Yen Lai's hands. He was wary of that strange gunpowder. However, Yen Lai merely let his hands droop, weakly trembling slightly. Seeing that he offered no resistance, the bandit grew bolder, quickly closing in on Yen Lai's large hand, like a fan reaching directly for his throat. At that moment, Yen Lai moved. A fist-sized black iron lump suddenly appeared in his trembling hand. The bandit was momentarily taken aback. "What is this thing?" Yen Lai did not give him time to think. He flicked his finger, and the iron lump traced a low arc, landing perfectly at the feet of several bandits. Clang! The iron lump rolled twice on the stone ground, stopping next to Lei Bao. Lei Bao glanced down, his expression filled with confusion and disdain. "Gunpowder doesn't look like this, throwing stones." Another bandit even tried to lift his foot to kick it. But the next second, Lei Bao's beast-like intuition made every hair on his body stand on end. A sense of danger that made his soul tremble emanated from that small iron lump at his feet. "Scatter!" He barely managed to shout a single word. Boom! A white light brighter than a signal flare instantly engulfed the entire narrow passage, followed by a deafening roar. The terrifying shockwave was confined within the narrow stone path, its power amplified several times. Countless steel balls and shrapnel burst forth with destructive force, spraying in all directions. 754, 788, 790. The bandit at the front, unable to even let out a scream, was instantly shattered like a watermelon struck by a heavy hammer. The few companions behind him were also torn to pieces by the violent shockwave and shrapnel. A series of system notifications flashed before Yen Lai's eyes. Lei Bao, slightly further from the center of the explosion, managed to pour all his strength into his arms to protect his vital points at the last moment. Even so, he was still sent flying by the unreasonable forces back, crashing heavily against the rock wall. 580. A massive damage number emerged above his head. He was completely dazed. What was this thing? The power of gunpowder could never be this great. What on earth was it? At the moment of the explosion, taking advantage of Lei Bao being knocked away, Yen Lai had already used the cover of the rock wall to operate the through-wall movement technique to its peak, darting through the smoke and dust without looking back, racing towards the exit of the passage. Yen Lai swiftly charged out of the passage, steel needles flying from his hand. The few guards at the entrance, already startled by the deafening sound, forgot to block him as they were struck by the needles. He continued, without pausing, plunging into the forest and sprinting towards the direction of the fireworks. Behind him came a roar filled with endless pain and rage. Oh, it was Lei Bao. Yen Lai did not look back. His dantian was completely empty. The spiritual energy from the jade pendant flowed rapidly through his meridians, squeezing out the last potential of his body. Yen Lai did not look back. His dantian was completely empty. The spiritual energy from the jade pendant flowed rapidly. The sound of wind changed. It was no longer a simple howling, but mixed with a strange, ear-ending sharp sound. Yen Lai glanced back with his peripheral vision, and his heart sank. He saw the figure of the thunder leopard twisting and leaping through the trees in a completely unnatural manner. At times it ran low to the ground, its limbs touching the earth, resembling a true cheetah. At other times, it would suddenly kick off a tree trunk, drawing a strange arc in midair, crossing over dozens of meters in an instant. This is the leopard movement technique, a technique that mimics the body of a beast to its utmost, filled with primal ferocity and swiftness. In this complex mountainous terrain, the opponent's speed was even faster than his own, which was enhanced by over a dozen agility. Being caught was merely a matter of time. Yen Lai's brain was racing. The opponent had already witnessed the hand grenade and must have developed a strong sense of caution. In a close-quarters confrontation, facing the LV9 Thunder Leopard with nearly 2,000 health points was like being an infant. The spiritual energy within him was nearly depleted, relying solely on the energy stored in the jade pendant to hold on. He must create some distance. Gritting his teeth, he reached into his system backpack and pulled out a fragmentation grenade. Without looking back, relying on sound to determine the position, he calculated the thunder leopard's next landing spot and violently threw the grenade behind him. You think you can use the same trick twice? The thunder leopard's roar came from behind. He saw the opponent in midair actually twisting his body forcefully, kicking a nearby tree trunk, changing direction perfectly to evade the grenade's landing spot. Boom. Another loud explosion sounded, sending dirt and debris flying into the sky. But this time there was no one within the blast radius. The thunder leopard's figure emerged from the smoke on the other side, its speed showing no signs of slowing down. Instead, it accelerated due to the anger from being toyed with. The distance between him and Yanlai was instantly reduced to less than 20 meters. For the thunder leopard, this distance was merely a couple of pounces away. Yanlai could even smell the strong scent of blood and a beast-like stench coming from the opponent. No, if this continues, he would undoubtedly die. He could no longer toss grenades behind him. The thunder leopard's speed and reaction were too fast, making it impossible to hit. A mad thought flashed through his mind. If I can't blow you up, then let you crash into it. Yanlai no longer looked back. He took out a grenade from his backpack, removed the safety pin, but held it tightly in his hand. He did not throw it. Instead, he continued to run forward. 3 seconds. The grenade had a 3-second delay fuse. He needed to reach the position he had calculated within those 3 seconds, then let the grenade explode behind him, creating a temporary barrier of death with the blast wave and shrapnel. 1 second. Yanlai felt like his lungs were about to explode. His legs felt as heavy as lead. 2 seconds. The fierce wind behind him was already at his neck, and the thunder leopard's beastly breaths were clearly audible. Now, Yanlai smashed the grenade violently onto the ground in front of him. It bounced once before continuing to roll, and he, taking advantage of this forward momentum, propelled his movement technique to the limit, nearly sliding along the ground. The thunder leopard, seeing this, thought Yanlai had lost his grip from exhaustion, a savage grin spreading across its face. It exerted its limbs, violently pouncing towards Yanlai's back. However, just as its body leaped into the air about to touch Yanlai in an instant. Missed. 312. Missed. 320. Yanlai's gun appeared in his hand, and several shots rang out. Although nearly half missed, the powerful force momentarily stalled the thunder leopard's actions in midair. Boom. The deafening explosion sounded just beneath the thunder leopard, detonating at the position where Yanlai had... No. The thunder leopard let out an incredulous howl. The scorching shockwave and countless shrapnel struck violently against its abdomen and chest. 619. Its protective energy was instantly torn apart, and the immense impact sent it flying, crashing heavily against a distant tree trunk, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Yanlai was not well off either. The explosion's shockwave slammed against his back, causing him to stagger, a sweetness rising in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. But he did not dare to stop. He did not even look back at the thunder leopard's fate, struggling to get up and continue fleeing towards the direction of the signal flare. Now the dust was flying, and the handgun could not lock onto the thunder leopard's position. Instead of shooting randomly here, it was better to quickly find others to regroup. Moreover, the energy in the jade pendant had completely run out. He was now relying solely on willpower to keep going. Finally, the trees ahead became sparse, revealing a wide clearing. He made it. Yanlai stumbled out of the woods, almost falling into the clearing. At that moment, the violent and frenzied aura behind him once again chased closely like a shadow. The thunder leopard was still alive. It dragged its heavily injured body step by step out of the woods, covered in blood, with a grotesque wound in its abdomen, and its left arm twisted unnaturally, yet the killing intent on its face was 100 times more intense than before. Tiger bone technique, kid. I'm going to tear you apart. The thunder leopard's voice was like a broken bellows, each word. Yanlai slowly turned around, leaning against a tree, gasping heavily. Although he still had one last trump card, it was no longer. In the clearing, the moonlight was like water, casting a cold glow that covered everything in a layer of silver frost. The thunder leopard's steps suddenly stopped as it stepped into the clearing. Its bloodshot eyes filled with anger and pain fixed intensely on the front. In the cold moonlight, 3 figures had already stood before Yanlai, though he did not know when. On the far left stood a little girl who looked no more than 12 or 13 years old. She wore an ill-fitting robe, her expression emotionless, but the most striking feature was the dark golden giant sword that was planted in the ground behind her. The sword's hilt was even taller than her head, and the blade was wide and heavy, reflecting a solemn light in the moonlight. In the middle stood a strong young monk dressed in a simple gray robe. He held an ordinary wooden staff with delicate features and a calm demeanor, standing quietly, as if he were one with the forest, exuding a sense of unyielding weight. On the far right stood a tall woman in a black tight-fitting outfit with silver hair. Her figure was perfectly outlined with a sharp silver bob haircut, hands in her pockets, and a casual stance, yet the competence and coldness radiating from her made it difficult to look directly at her. 3 individuals, 3 utterly different auras. They stood quietly as if they had been waiting for a long time. The moonlight outlined their clear and cold silhouettes like 3 deities emerging from the shadows. The ferocity and madness on Lei Bao's face froze. He could sense that each of these 3 individuals exuded an unfathomable sense of danger. Especially that little girl with the giant sword who, despite revealing no aura, made every hair on his body stand on end. Flee. Only this word remained in Lei Bao's mind. He was not a fool. His rise to the second-in-command of the bandit camp was not solely due to brute strength. Roar. Lei Bao let out a thunderous roar, his muscular arm swinging down as he punched the ground beside him. Boom. Dirt and grass flew into the air, creating a makeshift barrier that obscured everyone's line of sight. Almost simultaneously, Lei Bao's body suddenly crouched down, turning, without hesitation, and plunging into the dense forest behind him. Before the swirling dust had settled, a slender streak of light burst forth from the fingertips of the silver-haired figure. Initially just a thin line, the light surged upon release, carrying a sharpness that could tear through all arriving first, and piercing directly through the clouds of dust. It was like Moses parting the Red Sea, ripping a neat cut through the murky curtain. The light cut through the dust veil, accurately catching up with Lei Bao's fleeing figure. Surprise strike! A massive crimson damage number exploded above Lei Bao's head. 3,888. Lei Bao's fleeing form abruptly halted. He couldn't even let out a complete scream of agony before he was pierced by an invisible spear propelled forward for several meters by an overwhelming force. Boom! His towering body crashed heavily against a massive boulder 2 men high. The hard surface instantly covered in web-like cracks, and as Lei Bao's body slid down, it shattered into countless pieces. Lei Bao collapsed weakly amidst the rubble, a gaping wound the size of a bowl piercing through his chest, his life already extinguished. Yanlai leaned against a tree, trunk, his heart violently convulsing. 3,888 points of damage. My most powerful fragmentation grenade only dealt over 700 points to Lei Bao. This power surpasses even that of a large-caliber sniper rifle. As the dust settled, the silver-haired woman flicked her hand, as if merely brushing off a speck of dust. She gracefully jumped down from the tree trunk and walked a few steps to Yanlai. What was that explosion just now? Yanlai immediately focused his mind, knowing she was referring to the grenade. Explosives I took from the mining site. They are used for blasting rocks to mine. I took a few packs for self-defense, he replied calmly, showing no signs of evasion. The silver-haired woman looked at him deeply but did not press further, nor did she indicate whether she believed him. Mission accomplished, let's wrap it up, she said, turning to the other two. The burly young monk also approached, a gentle smile on his face. He patted Yanlai's shoulder, a surge of strength almost causing Yanlai to stumble. Well done. When I was at your level, I could never escape a 9th-level warrior's grasp. It was merely luck, Yanlai. Humph. A cold snort came from the side as the little girl with the giant sword jumped down, giving Yanlai a blank stare. Let's go, time is running out. Yanlai felt a jolt in his heart. They mentioned the time, but never uttered the name Tong Wang Heavy Industries. It was enough to understand without speaking. Clearly the 3 realms of the heavens were indeed real. Realizing this, Yanlai immediately adjusted his posture and slightly bowed to the 3. Thank you, seniors, for saving me. It's part of our duty. The silver-haired woman casually responded, glancing at Lei Bao's corpse in the distance. Go search him, his life-saving technique should be of some use to you. Only then did Yanlai come to his senses, limping toward the pile of rubble. Lei Bao lay there with unseeing eyes, his body marred by the terrifying wound and multiple injuries caused by the grenade. Yanlai began to search him. Soon he pulled out 2 thin booklets from Lei Bao's embrace, the material warm to the touch, resembling some kind of beast skin rather than paper. One of them even bore traces of an explosion, indicating that the material was of high quality, otherwise it wouldn't have survived the grenade blast. You have obtained the leopard technique, you have obtained the tiger bone technique. Yanlai felt a surge of joy in his heart and quickly stored both books in his system backpack. Before learning, he couldn't check their specific effects. But after the recent battle, he understood that these 2 techniques were indeed valid. He forced himself to stand, feeling the searing pain in his back and the tumultuous flow of blood within him almost causing him to faint. He directly pulled out a spare silver needle from his pocket, not even looking, and skillfully stabbed it into his lower back. Shinshu. After a brief sharp pain, a thread of azure true chi that had just formed in his dantian was drawn out, slowly circulating and suppressing the surging blood. Only then did he exhale a long breath, feeling a bit more control over his body. Seeing Yanlai's precise self-treatment method, the young monk displayed a hint of surprise, while the silver-haired woman and the little girl remained expressionless. Let's go. The silver-haired woman uttered 2 words, turning and walking deeper into the forest. The young monk smiled and followed suit. The little girl cast a glance at Yanlai before also setting off. Yanlai did not dare to delay and hurriedly followed the pace of the 3. Under the moonlight, 4 figures, 3 in front and 1 behind, swiftly disappeared into the boundless dark forest, leaving only this devastated clearing behind. He withdrew his gaze, no longer glancing back at the path he had come, and limped after the 3 figures ahead. Except for the young monk, the levels and attributes of the other 2 remained shrouded in question marks. Yanlai's heart thudded heavily. If his intuition was correct, both women ranked at least level 30, or what was known as 3rd-tier cultivators, perhaps even higher. To extract a newly hired grade B novice like himself, the company had deployed 2 3rd-tier masters and 1 near 3rd. Such overwhelming force felt absurdly excessive. Silence settled over the group, broken only by the soft rustling of dry leaves and brittle twigs beneath their boots. The air grew heavy with quiet. Yanlai possessed a rare talent. He instinctively assumed whichever role the team most lacked. And now they needed someone to lighten the mood. Ahem. He coughed, deliberately drawing the trio's attention. Thank you, seniors. I'd have truly perished here today with... He flashed a grin, revealing gleaming white teeth. Yet against his pale, battered face, it looked painfully wan. Hua Shuiqing, the petite girl bearing a colossal sword, merely cast him a fleeting glance before emitting a faint, disdainful snort and turning away. The young monk, however, turned back with a gentle, serene smile, still playing upon his lips. You're too kind. Tang Zhao's silver hair shimmered as she strode forward without pause, as though she hadn't heard a word, a reaction entirely expected. Yanlai didn't mind. He needed intelligence and he needed rapport. Might I humbly inquire your esteemed names? Should fortune grant me the chance, I would gladly repay your kindness. Hua Shuiqing lifted her chin slightly and offered her name. Hua Shuiqing. The young monk pressed his palms together and bowed modestly. This humble monk is Jian Shun. The silver-haired woman uttered only 2 words low and crisp: Tang Xiao. Hua Shuiqing. Tang Xiao. These were their true names from the mortal world. Only the monk, Jian Shun, used his Dharma name, which was fitting. Having severed worldly ties, an ordained practitioner naturally discarded his secular identity. So names in this realm mirrored those of their original selves. Then why had his former self been sent to the mine? Countless thoughts churned within Yen Lai's mind, but his expression remained perfectly still. He shook the 2 manuals he'd just looted from Lei Bao. By the way, seniors, I have a question regarding these cultivation technique. Monk Jianshin responded patiently, please speak freely. Even Hua Shuiqing, the proud little swordswoman who moments earlier had worn an air of haughty indifference, perked up slightly at the mention of cultivation techniques, her ears twitching with sudden interest. Are there restrictions on cultivation techniques? For instance, how many one may learn? Yen Lai asked cautiously. He had already mastered Chuantong, and if conflict existed between them, Bao Xingfa would require careful consideration. This time it was Tang Xiao, who walked at the vanguard, who answered. Her back remained aloof, yet her voice carried clear and precise. Cultivation techniques fall broadly into 4 categories: internal arts, body refining, spirit cultivating, and the most common, martial combat arts. Internal arts, body refining, and spirit cultivating techniques, conventionally speaking, may each be cultivated only once. Once chosen, one cannot pursue a second without first destroying one's own foundation. Of course, exceptions exist. For those of extraordinary talent, only offensive techniques may be mastered without limit. Yet human capacity is finite. Greed breeds inefficiency. Tang Xiao emphasized the phrases conventionally speaking and extraordinary talent before lapsing once more into silence. Chuantong was an offensive movement technique, and the newly acquired Bao Xingfa likely belonged to the same category. As for Hugu Fa, it was almost certainly a body refining art. And Jiu Tianqing Nangjing, its classification as an internal art remained uncertain. Tang Xiao paused, seemingly gathering her thoughts, then added, directly to Yen Lai, some matters we'll discuss later. A chill ran through Yen Lai. So the choice of techniques entangled deeper truths, secrets too perilous to utter aloud within the realm of heaven. Secrets tied to the cold numerical interface of the system panel. The 3 heavenly edicts, indeed an ironclad law suspended over every soul. Realizing this, he immediately bowed deeply. Thank you. The group's pace noticeably slowed, deliberately accommodating him. That unspoken quiet consideration stirred a warm current within his chest. The eastern horizon began to blush with dawn's first light. Mist thickened within the forest. When they finally emerged from that suffocating thicket, morning's pale radiance already bathed the land. Upon a clearing at the forest's edge, 4 magnificent black steeds stood tethered to tree trunks, swishing their tails lazily and snorting softly. Monk Jinshin untied one horse's reins and handed them to Yen Lai. We'll leave these mountains first, then find shelter to rest. Thank you. Yen Lai accepted without hesitation. It was the first time in his life he'd ever touched a real horse. Yet his physical attributes now far surpassed those of ordinary mortals, his balance and coordination honed to terrifying precision. With only a few simple instructions from Monk Jianshun, he clumsily swung himself onto the horse's back. His body wavered, then steadied instantly. Within moments, he grasped the fundamentals of horsemanship. Yeah. With a light command, Jianshun spurred his mount forward. 4 riders, 4 steeds, racing toward the sun as it breached the horizon, leaving the Blackwind Mountains far behind in a cloud of dust. Hooves drummed, urgent, resonant. Yen Lai leaned low over his mount, wind roaring past his ears. He was free. At last he had escaped that accursed mine. The 4 of them galloped along the official road for nearly an hour before halting their horses in front of a humble shop by the roadside. The shop was merely a dilapidated oilcloth shelter with a few long benches and a large pot boiling hot soup. Yen Lai dismounted awkwardly. The wound on his back and the emptiness in his dantian made each step feel like although they had consumed all the rations they had collected on the journey, Yen Lai, who prioritized his appetite, still felt as if something was missing. Seeing that Master Jianshun had paid one person, ordered a bowl of steaming meat noodle soup. He even took a drink from his wine pouch with gusto. Yen Lai didn't bother with pleasantries, diving headfirst into the feast. The noodles were smooth, the soup was scalding, and a wave of warmth flowed down his throat into his stomach, dispelling some of the cold and fatigue. The bowl of noodles quickly reached the bottom, every drop of soup consumed. Consuming meat noodle soup, fullness 20. Current fullness 37,100. Meat noodle soup strength 1A, duration 60 minutes. Yet the fatigue in his body was only slightly alleviated and continued to shout at him. He patted his empty pockets, feeling embarrassed to ask for more since he was broke. At that moment, a rough large bowl was pushed towards him containing 2 thick pieces of steaming flatbread. It was Master Jianshun. Eat, you look like you haven't had enough. Yen Lai looked up and met the gentle smile of the young monk. He didn't stand on ceremony. After finishing, Yen Lai let out a satisfied burp. Just as he was about to get up and stretch his stiff body, the scene before him suddenly began to twist and peel away. The humble shop, the distant green mountains, and the 3 companions beside him were rapidly fading, transforming into countless scattered points of light. When Yen Lai blinked, he found himself back in the cold, hard connection chamber. Synchronized disconnection. Yen Lai pushed open the cabin door, rubbed his swollen temples, and without delay picked up his work badge to begin writing. As before, he made sweeping edits to all skills. He only retained through the hall and the newly acquired yet unlearned leopard movement technique and tiger bone technique. The origin of through the hall was simply modified to say that he had taken care of an elderly man, and that was his reward. As for the 77 type pistol and grenades, those were not to be mentioned. As for the mission report, he wrote it in considerable detail, describing the scheme of luring the bandits away from their base, the night raid on the mining area, and the process of creating chaos using beast lure agents, and the mining explosives package, finally detailing the killing of the Thunder Leopard with the aid of the supporting team. After finishing all this, just as he was about to leave, a familiar figure blocked his path. It was Secretary Su Qing. "Come with me, there's a meeting." "Another meeting? Is it like this in big companies?" Yin Lai could only murmur a few complaints to himself as he followed Su Qing through the long corridor to the conference room. The door opened. In the spacious conference room, several figures were already seated. Tang Xiao, Hua Shuiqing, and Master Jian Chen, also known as Wang Feng, the three teammates who had just separated in the heavenly realm, were now sitting there peacefully. In addition, there were two new faces. One of them, Yin Lai, had some recollection of. He was the student who had guided him in the classroom to the playground for the awakening ceremony. He vaguely remembered that this person was named Lu Xinghe, who had awakened with enslevel talent. Yin Lai nodded, acknowledging. The other man, however, captured all of Yin Lai's attention. He appeared to be in his early 30s, handsome, but with an air of casual arrogance. He wore a well-tailored black long coat, and beneath the open lapels was a neatly pressed moon-white long shirt, with intricate cloud patterns embroidered in silver thread at the collar and cuffs, creating a peculiar, yet harmonious fusion of the ancient and the modern. Who is this person? This outfit is too flashy. Su Qing led Yin Lai to an empty seat, then respectfully bowed to the man in the long coat. "Minister, everyone has arrived." The man in the long coat stood up, casually clapping his hands, the crisp sound drawing everyone's attention to him. "Since everyone is here, let's not waste time." His voice carried a hint of magnetism, neither too soft nor too loud, yet naturally commanding the room. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Huolin Yuan, the Minister of Tinguang Heavy Industries Jingzhou branch, and also the overall head of this Han family operation." Huolin Yuan's gaze swept across the room before finally landing on Yin Lai, the probing look making Yin Lai feel quite Yin Lai, I've reviewed your report. You did well. The reason for calling you all here is that we are still missing the final step in our plan regarding the Han family in Jingzhou. Han family. Yin Lai quickly searched his mind for the name, recalling that the flathead guy next to his game pod had mentioned it. Huolin Yuan seemed to see through his confusion, flamboyantly flicking the hem of his coat as he strolled to the massive floor-to-ceiling window, turning his back to the crowd. Jingzhou, the land of dragons' rise in the great Qian dynasty, is very deep, and the Han family is the most magnificent ship on the surface of Jingzhou. They are a hereditary marquis family conferred by the great Qian dynasty with territories in 3 cities and a multitude of third-tier experts in their clan. Huolin Yuan paused and extended 4 fingers alongside the first one. Most importantly, their reclusive ancestor is a 4th-tier powerhouse. A 4th-tier powerhouse? What does that even mean? Just a breath could crush me now. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly. A family with a 4th-tier powerhouse at the helm, Lu Xinghe, who had remained silent, couldn't help but speak up, confusion in his voice. What does their plan have to do with us? We at Tinguang Heavy Industries shouldn't be afraid of them, right? Huolin Yuan chuckled at his words, a hint of amusement in his smile. Tinguang Heavy Industries is certainly not afraid, but this time it is an independent operation by our Jingzhou branch. We intend to steal something from their family. His words successfully piqued everyone's curiosity. The Han family has a rule. Every 3 years they recruit a batch of external disciples from the entire great Qian dynasty. Once selected, they will be granted the Han surname and enjoy the treatment of core family members with access to martial arts resources and elixirs, everything included. That sounds like a great opportunity. Yet Yin Lai always felt it wasn't that simple. It sounds quite tempting, doesn't it? Huolin Yuan's smile grew ever more mysterious, but this recruitment has a threshold. He scanned the room, enjoying the puzzled expressions of everyone before leisurely revealing the answer. All applicants must be below 1st tier in strength. Why? Lu Xinghe raised another question. No matter how good the talent, training from scratch requires a vast amount of resources and time. Isn't it more cost-effective to directly recruit 2nd or even 3rd-tier rogue powerhouses? Lu Xing's series of naive questions made Huolin Yuan pause slightly, but he patiently explained. Because only raw gems below 1st tier qualify to enter the Han family's Dragon Transformation Pool. Huolin Yuan finally threw out the core information. Dragon Transformation Pool. Yin Lai murmured the name. Huolin Yuan quickened his pace, his tone carrying a hint of inexplicable fervor. Entering it is like a rebirth. It will wash away all your acquired impurities and reshape your meridians and any bottleneck in martial arts, any hidden injuries or ailments are insignificant before the Dragon Transformation Pool. Those who emerge from it will have a future achievement of at least 3rd tier. But the innate source energy in the Dragon Transformation Pool is the deadliest poison for any martial artist who has already stepped into 1st tier. Once entered, the only outcome is to explode and die. Only those who are like a blank sheet of paper newcomers have the potential to withstand the onslaught of source energy and complete the reshaping. Of course, it's only a possibility. Huolin Yuan leaned back in his chair, spreading his hands. The success rate is less than 30%. More than 70% of people will be torn to pieces by the violent energy in the pool, leaving no remains. The conference room fell into a dead silence. This was not an opportunity, but a gamble wagering the lives of countless talented individuals. Through this method, the Han family continuously filters out the most outstanding talents, replenishing the family's fresh blood, maintaining their enduring prosperity. And my task is to have Yu Huolinyuan's index finger pointed accurately across the long conference table at Yanlai and enter the Han family, undergo the selection, jump into that dragon transformation pool, and retrieve something from within. Sounds terrifying, doesn't it? Huolinyuan seemed to relish the oppressive atmosphere, lazily leaning back in his chair. But for you two, this is a tremendous opportunity. He shifted his tone of flamboyant confidence returning to his face. The higher-ups of the company take this operation very seriously, and our Jingzhou department has invested everything we have. Moreover, we have specifically requested top-tier body refinement techniques from headquarters for this situation. He paused and dropped another bombshell. Additionally, we have 2 5th-grade elixirs that can temporarily protect your heart meridians in the dragon transformation pool, maximizing your resistance against the influx of source energy. Considering all this, you have nearly a 90% chance of survival. 90%. Yanlai calculated in his mind. This figure sounded beautiful, but that remaining 10% still loomed like an abyss. Not only will you not die, Huolinyuan's tone took on a hint of seduction, but you will also fully enjoy the baptism of the dragon transformation pool. Rebirth, foundational reconstruction, the achievements of the future are boundless. In 7 days, it will be the day when the Han family recruits disciples from outside their clan. For these 7 days, you won't have to worry about anything. Your only task is to elevate your level to 9. We will utilize all resources of the Jingzhou department to enhance your physical attributes. Rest assured, this will have no impact on your future. Yanlai was not immediately dazed by this grand prospect. He recalled his previous question. Minister, I have some questions regarding the selection of cultivation techniques. Huolinyuan raised his chin slightly, signaling him to continue. Are there restrictions on the techniques we can cultivate? Huolinyuan raised an eyebrow, clearly finding this question somewhat superficial, but still patiently answered. When you open your system panel in the game, isn't there a technique bar at the bottom? That technique bar is everything you can cultivate. Generally, there are 5 slots. In other words, for body refinement, spirit cultivation, and movement techniques, you can only cultivate a total of 5 techniques. You need to choose carefully based on your innate talent and combat style. 5. Yanlai's thoughts raced. His technique bar had a full 10 slots. Could it be due to the special bonus from his level talent Dual Realms? This was a significant hidden advantage for him. And internal cultivation is not counted among them. Internal cultivation is the foundation of all techniques and is also the most special category. It does not occupy any of those 5 slots, but typically a person can only cultivate one throughout their life. The role of internal cultivation is to attach various special effects to the internal power you cultivate. For instance, some internal techniques are healing-oriented while others are geared toward offense, and some can make your internal power more enduring. Therefore, the choice of internal cultivation must also be made with caution. Who once decided there is almost no turning back. If you choose to recultivate, your level and attributes will significantly decline, and subsequent upgrades will become increasingly difficult. Now it made sense. Yanlai understood. His 9 Heavens Blue Cloak scripture currently does not count as any type of technique. It occupies an independent position and generates an independent resource bar called True Qi. This means he could still cultivate an internal technique, converting his internal power into special internal energy. The movement technique he obtained Chuantong along with the 2 techniques, Leopard Style and Tiger Bone technique, that he hadn't had time to learn yet would occupy those 10 technique slots. Given this, he still had 7 empty slots. As for the Yin family needle technique, advanced medical skills, keen eyes, and skilled hands, these did not count in the technique bar. Understanding this, he posed another question. Can techniques that have already been learned be abandoned? Huolinyuan paused. He glanced at Lu Xinghe and then at Yanlai beside him. These 2 newcomers. One asked a question that was extremely childish, a typical sheltered flower spoiled and pampered. The other asked only common knowledge questions. Didn't they learn this in high school textbooks? What kind of people did they select this time? Huolinyuan internally scoffed, but maintained his ministerial demeanor without losing his temper. Before he could speak, Lu Xinghe proactively clarified for Yanlai. You can abandon them. Just select the technique you wish to forget on the system panel. However, once forgotten, it is equivalent to completely deleting that technique from your bodily memory. Our proficiency resets to 0, and if you want to learn it again, you have to start from scratch. Yanlai nodded, observing the expressions of those around him, realizing that his question was somewhat childish, and he said no more. It seemed he would need to take his high school textbooks back to study again. All right, the question time is over. Huolinyuan clapped his hands and stood up. To facilitate unified resource scheduling and communication of instructions, I hereby announce the establishment of the temporary project group, Fire Theft Plan. He manipulated his terminal, and everyone else's terminals in the conference room lit up simultaneously. Yanlai looked down to see an invitation notification pop up on his employee credential. Minister Huolinyuan invites you to join the group Fire Theft. Yanlai chose to accept. All right, the specific training plan and resource allocation will be sent to the group by Su Qing. Huolinyuan waved his hand gracefully. Dismissed. Everyone gradually stood up. Tang Xiao and Hua Shuiqing still wore their icy expressions as they were the first to leave. Wang Fong smiled kindly at Yanlai and followed suit. Just as Yanlai was about to lift his foot to leave, a hand landed on his shoulder. Yanlai, wait a moment. It was Lu Xinghe. Yanlai turned to look at this glass genius. Let's go together to today's graduation ceremony, Lu Xinghe said with a warm smile. Yanlai was taken aback. Graduation ceremony? What graduation ceremony? Seeing his bewildered expression, Lu Xinghe chuckled. You haven't forgotten, have you? The classmates agreed in the group chat to gather together. He seemed to recall something and added, Moreover, we also need to return to school to complete the terminal information for a proper— Didn't your family tell you about these things? Yin Lai felt somewhat embarrassed. The original owner's memories indeed lacked any impression of these matters, and he himself hadn't returned to that so-called home for several days since he crossed over. However, perfecting the terminal information is indeed an important matter, likely similar to the academic record system on— More importantly, he needed to retrieve the textbooks concerning the common knowledge of this world from his backpack to avoid causing the same embarrassing blunders he had in the conference room. Let's go, the gathering starts in the afternoon. Lu Xinghe patted his shoulder. Fortunately, you ran into me, otherwise it would have been troublesome to miss it. Yin Lai nodded, no longer saying much. The two walked out of the grand entrance of Tingwang Heavy Industries, the glaring sunlight causing Yin Lai to squint slightly. The light screen advertisement at the entrance was showcasing the latest model of powered exoskeletons, while the streets above were crisscrossed with magnetic levitation lanes emitting a low hum. A sleek all-black luxury hover car silently glided to a stop in front of the two. The car door opened upward, revealing a sci-fi interior space. Lu Xinghe naturally gestured for him to enter, leading Yin Lai inside. Inside the car, there was no steering wheel. Before them lay a complete arc-shaped light screen displaying vast amounts of city traffic data and environmental models. The material of the seats was exceptionally unique, automatically adjusting its wrap and support based on Yin Lai's temperature and sitting posture the moment he sat down. This car was probably more expensive than the 500,000 credit points he had previously earned. Although there was no driver, two people were seated in the front. The man on the left had replaced his neck and entire right arm with cold hard gunmetal gray metal with blue energy conduits exposed at the joints. The other man was dressed in a well-fitted suit, seemingly ordinary, but his skin reflected an unnatural ceramic sheen. It looked like nanobionic skin. The two silent bodyguards exuded a powerful sense of oppression. Yin Lai activated his insight to casually scan one of them. Lu Kuang, level 23 health, 7900, a branch of the Lu family, taciturn, extremely powerful after physical modification, skilled in close combat. Yin Lai frowned. Such health points were definitely abnormal, evidently a result of the so-called physical modification. If that's the case, then in reality after modification, he would be even stronger than those within the heaven realm at the same. It seems Lu Xing's family background is far more powerful than he had imagined. I've learned about your situation with Li Hao. The hover car started smoothly, and Lu Xinghe suddenly spoke. Yin Lai looked at him, but remained silent. This graduation ceremony is just the right opportunity. I'll have him apologize. Lu Xing's tone was sincere. I usually receive private tutoring at home and spend little time at school. I'm truly sorry for not being able to help you in time with this matter. Apologize. Yin Lai's expression remained unchanged, merely nodding slightly. He wasn't the type to let things go easily. Moreover, the original owner had already died, forced to death in a brutal manner. Could a light, casual apology simply erase this life debt? That was simply a grand joke. However, he didn't show any signs of his feelings. Lu Xinghe was very well-mannered. Noticing Yin Lai's lack of enthusiasm, he did not press the topic further, and instead casually chatted with him about interesting stories from the heaven realm and the styles of various companies. Yin Lai responded with half-hearted agreements, most of his mind focused on the rapidly passing cyber-urban landscape outside the window. Soon the hover car lowered its height and slowly stopped at the entrance of the first high school. The graduation ceremony was set in the school's outdoor gymnasium. Before they got close, the boisterous voices and rhythmic electronic music hit them. The dome of the gym was covered by a massive holographic projection sky, which looped clips of the students' 3 years of campus life, colorful lights and shadows intertwining with the surrounding clamor. Surrounding the venue were numerous drones projecting colorful congratulatory phrases and dynamic particle effects. The hover car's door opened upward, and Lu Xinghe stepped out first. Almost the moment he appeared, the noise at the venue's entrance came to a halt. Countless gazes mixed with envy, jealousy, and admiration converged on this glass genius. Next, Yin Lai also stepped out of the car. When the crowd saw the second person's face, a wave of suppressed commotion and "Is that Yin Lai? How did he end up with Lu Xinghe? I can't be mistaken that self-destructive waste actually got out of the Lu family's car. You know nothing, he has also been signed by Tingwang Heavy Industries. Damn, I thought the rumors were false. Doesn't he only have—" The discussions surged like a tide, but Yin Lai remained oblivious. Li Hao was surrounded by a crowd holding a glass of champagne, his face full of arrogance and satisfaction. When he saw Yin Lai and Lu Xinghe appearing together, the smile on Li Hao's face instantly froze. One of his lackeys beside him pointed at Yin Lai, whispering uncertainly in his ear. Li Hao's expression visibly darkened, and he stared fiercely at Yin Lai as if he wanted to shred him with his gaze. Yin Lai calmly withdrew his gaze. He turned to Lu Xinghe beside him. Aren't you going to have him apologize? Lu Xinghe listened to Yin Lai's words, patted him on the shoulder, and walked straight towards Li Hao. As he moved, the surrounding crowd parted as if pushed by an invisible hand, automatically making way for him. And strength represents absolute authority. Li Hao, I've heard about what happened before. Apologized to Yin Lai. Lu Xinghe stood before Li Hao, a smile at the corner of his eyes, yet without a trace of politeness. Li Hao's body stiffened noticeably, the forced smile on his face froze, and the liquid in the champagne glass trembled slightly. He recalled his father Li Zhen's warning and the terrifying existence of Tingwang Heavy Industries. A surge of humiliation and rage flooded his heart, but ultimately, it was suppressed by fear. His hand clenched around the glass, veins bulging as he took a deep breath, seemingly making a tremendous decision. He turned awkwardly and placed the glass on the table. In that instant, Yin Lai's fingers subtly flicked at his side. A needle as thin as a cow's hair silently sliced through the air, precisely embedding itself into the feng fu acupoint at the back of Li Hao's neck. This was the needle he had stealthily retrieved from a micro-refrigerator at his waist. Li Hao had not yet sensed it. He turned around, opened his mouth, preparing to say the apology he had practiced countless times. Huh. Li Hao opened his mouth wide, yet his throat could only emit a wheezing sound, unable to utter. The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone thought Li Hao was tough, refusing to yield, daring to resist, right in front of Lu Xing. Sigh. A soft sigh emerged. Yan Lai lowered his head, gently tugged at Lu Xing's sleeve, and said in a tea, "Let's forget it. He doesn't seem too willing. Let's not force him. Thank you for standing up for me." His demeanor was very humble, carrying a hint of grievance and compromise, as if he truly were that powerless youth bullied, yet unable to fight back. Lu Xinghe already harbored dissatisfaction towards Li Hao. At this moment, seeing him resist till the end, and Yan Lai's grievous appearance, a surge of anger rushed to his head. Weren't you quite imposing when bullying classmates? Now when asked to apologize, you pretend to be mute. Lu Xinghe stepped forward, his powerful aura nearly suffocating Li Hao. When I'm not at school, you act like a tyrant. Li Hao, I tell you, this matter is far from over. Li Hao had grievances he could not express, his throat rattled, and he could only glare at Yan Lai, his resentment almost tangible. Yan Lai timely shrank back, his body trembling slightly, as if frightened by Li Hao's ferocity. This subtle movement completely ignited Lu Xing's fury. Very well, the Lu family will remember this matter, Lu Xinghe said with a smile of rage, no longer looking at Li Hao, turning to leave. Let's go. This minor episode quickly concluded under Lu Xing's strong intervention. Yan Lai had no interest in such high school gatherings and dismissed several people who approached him trying to get close. Accompanied by Lu Xinghe, he first went to the academic office to complete his graduation information, then returned alone. He took his backpack from the desk containing several books: Federal General History, Sky Realm General History, and Introduction to the Sky Realm. These were his main purposes for returning today. After taking his belongings, he turned to leave the noisy gym. However, just as he reached the school gate, two men in black suits blocked his path. Yan Lai halted, his keen senses instantly activated. Wang Ming, level 15 health, 3900. Wilson Larry, level 17 health, 3750. They were both first-tier experts with exceptionally high health and stable auras, clearly having undergone professional training. At that moment, a black business hovercar slowly glided over, the door opened, and a robust, amiable, middle-aged man. It was none other than Li Hao's father, Li Zhan. Hello, Yan Lai. Li Zhan's face was filled with smiles as he hurriedly approached, even slightly bowing, adopting a very humble demeanor. My son has been unruly and caused you great trouble. As his father, I have failed to discipline him properly. I truly apologize. I came here specially to apologize on behalf of that useless child. As he spoke, he took a delicate metal box from his subordinate and personally handed it to Yan Lai. This is a small token of my goodwill, not a formal gift. Inside was a physical enhancement agent and several bottles of high-grade nutrient solutions beneficial for your current recovery. Please do accept it. His attitude was exceedingly humble, as if Yan Lai were the high and mighty figure, while he was merely a small character, here to plead for forgiveness. This level of cunning truly suited someone who had climbed to the position of deputy director. Any genuine youth facing such a scene would likely have been overwhelmed by this sugar-coated artillery. Yan Lai chuckled coldly inside, yet his face immediately displayed a shocked and flustered expression. This? How can I accept this? Uncle Li, you are too kind. It's just a small matter, it's all in the past. He repeatedly waved his hand, appearing reluctant to accept. You must. Li Zhan's attitude, however, was resolute. He enthusiastically shoved the box into Yan Lai's arms, saying, if you don't accept it, it means you refuse to forgive my son and me. Additionally, this incident has caused you significant mental distress. This is a form of compensation. As he spoke, he raised his wrist terminal and directly transferred money to Yan Lai. You have received credit points 300,000. A substantial sum of 300,000, indeed, not a small amount. Yan Lai looked at the numbers on the terminal, his face showing even more panic and gratitude. He and Li Zhan exchanged pleasantries for quite a while, before finally reluctantly accepting everything. Thank you so much, Uncle Li. You are truly a good person. Of course. If you encounter any trouble in the future, feel free to come to the police station to find me. Li Zhan smiled broadly, patting Yan Lai's shoulder, exhibiting the warmth of a senior caring for a junior. Well then, Uncle Li, may I take my leave? Let Li Hao come over to my house to play sometime. Go on, be careful on the way. Yan Lai hugged the box, wearing a face full of gratitude, and even a hint of moisture in his eyes, turning towards the direction of the apartment. Li Zhan also wore a warm smile, slowly turning around, preparing to get into the car. Just as the two turned their heads at the gratitude and fear on Yan Lai's face, along with the warmth and friendliness on Li Zhan's, seemed to be instantly wiped away by an invisible hand. Their faces still bore the traces of smiles, yet that warmth had vanished completely. What replaced it was an identical, bone-chilling coldness and eeriness. The car door closed, cutting off everything from the outside world. Li Zhan leaned back against the soft seat with a sullen expression, rubbing his throbbing temples, feeling somewhat irritable. Keep an eye on Li Hao, don't let him cause any more trouble, Li Zhan instructed the driver, saying no more. The hover car silently glided into the traffic, leaving the place. Meanwhile, Yan Lai held a metallic box, turning a corner, his face remaining as calm as a still pond. He did not go straight home, but walked into a secluded alley. He placed the box on the ground and opened it, revealing a syringe and several bottles of blue liquid quietly lying inside. The discerning eye opened. Junior strengthening agent, quality excellent, after use, all attributes permanently 8. Note the junior strengthening agent can only be used once in a lifetime. Junior nutrient solution quality excellent after use. Fullness 100, temporary fullness 300, exercise effect enhanced by 300, lasting 20 hours. Yin Lai raised an eyebrow. Unexpectedly, these are all good items. It seems that Li Jun was indeed intimidated by the reputation of Tongwang Heavy Industries, afraid to tamper with these things. 300,000 credit points along with these agents is quite a significant sum. Yin Lai closed the box, swiftly transferring its contents to the system backpack, then casually tossed the empty box into the trash bin. The next time he enters the Tianjing will be at 6 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And now it is only 4 o'clock in the afternoon. A full 26 hours. The effect of the nutrient solution lasts for 20 hours with exercise effects increased threefold. This is simply a tailor-made opportunity for him. A thought began to take shape in his mind: 20 hours extreme, squeezing, uninterrupted cultivation. He intended to fully exploit the value of the nutrient solution. Yin Lai steadied his mind and turned to stride towards the Ark supermarket. He directly bought 50 gene of first-level mutated beef hind leg meat, specifically the kind with minimal sinew, and also purchased a large pot. Delivered to this address. Yin Lai skillfully paid on the terminal. After securing the meat and pot, Yin Lai turned and dived into the Baichao hall. Boss 500 grams each of Siberian ginseng yuan, Ji Huang Jing Fu Ling, and mint leaves. He rattled off a series of herbal names. These were all carefully selected by him. Siberian ginseng fights fatigue. Yuan Ji calms the mind and enhances intelligence, allowing him to maintain clarity under extreme conditions. Huang Jing and Fu Ling nourish vital energy and strengthen the foundation, providing continuous support for hind. The pharmacy owner was knowledgeable. Upon hearing the request, he immediately recognized that the customer was not ordinary, swiftly weighing and packaging the herbs. Yin Lai paid, carrying several large bags of herbs, quickly returning to his apartment. Just as he arrived home, the delivery person from Ark supermarket brought 50 gene of beef and a brand new large pot to the doorstep. Closing the door, Yin Lai moved everything into the cramped kitchen. He first cleaned the large pot thoroughly and set it on. Next, he began processing the 50 gene of beef. The knife flashed as he expertly cut the large pieces of beef into fist-sized chunks. After handling the meat, he boiled a large pot of water and blanched all the meat chunks. Blood and impurities quickly floated to the surface, which he meticulously skimmed off with a spoon. Once the meat was prepared, he started to concoct the herbs. Huang Jing and Fu Ling were soaked in clean water to wash away the dirt. Siberian ginseng and Yuan Ji were lightly stir-fried in the pot over low heat to extract their medicinal properties. A unique medicinal fragrance mixed with the aroma of meat began to waft through the small apartment. Everything was ready. He placed the processed beef chunks back into the large pot, then wrapped the prepared herbs in gauze and submerged them at the bottom. Finally, he filled it with clean water, covered the pot, and turned up the heat. Gurgle, gurgle. The pot soon emitted bubbling sounds. What he was brewing was not an ordinary beef soup, but a pot of battle medicinal cuisine that could support 20 hours of extreme cultivation. Watching the boiling broth in the pot, Yin Lai opened the bottle of the junior nutrient solution and gulped it down. You have used the junior nutrient solution. Fullness 300, fullness limit 300, exercise effect increased by 300, lasting 20 hours. A surge of immense energy spread within his abdomen. Yin Lai felt as if he had swallowed a small sun. He scooped a large bowl of still boiling medicinal beef soup and gulped it down. The meat chunks were not yet tender, but the rich aroma of meat and medicine burst in his mouth, flowing like a torrent into his. Consuming the mutated beef medicinal cuisine. Fullness 50, experience 30, strength 5, spirit 5, intelligence 5, lasting 60 minutes. Current fullness 400,400. An unprecedented feeling of fullness and power made him almost. He could feel every cell in his body cheering, rejoicing, eager to release this energy completely. Yin Lai stripped off his shirt, revealing a torso that was beginning to show some definition. He took a deep breath and slowly settled into a horse stance in the narrow living room. His legs were firmly planted like the roots of an ancient tree. 20 hours of hellish cultivation. Now it begins. Yin Lai's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow within the narrow living room. The space before him was restructured in his mind. The sofa was no longer a sofa, but a sheer cliff, and the coffee table morphed into a trap lined with sharp spikes. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes, and his body glided towards the wall silently like a weightless feather. His body tilted at an extreme angle nearly parallel to the ground as he dashed along the base of the wall, and at the moment he was about to collide with the TV cabinet, he twisted and slipped through the space beneath the coffee table that stood less than half a meter high. Throughout the entire process, not a whisper of wind was stirred. This was Chuantang, a technique designed specifically for complex and confined terrains. Time passed second by second. Yin Lai was fully immersed in the experience of mastering his Buddhist limits. Sweat quickly soaked through his back, only to be evaporated by the internal heat, transforming into wispy white mist. The large pot in the kitchen bubbled and gurgled, the rich aroma of meat mixed with medicinal scents becoming the only background sound in the apartment. Chuantang Proficiency 1, Chuantang Proficiency 1, through diligent training your agility 1. 4 hours later, Yin Lai's movements had become so swift that they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Only a blurred shadow darted between the furnishings. He even closed his eyes, relying solely on his Buddhist memory and spatial awareness to navigate. Your movement technique Chuantang has reached Tier 3 Advanced Character Experience 120A, Current Character Experience 300,800. Chuantang Tier 3 Movement Speed increased by 30, speed doubled in complex terrains. When activated, all effects doubled, consuming 1 point of internal energy per second. However, the initial exhilaration was rapidly fading. In its place was a fatigue that seeped deep into his bones. The training effects tripling meant that the physical toll was also tripled. The energy provided by the basic nutrient solution felt like fuel tossed into a furnace, burning at an alarming rate. Each muscle cell cried out under the unbearable strain, and every breath came with a searing pain. Yen Lai's movements showed a hint of stagnation. He forced himself to stop. His body swayed, and he had to lean against the wall to avoid collapsing. Sweat dripped from his chin, splashing onto the floor and creating a small puddle. Not enough, still not enough. He gasped for air, shuffled to the kitchen, and lifted the lid off the pot. Half of a large pot of beef soup had already been consumed. He scooped up 2 large bowls, swallowing them whole along with the meat and broth. Satiety 180400. A new wave of warmth washed over his weary body, as if fresh lubricant had been injected into a machine on the verge of breaking down. The medicinal effects of the Siberian ginseng and yuan ji began to take effect, clearing the fog in his drowsy mind. He took a brief moment to recover, then began practicing another movement technique obtained from the thunder leopard. Leopard movement technique. Unlike the fluidity and unpredictability of Chuantang, leopard movement technique emphasizes relentless explosiveness and pursuit capabilities. It is more suitable for open areas such as mountains and plains for long-distance chases or assaults. Yen Lai arrived at a nearby park. It was nighttime, and the area was deserted. He began to sprint on all fours, his figure leaving straight lines in his wake. 2 movement techniques, one agile and the other robust, each with its strengths perfectly complementing one another. Having previously practiced Chuantang, Yen Lai quickly mastered the skills of leopard movement technique. You are studying leopard movement technique proficiency 1 ding. You have learned the lightness technique, leopard movement technique. 150 experience, 60 leopard movement technique. Tier 1 movement speed increased by 5, jumping ability increased by 5, footstep sound reduced by 10. When activated, all effects doubled, consuming 1 point of internal energy per second. As time passed, Yen Lai's speed continued to increase. Ding. Your movement technique, leopard movement technique, has reached Tier 2 intermediate experience 80. Current experience 620750 leopard movement technique. Tier 2 movement speed increased by 10, a jumping ability increased by 10, footstep sound reduced by 20. Seeing this, Yen Lai stopped, gasping for breath. Looking at his remaining satiety, which was down to just a few points, he bought 2 energy bars from a nearby vending machine, nibbling on one as he walked home. Back home, Yen Lai did not continue practicing Chuantang, but instead switched to an entirely different technique. Tiger bone. He stood still, feet apart, hands slowly forming a circle in front of him, his breathing becoming long and deep. If Chuantang represents the ultimate movement, then tiger bone technique embodies the ultimate stillness. Yen Lai followed the operation methods of the tiger bone technique, circulating internal energy vastly different from Xinjiang. As this internal energy flowed through his limbs and bones, he could distinctly feel his bones emitting faint cracking sounds, and his muscles and fascia vibrating at a specific frequency. A sensation of soreness and swelling radiated from deep within his marrow, as if countless ants were gnawing at him. This was the technique honing his foundational strength, extracting the energy from the medicinal food and converting it into the purest physical strength. This process was far more painful than practicing movement techniques. Every second felt like a torment. Yen Lai gritted his teeth, allowing sweat to blur his vision. He knew this was a necessary path to rebirth. Tiger bone technique proficiency 1 through diligent training your physique. 1. He was unsure how long had passed when the system notification chimed again, leaving him nearly exhausted. Your body refinement technique, tiger bone technique, has reached Tier 1 beginner experience 60. Beginner tiger bone technique. Tier 1 health 100 physique 10 physique attribute increased by 10. When health drops below 10, all attributes increase by 30. A warm current appeared out of nowhere, healing his injured body, and his maximum health and physique attributes underwent. Yen Lai exhaled deeply, feeling significantly lighter all over. Time continued to pass. When the effects of the nutrient solution entered the final countdown, Yen Lai had already consumed 50 pounds of beef and a large pot of medicinal food. Your body refinement technique, tiger bone technique, has reached Tier 2 intermediate experience 80. Intermediate tiger bone technique. Tier 2 health 200 physique 20 physique attribute increased by 20. When health drops below 10, all attributes increase by 30. A layer of dirt covered his body. Muscle definition became increasingly pronounced, filled with explosive strength. 20 hours of high-intensity exertion had elevated his control over his body to an entirely new level. The last 5 hours, Yen Lai reinvested all his energy into Chuantang. He practiced repeatedly, refining each movement and detail to perfection. Gradually, his movements no longer adhered to fixed techniques. His body seemed to possess its own consciousness, always able to move in the most economical and efficient manner. It was an enigmatic sensation, as if he had broken through an invisible barrier. Your movement technique Chuantang has reached Tier 4 proficient experience 200. Ding. Your level has increased to LV4. Current experience 501,000 ding. All attributes 1, gained 5 free attribute points. Success. In the final moments before the nutrient solutions effects faded, he finally elevated this top-tier movement technique to a proficient level. This more than 20 hours of relentless training had also led to astonishing growth in his foundational attributes. Strength, physique, and agility each increased by a full 10 points. The instant the effects of the nutrient solution vanished, an overwhelming wave of fatigue crashed over him, instantly submerging him. Yen Lai's vision darkened, his legs weakened, and he knelt directly on the ground. He mustered the last shred of spirit to bring up his attribute panel, adding 2 points to intelligence and 3 points to spirit. This was the result of his all-night struggle. A dim blue light curtain unfolded before his eyes. Name unnamed Mr. Yen, level 4, City 33100, health 14701, 470, internal energy 120380, true chi 6767, jade pendant, true chi storage 0300, strength 29, agility 25, physique 64, intelligence 22, spirit 28, technique slots 310, leopard movement technique tier 2, tiger bone technique tier 2, chuan tang tier 4. Active skills: keen eye yin family needle technique, return to origin feather flight. Passive skills: advanced medical skills tier 3, intermediate theft tier 2, skilled hands. Special double heaven 9 heavens azure bag, scripture 67,100. Looking at this entirely refreshed attribute panel, Yen Lai couldn't help but crack a satisfied smile. All the hard work was worth it. He glanced at the time on the terminal, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There were 3 hours left until the next entry into the Tian realm. That was sufficient. He struggled to get up, set the alarm, and without even having time to take a shower, collapsed onto the bed. The moment his body touched the soft mattress, his consciousness sank into endless darkness. In the room, only his steady and deep breathing remained. The shrill cry of the alarm clock shattered the silence. Yen Lai had barely slept for 2 hours before being forcibly pulled from the depths of his stupor. Every joint in his body and every muscle cried out in intense protest, as if being disassembled and reassembled. The aches and fatigue intertwined into an invisible net that tightly ensnared him. Yet despite feeling exhausted, Yen Lai did not feel powerless. This was the strength of having a system panel in reality. So long as his satiation level was intact, he would never falter. He struggled to sit up, chewing on a few sprigs of invigorating mint leaves, the cool sensation exploding on his tongue, dispelling a hint of drowsiness. The bottle of primary enhancer that Li Zhan had gifted him was something he did not intend to use for the time being. Its quality was merely excellent, and according to the notes, a primary enhancer could only be used. The bottle of primary enhancer that Li Zhan had gifted him was something he did not intend to use for the time being. Its quality was merely excellent, and according to the notes, a primary enhancer could only be used once in a lifetime. He would wait a few days to see if he could obtain a better quality one. Stumbling out of the apartment, Yen Lai hailed a taxi heading towards the direction of the Tengwang Pavilion. As soon as he stepped into the grand hall, the administrative secretary, Su Qing, rushed over. "Minister He wants to see you in the meeting room." Yen Lai nodded and followed her into a private elevator. The spacious meeting room was empty except for He Linyuan, who stood with his back to the door, gazing out of the large floor-to-ceiling window. He was toying with a palm-sized statue made of a material that was neither metal nor wood, presenting a bizarre dark purple hue, its shape twisted like a human figure in pain and struggle, yet with insect-like appendages. Just a glance was enough for Yen Lai to instinctively feel a wave of discomfort, as though the object were an ominous artifact. Hearing footsteps, He Linyuan turned around, flashing a bright smile with his white teeth. "Kid, you're here." He casually placed the eerie statue on the table and got straight to the point. "I know your talent is grade dual realm, which is quite good as it allows for rapid accumulation of realistic attributes in the early stages, giving you an advantage. So this time your primary objective is to fully assist Lu Xinghe." "Assist Lu Xinghe?" Yen Lai remained silent, quiet. He Linyuan stepped in front of Yen Lai. "But you should also understand that this advantage of your talent has a time limit. Once others advance to the first tier and complete their first life transcendence, your slight advantage in attributes will be quickly erased or even surpassed." He pointed out Yen Lai's greatest shortcoming without hesitation. He Linyuan seemed to see through his thoughts, picking up a metallic briefcase from beside him and placing it on the table. Inside the case lay a reagent flowing with a faint golden liquid resting quietly in a velvet groove, emanating a soft halo, clearly of a much higher grade than the one Li Zhan had given. "This is a perfectly graded primary enhancer without a trace of impurities, worth at least 3 million credit points on the market, and it's often unavailable. In the next 2 days, I will personally take you through enhancement training. I guarantee that before reaching the first tier, your ability to synchronize realistic attributes will be a T0 level weapon." He Linyuan patted his shoulder with considerable force. "I know you might be unhappy, questioning why you should play second fiddle to your—" He circled around Yen Lai, his tone dropping, no longer as carefree as before. "Kid, let me tell you something. Talent determines how high your starting point is, but it doesn't dictate where your endpoint lies. My talent is merely a grade." This statement surprised Yen Lai slightly. Among the top combatants of Tengwang Heavy Industries, there are even those with grade. That guy climbed up from the sea of corpses with a broken iron knife. The bones beneath his feet far exceed what you've read in books. He Linyuan spoke at a measured pace, but every word felt like a hammer striking the heart. "We reviewed your report from Heifeng Mountain. You're intelligent, knowing how to utilize every possible advantage. This is far better than those with talent, who become weak-kneed at the critical moment. Talent is merely a tool. How to effectively use this tool is key. Don't let a grade label bind your hands and feet. Tengwang Heavy Industries values how much value you can create, not how glorious your talent rating is. Work hard, kid. Let me see what kind of quality this unrefined gem of yours, which isn't considered great, can be polished into." After finishing his words, He Linyuan returned to his cheerful demeanor, waved his hand, signaling that Yen Lai could leave. Yen Lai picked up the briefcase from the table, said nothing, and turned to leave the meeting room. Poor Lin Yuan's words were a reprimand, a lure, and also an investment. He did not mind being seen as an aid, rather this aid identity was an excellent protective cover. A tree that stands out in the forest will be blown down. Knowing how to conceal one's strengths is the true path to longevity. Yanlai opened the case looking at the enhancer. Primary enhancement agent quality perfect usage permanently 10 to all attributes after use. Note the primary enhancement agent can only be used once in a lifetime. Yanlai seemed to think of something and did not use it immediately, but stored it in the system backpack. Then he nodded and turned to leave the office. Poor Lin Yuan chuckled softly, his fingertips rubbing the bizarre dark purple statue on the desk. Cursed Object 113 Nightmare Soul Statue, quite interesting. As the clock approached 6 in the evening, the employees of the Jingzhou department arrived one after another at their respective docking pods. Yanlai lay in the cold pod, and with the roar of the machines a familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. A flash of light passed by, and he found himself seated once again at the greasy wooden table. 4 pairs of eyes stared at each other in silence. After a brief moment of silence, Tang Xiao was the first to break the tranquility. Let's go, we still have a long way to travel. She gracefully mounted her horse, her movements sharp and decisive. Wang Feng chuckled in his naive manner and also climbed onto his horse. Brother, Yin, we should head to Qingxi City where the Han family is located. The Han family's recruitment conference for outer disciples held once every 10 years is about to begin, and we need to arrive early. It will take us about another day of travel. The journey was long, and the horses moved at varying speeds. They were not mechanical and could not sustain full gallop. Yanlai rode on his horse, feeling the breeze, when a thought suddenly emerged. Are we really going to waste time on this journey? No way. As the horses slowed down, he suddenly flipped over and jumped down from the horse's back. Under the watchful eyes of the other 3, Yanlai landed on all fours, his body slightly crouched. To their astonishment, he began to run along the road, using both hands and feet. This sudden scene left Hua Shuiqing, who had been maintaining a tense demeanor and emanating an aura of do not approach moment. She watched the figure crawling rapidly on the ground, his posture odd, yet surprisingly fast, her lips involuntarily twitched. Yanlai paid no attention to their stares, his mind completely immersed in the insights of the 9 heavens mystic art. To mimic a beast, one must shed human restraint. Fortunately, although his posture was extremely abstract, the results were surprisingly effective. The chi and blood within him surged with this peculiar movement, transforming the once awkward technique into an increasingly skilled practice at a visible pace. Your center of gravity is too high, your waist and abdomen are not coordinating properly. A voice filled with pride, yet holding back a chuckle, rang out. Yanlai turned to see it was Hua Shuiqing. This little girl rarely spoke, but she offered a piece of advice. Seemingly aware of her own unusual behavior, she quickly turned her head away and ceased to look at him. Yanlai felt a spark of inspiration and immediately adjusted according to her suggestion. Indeed, lowering his center of gravity and using his waist and abdomen to drive his limbs made his movements instantly several times smoother, and his speed shot up. Thank you, he shouted toward Hua Shuiqing's retreating figure. She merely responded with a soft hum acknowledging him. Thus along the way a rather bizarre scene unfolded on the official road. For majestic horses trotted leisurely, while a person ran alongside them on all fours, his speed not at all inferior, even overtaking the horses when they grew weary. Your skill 9 heavens mystic art proficiency has increased. Through relentless practice, your agility 1, your skill 9 heavens mystic art proficiency has increased. Amid the intermittent practice, the prompt in his mind finally changed. Congratulations. Your skill 9 heavens mystic art has been upgraded to level 3. Your experience points 120. Current experience points 170,1000. A warm current spread throughout his limbs, and Yanlai felt his body becoming lighter, with his control over strength becoming much more refined. As dusk fell, a small town with curling smoke from chimneys appeared on the horizon. The 4 decided to stop here for supplies and rest for the night. Upon entering the town, they found a relatively clean inn to stay in. Wang Feng pulled out a few pieces of broken silver from his pocket and handed them to Yanlai. Brother, Yin, here are 5 taels of silver. You should buy some supplies for the journey. Okay, thank you. Yanlai accepted the money without hesitation and expressed his gratitude. He was currently broke. His credit points in the real world were worthless in the Tianjing. The advantages of being a player became evident during such times. He didn't buy any expensive jerky or delicate snacks. Instead, he headed straight to a grain and oil shop, placing a small piece of broken silver on the counter. Boss, will take 40 of the cheapest mixed grain cakes and a few large earthen jars. Is there a well nearby? I'll fetch some. As he spoke, Yanlai silently summoned the system's backpack in his mind. A virtual interface measuring 8 by 8 with 64 slots appeared before his eyes. Seeing this extravagant customer, the grain and oil shop owner couldn't help but glance at him a few more times, but still swiftly packed a large number of mixed grain cakes into several large cloth bags and returned Yanlai a few large coins. He then pointed to the backyard, indicating that Yanlai could fetch water freely. Yanlai took the bags and walked to a corner of the backyard. Seeing no one around, he focused his mind and stored all the provisions into the system's backpack. His current strength was not low, and he filled the jars with water in no time, after which he placed the jars into his backpack. These supplies would be enough for him to consume for a long time. Survival was the top priority. Once he stabilized, he would definitely buy some spices and other ingredients. Yanlai thought to himself, feeling a bit frustrated. To avoid arousing the owner's suspicions, he jumped out from the backyard, having already paid. After completing all of this, he returned to his room at the inn. Having escaped from the Black Wind Mountain mining area, fought through the forest, and then traveled relentlessly for an entire day. Even with his superior physique, he had reached his limit. Fatigue washed over him in waves, his eyelids heavy as if weighed down by lead. Last night, whether in the Tianjing or the real world, he had hardly slept a wink. Yin Lai lay down on the hard wooden bed and fell into a deep sleep. The night was profoundly deep. All sounds had fallen silent. On a rigid wooden bed, Yin Lai suddenly opened his eyes. No nightmare haunted him. No disturbance startled him awake. Instead, he was roused by a profound viscous stagnation welling up from deep within his body. The true energy of the 9 heavens, Qingnong scripture, now spontaneously circulating, moved as though mired in thick mud. Each inch forward demanded agonizing effort. A needle-like prickle pierced his meridians while a faint, insidious chill seeped inward, unseen, yet unmistakable. Something was wrong. This was no ordinary fatigue born of overcultivation. It stemmed from the external environment. Yin Lai sat upright, without stirring a soul. Tilting his ear, he listened. The surrounding silence itself confirmed that none of the other two had sensed anything amiss. This influence appeared to target only his Qingnong true energy. He had lived over 20 years without ever feeling such a sensation. This was unquestionably abnormal. He slipped soundlessly out of the room, his form dissolving into the shadows of the inn's corridor. His through-hall body technique reached its zenith. His body grew weightless, landing without a whisper. Not even the faintest creak of floorboards betrayed his passage. A cool night breeze carried the damp, earthy scent of soil and vegetation. The town slept utterly still. Only a few lanterns hung beneath eaves, swaying gently, casting feeble amber light. Yin Lai stood alone in the center of the empty street, eyes closed intently, tracing the origin of that chilling presence. It permeated everything. Thin yet tenacious, like an invisible net draped across the entire town. He traversed alley after alley, glided past house after house. He inspected the town's well, examined the ancestral shrine at its edge, even circled behind the slaughterhouse on the outskirts, yet found nothing. The cold aura spread evenly across every corner with no discernible source. An hour passed. A faint, almost imperceptible pallor began to stain the eastern horizon. He could not afford to linger further. Yin Lai halted, his brow subtly furrowed. Conventional methods of investigation had failed. Unorthodox measures were now essential. Since this aura affected only his true energy, perhaps only his true energy could unveil it. A thought stirred within him. He activated his wisdom, yet saw nothing. Still, Yin Lai refused to yield. Drawing a slow, deep breath, he began drawing forth the sluggish Qingnong true energy coiled within his dantian. Rather than guiding it through its normal circulatory pathways, he reversed the technique, forcing a thread of energy upward, deliberately channeling it toward his eyes. The instant emerald energy flooded his vision, a piercing agony lanced through his skull. Yin Lai stifled a low groan. His sight dissolved into blinding crimson. He endured the torment without closing his eyes. After several seconds, the blood-red haze receded, and the world before him transformed entirely. Solid structures, streets, buildings, trees, dissolved into hazy, indistinct, gray silhouettes. And within those muted contours, slender filaments shimmered with a sickly viridian glow, converging from every direction, twisting into a single luminous strand that pointed unerringly outward beyond the town's boundary. Found it. A surge of clarity electrified Yin Lai's spirit. Without hesitation, he launched himself forward. Leaping with explosive speed, his leopard stride technique ignited, racing toward the town's edge along that vivid green path visible only in his altered vision. Soon he stood before a long-abandoned Taoist temple. Half its courtyard wall had collapsed, a weeds taller than a man choked. At its center, the main hall remained only as blackened, scorched pillars standing solitary and stark. That viridian light vanished into a dry, abandoned well in the temple's rear courtyard. Yin Lai approached the well's rim and peered down. The opening was narrow, swallowing all light. Its depths exhaled a thick, damp stench of decay and mildew. Without pause, he gripped moss-slick stones and fissures in the wall, descending with fluid grace. The bottom lay only 3 or 4 meters below, dry, cracked earth littered with pebbles and brittle leaves. With his true energy-enhanced vision, Yin Lai clearly perceived a skeleton clad in tattered Taoist robes, slumped grotesquely against the well's inner wall. At the skeleton's chest cavity rested a palm-sized obsidian green jade stone, radiating that same chilling viridian luminescence. The source of the light was this stone. Beside it, half buried beneath dust and debris, lay a fragment of a book bound in unknown beastide, its cover inscribed with bold characters, "Primer on Soul Weapons." Soul weapons. A flicker of recognition stirred in Yin Lai's mind. This seemed to be a manual concerning weapon cultivation. Both the eerie jade and this ancient cryptic text were undoubtedly extraordinary artifacts. This midnight investigation had yielded an unexpected boon. Suppressing his rising thoughts, he advanced cautiously toward the skeletal remains. The closer he drew, the more acute the stagnation in his meridians became, until the icy aura, thick and nearly solid, pressing inward through his pores. He extended his hand, direct, decisive, reaching for the primer on soul weapons. At the very instant his fingers closed upon the tome, calamity erupted. The obsidian green jade exploded in a torrent of dense viridian light. HRR. A shriek, inhuman and raw with anguish, detonated without warning inside Yin Lai's skull. A translucent humanoid specter tore free from the stone. A face contorted in eternal agony, 2 hollow, sightless sockets locked unblinkingly upon Yin Lai. A wave of pure malevolent intent, laced with bottomless resentment and raving madness, struck him like a physical blow. A vengeful spirit. Yin Lai's heart lurched violently. Before he could react, the specter shot forward, a streak of light cleaving the air with a shrill, tearing shriek, aimed straight for his forehead. In the blink of an eye, Yan Lai's body moved faster than his thoughts. He did not retreat. Instead, he supported himself with one hand and swiftly turned, narrowly evading the mental assault. Almost simultaneously, he tightened his grip on the animal skin book. "You think you can take back what belongs to me?" Yan Lai scoffed inwardly, his mind moving to directly store the book, Initial Understanding of Soul Weapons, into his system backpack. He exerted force beneath his feet using both hands and feet, and his whole body resembled a wall-clinging spirit cat swiftly climbing up the rough and slippery well wall, landing silently outside the well. A chilling roar followed. A half-transparent phantom surged out from the dry, while hovering in midair, its two dark void-like facial cavities locking onto Yan Lai with endless malice. Yan Lai steadied his stance, his steps unceasing, while his keen eyes directly scanned the phantom. A line of data clearly floated before his eyes. Cursed soul from the dry well, level 18 health, 1900-1900. A lonely ghost lingering here for 3 years, by chance discovered the soul jade and nurtured its soul body, within harboring immense hostility towards all living beings. Level 18, with a health of 1900. Yan Lai quickly made a judgment. This health was somewhat similar to that of the black-scaled viper that Lu Ha had painstakingly hunted, both having only basic health. It seems that the cursed soul, like magical beasts, lacked the support of martial arts, had no exquisite techniques, and its combat method was singular, posing a significantly lesser threat than martial artists of the same level. With a flick of his wrist, Yan Lai launched an ordinary steel needle, accurately shooting towards the cursed soul's head. However, the needle passed through without any resistance, embedding itself in the wall behind. It caused no harm at all. Indeed, it was immune to physical attacks. Yan Lai was not surprised. He raised his hand again, this time launching a poison needle smeared with withering toxic, its tip adorned with a faint blue vital energy. This time the outcome was different. The poison needle still pierced through, but the attached blue vital energy upon contact with the cursed soul's body sizzled like a hot iron pressed into ice. A bright red damage number emerged above the cursed soul's head. 21. The damage was negligible. Yan Lai retracted his hand. Physical attacks were ineffective, toxins were ineffective, only the special energy attribute of the blue vital energy could barely inflict some damage. Trying to wear down a cursed soul with nearly 2,000 health through this meager damage was akin to a fool's dream. The cursed soul seemed to be enraged by that trace of vital energy, letting out a shrill scream and transforming into a green light that charged toward him. Yan Lai's form flickered as he activated his movement technique, becoming a blurred afterimage that effortlessly navigated through the ruins of the Taoist temple. His speed far surpassed that of the cursed soul, which couldn't even brush against his clothing. For the time being, the cursed soul was powerless against him. Since conventional means were ineffective, he could only. While skillfully dodging, Yan Lai immersed his mind into his system backpack and directly retrieved the recently acquired Initial Understanding of Soul Weapons. He actually opened the book in front of the cursed soul while running. The movement speed boost from through the hall and leopard walking technique prevented the cursed soul from touching Yan Lai. The book, made of durable animal skin, contained text not in the universal language of the heavenly realm, but in a more ancient and complex pictographic script. However, through the system's translation function, the content was clearly presented in his mind. This book turned out to be a peculiar method of harnessing the power of one's 3 souls and 7 spirits to condense formless weapons for attack. It resembled the spirit refining technique previously introduced by Tang Xiao. Its core concept was to construct weapons from the martial artist's own spirit and blood energy. Soul weapons are formless and intangible, yet capable of harming all things, especially effective against malevolent spirits. This was practically a tailor-made martial art for the current situation. Yan Lai rapidly flipped through the pages. Initial Understanding of Soul Weapons was divided into 3 realms. The first realm, using the martial artist's powerful blood energy as a catalyst, condenses the blood soul with its potency, depending on the martial artist's physique and vitality. The second realm involves channeling mental force to condense the will soul with its power, dependent on mental attributes and soul strength. The third realm merges blood energy and spirit, condensing the true soul weapon, whose power is unfathomable. However, this initial understanding only explained the cultivation method of the first realm. Yan Lai's physique had already far surpassed that of ordinary individuals due to his practice of the tiger bone technique, and his mental attributes were exceptionally high due to his reincarnation and inherent talents. Cultivating this martial art gave him a natural advantage. Without any hesitation, Yan Lai began to attempt to channel his blood energy according to the cultivation method recorded in the first realm. While using his movement technique to keep the enraged cursed soul at bay, he simultaneously concentrated, sinking his awareness into his body. The heartbeat grew heavy and powerful, the speed of blood surging through the veins suddenly quickened, and waves of scorching energy were drawn from his limbs and bones, converging towards his right hand. This was an incredibly delicate task. The power of blood energy was wild and uncontrollable. A moment's carelessness could lead to backlash, causing damage to the meridians. Yet Yan Lai, with his terrifying mastery over his body accumulated through 2 lifetimes, forcibly organized, compressed, and condensed the scattered energies. Soon a faint red mist began to slowly emerge in the palm of his hand. The mist thickened, its color gradually shifting from light red to a mesmerizing deep red, resembling a swirling mass of burning blood. You have comprehended the skill Initial Understanding of Soul Weapons. Experience point 60. Current experience, 230-1000. You have mastered the first form of soul weapon blood refining. Blood refining beginner use blood energy to form a blood soul weapon. Its shape controlled by the wielder. Weapon damage is physique 100 dealing double damage to soul bodies. Consumption 50 health, 20 inner strength. Almost the instant the system notification sounded, the blood-colored mist in Yanlai's palm abruptly shrank. A short blade entirely composed of solidified blood energy and approximately 1 foot long instantly took shape in his hand, the blade shimmering with a haunting blood light. The cursed soul behind him seemed to sense a deadly threat, letting out a terrified scream, halting its pursuit and attempting to flee back into the dry well. Now you think you can run? Yanlai turned around, his right hand wielding the blood-red short blade, suddenly sweeping forward. The blood-red dagger sliced through the night sky, leaving behind an eerie crimson glow. The vengeful spirit attempting to escape into the dry well suddenly came to a halt, its shrill wail caught in its throat. A burst of ghastly green mist erupted from its chest. A massive red damage number floated up from above its head. The damage clearly demonstrated the restraining effect of the blood soul soldier on the soul body. The excruciating pain drove the vengeful spirit into madness. It no longer fled, but instead turned sharply, transforming into a streak of green light that charged towards Yanlai. Yanlai did not retreat, but advanced instead, executing the hallway body technique to its fullest, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he effortlessly dodged the spirit's assault. He then retaliated with a swift slash. Still trying to fight back. The vengeful spirit's attack method was singular, merely charging in a straight line. Before the fourth-tier hallway body technique, its movements appeared laughably slow. After several missed attacks, the spirit's soul body became even more ethereal. It seemed to realize this, letting out a venomous shriek before turning and fleeing desperately towards the dry well. Yanlai stopped watching the rapidly retreating green light. It was too late to chase it down with the blood soldier. The blood-red dagger in his hand instantly disintegrated into a dense cloud of blood mist. Following that, under his control, the blood mist rapidly stretched and condensed. In the blink of an eye, dozens of blood-colored needles as thin as cow hair floated before him. Go! Yanlai waved. Several blood needles tore through the air, emitting a faint shriek, arriving before the fleeing vengeful spirit in an instant. Puff, puff, puff. 318. 318 the sound of dense piercing echoed. The vengeful spirit's body was riddled with holes. It let out a short and unwilling wail as its massive soul body twisted violently in the air, finally exploding with a loud bang, scattering into countless green light points that vanished into the night. Yanlai looked at his empty right hand, deep in thought. Once the blood soldier transformed into flying needles, it could not be retrieved, making it akin to a one-time consumable. If only he had methods of controlling objects. Though this skill was immensely powerful, it was too extravagant to use against minor. However, as a trump card for a surprise attack, it was quite good. He did not linger in place, putting the piece of jade into his back. Turning around, he leaped up to the well's mouth, his figure rising and falling several times before he quietly disappeared into the shadows of the Taoist temple. Back at the inn, Yanlai collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. In another room, Hua Shuiqing, resting with a giant sword in her arms, slightly opened her eyes, glancing in Yanlai's direction before slowly closing them again. He awoke again to the noisy shouts outside the window. The day was already bright. Yanlai stretched lazily, feeling refreshed. The fatigue of the previous night swept away. He pushed open the door and went downstairs. The inn's hall was already filled with many people, with waiters bustling about carrying steaming food, creating a lively atmosphere. Yanlai glanced around and then called a waiter, imitating the person next to him who was slurping soup dumplings. Waiter, 1 bowl of soup dumplings and a fried oil cake, please. Yanlai found an empty seat, and soon a bowl of steaming meat soup dumplings and a golden crispy oil cake were served. He was not polite, picking up his chopsticks and digging in. The warmth of the soup dumplings dispelled the last bit of morning. Just as he hummed an unknown tune, enjoying this rare leisure time, footsteps came from the stairs. Tang Xiao Wang Fong and Hua Shuiqing descended. Hua Shuiqing spotted Yanlai savoring his meal at a glance, her dainty nose sniffing. You're quite the connoisseur. Yanlai looked up, saw her, and awkwardly smiled, his mouth still full of oil cake, replying indistinctly. The three of them sat down beside him, each ordering a bowl of soup dumplings to warm up. After a simple breakfast, the four did not linger, settling the bill and setting off again. On the official road, the sound of hooves rang clear. This time, Yanlai did not dismount to practice the leopard movement technique as he had in the previous days. That training method was too inefficient, and the posture was rather unseemly. He sat upright on the horse's back, concentrating, a fist-sized blood-red mist appearing in his palm. This was the initial form of the blood soul soldier. He began to attempt controlling the shape of the blood mist. Under his intent, the blood mist first transformed into a standard cube, then slowly stretched, becoming a small flying dagger. The flying dagger dissipated, then reformed into a small bird ready to take flight. Each transformation consumed some of his mental energy. This was the new training method he had thought of. By continuously and intricately controlling the blood soldier, he could enhance his mental and intellectual attributes. Compared to the tedious practice of meditation, this method was undoubtedly much more engaging and efficient. Most of the day passed swiftly in this peculiar training. Your mental attribute increased by 1 point. Your intelligence attribute increased by 1 point. As a vast city silhouette emerged in the distance, his mental and intelligence attributes had increased by a total of 3 points. This growth rate greatly pleased him. As the distance closed, the full view of the city became increasingly clear to the fore. Qingxi City. This was a magnificent city built on the plains, its walls towering dozens of meters high, constructed from enormous dark blue rocks covered with marks of chiseling, exuding a sense of weighty history. A broad moat wound around the entire city like a jade belt. Riding on horseback after Hua Shuiqing displayed a token, the four bypassed the guard's inspection and entered through the massive city gates. Inside the city, tall buildings rose with flying eaves and bracketed roofs, the ancient architectural clusters blending with the misty green mountains and clear waters in the distance, combining the grandeur of a great city with the elegant charm of a Jiangnan water town. On the wide main road, traffic flowed like water. People came and went. Shops lined the road with restaurants, tea houses, weapon shops, and pharmacies, everything one could need. The sounds of hawking, shouting, and rolling wheels intertwined to create a bustling symphony. However, Tang Xiao and the others had no intention of stopping in the city. They skillfully guided their horses through the bustling streets, heading straight inward. After walking intermittently for about half an hour, even Yin Lai secretly marveled at the city's magnificence. Finally, they halted in front of a vast and grand estate. The Crimson Gate, flanked by two imposing stone lions, had a plaque hanging above it with golden characters on a black background. The Ho residence. The guards at the entrance clearly recognized Tang Xiao and the others. Without obstruction, they directly opened the side gate for them to enter. Passing through several corridors, the four arrived in an open courtyard. In the courtyard stood 7 or 8 people, seemingly discussing something, the atmosphere somewhat serious. The two figures at the forefront caught Yin Lai's attention. One of them was Huolin Yuan, the minister of Jingzhou. Dressed in a dark patterned robe with a jade belt cinched at his waist and long hair tied up with a simple wooden hairpin, he stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an imposing presence without anger. Beside him stood a young man in a moon-white brocade robe. With a face like a jade crown and an upright posture, he was the class genius Lu Xinghe. Below them stood several others, and Yin Lai's gaze swept over them, recognizing one man and one woman. They were the two warm-hearted individuals from the connecting chamber next to him. It seemed that the core members of the fire theft plan had mostly gathered. I apologize for the slow updates due to the business trip and recommendation period. From now on, there will be at least 4 chapters every day, and on holidays or other occasions, I will increase the updates based on the situation. Huolin Yuan saw Yin Lai and the other 3 nodded, and then his gaze fell upon the burly man beside him. The man known as Chen Zhou, who was Yin Lai's neighbor by the connection cabin, immediately stepped forward, standing upright. Take him to get his household registration done. For the next couple of days, his physical training will be your responsibility. Huolin Yuan's arrangement was straightforward. I guarantee to complete the task. Chen Zhou grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, then turned to enthusiastically clasp Yin Lai's shoulder with considerable force. Let's go, brother. I'm familiar with Qingxi City. I'll show you around and give you a warm welcome. This boldness felt very much like reality. He didn't struggle, allowing Chen Zhou to half-drag, half-support him, while secretly activating his keen perception to assess. Let's go. Chen Zhou hooked his arm around Yin Lai's neck and strode out with lively steps, his booming voice echoing. Let me tell you, brother Yin Lai, Qingxi City is a great place. The Hua family head may seem unorthodox, but he treats his subordinates exceptionally well. Stick with me, and you'll surely enjoy the best of everything. The two of them passed through the corridor and left the Hua residence. The outside streets instantly enveloped them with bustling noise and the aroma of street food. See that over there? The one with 2 red lanterns hanging. That's the Lu family. The salt and iron trade in Qingxi City is all under their control. They're rolling in wealth. They rely on their riches, and their home is backed by several second-grade powerhouses. Make sure not to provoke them at any cost. Also, this street is called Baibing Street, and it's lined with weapon shops. The innermost shop, Divine Craftsman Pavilion, forges weapons that can cut through hair. They are extremely expensive. Even the cheapest dagger starts at 100 taels. Chen Zhou enthusiastically introduced his spittle flying, while Yin Lai quietly listened, memorizing the names and factions one by one. The two walked one after the other, soon arriving at the government office. The ground was paved with blue stone slabs, and 2 imposing stone lions stood at the entrance, while a few officials in dark uniforms leaned lazily against the door holding their staffs. Upon seeing Chen Zhou's physique and demeanor, the officials immediately straightened up, gripping their staffs a little tighter. However, Chen Zhou didn't even glance at them, directly walking to the entrance and pulling out a dark iron plaque from his pocket, flashing it in front of the leading official. The official took a closer look, and his previously vigilant posture collapsed instantly. He hurriedly bowed and said, "So it's an esteemed person from the Hua residence. I apologize for my lack of recognition. Please come in." Chen Zhou swaggered inside, not forgetting to turn back and wink at Yin Lai. "Did you see that? This is the influence of the Hua family." Once inside the inner hall, a clerk with a handlebar mustache was dozing off at his desk. Without hesitation, Chen Zhou stepped forward and slammed the iron plaque onto the table. The clerk jolted awake, nearly falling off his chair. Upon seeing the iron plaque, all sleepiness vanished, and he quickly stood up, a fawning smile plastered across his face. "What orders do you have, my lord? My brother has just come down the mountain from the sect. Please help him with his household registration," Chen Zhou stated succinctly. "Of course." The clerk, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent, promptly took out a thick ledger and a blank waist tag. "May I ask for your name, young sir?" "Yin Lai." The clerk dipped his pen, filled it with ink, and elegantly inscribed 2 characters in the ledger, then engraved them on the waist tag. The entire process was smooth and swift, taking no more than a short tea break. "My lord, it's done. Is there anything else you require?" The clerk presented the wooden waist tag inscribed with the characters Yen Lai with both hands. Yen Lai took the waist tag, feeling its slight weight, and noted the faint scent of wood. Qingxi City Household Registration Waist Tag Quality Ordinary Effect None Description. With this you are a legal resident of Deqian. Indeed, there was no special effect. With a thought, he took the opportunity to store the waist tag in his system backpack while turning around. Chunzhou nodded in satisfaction and patted the clerk on the shoulder. Not bad, you have good insight. After speaking, he hooked his arm around Yen Lai's neck, and under the respectful gaze of the clerk and the officials walked out of the government office once again. Chunzhou shook the pouch at his waist and said, "It's best to hang a pouch at your waist, it's more convenient this way." He then looked at Yen Lai with a knowing expression, and Yen Lai immediately understood that it was best not to expose the system backpack. Who knew if someone from Tianjing would strike you down? Then Chunzhou quickly changed the subject. "So how about it, brother? I handled things smoothly, right?" Chunzhou wore a proud. With Brother Chen around, things are naturally smooth sailing. Yen Lai offered a compliment, as everyone knows that a flower sedan is carried by everyone. Of course. Chunzhou laughed heartily. "Let's go, we've finished the important business, and I'll take you to enjoy some good food." "Brother Chen," Yen Lai interrupted him in time. "I just arrived and am not familiar with this place. I want to visit the pharmacy first and buy some things." Practicing the tiger bone technique and the leopard walking technique puts a huge strain on the body, requiring medicinal materials to assist in conditioning. Moreover, I want to see what the medical standards are like in this world. Pharmacy. Chunzhou was taken aback for a moment, then slapped his thigh. "That's right. You're a first-grade physician. All right, I'll take you to the largest pharmacy in Qingxi City by Chaotang." The two changed direction and walked towards another street. Compared to the main road, this street was a bit narrower, but the flow of people was just as dense. On both sides of the street, various pharmacies were lined up in succession, each with a variety of signs hanging at the entrance, some even displaying medicinal materials. This street is divided into 3 sections, one for buying medicine, one for collecting medicine, and one for dispensing medicine. Over 90% of the clinics and pharmacies in Qingxi City are located here. As Chunzhou walked, he continued his role as a guide. "Did you see that one? The biggest one with 3 floors. They have a strong background, reportedly connected to a prominent family in the county, and their range of medicinal materials is the most comprehensive." Yen Lai silently took note, his gaze scanning the signs of various pharmacies. While he was observing the surroundings, an extremely subtle sense of anomaly emanated from his waist. It was a touch so gentle that it was nearly imperceptible, as if merely a casual brush in the crowd. But for Yen Lai, who had mastered advanced theft and possessed the talent of dexterity, this sensation was magnified. He did not turn around or make a fuss. Instead, just before the other's fingers could succeed, his right hand shot back like light. He firmly grasped a bony, dirty wrist. "Moi." Chunzhou next to him finally sensed something was off, stopped, and looked over with confusion. Yen Lai shook his wrist and pulled out a ragged, emaciated little boy from the crowd. The boy was no more than 10 years old, still clutching the loose silver coins he had just taken from Chunzhou's waist. This little brat even wanted to be greedy. "Ding. You interrupted the beginner theft of the little rascal." The system notification echoed in his mind. Yen Lai's actions did not pause as he looked at the pale-faced little boy who was frightened. Interesting. If it weren't for the advanced theft he had practiced earlier, he might have indeed fallen for it. The most crucial point was that Chunzhou, a second-grade powerhouse with a level of 21, had been completely unaware when it was only after he had grabbed the person that he realized what had happened. What does this indicate? It indicates that the skill of theft is much rarer and more advanced than he had imagined. It is not merely used to steal things, but resembles a special rule-based skill that can to some extent shield against the perceptions of higher-level powerhouses. If it weren't for his coincidental possession of a similar skill, he would not have been able to detect this degree of stealthy pickpocket. Moreover, had it not been for his dexterity and keen perception at that moment, he would never have been able to easily comprehend and learn the skill of theft. "Hey, you little rascal, how dare you steal from me, Chun?" Chunzhou finally reacted, glaring with bulging eyes. The little boy trembled in fear, the silver coins in his hand clattering to the ground, and tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Seeing this, Chunzhou halted his actions. Looking at the boy's pitiful expression, his heart softened. He sighed, bent down to pick up the silver coins from the ground, and also pulled out a piece of broken silver from his pocket, stuffing it into the little boy's hand. "Get lost. Don't do this anymore. Use it to buy something to eat." The little boy looked at the silver in disbelief, stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly reacted, bowed to both of them, and swiftly disappeared into the crowd. "Sigh, what a world." Chunzhou shook his head, feeling a bit sentimental. Yen Lai remained quiet, watching without expressing any opinion. Brother Chen has a kind heart. Although Yen Lai did not agree with this kind of soft-hearted behavior, he thought about it, and chose not to contradict Chunzhou. Chunzhou grinned widely, reverting to his boisterous self, and heavily patted Yen Lai's shoulder. "Of course. Let's go, I'll take you to Bai Chao Tang to have your eyes opened." Chunzhou's large hand heavily patted Yen Lai's shoulder with considerable force, turning him around to walk towards the magnificent 3-story building. Upon stepping inside, a rich and almost tangible fragrance of herbs rushed towards them, mingling with the scents of thousands of medicinal materials, which instead of being overpowering, cleared the mind. The main hall was spacious and bright, with rows of towering redwood medicine cabinets neatly arranged, each covered in densely packed labels. The attendants, dressed in matching blue short shirts, deftly grabbed herbs, weighed them, and packaged them. The sound of the abacus beads clicking echoed around. This place was truly a paradise, seemingly tailored for him. Yen Lai slowed his steps, greedily scanning the medicine cabinets. Angelica, 3 years, age. The medicinal essence is abundant. 7-year-old astragalus from the north, thick roots, exceptional quality. And this 10-year-old nightshade. It's actually being sold as a common herb for clearing heat and detoxifying water. Thoughts raced through his mind. These high-quality medicinal materials that required immense effort to find on Earth in his past life were now readily available everywhere here. Chenzhou, noticing Yin Lai's dazed expression, proudly puffed out his chest. How about it, brother? Impressive, right? This is just the first floor selling only common goods. Yin Lai said nothing and walked directly towards a counter that was isolated in the center of the hall. The counter was made of black jade, behind which were several crystal domes containing a few bizarre medicinal materials, one of which was a completely red ginseng shaped, like dragon horns, emitting a faint visible red glow. The pure energy fluctuations made Yin Lai's Qing Nong true qi within him stir slightly. Good stuff. How much for this blood dragon ginseng? Yin Lai pointed at the ginseng. The attendant behind the counter looked up, saw Yin Lai's unfamiliar face, and then glanced at the burly Chenzhou beside him, forcing a smile. Honored guest, you truly have an eye for quality. This 50-year-old blood dragon ginseng is a fine product just acquired by our Baichao Hall, but before the attendant could finish, a middle-aged man wearing a brocade long gown and sporting a goatee approached the money manager of Baichao Hall. I sincerely apologize, honored guest, the money manager said with a professional smile that concealed a hint of detachment. This item is not for sale. It is a gift prepared for the lord of the city's birthday banquet. I hope you can understand. Upon hearing this, Chenzhou's eyes widened in disbelief. Hey you. Yin Lai placed a hand on Chenzhou's arm, signaling him to calm down. Since it's a gift for the lord of the city, then forget it. Yin Lai smiled lightly and turned to leave. The money manager watched the two retreating figures, his lips curling slightly before he resumed his welcoming smile. Let's go check out the second floor. Chenzhou muttered in dissatisfaction. The second floor housed the clinic, larger in size and partitioned into several consultation rooms where a dozen doctors were diagnosing patients and prescribing remedies. The air was filled not only with the scent of medicine, but also with the groans of patients and the anxiousness of their families. Yin Lai activated his keen insight and casually scanned the room. Most of the attending doctors were of the first rank, with only one in the center being of the second rank. Their methods of diagnosis were merely the basics of observation, listening, questioning, and pulse taking, and the prescriptions were nothing exceptional. Just then his gaze was drawn to a corner. A middle-aged man lay on the sickbed, his left leg swollen like a water barrel, the skin exhibiting a bizarre purple-black hue covered in blisters. An elderly physician was sweating profusely as he administered acupuncture. Silver needles were inserted into several acupoints on the man's leg, only managing to extract a few drops of black blood with no improvement in the man's condition, instead causing him to convulse in pain. Yin Lai glanced at him and quickly discerned the cause of the illness. This was not an ordinary poison, but a special infection combining water poison and miasma, having invaded the bone marrow. The old physician had made a mistake in the acupoint selection, reducing the detoxification effect by at least 90%. The correct treatment should involve using gold needles to pierce the Yongquan and Weizhong acupoints, guiding the poison downward, supplemented by true qi to expel it, thereby eradicating it completely. Unfortunately, this world lacked true qi and the treatment method was incorrect. However, this poison did not seem life-threatening, and using this method the man would likely feel uncomfortable for a few days, but would recover in time. Yin Lai withdrew his gaze and walked downstairs with Chenzhou. Brother Chen, he casually asked, how does a physician improve? Do you know how to advance from the second rank to the third, or even higher? Chenzhou scratched his bald head upon hearing this. Well, I'm not too clear on that. It seems that auxiliary practitioners need opportunities such as obtaining some long-lost medical texts or curing a disease that no one else can treat, achieving an epiphany to rise in rank. As for the fourth rank, Chenzhou pursed his lips. There might not even be one in the entire Qingxi city. Such characters are likely only found in the prefectural capital. Yin Lai silently noted these keywords in his heart. As the two conversed, they had already exited Baichao Hall, the hustle and bustle outside rushing back in. Damn it, a shabby pharmacy, but it sure has a big attitude. Chenzhou was still brooding over the money manager's earlier demeanor. However, he soon calmed down and continued to enthusiastically lead Yin Lai through the streets. After passing through several bustling streets, Chenzhou pointed to a particularly grand loft ahead. Look, that's the Wanbao Pavilion, the largest store in Qingxi City. If you want any particularly rare herbs, this is the place to come. Behind it is the city lord's mansion. It has all kinds of rare treasures, but of course the prices are the highest. Yin Lai followed his pointing direction. The entrance of Wanbao Pavilion was teeming with people. Those who came and went were either rich or noble, dressed extravagantly. Just then a commotion erupted from the front. Get lost, stinky beggar. Don't dirty my clothes. A sharp reprimand rang out, harsh and cruel. Yin Lai and Chenzhou turned to look, only to see a finely dressed young nobleman at the entrance of Wanbao Pavilion, disdainfully kicking away a small girl curled up in the corner. The little girl appeared to be no more than 7 or 8 years old, filthy all over her hair, a messy nest, and her large eyes filled with fear. She tightly clutched a half-broken steamed bun in her arms. It seemed to be all her possessions. The Liu family's little brat is still so arrogant. Chenzhou sneered, evidently not fond of that young nobleman. Yin Lai activated his keen insight. Liu Yuan, level 9 health, 852nd son of the Liu family, arrogant and domineering, but deeply favored by the family head, seems to be hiding some secret in the mansion. A standard young wastrel, who just looking at his health points indicates that his level was built up with medicinal pills. His foundation is weak. Surrounding people pointed at Liu Yuan, but no one dared to approach due to his identity as a Liu family child. As Lu Yuan's foot was about to kick the little girl, Chun Zhou's palm as large as a fan cracked ominously as he prepared to step forward. At that moment, a crisp explosion sounded in the air. A fiery red whip shadow flashed through the air, striking Lu Yuan's raised wrist with precision, leaving a clear blood mark. Lu Yuan let out a painful cry, clutching his wrist as he jumped up. He had intended to curse loudly, but upon seeing the newcomer, all the foul words got stuck in his throat. Not far away, a girl in a fitted red outfit sat astride a tall black horse, holding a crimson whip, coldly staring at it. "It's you." Lu Yuan's arrogant demeanor was instantly extinguished, and he wilted. Daring not to utter another word, he shot a vicious glare at the crowd around him and resentfully swept his gaze over the girl in red. With a few guards, he prepared to slink away. As he passed through the crowd, he happened to brush against Yan Lai's side. Without looking at the people around him, he bumped hard into Yan Lai's shoulder. Yan Lai pretended to stumble. Advanced theft skill activated, successfully obtained, luxurious coin purse 1. At the entrance of Wanbao Pavilion, the girl in red did not dismount. She simply cast a quiet glance at the little girl curled up in the corner, and that gaze held no pity, but rather a deep-seated weariness and helplessness. She sighed lightly, did nothing, said nothing, turned her horse around, flicked her whip, and rode away, quickly disappearing at the end of the street. The surrounding crowd gradually dispersed as if everything that had just transpired was merely a brief farce. TCH. What a piece of work. Chun Zhou spat in the direction Lu Yuan had left, relying on a bit of family wealth to act lawlessly. That's the daughter of the city lord Shang Wanyu. She's not a bad person, but sigh, in this bustling Qingxi city, what can she really— Let's go, brother, don't let these small fry ruin the mood. Let's head inside and broaden our horizons. Chun Zhou quickly regained his enthusiasm, throwing an arm around Yan Lai's shoulder as they walked into Wanbao Pavilion. The interior of Wanbao Pavilion was even more luxurious than by Kaitang, with precious jewels, weapons, and rare materials displayed on both the first and second floors, each item worth a fortune. Yan Lai merely glanced over these mundane items, did not pique his interest, until they reached the third floor. The layout of the third floor was unexpectedly spacious, yet exceptionally quiet. There were no noisy counters, only individual display stands, each protecting various curiosities beneath glass covers. Pills, talismans, and even a few yellowed ancient books. Yan Lai's footsteps halted in front of a manual titled Shattered Stone Fist. This was actually a place selling martial arts manuals directly. How are the items sold here? Hey, you've asked the right person. Chun Zhou lowered his voice, adopting a mysterious tone. Here, no bargaining and nothing. He pointed to an inconspicuous dark compartment beside the display stand. If you like something, just write your price on a note and slip it in there. Each display stand has a deadline. Once it's up, the manager of Wanbao Pavilion will open the compartment and the highest bidder wins. Chun Zhou added, although it's called a shop, it's actually more like a consignment store or an auction house. Many things that are unsightly or people who don't want to reveal their identities prefer to come here to sell. Wanbao Pavilion only takes a 10 commission, has a great reputation, and never leaks the information of sellers and buyers. I see. Yan Lai's heart stirred. The two strolled around again. Chun Zhou glanced at the sky outside, and his stomach unceremoniously growled. He chuckled, patting his chest. Let's go, brother. We've been wandering for half a day and are tired. Let me take you to taste the unique delicacies of our Qingxi city. Chun Zhou led Yan Lai through several twists and turns until they arrived at a street full of eateries, finally stopping in front of a shop that looked quite old. The shopkeeper brought over a gigantic stone pot, the walls thick and steaming. Next, the waiter brought a metal bucket filled with red-hot pebbles, along with several plates of fish slices as thin as cicada wings, lively river shrimp, and fresh mountain mushrooms. This is called Three Delicacies Rolling Stone. Chun Zhou introduced proudly. The soup base is an old broth simmered from various mountain treasures, and the key lies in using these boiling stones to cook the ingredients instantly, making it extremely fresh. As he spoke, he tossed several stones into the stone pot. Sizzle. The old broth in the pot instantly boiled, and a white steam mixed with rich aroma rushed towards them. Chun Zhou quickly tossed the fish slices, river shrimp, and mountain mushrooms into the pot. Within just a few moments, he used a slotted spoon to scoop them out, enthusiastically calling to Yan Lai. Yan Lai picked up a piece of freshly cooked fish, its flesh firm and springy, melting in the mouth, the exquisite freshness exploding on his taste buds, accompanied by a fragrance of wild herbs. It was indeed a delicacy. He had always loved eating in his past life, even more so enjoyed cooking, and now tasting something fresh instantly lifted his spirits. After a hearty meal with a few cups of wine down, Chun Zhou became more talkative, sharing gossip and secrets about the various families in Qingxi city with Yan Lai, as if telling a story. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the two wobbled back to the Ho residence. As soon as they entered, the atmosphere in the house shifted from the leisurely daytime to a tense one. Chun Zhou's expression instantly turned serious as he led Yan Lai through the courtyard to a secluded training ground. Yan Lai, brother. Chun Zhou stood firm, his demeanor grave. We've eaten and played, now it's time to get down to business. He stretched his muscles, producing a series of cracking sounds. The head of the Ho family instructed me to teach you a technique for tempering your muscles and bones. What technique? Swallowing elephant. This technique is rather unique. There are no written manuals, and it can only be passed down orally. I will recite a line, and you will learn it line by line. How much you comprehend depends entirely on your own insight. No written manual. Yan Lai was somewhat surprised. In this world, martial arts manuals are almost equivalent to strategic resources, and without a physical book, the risk of inheritance is extremely high. The head of the Ho family said that your talent is extraordinary, and you will not take long to master this technique. To enter the dragon transformation pool, you must reach at least the 3rd level. Chen Zhou spoke with a hint of seriousness. Yan Lai nodded, not asking further. He understood that this was both nurturing. Watch closely. Chen Zhou lowered his voice, spreading his feet shoulder-width apart, while striking a peculiar starting pose. His arms hung naturally, and his body slightly sank, making him appear half a head shorter in an instant. Yet rather than seeming feeble, he exuded a steadfastness like a mountain rooted in the earth. Swallow the elephant, swallow the elephant. The meaning lies in swallowing, while the form embodies the elephant. Chen Zhou's voice became deep and rhythmic, each word bursting forth from his chest. Envision the ancient giant elephant standing between heaven and earth, its long trunk swirling, capable of drawing in the waters of rivers, its four legs stamping the ground, causing the mountains and rivers to tremble. As he chanted, a majestic aura arose from his being. Yan Lai's discerning eyes opened, clearly seeing the qi and blood within Chen Zhou's body, surging in an unprecedented manner. They no longer flowed along fixed meridians, but transformed into countless tiny streams, washing through every corner of his body, bones, muscles, fascia, and even his organs. A faint bronze sheen appeared on the surface of Chen Zhou's skin, his form visibly expanding, muscles, bulging, veins popping out, resembling an awakened primal beast. Elephant stance. Chen Zhou suddenly stomped his foot. Bang! The hard bluestone floor cracked with a resounding echo, spiderweb-like fissures spreading out. Just striking a pose could wield such power. Yan Lai's heart trembled. This technique, swallow the elephant, was far more exquisite and domineering than the tiger bone technique he practiced. The tiger bone technique focuses on strengthening the bones, tempering the body with internal energy, emphasizing a concept. In contrast, swallow the elephant involves channeling one's qi and blood, transforming from the inside out, even including the internal organs, pursuing a quality of fullness and length. Concentrate the qi in the dantian, guard the life gate, guide the qi and blood downward, infusing the spring. Chen Zhou began to impart the core formula word by word. Yan Lai held his breath and focused, committing each word to memory, while mimicking Chen Zhou's posture, attempting to circulate his qi and blood. However, while the formula sounded simple, executing it proved as difficult as climbing to the heavens. As he barely guided a wisp of qi and blood away from the meridians, an indescribable pain surged through his limbs and bones. If cultivating the tiger bone technique felt like being hammered repeatedly by a heavy hammer, the experience of practicing swallow the elephant felt like countless tiny steel knives scraping his bones within. Every muscle trembled, every bone cried out. Chen Zhou observed silently, offering no reminders. To practice swallow the elephant, one must first possess the willpower to endure this pain. When he practiced for the first time, he fainted 3 times from the pain before barely grasping that fleeting sensation. Yan Lai gritted his teeth, forcibly stabilizing his mind. He endured the excruciating pain, repeatedly attempting to guide the qi and blood. The violent force of qi and blood was like a runaway wild horse, completely uncontrollable, crashing through his body, bringing wave after wave of agony. Something's wrong. There must be something wrong. Such an exquisite technique could not possibly be practiced solely through brute. In the intervals of pain, Yan Lai forced himself to calm down, rapidly recalling every detail from Chen Zhou's demonstration and that cryptic formula. Envision the ancient giant elephant, its long trunk swirling, capable of absorbing the waters of rivers. Guide the qi and blood downward, infusing the spring. Wait! A flash of insight struck Yan Lai's mind. In his past life, he was a master of traditional Chinese medicine with a profound understanding of the human bodis, meridians, and acupoints. The dantian, life gate, and spring mentioned in the formula are all major acupoints in the human body and the route of qi and blood. He suddenly compared the formula with the meridian map in his mind. The foot Yangming stomach meridian, the hand Taiyin lung meridian, the foot Taiyin spleen meridian. This was not a single route, but a complex and exquisite cycle. This technique on the surface focuses on tempering the bones, yet its core principle is to simulate the digestion and respiration of a giant elephant, transforming the essence of food and the vitality of breath into energy that strengthens the body with maximum efficiency. It is akin to using one's own internal energy to simulate the skeleton and inner workings of a giant elephant, forcibly amplifying human breathing and eating to match that of a colossal creature. It is not merely about refining the body, it also strengthens the internal organs and nourishes the origin. Chen Zhou only knew how to practice according to the formula, but did not understand the true medicinal principles behind it. Having realized this, Yan Lai felt a sudden clarity in front of him. He no longer blindly used intention to forcibly guide the violent qi and blood, but instead, like in his past life, when performing the open acupoint and activate channels technique, used his refined qing nong true qi as a guide, gently tapping on the key meridian nodes. It was as if he had opened a precise channel for the rushing flood. The previously uncontrollable qi and blood instantly became docile under the guidance of the qing nong true qi. They no longer rampaged, but obediently followed the route Yan Lai had planned, commencing their first complete and smooth cycle. Buzz. A warm sensation rose from the dantian, quickly spreading throughout his body. The previous bone-scraping pain had not only not diminished, but instead intensified, yet amidst this pain, there was an indescribable comfort. Like a parched field finally welcoming its first rainfall, every cell in his body greedily absorbed this newfound. It's done. Ding. You have successfully comprehended the body refinement technique. Swallow the elephant through your own experience. Gained 80 current experience, 310-1000. Swallow the elephant, level 1, 150 strength 10, constitution 10, maximum health 100. Special effects: maximum satiation 100, digestion and absorption efficiency increased by 50, food and medicine effects enhanced by 100. The system's notification rang in his mind. Yanlai slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. This breath lingered in the air, surprisingly carrying a faint earthy hue. He looked down and saw that the surface of his skin also glimmered with a barely perceptible bronze light, though not as pronounced as Chunzhou's. It was indeed a sign of entry. From the start of cultivation to successfully entering the door, it took no more than 10 minutes. Chunzhou beside him was gaping, as if he could fit an egg in his mouth. He rubbed his eyes, then rubbed them again, hardly believing what he saw. You entered the door just like that. Chunzhou's voice changed pitch. He dashed to Yanlai's front, examining him up and down like a monster. I took a full 3 days to achieve what you have now with your skin glowing bronze. This kid, is he a prodigy? Perhaps it's because I practiced the tiger bone technique, giving me a better foundation. Yanlai casually made an excuse. Moreover, I know a bit about traditional Chinese medicine, and I can endure pain better. A better foundation. Able to endure pain. Chunzhou's mouth twitched slightly. Is this really just a matter of having a good foundation? This is like breaking through the ground and digging down to the core of the earth. Looking at Yanlai's serious demeanor, Chunzhou was left speechless, finally letting out a long sigh. Never mind, I didn't say anything. Chunzhou waved dismissively, his expression complex, as he withdrew 2 porcelain vials and a bundle of herbs wrapped in oiled paper from within his robes. These are from the clan head. The white vial contains body-refining pills. Take them alongside your cultivation technique to accelerate blood and qi generation. The azure vial holds condensed splendor. Do I add a few drops to your medicinal bath to heal latent injuries sustained during physical forging? He thrust the items into Yanlai's hands, then pointed at the herb bundle. This is the prescription for the bath. The original plan had been for you to grasp the fundamentals in 3 days, then use the remaining time, bolstered by these pills and the medicinal bath, to forcibly elevate Tun Xiang to its 3rd layer. As Chunzhou spoke, even he felt the absurdity of it. 3 days to master the basics. You'd accomplished it in 10 minutes. He stole a glance at Yanlai, who accepted the items with serene composure. No trace of smugness, no flicker of pride in his extraordinary talent. Such temperament was far more formidable than mere talent. Chunzhou sighed inwardly, utterly disarmed, and plopped down onto a stone bench beside the training ground, pulling out a roasted chicken and a flask of wine from his satchel. He said offhandedly, "All right, you'll spend today familiarizing yourself with the technique. Master the 1st layer completely before moving on. I'll stay here and supervise. Ask me anything you don't understand." Having spoken, he truly lounged back, crossing his legs, tearing off a drumstick and chewing with evident relish, supervising in name only, yet granting absolute autonomy. Yanlai chuckled softly. This senior brother Chunzhou was refreshingly genuine. Without another word, he carefully stowed away the pills and herbs, then stepped once more to the center of the training ground. He welcomed the quiet, perfect conditions to devote this entire afternoon with unwavering focus. Tun Xiang, its essence lies in swallowing, its form an elephant. Closing his eyes, Yanlai let the mantra flow through his mind. His Qingnong qi surged forth like the most precise catalyst, once again stirring the vast torrent of blood and qi within him. Boom. Agony like bone-scraping pain and soothing warmth flooded him simultaneously. He sank deep into that paradoxical state, exquisitely painful yet profoundly pleasurable, and cycled the technique again and again. On the training ground, only the youth's steady breath remained, along with the faint crisp pops of tendons and bones being scoured clean by surging qi. The afternoon slipped away swiftly. When the setting sun bathed the courtyard of the Hor residence in golden light, Yanlai slowly concluded his practice and exhaled a long, turbid breath. Tun Xiang layer 14850, just 2 points of proficiency remained before perfect mastery of the 1st layer. Yanlai stretched his limbs, feeling explosive strength thrumming through every fiber. The slight stiffness lingering from his prior practice of Hu Gu Fa had vanished entirely, washed away by this superior art. Let's go, dinner time. Nearby, Chunzhou yawned broadly, tucked away his storybook, and rose lazily. He'd spent the whole afternoon idling, never closely observing Yanlai's progress, assuming he was merely familiarizing himself with the technique. The earlier bustle around the Hor residence had faded. When the two returned after eating dinner at a street-side stall, night had fallen deep and still. Yanlai sat cross-legged upon the guest chamber's bed, not yet ready to rest. Though the day's cultivation had been grueling, his ever-renewing Qingnong qi continuously mended his fatigue. From his system inventory, he retrieved the purse he'd quietly appropriated earlier. It felt weighty in his palm. Opening it, he found not loose silver, but over a dozen gold leaflets, thin as cicada wings, exquisitely crafted, unmistakably valuable. For him, now it amounted to a considerable windfall. He poured the gold leaflets onto the bed, preparing to store them in his system space, when something tumbled out from a hidden seam inside the purse. Tink! A soft chime as it struck the wooden bed frame. A jade pendant. More precisely, half a broken pendant. Its material was exceptional top-grade Hetian warm jade, lustrous, fine-grained, cool, yet comforting to the touch. Yet it had been cleanly severed down the middle, its smooth fracture clearly wrought by a sharp blade. Yanlai picked it up, turning it thoughtfully in his palm. Its carving was unremarkable, merely a standard piece-lock motif devoid of any distinctive ornamentation. A spoiled young noble carrying half a fractured jade pendant. Where anomalies arise, secrets surely follow. Gently, Yanlai guided a thread of Qingnong qi into the pendant. The pendant itself remained inert, like ordinary stone. Yet the instant his chi brushed across the polished fracture, the unexpected erupted. Across that otherwise mundane break, countless hair-thin crimson traceries shimmered into view. So faint, they would have escaped naked sight, detectable only through his cultivated chi. They wove together into an eerie, intricate pattern. Meridian chart. The term flashed instantly across Yan Lai. Drawing upon his profound knowledge of traditional medicine from his past life, he recognized it, at once an authentic meridian, yet it defied reason. Many meridians followed impossible pathways, violating human anatomy outright. Certain acupoints occupied positions that simply did not exist on any normal body. A sinister heretical art, one that forcibly twisted and reshaped the human meridian network through external force. And the chart was incomplete. It ended abruptly, its edge aligning perfectly with the pendant's clean break. Yan Lai immediately recalled the insight gleaned earlier that day when his wisdom eye had scanned Lu Yuan Foundation's unstable secrets concealed within the residence. A noble so weak in cultivation carried such an uncanny half-pendant, while his family estate harbored hidden truths. These facts could not be coincidental, they were threads of the same dark tapestry. A thought crystallized in Yan Lai's mind: infiltrate the Lu residence tonight. That same Lu Yuan had publicly humiliated a young girl by the roadside his guards had watched with bland acceptance. Proof enough that the Lu household was rotten to its core. Borrowing something from them weighed not at all upon his conscience. Previously sneaking out alone at night in the small town had drawn no attention from Tang Xiao and the others. And the Lu residence employed only second-tier cultivators. Should things turn dire, he might not prevail in combat, but escape would be assured. More compelling still was the fragmented meridian chart upon the jade, the faint, unsettling aura it exuded. With resolve hardened, Yan Lai hesitated no longer. He restoed the gold leaflets and the jade pendant, then rose from the bed. Moonlight streamed through the window like liquid silver. Qingxi City slept soundly, pierced only by the occasional bark, adding a whisper of life to the profound silence. From his system inventory, he tore a corner from a worn hemp garment and bound it across his face. Then he approached the window and slid it open with silent grace. A cool night breeze flowed inward. He oriented himself. The Lu residence lay not far from the whole compound. Intelligence confirmed the Lu estate retained only several second-tier retainers. Against his own capabilities, defeat was possible, but flight certain. Yan Lai drew a slow, deep breath. His Qingnong Qi surged, harmonizing seamlessly with the Chuantang body technique. His figure blurred, then lifted weightless as willow down, drifting soundlessly from the window. His feet barely grazed the rooftop tiles, leaving no echo, no tremor. In the next heartbeat, he dissolved into the velvet darkness, streaking westward toward the city's heart. The night in Qingxi City was far from peaceful. The sound of the watchman's clapper echoed in the distance, occasionally pierced by the barking of dogs breaking the silence. Yet for Yan Lai, these sounds served as the perfect cover. He executed the Chuantang movement technique to perfection. His figure danced through the shadows cast by the eaves and corners, landing silently like a midnight raccoon. The outline of the Lu residence soon appeared in view. The crimson-painted doors and towering walls stood tall, with two massive lanterns hanging at the entrance, illuminating the area as brightly as day. Two burly level 5 house servants stood at the entrance holding clubs and quietly dozing off. Yan Lai circled around to the side of the estate, where the lighting was significantly dimmer. The high wall rose about 3 meters with shattered porcelain pieces embedded at the top, glimmering coldly in the moonlight. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes, and the Qingnong True Qi surged from his dantian, instantly spreading throughout his limbs. It felt as if he had lost all weight. His hand gently pressed against the smooth wall, using the force to ascend silently, effortlessly vaulting over the top of the wall. Yan Lai dropped down, avoiding the brightly lit areas, carefully searching along the deserted spots. Soon Yan Lai discovered an unusual location. In the northwest corner, there was an inconspicuous small courtyard, tightly locked with no guards in sight, as if it were a forsaken place. But Yan Lai trusted his instincts. The more ordinary a place appeared, the more likely it was to conceal unknown secrets. He easily circled to the back of the small courtyard, where the window was secured from the inside with a wooden bolt. Yan Lai extended 2 fingers, pointing them like a sword, pinching a steel needle between them, and gently flicked it. A faint click echoed as the wooden bolt was dislodged. Yan Lai pushed open the window, slipped inside, and deftly closed it behind him. The room was pitch black, filled with a heavy medicinal scent and a faint hint of blood. He did not light a fire, but instead circulated his inner power in his eyes. Although it was not as perceptive as activating a special vision, it allowed him to see in the darkness. The room was small, resembling a study or an alchemy room. Several tall medicine cabinets stood against the walls, filled with numerous bottles and jars. In the center was a large desk scattered with various books and animal skin scrolls. In the corner there was a half-human-tall bronze alchemy furnace, its body warm, clearly having been used not long ago. Yan Lai did not touch the bottles and jars, but walked straight to the desk. Most of the books were ordinary medical texts, but when he picked up an open animal skin scroll, his heart stirred slightly. What was depicted on it was unmistakably a meridian map. Moreover, the style of this map was identical to the blood-colored patterns on the half-jade pendant he had stolen from Lu Yuan. Strange, twisted, and filled with an ominous aura. This animal skin scroll's map was far more complete than that on the jade pendant, yet still had its deficiencies. Yan Lai quickly skimmed through, forcefully imprinting the contents of the map into his mind. The more he looked, the more alarmed he became. This was not a legitimate technique, but a form of dark sorcery that exchanged foundational strength and life force for power. The map detailed how to forcibly open certain pseudo-acupoints that should not exist using specific herbs and methods, thus unleashing immense power in a short period. The after effects were also exceedingly terrifying. In mild cases, it could ruin one's foundation, rendering them unable to progress for life. In severe cases, it could disrupt the flow of qi and blood, leading to explosive death. Yanlai committed all this to memory. While he dared not claim to remember everything, anything related to acupoints, herbs, and medical techniques was indelibly etched in his mind. After a minute, he had memorized all the content. Set the animal skin scroll down and opened a nearby booklet. The booklet recorded names and the physical changes of those who practiced this dark magic. Zhang Yi, 3 days of medicinal baths, opened the blood gate. Acupoint strength increased by 30%, but died of qi and blood decline 3 days later. Li Shan, supplemented with blood yuan pill, forcibly opened the crown. Acupoint went mad, killed 3 house servants, and then committed suicide. Wang Long, decent talent, successfully opened 3 pseudo-acupoints, strength comparable to a first-tier martial artist, but lost 30 years of lifespan, and the subsequent writings were obscured by blood stains, rendering them illegible. Just as Yanlai was pondering, a terrifying pressure swept in from deep within the Lu residence's inner courtyard. It felt as if a slumbering ancient beast had opened its eyes at that moment. That powerful divine sense began to recklessly scan the entire Lu residence like a radar. Yanlai dared not delay even a moment, immediately returning the booklet and animal skin scroll to their original places, leaving no trace behind. He even had no time to think further, slipping out the window, staying close to the ground, and sliding into the deepest darkness. The speed of that divine sense's sweep was extremely fast. Almost the moment he left the room, it enveloped the position he had just occupied. The divine sense lingered in the empty room for a moment, seemingly puzzled, but detected nothing amiss before continuing to spread to other areas. Yanlai held his breath, his heart racing. Just a moment ago, had he been a second slower, he would have been instantly locked onto by that terrifying divine sense. He dared not entertain any further thoughts of exploration. Only one word remained in his mind: escape. He activated the movement technique to its utmost, his entire being seeming to merge with the night wind, rapidly retreating along the path he had come. Soon he found himself back beneath the high wall. Yanlai did not dare look back. He pushed off the ground, his body soaring like a great bird, and with both hands pressed against the top of the wall, he lightly landed on the street outside the estate. The moment his feet touched the ground, he did not pause for a moment. His figure flickered and then vanished into the labyrinthine alleys. Only after running several miles, completely distancing himself from the Lu residence, did the oppressive feeling like a thorn in his back slowly dissipate. Yanlai leaned against a corner wall, panting heavily, cold sweat soaking through his back. A night passed without incident. The next morning, as the dawn broke through the clouds, Yanlai was already standing in the center of the training ground. He did not rush to take the elixirs nor prepare a medicinal bath. He had his own stubbornness regarding cultivation. Yanlai could sense that the devouring elephant was still in the process of reshaping his meridians, and it would be best to use those elixirs and medicinal baths once the meridians were thoroughly stabilized. Chun Zhou yawned as he walked into the courtyard. Seeing Yanlai already practicing, he simply waved his hand casually, then sat down in his old spot from yesterday, pulling out an unknown book from his pocket and flipping through it with great interest. Yanlai ignored him. He spread his feet apart, sank his body down, and once again assumed the starting posture of devouring elephant. Devouring elephant, its essence lies in devouring its form in the elephant. The mental chant flowed through his heart. With yesterday's experience, he guided his qi and blood with ease. The true qi of the Qing Nong was like the most agile shepherd dog, precisely herding the violent flow of qi and blood within his body, following the profound route that simulated the breathing and digestion of a giant elephant, beginning a new round of cleansing. The excruciating pain arrived as expected. Bone-scraping, flesh-shattering, sinew-hammering. Yet Yanlai's face showed no sign of fluctuation. He had long been accustomed to seeking transformation amid pain. As the technique cycled repeatedly, he could distinctly feel that the density of his bones was increasing, the toughness of his fascia was strengthening, and even his internal organs seemed to be wrapped in a warm energy, becoming more resilient. Time passed second by second. In the courtyard, only the steady breathing of the youth could be heard, along with the occasional rustling of Chun Zhou turning pages. Uncertain how long it had been when Yanlai's qi and blood completed the 108th cycle, of force far mightier than before erupted from deep within his dantian. Buzz. The skin all over his body, that layer of faint bronze sheen, suddenly deepened, and his muscles and bones emitted a series of fine explosions. Ding. Devouring elephant proficiency has reached maximum, successfully promoted to second stage intermediate. Experience points 120. Current experience points 430-1000. Devouring elephant second stage 1100. Strength 20, constitution 20, maximum health 200. Special effect maximum satiety 200. Digestion and absorption efficiency increased by 100. Effects of food and medicinal items increased by 150. Devouring elephant is indeed much stronger than the tiger bone technique. Yanlai slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and that breath formed a long yellow line in the air, lingering for a long time. He did not immediately stop, but continued to operate the technique, stabilizing the breakthrough he had just achieved, only sitting cross-legged once his body fully adapted to this newfound power. He closed his eyes, sensing the meridians within his body, yet the image that surfaced in his mind was not the mental technique of devouring elephant, but rather the bizarre meridian diagram he had forcibly memorized in Liu's study last night.
"It's your grandpa," you retorted. Ignoring everything else, you hurled yourself into the roaring sea of fire at your...
This sinister art viewed the human body as a clay figure that could be reshaped at will, forcibly extracting life essence by opening non-existent pseudo-acupoints in exchange for temporary power. But practicing this sinister art on oneself would be akin to seeking one's own death. Yet what if it were applied to others? In his past life, he was a master of traditional Chinese medicine with a profound understanding of human meridians. No one in this world understood acupoints better than him. The core of this sinister art was the opening of pseudo-acupoints. He had Qing Nong True Qi, a family heirloom jade pendant, and orthodox techniques to cultivate. He had no need for such underhanded methods. But what about his enemies? He had steel needles and True Qi. In battle, if he pierced the opponent's body with a steel needle and then used Qing Nong True Qi to forcibly open these pseudo-acupoints on them, this would be tantamount to detonating a bomb composed of the opponent's own vitality within their body. The moment this thought appeared, it could no longer be suppressed. Yen Lai began to rapidly simulate in his mind. No, it was still not enough. Based on the diagram he memorized last night, although this sinister art had tremendous side effects, it could indeed cause a surge in strength in a short time. If he faced an opponent much weaker than himself, this increase would be inconsequential. However, against a stronger opponent or one of equal strength, this increase might create an opportunity for them to counterattack. This was not what he wanted. Yen Lai's thoughts accelerated once more. Since the principle of this sinister art was to open pseudo-acupoints by guiding qi and blood through specific meridians, what if he slightly modified the circulation route? The bizarre meridian diagram in his mind began to twist and reorganize. Drawing on his deep understanding of human anatomy, he began to improve this sinister art. He diverted a strand of qi and blood that would originally impact the blood gate to flow backward towards the Zhongfu acupoint. He forced the energy that should have converged at the crown wheel to return flooding into the qi acupoint. The energy circulation, which had been relatively stable, instantly became fragmented and chaotic. As a result, the amplification of power would be diminished to the extreme, possibly even less than half. Yet those horrific side effects would be magnified tenfold, 100-fold. Qi and blood in disarray, meridians severed, internal organs ruptured. Even at the moment a pseudo-acupoint was opened, the frenzied qi and blood, unable to find an outlet for release, could explode within the opponent's body, causing them to burst apart. This was no longer a technique, it was a killing art. Yen Lai contemplated every detail for a long time, simulating it dozens of times in his mind, confirming that it was foolproof and increasingly finding it feasible. He slowly opened his eyes and turned to look at the corner of the courtyard. Chen Zhou was still maintaining that posture, leaning against a stone bench, engrossed in a book with a yellowed cover. From the lewd expressions that occasionally appeared on his face, it was clear that it was definitely not a serious read. Yen Lai stood up and brushed off the dust from his clothes. Brother Chen, I'm going out for a walk. Chen Zhou finally shifted his gaze from the book, looked up at the sky, then at Yen Lai, and nodded. Go ahead, just don't wander too far. He seemed to remember something and added, by the way, you should have an idea about the target that Master Ho assigned to us. 3 days to enter the first level, 5 days for the second, and 7 days for the third level. This is the minimum requirement. Chen Zhou scratched his head. Although you entered the first level ridiculously quickly, it will become increasingly difficult. Don't let your guard down. Yen Lai nodded calmly. He had already broken through to the second level, and now he needed to maximize his combat power. After all, no one knew if something unexpected would occur at the Han family. He said nothing and turned to leave the training ground, heading towards the gate of the Ho residence. Watching Yen Lai's departing figure, Chen Zhou smacked his lips and turned his attention back to the book. Yen Lai had left. On the streets of Qingxi City, people came and went. The sounds of vendors' shouts and carriage wheels mixed together, filled with the atmosphere of life. He had no clear destination, simply strolling about, savoring the long-lost bustle. The dangers of the previous night and the monotony of cultivation were temporarily washed away in this noise. He traversed through various streets and alleys, feeling as though he could walk endlessly. How large was the city? Yen Lai thought to himself that he needed to find an opportunity to obtain a map. Wandering aimlessly, he eventually arrived at a market where the sign was clear: Baishir Square, West Market. Here shops were abundant, and the flow of people was like a weaving tapestry. Just as Yen Lai was about to find a tea house to sit down and organize his thoughts, his footsteps suddenly halted. Not far away at the alley entrance, 2 burly men in short jackets were dragging a small figure violently towards a dark. That figure was the same little girl he had seen yesterday at the entrance of the Wanbao Pavilion, clutching a broken bun. The girl struggled desperately, but could not make a sound. Her large eyes were filled with terror and despair. The passers-by around them saw this scene, but all avoided it, pretending not to see. The leisure on Yen Lai's face vanished, and he stopped and quietly watched the alley entrance. The alleyway was dim, carrying a damp, moldy smell. Yen Lai did not rush to act. His figure swayed and melded into the shadows at the corner, becoming one with the darkness. He followed the 2 burly men, his steps light and soundless. Passing through the narrow alley, an isolated courtyard came into view, its entrance devoid of any signboard, resembling an ordinary residence. However, the courtyard walls were high, and 2 muscular men stood at the entrance, exuding an air of ferocity that warned others to keep their distance. The 2 burly men shoved a little girl roughly into an empty cage, locked it with a padlock, and turned to seek praise from the over. Yen Lai did not enter through the main gate. He circled around to the side of the courtyard, lightly tapping the wall with his toes, and like a weightless feather, silently scaled the wall. The sight within the courtyard caused his breath to catch abruptly. This was no ordinary residence, but a hell on earth. In the center of the yard, several massive cages were enclosed with fences filled to the brim with people. Men and women of all ages were present, each clad in tattered clothing, their expressions numb, their bodies marred with bruises and scars. A person resembling a steward wielded a whip, mercilessly striking a man who attempted to stand the whip, tearing through flesh and drawing blood. The man let out a wretched scream, crashing back to the ground, utterly incapable of moving again. The people in the surrounding cages merely watched apathetically, without a ripple of emotion. The two burly men had violently thrown the little girl into an empty cage, locked it, and turned to seek accolades from the steward. In that instant, Yen Lai's heart sank to the depths. As a healer, the instinct to save lives and relieve suffering was ingrained in his very being. The scene before him, each curled figure, each horrific wound, burned his nerves with fervor. Rage surged within his chest, nearly consuming his sanity. Yet he did not move. He forcibly suppressed the overwhelming urge to kill, remaining chillingly calm. The insight activated. Lines of data emerged in his vision. Liu family thug LV4, health 4, 40440. Liu family thug LV4, health 4, 10410. Liu family steward LV2, health 2, 10210. Including the two burly men who just entered, there were 7 individuals in total. All were low-level nuisances, their health not exceeding 500. A swarm of ants. Yen Lai floated down from the wall, landing soundlessly like a falling leaf. The people in the courtyard were clustered together, laughing, completely unaware of the arrival of death. Yen Lai moved. His figure left a lingering shadow in place, and in the next moment he appeared before the 3 closest thugs. No one saw his movements. Only 3 barely perceivable flashes of cold light flickered by. Yen family needle art, flying feather. Puff, puff, puff. 3 extremely faint thuds. 3 withered steel needles accurately pierced the vitals of the 3 men. Intong Feng Fu Danzhong. 293 weakness critical hit. 20 withered. 275 weakness critical hit. 20 withered. The smiles on the faces of the 3 thugs instantly froze, their bodies softened and collapsed, unable to utter even a single cry. Only when their bodies convulsed and struck the ground with a dull thud did the remaining 4 finally react. Who is it? The steward screamed, grabbing the whip at his side, his face filled with terror as he looked towards Yen Lai. Yen Lai did not respond. Tunnel leopard's flow. His figure became erratic, rapidly weaving between the remaining 4, leaving a series of blurred The steward felt a flash before his eyes as a blue shadow swept past him. Just as he intended to strike with the whip, he found his arm suddenly unresponsive, a sharp numbness coursing from his shoulder. He opened his mouth to shout, but could only produce a hoarse sound. Not just him. The other 2 thugs experienced the same predicament. One felt his knees buckle, uncontrollably collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. The other felt a sharp pain in his waist, his body instantly stiffening, unable to move. Jianjing Huan Tiaoshinyu. In an instant, among the 7 thugs, 3 were unconscious and 3 were incapacitated. Only the last thug furthest away was terrified by the bizarre and horrific scene, turning to dash towards the main gate, shouting, "Someone!" As he shouted 2 words, a sound of slicing air came from behind. A steel needle precisely pierced the mute. All sounds abruptly ceased. The burly man gaped, a wheezing sound escaping his throat, yet he could no longer utter any complete syllables. He turned around in fright, staring at the boy who was slowly approaching. Yen Lai paid him no mind. He walked up to the cages, gazing at the numbed, despairing faces within, observing the horrific wounds that were old and new. As a doctor, he could easily discern that these people, their foundations destroyed and organs failing, would not survive more than 6 months, even if rescued now with the finest medicinal materials. They had been thoroughly drained of their life force. In that moment, the rage within Yen Lai transformed entirely into a chilling coldness. He slowly turned around, looking at the 3 thugs he had rendered immobile, who lay on the ground, their faces filled with terror. Since that is the case, since you enjoy squeezing the life out of people like livestock, then let your filthy bodies make a final contribution. He had always been curious about what effects the Liu family's dark arts would yield after his improvements. Merely theorizing in his mind was ultimately just empty talk. It was necessary to find some living subjects to verify it. A chilling and insane thought arose in Yen Lai's heart. Then let you be the test subjects for my modified killing technique. He approached the thug who had been rendered legless. The thug, seeing Yen Lai draw near, was so frightened that he wet himself, desperately scooting back on the ground, a foul odor emanating from his pants. "Why you? Don't come closer. We are from the Liu family. If you dare touch me, the Liu family won't let you off." Yen Lai turned a deaf ear. He crouched down, extending 2 fingers to hold a new steel needle. The needle tip glimmered coldly under the moonlight. His face displayed no emotion, resembling a researcher preparing to dissect a specimen. He looked at the thug's face, twisted in fear, while his other hand gently rested on the thug's abdomen. The Qing Nong true energy slowly flowed in, precisely probing the circulation of qi and blood within. Very well, the qi and blood are abundant, and although the foundation is chaotic, it's sufficient as a test subject. Yen Lai hesitated no longer. He slowly pierced the steel needle into a specific spot on the thug's abdomen. The steel needle pierced in. There was no scream as imagined. The wicked slave merely stiffened for a moment, and then a strange surge of heat erupted violently from his lower abdomen. "Oh!" He let out a groan that was both painful and refreshing. The wicked slave looked down, horrified to discover that his body was undergoing a bizarre transformation. The originally relaxed muscles twisted and expanded at a visible speed, the veins on his arms bulging like twisted earthworms. An unprecedented sense of immense power filled his limbs and bones. He felt that he could now kill a cow with a single punch. A wild joy appeared on the wicked slave's face as he looked at Yen Lai grinning fiercely. He leaped up from the ground, swinging his fist, which was as large as a sandbag, and smashed it toward Yen Lai's head. He believed he had gained a tremendous opportunity. Yen Lai stood still motionless, simply watching him calmly. Just as the fist was about to make contact with Yen Lai's face, the wicked slave's movement came to a sudden halt. The ecstasy on his face instantly froze, replaced by overwhelming fear. The tremendous power that had just surged forth did not make him stronger. Instead, it turned into a parasitic force, crazily devouring the essence of life within him. His skin rapidly lost its luster, becoming gray and shriveled. His dark hair visibly turned white. No! He let out a piercing scream, his body going limp as he crashed heavily to the ground, convulsing violently. In just a few seconds, he transformed from a robust man into a dying corpse. Life force was leaking away at a terrifying speed. Yen Lai crouched down, extending his finger to rest on the wicked slave's wrist, carefully sensing the chaotic fluctuations of qi and blood within. As expected, the forcibly opened false acupoints were like creating a breach in a dam without a gate. In a short time, they indeed released an astonishing torrent. But the cost was that the entire reservoir would drain dry in the shortest amount of time. However, that was not enough. While such openings could bring about a rapid demise for an ordinary person, for a martial artist with inner strength, this level of consumption would not be fatal in the short term. It was necessary to reduce the power boost and also accelerate the rate of loss. Yen Lai stood up and walked toward the second target, the steward lying on the ground. The steward was already pale with fear, a large wet patch in his pants, mumbling, "Don't come over. Don't kill me. I beg." Until sunset, the yard was left with only a few weak breaths that were barely human. Yen Lai did not look at his masterpiece. Lines of prompts appeared before him. Ding. You successfully created the skill bridal garment through your own understanding. You gained 200 experience points. Current experience 630-1000. Advanced medical skills. Gain skill points 108. Current skill points 13. Bridal garment forcibly opens false acupoints on the enemy, producing different effects based on the acupoints opened. The duration of this skill is influenced by the target's strength. Xianlei acupoint attack power increased by 10, loses 5 of maximum life, and 5 of maximum inner. Fengshu acupoint defense increased by 10, inner strength operation speed reduced by 50, speed reduced by 50. Yen Lai nodded in satisfaction. These few individuals were still too weak. Only 2 improved false acupoints had been experimented with, but that was sufficient. This bridal garment was practically a tailor-made killing technique for him. One enhances attack but accelerates death, while the other boosts defense but turns the target into a living target. Whichever enemy falls victim to one of these, they will find themselves in a desperate situation. He looked at the system time. Less than an hour remained before leaving the heaven realm. Yen Lai's gaze swept over the few thugs on the ground struggling for breath, then turned to the innocents locked in cages. The people in the cage were now looking at him with eyes as if he were a devil, huddled in the corners, trembling. Yen Lai sighed. He walked to the front of the cage and unlocked the iron lock with the keys he had taken from the steward. You may leave. The people in the cage looked at each other, but no one dared to move. Yen Lai did not explain further. He approached those huddled figures on the ground, extending his hand, and the silver needle at his fingertip emitted a soft blue glow. Return to origin. Warm energy flowed into the bodies of these poor souls. Though their wounds did not heal, the excruciating pain deep in their bones rapidly faded. Their decaying organs also received a bit of nourishment. This could not save their lives, but it could alleviate some of their suffering in their final days. Then he placed some coins and scattered silver he had found on the body of those servants before them. It was not that Yen Lai was stingy, rather providing them with gold ingots and silver notes would instead harm them given their status. After doing all this, Yen Lai did not linger. He climbed over the wall silently, leaving this human hell. By the time he returned to the Hor residence, it was already dusk. Chenzhou was indeed nowhere to be found, not knowing which corner he had run off to. Yen Lai went straight back to his guest room and sat cross-legged on the bed. He closed his eyes, quietly waiting. At the moment the system countdown reached 0, a familiar sensation of being pulled came over him. The scenery around him began to distort and blur, the hustle and bustle of Qingxi City swiftly fading away. With a flash before his eyes, the wooden bed vanished. In its place were metallic walls filled with a sense of technology, along with the cold connection pod beneath him. He returned to reality. Yen Lai stood up, stretching his somewhat stiff body. Oh, you're out. Chenzhou's voice came from nearby. He had just come out of the cabin, standing next to a short-haired woman. The two of them were huddled together, seemingly watching something laugh. Upon seeing Yen Lai, Chenzhou waved cheerfully, acknowledging him before turning back to cling to the woman and leaving. Yen Lai chuckled lightly and prepared to leave. Just a few steps out, a figure blocked his path. It was Huo Linyuan. He still wore that flashy black trench coat, his face adorned with an unchanging smile. Not bad, it seems you've gained quite a bit. However, your physique in reality is still too weak. Starting today, I will personally guide your training to enhance your attributes in reality. Yen Lai nodded calmly. This suited him perfectly. Whether to prepare for the Han family's dragon transformation pool or to deal with Li Zhen in the future, he needed greater strength. The two took the elevator going upward. Eventually, the elevator stopped on the 53rd floor. When the door opened, an incredibly spacious training room was revealed. This place was completely different from the ancient style of the other parts of the company, filled with a cold sense of technology. Various precision instruments that Yen Lai couldn't name were neatly arranged. At the center of the training room, a massive, all-transparent training chamber stood out. Through the high-strength glass, a lithe woman could be seen performing strength training inside. She wore a black, tight-fitting workout outfit that accentuated her explosive physique. Sweat dampened her temples, trailing down her sharply defined jawline and dripping onto her collarbone. At that moment, she was lying on a training bench, arms raised with a uniquely shaped dumbbell, performing bench presses. The dumbbell was dark silver, covered in complex blue patterns, emitting a faint glow, looking highly technological. Each push she made was standard and powerful, the muscular lines of her arms clearly visible. Hua Linyuan walked to the front of the transparent training chamber and whistled playfully into a microphone. "Hey, Xiao Luo, still training?" He greeted through the glass. "How is the project with Tianyuman progressing?" The woman seemingly did not hear him, remaining focused on her training rhythm until she completed her last set, slowly placing the dumbbell back on its rack. She sat up, wiped the sweat with a towel, and then cast a cold glance at Hua Linyuan. Humph. With that, she dismissed him entirely. She stood up and walked to the control panel in the corner of the training chamber, turning off a switch. As she pressed the button, the invisible pressure in the entire training room instantly vanished. Then she walked straight out of the transparent training chamber, passing by Hua Linyuan without a single extra expression, leaving. Yanlai curiously examined the training area where the woman had just been. Aside from standard equipment, many complex panels and sensors were embedded in the walls, and strange energy patterns were engraved on the floor, exuding an aura of high technology. This had surpassed the scope of an ordinary gym, resembling a laboratory for human modification. Hua Linyuan seemed unfazed by the woman's cold treatment, shrugging as he led Yanlai into the transparent training chamber. "Here, try this." He pointed at the dumbbell the woman had just used, gesturing for Yanlai to pick it up. Yanlai walked over, feeling quite confident in his current strength. He extended his hands, grasping the dumbbell's handle, took a deep breath, and exerted force suddenly. It didn't budge. The dumbbell seemed glued to the rack. No matter how he urged his chi and blood, exhausting all his strength, that dark silver dumbbell showed no signs of moving. "Ha ha!" Hua Linyuan laughed unabashedly. "Don't waste your energy. This thing is not an ordinary iron lump. This is called the Star Core. The core inside is a miniature engine composed of an artificial gravity amplification module and an antimatter battery. Its weight can be freely switched between 500 kilograms and 5,000 tons. Yanlai's heart shook. This exceeded his understanding. 500 kilograms was already outrageous, but what concept was 5,000 tons? But then again, since a third tier could withstand a nuclear explosion with their body, this weight was merely trivial. Hua Linyuan walked to the control panel by the wall, pointing at the data on the screen. What she said earlier was 5,000 tons. Yanlai fell completely silent. The maximum weight, and that woman was able to easily perform bench presses with it. And that's not even the most interesting part. Hua Linyuan's face wore a mischievous smile. What's interesting is this. He reached out, pressing the switch that the woman had turned off on the control panel. Buzz. An invisible, terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire training room. Yanlai felt as if a mountain had suddenly pressed down on him, his legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. His bones groaned under the unbearable burden, every muscle trembled violently, and even breathing became exceedingly difficult. Just standing there exhausted all his strength. This is the gravity module, capable of simulating different multiples of gravitational environments. Hua Linyuan's voice echoed softly while he seemed to be unaffected. The lady just now is Luo Qingge, the minister of the Yunzhou department. Her strength is on par with mine, both at level 39. She was training under 5 times the gravity just now. Yanlai's heart thudded hard. Lifting a 5,000-ton dumbbell under 5 times the gravity. Is this the power of a level 39 expert? You are still far from it. Hua Linyuan approached him, looking down from a height. So let's start by familiarizing yourself with double gravity. As soon as he finished speaking, the pressure on Yanlai's body suddenly lightened considerably, yet it remained incredibly heavy. A small silver vial was tossed over. Yanlai instinctively caught it. He was quite familiar with this thing. It was a nutritional liquid. Drink this, then start jogging under double gravity. The voice of Hua Linyuan echoed in the empty training room, carrying a unique, penetrating power. Tighten your core. Don't compensate for the strength of your legs with your waist. Your breathing rhythm is off. Breathe in every 3 steps, breathe out every 3 steps. Let your lungs adapt to the pressure. Yanlai immediately adjusted. His medical skills from his past life gave him an extraordinary control over his body. With just a hint from Hua Linyuan, he could instantly find the correct point of exertion. He immersed the Qingnong true qi into his dantian, no longer allowing it to spread throughout his body, but guiding it instead, coordinating with the strength of his muscles to create a subtle resonance. His legs, originally heavy as lead, seemed to become a bit lighter. Yes, just like that. Hua Linyuan sat on a nearby rest chair with one leg crossed over the other, holding a steaming cup of coffee. Turn every breath, every heartbeat into a part of your body. Feel the gravity rather than fight against it. Time passed slowly. An hour later, beads of sweat covered Yanlai's forehead, and his breathing grew heavy. Current experience points 700-1000. He deliberately slowed his pace, his body swaying slightly, as if he could collapse at any moment. In truth, he was merely consuming his fullness a bit too quickly. His body itself felt little fatigue. But it was better not to show this unusual endurance too overtly. Hiding one's strength is always the best form of protection. All right, stop. Hua Linyuan's voice came. Yanlai felt as if he had been pardoned, pressing the stop button on the treadmill, supporting himself on his knees, gasping for breath. Not bad. Hua Linyuan approached and tossed him a bottle of stylishly packaged drink. To be able to endure here for an hour before reaching the first stage is quite impressive. Yin Lai took the bottle. Its metallic texture bore the bold words Scream. Scream. Concentrated energy drink fullness 100 spirit 10 strength 5, constitution 5, pain sensitivity reduced by 30 of fatigue reduced by 30, lasting for 60 minutes. Good stuff. Yin Lai did not hold back, twisted off the cap, and drank it in one go. A spicy and icy liquid slid down his throat, exploding in his stomach. A surge of energy rushed through his limbs, and the fatigue that had just been feigned vanished instantly, even making him feel a bit. How do you feel? Very refreshing, Yin Lai replied honestly. Then keep going. Hua Linyuan pointed to the equipment beside him. Do 500 pull-ups, 500 push-ups, and 500 squats. Finish those before running again. Yin Lai nodded, walked to the pull-up bar, and began a new round of training. Hua Linyuan returned to his seat, opened the personal terminal on his wrist, and projected a virtual screen, seemingly engrossed in whatever he was watching. Yin Lai silently completed set after set of exercises. Under the dual influence of double gravity and Scream, he could clearly feel every muscle and every bone being pushed to their limits, then rapidly repaired and strengthened by the overwhelming medicinal power. Just as he finished his last set of squats, Hua Linyuan suddenly looked up. By the way, the two techniques you got from the Tianjing leopard walking technique and tiger bone technique. He pointed his tablet at Yin Lai. I checked, and they seem somewhat familiar. Yin Lai paused his movements and turned around. There is a sect called the 10,000 Beasts sect in Yunzhou. Although it is not large, their techniques are quite unique. They mimic 12 types of magical beasts, creating 12 foundational techniques. Hua Linyuan's finger slid across the screen. It is said that these 12 techniques can be combined in groups of 3 to form 4 advanced techniques, Qinglong Baihu Zhuqiue and Xuanwu. Your tiger and leopard techniques are likely branches of the Baihu lineage. He looked at Yin Lai with a grin, appearing quite sincere. If this fire theft plan succeeds, I can help you explore the possibility of obtaining other techniques from the 10,000 Beasts sect. Yin Lai turned his back to Hua Linyuan and walked towards the treadmill, disdainfully curling his lips, drawing up grand plans. He did not respond, but his thoughts were racing. The Daqian dynasty has 9 provinces, and Tengwang Heavy Industries has branches in each province. Hua Linyuan, the head of the Jingzhou branch, and Luo Qingge, the head of the Yunzhou branch, are both peak 3rd stage practitioners at level 13. What about the other 7 provinces? 9 peak 3rd stage practitioners. This is only the branch of Tengwang Heavy Industries in the Jinyo State Federation. What kind of terrifying existence must their headquarters be? This thought made his pace even faster. The night deepened. In the training room, only the sound of Yin Lai's heavy breathing and the hum of the treadmill remained. After several interrupted training sessions, as the hour hand pointed to 10 at night, Hua Linyuan stood up and stretched. All right, that's enough for today. I'm going back to sleep, and you should rest early too. He yawned, waved his hand, and left the training room. Yin Lai nodded, but did not stop. He continued to train alone until 1 o'clock in the morning. The effect of Scream had long worn off, and what sustained him at that moment was entirely his own strength and will. He could feel every bit of soreness and fatigue relayed from his body, but he was reluctant to stop. The nutrient liquid's time had not yet ended, and this double gravity field was a top-tier resource that money could not buy. It was not until his fullness dropped below the warning line that Yin Lai finally stopped. The gains this time were substantial. His strength, agility, and constitution had all increased by 4 points, and he had earned as much as 300 experience points. Only 100 points remained until the next level up. He leaned against the wall, slowly walked out of the training room, and nearly dragged his body to the autonomous taxi he ordered through the terminal, returning to his apartment. In the past 2 days, he had hardly slept. Today, he must have a good rest. Yin Lai collapsed onto the bed, without even undressing, falling into a deep slumber. When Yin Lai woke up, it was already 9 in the morning. The sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a bright patch of light on the floor. He stretched lazily, and a series of crisp cracks echoed through his body. His body, drained from yesterday's double gravity and high-intensity training, felt no trace of soreness at this moment. Instead, it was filled with explosive power. He could feel that every inch of his muscles was more refined than yesterday, and his vitality was even more vigorous. It was truly a good sleep. Yin Lai rolled out of bed and habitually began practicing the footwork of Chuan Tang in his small apartment. His figure floated, twisting and turning, leaving behind a trail of afterimages in the room. However, after practicing for a moment, he stopped. Something was off. He summoned the system panel and glanced at the proficiency column for Chuan Tang. The number showed no change. What was going on? Yin Lai tried again, pushing his movement to the extreme. This time, he immersed himself completely, feeling the flow of vitality with every circulation and the power of his muscles with every exertion. Once, twice, 3 times. He stopped his movements and looked at the panel again. Could it be that he had reached a bottleneck? Or was it that training in the real world could not increase the proficiency of techniques above the 4th rank in the Tianjing? He abandoned the idea of continuing his training, turned around, and walked to his desk, rummaging through the corner for several textbooks he had brought back from school. Introduction to the Federal Extraordinary System. Detailed explanation of basic techniques. Research on the relationship between talent and attributes. These basic texts, which seemed dull and uninteresting to ordinary students, might hold the key to unraveling his doubts. He picked up the thick, detailed explanation of basic techniques, and using the light from outside, began to flip through it quickly. With his current intelligence attribute, his reading speed was astonishing, almost like reading 10 lines at once. Soon he found the information he was looking for. The cultivation of techniques was divided into 12 realms. The first 5 ranks were beginner, intermediate, advanced, proficient, and perfect. The first 4 ranks tested the cultivator's willpower and the adaptability of their body. As long as one was willing to put in the hard work and had sufficient resources, most people could achieve these ranks. This was more like an accumulation of muscle memory. But the fifth rank perfection was an entirely different concept. There were only two paths to break through to the fifth rank's perfection. One was to receive enlightenment from a senior who had reached mastery in the technique, imparting their understanding of the technique through a direct transmission. This was the fastest way for major companies and top families to cultivate their core descendants stable and efficient. The second was to rely on one's own comprehension, capturing that glimmer of inspiration through countless repetitions and achieving understanding independently. This path was incredibly difficult and filled with uncertainty. However, the book also mentioned that the perfection achieved through self-comprehension often resulted in unique variations due to the differences in the cultivator themselves. A common and straightforward sword technique, if fully comprehended by a gifted genius, could even surpass those so-called divine techniques. Thus, in the Tianjing, the intricacies of techniques were not classified in detail according to cultivation levels. Previously, at the summit of Huazhou Mountain, there was a battle between fifth-rank experts, one of whom used the most basic street fighting technique, yet every punch could crack mountains and shatter stones comparable to the secret techniques of top sects. So that was it. Yan Lai set the book down and everything made sense now. Understanding this point, Yan Lai did not feel discouraged. Instead, he found it even more challenging. He picked up another book, research on the relationship between talent and attributes, and continued flipping through it. This time, he focused on the introduction to basic attributes. Strength and agility were self-explanatory. Physique not only determines one's health points, but also as one's physique grows stronger, the physical defense and resistance of their body will also increase. Spirit determines the range of perception, willpower, resistance to spiritual attacks, and the precision of control over one's internal energy. The book specifically noted that the more intricate and complex the technique, the higher the requirements for the spirit attribute. Yan Lai immediately thought of his Yin family needle technique, as well as his self-created killing technique, wedding dress. Whether using true energy to control the needles or forcibly opening false acupoints within an enemy, both required meticulous precision in energy control. The fact that he could achieve this was precisely due to the exceptionally high initial spirit value brought by his class talent dual worlds. This was his true core advantage. Intelligence, not just about learning and memory capabilities. Higher intelligence means stronger logical analysis, deductive reasoning, and innovative abilities. Moreover, intelligence and spirit attributes had an extremely terrifying enhancement effect on techniques, like refining the spirit. Yan Lai immediately recalled the book's initial understanding of soul weapons he obtained from the dry well. Furthermore, the reason he was able to quickly improve the Liu family's sinister techniques and create wedding dress was likely also related to his Faribo-Viverage intelligence attribute. Yan Lai closed the book and flipped through a few others, then leaned back in his chair and slowly exhaled. This world was vast. The Tianjing was too grand and infinite, far beyond his current comprehension. He shook his head, stopped thinking too much, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to circulate the 9 heavens green sack technique. The pure green sack, true energy flowed through his meridians, repairing the slight injuries left by yesterday's extreme training. At the same time, streams of true energy were actively drawn and slowly infusing into the family heirloom jade pendant at his chest. The jade pendant emitted a warm glow, absorbing all the true energy. Ding. 9 heavens green sack proficiency 1, current experience 80,100. Only 20 experience points were needed to reach the second rank's perfection. Yan Lai finished his practice and stood up, glancing at the time. It was almost noon. He changed into a clean set of clothes, tidied up a bit, then pushed the door open and walked towards the Tungwang Heavy Industry building. Yan Lai stepped into the Tungwang Heavy Industries building, not stopping at the ground floor, and took the elevator directly to the 33rd floor where the Jingzhou department was located. The hall was not as crowded as last time, appearing somewhat spacious. Yan Lai immediately spotted Chen Zhou. He was standing in front of a row of connection cabins, chatting happily with a tall woman wearing a slightly fawning smile. Xiao Duo, are you tired from Huazhou? Do you have time this weekend? Brother Chen will take you out for drinks. You're here. Chen Zhou with sharp eyes noticed Yan Lai and waved. Yan Lai nodded. Then you carry on, I still have something to do. After speaking to Yan Lai, Chen Zhou turned back to the woman and smiled. Time's almost up, I'll take you back to the department, we'll chat next time. After saying this, he accompanied the woman, walking towards the internal elevator leading to other floors without looking back, leaving behind a graceful silhouette. Yan Lai paid no mind to this and walked straight to his own connection cabin, then began to close his eyes and rest. As time passed, the cabin door closed and started to operate. Consciousness withdrew from a state of chaos. Yan Lai suddenly opened his eyes. The outside world was bathed in a hazy dusk, tinting the window paper in a warm orange. Hua Mansion, Qingxi City. Synchronization successful. Welcome to the Tianjing. Exit time 29590. Yan Lai gazed at the sunset outside, momentarily lost in thought, shaking his head as he rolled out of bed. He did not rest, directly pushing open the door, and in the small courtyard outside the door, he began to practice the stance of the swallowing elephant. After performing a set of techniques, his blood began to surge, the heaviness in his body gradually fading, replaced by a feeling of strength and fullness. It was not until nightfall, when the courtyard became pitch black, that Yan Lai stopped his movements, his body drenched in sweat. There were only 6 days left until the recruitment day for the Han family's external disciples. Yan Lai returned to his room and dug out an oiled paper bag from the corner, which was sent by Chen Zhou earlier, said to be for his body refining medicinal materials. He opened the paper bag, and a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out. Angelica, Chuanxiong, safflower, acaranthes, eucamia, and fracture vine. Yanlai only glanced at it and recognized all the herbs. As the former saint of traditional Chinese medicine in his past life, these herbs were familiar to him. Angelica nourishes blood, Chuanxiong promotes, Qi safflower invigorates blood, and Acaranthi strengthens bones. This was indeed a standard body refining prescription with mild medicinal properties, well combined, a rare good thing for ordinary martial artists. But for him, it was far from enough. The swallowing elephant he practiced was an extremely domineering body refining technique, and every operation felt like a storm brewing within, greatly impacting the meridians and blood. Using this mild prescription would have some effect before he successfully cultivated the first stage of swallowing elephant. But for Yanlai, who had already reached the second stage, it was like using a bottle of mineral water to quench the thirst of a blazing hot sword with minimal effect. He needed stronger medicine. Yanlai's mind began to rapidly construct a brand new prescription. The original prescription could only serve as auxiliary materials. The true main medicine must be a fierce drug that could stimulate the flow of blood. First, he needed a herb capable of accumulating immense blood energy. 100-year-old He Shou Wu would be more than sufficient. Its potent medicinal power nourishes the liver and kidneys, benefits essence and blood, laying the most solid foundation for the entire medicinal bath. Next, he needed a medicine that could break through the barriers of tendons and bones, directing the medicinal power into the marrow. This item, also known as dragon's blood, is the resin of the Chilan tree, fierce in nature, adept at penetrating, and can break stagnation to generate new life, making it an unparalleled treasure for refining tendons and bones. These two medicines possess wildly violent medicinal properties. For ordinary people, using them could lead to blood flow reversal and instant death. He pondered for a moment and added 2 more herbs. One was Zahesh. This item greatly replenishes essence, nourishes the 5 organs, stabilizes the foundation, and prevents the body from collapsing under the impact of the medicinal power. The other was Sanchi. This item is known as golden no exchange. It stops bleeding, resolves blood stagnation, alleviates pain and swelling, and can continuously repair damaged meridians and flesh during the body refinement process. He Shou Wu as the monarch, blood resin as the minister, Zahesh as the assistant, and Sanchi as the envoy, along with the original active blood and bone strengthening herbs as the base. A prescription for body refining deemed perfect took shape in his mind. Using this prescription for the medicinal bath combined with the swallowing elephant technique would be enough to multiply his body refining efficiency several times over. A trace of satisfaction finally appeared on Yanlai's face. But the next moment he thought of one crucial issue. 100-year-old He Shou Wu, a treasure that is priceless and difficult to find, cannot be seen in ordinary pharmacies. Blood resin, especially top-grade blood resin, costs as much as gold. Although Zahesh and Sanchi are more common, high-quality ones are certainly not cheap. He instinctively patted his pocket. That was the money pouch he had taken from Lu Yuan. There were only a few gold leaves left inside. With this amount of money, let alone assembling this prescription, it might not even be enough to buy a penny of blood resin. Yanlai's brows tightly knitted. He possessed skills to slay dragons, but couldn't even afford the price of a sword. This feeling was truly frustrating. He sat at the table, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the surface, while his brain operated rapidly. Should he ask Lin Yuan or Chen Zhou for help? This thought flashed by, but was quickly dismissed. Living under someone else's roof, the worst thing was being greedy. Tengwang Heavy Industries had already provided him with enough resources, and taking the initiative to ask would only invite disdain. The road must be walked by oneself. The only thing that could be quickly converted to cash was one thing: medical skills. In his mind, the image of an old physician treating a wealthy merchant on the 2nd floor of the Baikeatang suddenly surfaced. Along with what Chen Zhou had said, it was a perfect opportunity to see if his medical skills could be elevated to the 4th tier. He thought no more and closed his eyes, drifting into slumber. A night without conversation. The next day, as dawn broke, Yanlai rose from his bed. Unlike usual, he did not go to the courtyard to practice, but carefully washed up and changed into a clean blue short shirt. He stepped out of his room, passing through the corridors of Huo Mansion without disturbing anyone. Outside on the street, there were already a few early rising vendors. Yanlai simply ate 2 leek boxes, then stood up, oriented himself, and walked directly towards the largest pharmacy in the Baikeatang. The sky brightened significantly. In front of Baichao Hall, the streets were bustling with activity, filled with the sounds of people. As the largest medical hall in Qingxi City, its business was always thriving. The attendants, dressed in uniform blue short coats, were busily moving back and forth inside and outside the counter, with the sounds of shouting, the clicking of abacuses, and the unique scent of medicinal herbs blending together, creating a cacophony unique to this place. Yanlai, wearing a clean blue shirt, blended into the crowded crowd, appearing unremarkable. He did not linger on the 1st floor, but directly ascended the relatively quiet 2nd floor via the wooden stairs. This was the place where the attending physician conducted consultations, and those who could come up were mostly wealthy individuals dressed in finery or patients with complicated ailments. Yanlai's gaze immediately locked onto the old physician he had seen yesterday. The old physician sat upright, stroking his goat beard as he diagnosed a middle-aged man in splendid attire. Beside the man stood a beautiful woman, her face full of anxiety, urging him in a low voice. "Dr. Sun, my husband has been suffering from this cough for almost half a month. After taking your prescribed medicine, why has there been no improvement, and instead the condition has worsened?" Dr. Sun withdrew his hand from the patient's wrist and said slowly, "Madam, do not worry. Your husband's cough is due to wind evil entering the lung, causing stagnation and heat transformation. The condition is stubborn and improvement cannot be expected overnight. I will add a few more strong herbs to clear the heat and resolve the phlegm. After 3 doses there should be a change. As he spoke, he picked up a brush to write a new prescription on paper. Yan Lai stood not far away, taking in the entire scene. The liver yang was in excess, what fire was restraining metal, and the qi and blood were in chaos. Such a prescription only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. A quack kills. Clearly, it was the excessive liver fire that was affecting the lung, yet he was solely focused on cooling the lung. This is akin to a leaking pipe, where one does not fix the leak, but keeps mopping the floor. Not only is it useless, but it also exacerbates the problem. Although the woman had her doubts, seeing Dr. Sun's confident demeanor, she did not dare to voice them, and could only thank him repeatedly. Just as Dr. Sun was about to finalize his prescription, a harsh cough shattered the tranquility of the second floor. Cough. Cough, cough. The wealthy businessman Wang Defa suddenly hunched over, coughing violently, as his face turned a deep purple, even coughing up a trace of blood. The beautiful woman was horrified, rushing forward to pat his back and help him breathe. Master, what is wrong with you? Dr. Sun was also taken aback and quickly approached, taking the man's pulse again. Moments later, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The pulse was strong and rapid, like pressing a string, a typical sign of lung fire, even more chaotic and agitated than before. How could this be? He had clearly planned to use stronger medicine to clear the lung heat, yet the patient's lung fire had become even more intense. Dr. Sun, what is happening here? The woman asked with a trembling voice. This is due to his excessive indulgence, leading to a weakened body. I will adjust the prescription and reduce the dosage. Dr. Sun wore a profound expression, as if the fault lay not with him, but with the patient's own weakness. The surrounding patients and other physicians' apprentices cast curious glances. Yan Lai knew his opportunity had come. The patient's tongue coating is yellow and greasy, his eyes are red, and his cough is short and loud. This illness does not appear to be caused by wind cold. His voice was not loud, but it was just enough for the anxious woman and the pretentious Dr. Sun to hear. The apprentice standing beside Dr. Sun was taken aback, turned to look at Yan Lai, and seeing how young he was, waved his hand. Get out of here, where did this kid come from? Don't cause trouble here. Dr. Sun found an outlet for his frustration, turning around sharply and scolding. You little brat, what do you know about medicine? This is a typical pulse sign of wind heat syndrome. Don't spout nonsense here and disturb the peace. The beautiful woman, already in a state of confusion, looked at Yan Lai with suspicion upon hearing this. Yan Lai paid no heed to their reactions and calmly looked at the woman. Madam, does your husband often feel dry and bitter in the mouth, experience pain under the ribs, and have a bad temper, easily angered? The woman was taken aback, exclaiming, how do you know? Indeed, her husband had been like this lately, flying into rages over trivial matters, breaking several pieces of porcelain at home, and even some antiques. Yan Lai did not answer her, but continued. When he coughs, does he feel a surge of energy rushing from the lower abdomen to the chest? And after coughing, does he feel a moment of relief in the ribs? Yes, that's exactly it. The woman nodded repeatedly, her gaze towards Yan Lai completely changed. These details were something even she, who slept beside him, had only recently noticed. This young man had observed them with just a glance and spoke them accurately. Dr. Sun's expression instantly darkened. After practicing medicine for decades, he found that he could not measure up to a mere young lad's insights. Utter nonsense. He forcefully countered. It's just a coincidence. The pathology changes constantly. How can you draw conclusions based on a few words? Whether it's a coincidence or not can be determined by a test. Yan Lai finally took a step forward, moving through the crowd to stand in front of the wealthy businessman. He did not look at Dr. Sun's ashen face, but said to the woman, if you trust me, I can stop your husband's cough temporarily right now. Is that true? The woman was both surprised and delighted. You dare? Dr. Sun shouted sharply. If something goes wrong, can you take responsibility? This is the only son of the Wang family from the west of the city. Yan Lai shot him a glance, his words sharp and merciless. If you have no ability, just go back to your mother's womb and memorize the medical texts again. Stop messing around here and endangering lives, you useless person. Dr. Sun was instantly stumped. He could not get angry at the reproach from this young man, and was inexplicably reminded of his mentor, who had passed away many years ago. Let him try. The woman had already regarded Yan Lai as her last hope. She gritted her teeth and instructed the bodyguard behind her. If anyone dares to obstruct this young gentleman, throw them out. Dr. Sun and the manager of Baichao Hall changed their expressions, but did not dare to say anything further. The Wang family was well known and influential in Qingxi City. They could not afford to offend them. Yan Lai took out a 3-inch long silver needle, roasted it in the candle flame for a moment, and after it cooled, without looking, he swiftly and accurately pierced a point on Wang Defa's lower back. Dr. Sun's pupils constricted. That was the Shinshu acupoint. Why would he needle the Shinshu for a lung ailment? This was entirely against medical principles. Yet in the next second, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. Wang Defa, who had been violently coughing, suddenly trembled, and the agonizing cough miraculously subsided. He let out a long breath, and the redness in his face gradually returned. Not coughing anymore. Wang Defa found it hard to believe. He touched his chest, feeling that the suffocating sensation had vanished. How? Dr. Sun exclaimed in shock. The entire second floor fell into a profound silence. Everyone looked at Yan Lai with eyes full of disbelief. Just one needle stopped a persistent cough that had resisted treatment for half a month. Was this medical skill or divine? Yan Lai ignored the astonishment of the crowd. He pulled out the silver needle and took out another one. This time he pierced the Yongquan acupoint on Wang Defa's foot. Oh, Wang Defa let out a comfortable moan. He felt a cool energy rising from his feet, traveling up through his meridians and reaching the top of his head. His mind, originally clouded and hot due to liver fire, suddenly became clear. Water nourishes what fuels fire. The disease lies in the liver, its mother being the kidney. Yanlai retracted the silver needle and finally spoke, his voice not loud but clear enough for everyone present to hear. The root of the illness lies in the deficiency of kidney water, which fails to nourish the liver, causing uncontrolled liver fire. Yet you insisted on clearing the lung, which is akin to adding fuel to the fire. The reason the patient coughed blood was that your harsh medicines had thoroughly drained the last bit of fluid from his lungs. Each word struck like a blade. Dr. Sun's face shifted from red to white, then from white to green, ultimately turning ashen. He swayed slightly, nearly losing his balance, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. It was over. His lifetime's reputation had been completely shattered today by a young man using just 2 needles. Sir, divine doctor. The beautiful woman, realizing the situation, was overwhelmed with excitement and nearly knelt before Yanlai. Yanlai sidestepped and calmly said, the root of the illness has not been eliminated, it is only temporarily suppressed. I will prescribe a formula for you. 3 doses will cure it, and 7 doses will eliminate it completely. He walked to the desk where Dr. Sun had been, picked up a brush, and without looking at the discarded paper, flipped it over and wrote swiftly. Rehmannia, cornus, goji berries, angelica. These are all common herbs for nourishing the liver and kidneys. An understanding apprentice could not help but read aloud, his face filled with confusion. These herbs are too mild. How can they treat such a perilous acute condition? Yanlai set down the brush and handed the prescription to the woman. The effectiveness of medicine does not lie in its cost, it lies in how well it addresses the condition. He glanced toward the medicine cabinet and added, your angelica has slightly dampened, its potency has diminished by 30. The slices of chuanxiong are too thick, which is not conducive to extracting the medicinal power. And those few Hishowu plants were improperly processed, the fire has not fully dissipated. If the patient takes them, it will not only be useless, but also harmful. The manager of Baichao Hall listened, cold sweat pouring down, and nodded repeatedly in agreement. Thank you, divine doctor. Thank you, divine doctor. The woman took the prescription as if it were a treasure and immediately instructed the bodyguard to bring a heavy pouch of coins. This humble gift is not worthy of your attention, I hope the divine doctor will not refuse. Yanlai weighed it in his hand. It was not light, at least 50 taels of silver. He did not decline, but accepted it directly, as his purpose for this trip was indeed for the money. Yanlai accepted the pouch of money, his movements so natural it seemed he was merely reclaiming something that belonged to him. The surrounding crowd had yet to recover from their earlier shock, whispers rising and falling around them. A needle to stop coughing, 2 needles to clear the mind. What kind of technique is this? This stubborn ailment of Wang Yuanwei's family has baffled even the most renowned doctors in the city. How could it be cured like this? Who is this young man? I've never seen him before. The steward of Baichao Hall wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, hastily approaching Yanlai and forcing out a smile that resembled more of a grimace. Sir, your skills are astonishing, truly astonishing. He bent slightly, no longer possessing the air of authority befitting the head of a medicine shop. May I ask where you are currently employed? If you don't mind, Baichao Hall would like to invite you to be our resident physician. As for the consultation fee, we can discuss it. Upon hearing this, the hall erupted in an uproar. The position of resident physician at Baichao Hall was one that countless doctors in Qingxi City dreamt of. Yanlai glanced at him, but remained silent. He turned around casually, found an empty chair to sit down, and poured himself a cup of cool tea, drinking leisurely. The steward was left standing aside, his face alternating between shades of green and white, yet he dared not voice any complaints. Sir, he tentatively asked again. Yanlai set down his teacup and finally spoke. I can serve as a resident physician. The steward was overjoyed, quickly responding, that's wonderful. If you have any requirements, please feel free to mention them. First, I will set my own consultation fee, and we will split the profits with Baichao Hall at an 80-20 ratio. The steward's smile froze on his face. According to Baichao Hall's rules, the consultation fee for resident physicians was supposed to be 70% for the shop. Now, with 80% going to him, the remaining 20% would still depend on his discretion, which would effectively reduce him to a beggar. Second, Yanlai ignored his hesitation and continued, I am experimenting with new prescriptions and currently need medicinal herbs, a large quantity of rare herbs. I want as much as you have of the 100-year or even 1,000-year-old Hisho Wu Shuejia and Zihiche. The steward's sweat started pouring down again. This was no ordinary request for a resident physician. It was clearly an attempt to empty their herbal stock. Those herbs were treasures of the shop. Sir, this request is a bit excessive. Before the steward could finish his words, Yanlai had already stood up. If you cannot make a decision, then forget it. Wait. The steward quickly stopped him. Please don't be angry, please. This is a significant matter, and I truly cannot decide. Please wait a moment. I will go ask the owner. With that, he hurriedly scurried toward the stairs to the 3rd floor. Yanlai was in no rush and sat back down. At that moment, 2 distressed patients were led in by an apprentice. One was pale and weak, while the other was retching continuously, showing clear signs of illness. Dr. Sun was already too ashamed to show his face and had slipped away under some pretext. The other doctors were also at a loss when faced with these 2 patients with complex conditions, only able to prescribe some ineffective tonic prescriptions. Yanlai held his teacup and glanced over. Pale and emaciated, eating little, and having loose stools, this indicates a spleen deficiency with dampness. Use Shenling by Zhu San with modifications. As for the other one, constant nausea and a red tongue with little moisture indicated deficiency in stomachine. A single dose of Iway decoction will suffice. He spoke so casually, yet the two patients and their families were left in stunned silence. One of the patient's family members, clinging to a desperate hope, pleaded, "Please, sir, prescribe a formula." Yen Lai was too lazy to even pick up a pen, simply telling the apprentice the names and dosages of the herbs. The apprentice, uncertain, gathered the herbs. In just the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the two patients had taken the medicine and experienced immediate results. The patient with spleen deficiency felt warmth in their abdomen and regained their appetite. The one retching found their nausea gradually subsiding. The second floor fell into silence once again. If one could say that previously curing Wang Defa might have been a coincidence, then this time, with the two casually mentioned prescriptions that cured the ailments, it firmly established his title as a miraculous doctor. The crowd now regarded Yen Lai with a touch of reverence. Just then the steward hurried down from upstairs, this time, bending even lower, his face showing a mix of fear and respect. "Sir, our owner requests your presence." Yen Lai nodded, set down his teacup, and followed the steward up to the third floor. The atmosphere on the third floor was completely different from the clamor downstairs, filled with a faint scent of sandalwood. The floor was covered with a thick plush carpet that made no sound when stepped on. Several distant and ethereal landscape paintings hung on the walls, while exquisite porcelain pieces were displayed on an antique shelf in the corner. This place felt less like a medicine shop and more like an elegant study in a wealthy household. The steward led Yen Lai to the entrance of a private room, and then bowed, retreating without daring to enter. Inside the private room, a folding screen adorned with images of ladies blocked the view. As Yen Lai stepped in, before he could steady himself, a cool female voice came from behind the screen. "Your conditions are indeed stringent." The voice carried a hint of aloofness from someone used to being in a position of power, yet with an underlying weakness, the last syllable trembling slightly. "However, I believe you have the capability to fulfill them." Yen Lai did not respond, but merely stood there quietly. The person behind the screen breathed quickly, their breaths momentarily stalling between words. "This is damage to the heart meridian compounded by stagnant lung qi. Since you possess such medical skills, you must be someone of significance." The woman behind the screen continued, "I just wonder how you can be certain that our Baichao Hall will provide you with the herbs you desire." Yen Lai finally spoke. "You experience palpitations and shortness of breath, often feeling a tightness in your chest, and find it difficult to lie flat at night. When the weather turns cool, you cough incessantly." Correct. The breathing behind the screen suddenly halted. After a long time, a soft laugh followed, tinged with an uncontainable, "You are indeed impressive, sir. Just from the sound of your voice, you can diagnose the illness. Such skill is unmatched." And a maid stepped out from behind the screen, carrying a tray with a fine red silk thread as thin as a strand of hair. "My lady requests you to diagnose her with this thread." Yen Lai took one end of the thread, while the other end was passed to the person behind the screen by the maid. He closed his eyes, gently resting 3 fingers on the thread. After a moment, he opened his eyes. "The heart meridian governs blood, and the lungs govern qi. You must have suffered a serious injury in your youth, damaging your heart meridian. Due to stagnation in your heart, the lung qi has become obstructed. Over the years, you have sought out renowned doctors, taking a large number of medicines that invigorate blood and relieve qi stagnation. Yet you fail to realize that your heart meridian is already compromised, and using these harmful medicines will only accelerate the depletion of your heart's blood. If this continues, within 7 years you will perish from heart meridian exhaustion." There was a long silence behind the screen. The air in the private room nearly froze. After a long while, the woman slowly spoke, her voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible trembling. "Can it be cured, sir?" "It can be cured." Yen Lai gave a firm response. "However, the herbs are hard to find, and you will need a golden needle daily to open the meridian and relieve the heart, requiring at least 14 days. I will need 500-year-old blackwood flower as the main ingredient, supplemented with Tianshan snow lotus and deep-sea agarwood, and then use the golden needle to guide the medicinal properties to reconstruct your heart meridian and restore vitality." The woman fell silent for a moment. "All right. I accept all your conditions, sir. From today onwards, you shall be the chief physician of Qinghe Fong Baichao Hall. P.S. I'm finally home, so happy today, I'll update with a blast." Yen Lai nodded slightly and turned to walk outside. The maid hurriedly followed, guiding him through the screen and out of the elevator. Back on the second floor, the previously noisy hall was now eerily silent. All eyes were focused on him, a mix of reverence, curiosity, and disbelief. The apprentice who had previously been exposed by Yen Lai with a single sentence was now standing to the side, holding a medical case with a flushed face, trapped in indecision. The other physicians also paused their work, looking at the suddenly appearing young man with complex expressions. Yen Lai's appearance was like a giant stone dropped into a calm pond, shattering their long-held authority and perceptions. Ignoring the stares, he walked straight to an empty grandmaster's chair and sat down. This was originally the position of chief physician's son. The steward, upon seeing this, felt a jolt, but dared not say anything, merely standing cautiously to the side. "Sir." A middle-aged physician hesitated for a long time before finally gathering the courage to approach, holding a patient. "This patient has suffered from severe headaches for years, and the cause remains unknown. Please, sir, guide me on this matter." His tone was extremely humble, using the term guide. Yen Lai didn't even lift his eyelids, merely picked up the cool tea on the table and blew on the foam. Phlegm and turbidity obstructing the ascent of clear yang. Use Banksia Baiju Tianma decoction, adding 3 qian of chuanqiu. The middle-aged physician trembled all over, quickly recalling the prescription in his mind, and then a look of sudden enlightenment and joy appeared on his face. Of course. How did he not think of that? Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. He felt as if he had received a treasure, bowing repeatedly before turning to write the prescription. With the first person to take the plunge, the remaining physicians and apprentices flocked over, presenting various difficult medical cases. Sir, this person has edema in the limbs and difficulty urinating. Yang deficiency and water dampness not transforming. Use Jimu decoction. Sir, this woman has persistent abdominal pain after childbirth. Stasis of blood internally obstructing the flow of qi. Use Shenghua decoction. Yin Lai answered fluently, every sentence directly targeting the core of the ailments, providing prescriptions that were precise and refined. Adding one more would be excessive, subtracting one would be insufficient. In just a short while, more than half of the accumulated difficult cases in Baikatang were resolved with his few words. The attitudes of the physicians and apprentices on the second floor had completely changed. It was a kind of admiration that apprentices have for their masters. Yin Lai put down the teacup and finally looked at the steward, who was already dumbfounded. From today onward, I will only attend the clinic in the morning. The steward shivered, quickly nodding and bowing. Yes, I will follow your arrangements, sir. All cases of difficult ailments and above will be handled by me. Everything else remains the same. This? The steward showed a hesitant expression. Sir, our rules here. The steward's words were instantly choked in his throat, feeling an invisible pressure descending upon him, making it difficult to breathe. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Sir, you have the final say. The steward nodded vigorously. Yin Lai then nodded. 2 hours later, Yin Lai easily concluded half a day at the clinic. During this time, he even took a moment to use simple massage techniques to adjust a martial artist suffering from chronic lumbar strain, causing a stir. Yin Lai stood up and stretched lazily. Take me to the storeroom. Under the steward's personal guidance, he passed through layers of guards and arrived at the true storeroom, located underground in Baikatang. The heavy iron door slowly opened, and a rich medicinal aroma, almost palpable, wafted out. Even Yin Lai, upon seeing the scene inside the storeroom, couldn't help but hold his breath for a moment. What greeted his eyes were massive medicinal cabinets, neatly arranged, each labeled 100-year-old ginseng, 100-year-old ganoderma, 100-year-old bloodstasis. Numerous top-grade medicinal materials that only existed in legends in his past life were piled here like cabbages. The steward pointed to a cabinet made of warm jade in the center and carefully introduced, Sir, what is stored here are treasures aged over 1,000 years. Yin Lai stepped forward, and through the jade wall, he could see a completely green plant covered in scale-like vines quietly lying inside, surrounded by a faint green glow. 1,000-year-old Qinglin vine. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. Where had he seen such a precious item on earth? Also beside it was a snow ginseng as large as a hat, completely white, and a piece of black wood emitting a unique fragrance. The overwhelming essence contained in these medicinal materials began to activate the true qi in his body. The steward, seeing Yin Lai's shining eyes, inexplicably felt a wave of anxiety. He suddenly had the illusion that he was not leading a divine doctor to visit the treasure vault, but was instead bringing a starving mouse that had not eaten for 3 days and nights into his own grain jar. Yin Lai quickly withdrew his gaze, forcibly suppressing the excitement in his heart. The nearly perfect prescription he had in mind was instantly overturned. With these grades of medicinal materials, he could completely concoct a more potent medicine tenfold than the previous one. However, he certainly could not withstand the potency of such materials now. He had to start from the lower grade and gradually increase. Yin Lai estimated the pace of 5 days would be enough. He paused for a moment, then seemed to think of something and asked, What does King Defang mention by your master mean? The steward was momentarily taken aback and then revealed an expression of as expected. He instantly filled in all the details in his mind. This Mr. Yin must be an extraordinary genius who has just emerged from a hidden sect or a family of medicine wholeheartedly dedicated to studying medicine, completely unaware of worldly matters. He explained with increasing respect, Sir, our Qingshui city is divided into 9 districts, namely Qinghe, Baishir, Xuanshui, Jilin, Sangjilinwu, Tuanqiu, Wendi, and Wuan. Where we are now is Qingdefang. Each district is comparable to a small city outside. The steward continued with a hint of pride. Every district is comparable to a small city outside. And our Qingshui city ranks at least in the top 10 in terms of prosperity among the 36 major cities in Jingzhou. Listening to the description, Yin Lai's heart surged with waves of astonishment. One district is comparable to a small city. A city has 9 districts. A state has 36 such cities. The grandeur of this world far exceeded his imagination. No wonder top-grade medicinal materials from 1,000 years, hundreds of years, are abundant. In such a vast and rich land, it is not surprising that countless rare treasures are born. He suppressed the shock in his heart and began to pace in the storeroom. He didn't touch those 1,000-year-old treasures, but walked to the area where 10-year and 100-year medicinal materials were stored. One must eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Looking at these medicinal materials, it seemed that his aggressive prescriptions could be set aside for now. Why take risks when there are safer methods? From 10 years to 100 years, then to 500 years, 800 years, and finally, use 1,000 years as a guide. This was the most appropriate and safest approach, and Yin Lai nodded in satisfaction. He skillfully selected a few 10-year-old Angelica and Xuanxiong, and also took some ox knee and Eukamia. These 10-year medicinal materials were considered rare outside, but in this treasure house, they appeared rather ordinary. Then he said, These things are worth my consultation fee for the past 2 days. The steward felt relieved that he had only taken these, and managed to smile again. Yin Lai packed the medicinal materials and turned to leave Baikatang. He didn't return to the Hoare residence, but wandered around the streets for a few circles, ensuring no one was following before returning to his small courtyard. When Yin Lai returned to the Hoare residence, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. In the small courtyard, Chen Zhou stood bare-chested, drenched in sweat as he practiced a martial form, his fists cleaving the air with thunderous force, exuding a heavy, suffocating pressure. Upon spotting Yin Lai's return, he halted mid-motion and casually snatched a towel draped over a stone bench to wipe the sweat from his brow. Back already? You've been out wandering far too long. Did you sneak off to Ilo Pavilion for some indulgence? Yin Lai placed the medicinal bundle upon the stone table and poured himself a cup of water. Something delayed me. By the way, I'd like to ask a favor. Speak, Chen Zhou replied, draining a large gulp of water with unrefined vigor. Find out everything you can about the Liu family of West City. Every detail, the more thorough the better. Especially their young master Liu Yuan. At these words, Chen Zhou paused mid-gesture and glanced at Yin Lai with faint curiosity. The Lius, did yesterday's incident draw their ire? They're local power brokers in Baisher Lane. Unremarkable on the grand stage, yet notoriously troublesome. The Hua family certainly fears them not, but then again, I hold no authority over the Hua family's sworn protectors. Not exactly trouble, merely curiosity, Yin Lai remarked offhandedly. Chen Zhou curled his lip, but asked no further. He had been assigned solely as sparring companion, cooped up in this tiny courtyard day after day, practicing forms until his bones ached with rust. Consider it done. I'll take care of it myself. Might as well stir up some excitement, though I'm bored stiff anyway. I'll scout things out for you right away. He agreed without hesitation, even flashing a rare spark of eagerness as he hastily pulled on his clothes, more hurried than Yin Lai himself. Then I'm off. I'll return once I have news. Before the final syllable left his lips, he vaulted over the courtyard wall in a single fluid motion and vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Silence descended swiftly upon the courtyard. Yin Lai watched the direction of his departure, then emptied his cup in one slow, deliberate draught. Afterward, he lifted the medicinal bundle and stepped into the chamber. From a corner, he dragged forth a wooden tub nearly half his height, a vessel long prepared by the Hoare residents for martial cultivators' body-refining rituals. Unwrapping the bundle released a complex, pungent aroma that instantly filled the room. Dangawei root, aged 10 years. Thick, sinewy, its vital essence still potent. Chuanqiong rhizome, aged 10 years. Its cross-section glistening with oil, its sharp, piquant fragrance piercing the air. Also included were Nyoshi and Duzhong. Though younger in age, both were of exceptional quality, free from mold, insect damage, or any trace of decay. Having inspected each herb with meticulous care, Yin Lai retrieved a stone mortar. Rather than boiling them directly in the tub, he first placed the dense, fibrous Nyoshi and Duzhong into the mortar and began pounding them. Not too hard, not too light, with a rhythm both precise and uncanny. Each strike transmitted force through the stone, striking precisely at the core fibers of the herbs, neither scattering their essence nor leaving their structure intact, but rather fracturing them just enough to unleash their potency. This was a unique herbal preparation technique from his past life, one demanding extraordinary control over true qi. Soon the stubborn roots crumbled into coarse granular powder. He then processed the Dangawei and Chuanqiong and turned his movements seamless and unhurried, effortless yet utterly exacting. Once all preparations were complete, he kindled a fire beneath the tub and filled it with clear water. As the water warmed, he added the herbs in strict hierarchical order. First the foundational Nyoshi and Duzhong, then the primary blood-activating, co-regulating Dangawei and Chuanqiong. The pristine water swiftly darkened into a murky amber-brown broth, its thick, acrid scent rising like incense, growing heavier, denser, almost viscous, as the temperature climbed. Bubbles rose steadily to the surface, churning like a cauldron of venom. Yin Lai did not pause. Extending a finger, he let a thread of barely perceptible qingnong, true qi, seep from its tip and descend into the roiling decoction. That invisible current of qi stirred the liquid like an unseen hand, forcing reluctant essences to merge, coaxing dormant potency into full, furious bloom. This refined formula was several times more aggressive than ordinary body-refining baths. Yet constrained by the herb's limited age, its intensity remained within the threshold his body could endure. All preparations concluded. Yin Lai shed his garments, revealing a slender, yet sharply defined frame, taut muscle layered over lean bone. Drawing a deep, steadying breath, he stepped into the scalding tub without hesitation. His constitution had already surpassed that of an ordinary adult by dozens of times. Mere boiling water caused only fleeting discomfort, no injury whatsoever. HSS. Even fully braced, the instant his skin met the seething decoction, a searing, needle-deep agony wrenched a sharp gasp from his throat. It felt less like immersion in hot water, and more like being pierced simultaneously by thousands of white-hot steel needles. Gritting his teeth, he sank his entire body beneath the surface. The broth closed over his head, and the torment multiplied tenfold. His body convulsed instinctively, out every muscle locked, rigid tendons standing out like cables beneath his skin. He fought the primal urge to leap from the tub, shut his eyes tight, and began circulating the Tun Xiang cultivation art. His blood and qi surged through meridians like a torrent unleashed. The violent external potency surged inward like sharks drawn to blood, racing through every pore, flooding his body from without and within. An indescribable agony engulfed his senses entirely. His meridians burned as if scorched by wildfire, his internal organs clenched as though gripped by an invisible fist, even the marrow in his bones pulsed with a deep electric sting. His skin flushed crimson before his very eyes of veins swelled and coiled across his flesh like serpents, grotesque and terrifying. Beads of sweat burst from his brow, only to vanish instantly in the furnace heat. This was no longer mere body refinement. It was pure, unrelenting torture. A single lapse in what would have sent any lesser cultivator spiraling into unconsciousness, or worse, shattered meridians and ruined cultivation forever. Yet this bath had been meticulously compounded by Yanli himself. Having cultivated the Qingnong Jing, his mind remained anchored, clear, lucid, unwavering, even as his body screamed. Drawing upon his lifetime mastery of human meridian anatomy, he guided the rampaging essence with surgical precision, channeling it into the exact circulatory pathways prescribed by the Tunxiang art. Minute by minute, time slipped away. The broth in the tub faded visibly, from deep umber to pale gold, its potency leaching into his flesh. Within the tub, Yanli's trembling gradually subsided, and the unbearable agony began to recede, replaced by something wholly new. A profound, radiant fullness, a surging tide of raw power. The wild essence had been tamed, distilled into purest vitality, now nourishing and reinforcing every cell in his body. His bones emitted faint, crisp snaps, growing denser, stronger. His meridians widened and hardened, ready to bear torrents of blood and chi far greater than before. His muscle fibers tore and reformed repeatedly, forged anew with explosive resilience. No one could say how long had passed, until the tub held only crystal-clear water and Yanli's eyes snapped open. A flash of incandescent light blazed across his gaze and vanished. Experience 150. Your physique has increased by 7 points. Tunxiang cultivation art experience 400. Current progress 400,800. A cascade of system notifications chimed within his mind. Then warmth bloomed across his limbs and core. Ding. Level increased to LV5. Experience 501,300. Ding. All attributes increased by 1. Free attribute points awarded 5. Yanli exhaled slowly, a long, deep release of turbid breath that carried with it the faintest trace of herbal fragrance. He raised his hands, studying palms now more balanced, more powerful, feeling the river of strength coursing through his veins. As always, he allocated the 5 free points intelligence to Spirit 3. Every moment of suffering had been worth it. Yanli rose from the wooden tub, droplets of water cascading down his well-defined muscles. He made no effort to wipe them away, simply savoring the new power surging within him. Every inch of his muscles and every meridian felt as though they had been refined, brimming with explosive vitality. He wasted no time in the afternoon. He immersed himself once more in the cultivation of the swallowing elephant technique. With the solid foundation laid by the medicinal bath in the morning, the suffering during this session remained, but the capacity of his body to endure and recover had qualitatively leaped. The raging blood surged through his meridians, and with each cycle it felt like a refining and reshaping of his physical limit. In the repeated simulations of the giant elephant's breathing and digestion, Yanli's understanding of the body-refining technique deepened correspondingly. Suddenly inspiration struck him, and he integrated the domineering essence of muscle tempering from swallowing elephant into the operation of tiger bone technique. What had originally been a technique solely for strengthening bones underwent a sudden transformation. Your body-refining technique, tiger bone technique, has been upgraded to Tier 3 Advanced Experience 180. Advanced Tiger Bone Technique Tier 3 Health 300, Constitution 30, Constitution attribute increases by 30, when health is below 30, all attributes increase by 30. A trump card for a comeback. Yanli could only summarize his evaluation of that final special effect in these few words. He dared not imagine what would happen if the Tiger Bone Technique were cultivated to Tier 9. Would it trigger the enhancement at 90 health? He shook his head, abandoning the fantasy, and shifted his attention from the attribute panel to the 2 items on the table. Body Refinement Pill and Condensed Essence Potion, which Wu Linyuan had given him for enhancing his constitution. But now that Yanli had joined the 100 Herbs Hall, he could easily reprocess these 2 items, amplifying their effects several times over. Just then a gust of wind came from beyond the courtyard wall. Chunzhou gracefully flipped over and landed in the courtyard, a faint scent of perfume lingering on him. He stumbled over, let out a belch, and wore a look of satisfied laziness. Here are the items you wanted. Chunzhou pulled out a folded piece of paper from his pocket and threw it onto the stone table. The Liu family's visible assets in the city, restaurants, fabric shops, pawn shops, and so on, are basically all listed here. As for what they do behind the scenes, that's not something I can find out in a day. Yanli unfolded the paper and quickly scanned through. The information on it was very detailed, even noting the rough flow of cash and names of the shopkeepers for each store, with some shops even indicating hidden passages. Thank you, Yanli said as he tucked the paper away. You're welcome. Chunzhou waved his hand, glancing around. Seeing that Yanli seemed to be preparing to cultivate again, he felt bored. All right, you continue your cultivation. He'll be on my way. A Chun'er is still waiting for me. Call me if you need anything. He yawned, turned, and flipped over the wall, quickly disappearing. The courtyard returned to silence. Yanli gazed in the direction Chunzhou had vanished, not acting immediately. He sat down again, closed his eyes, and adjusted his breathing, gradually settling and absorbing the surge of power and insights from today. Meanwhile, in Qingxi City, at Xianshui Workshop, within a vast and luxurious estate, the pavilions and towers exuded a grandeur that rivaled that of the Hu family. This was the territory of the Gongsun family. In the training ground, 3 elegantly dressed men and women stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, observing 5 young individuals cultivating in the center. These 5, 3 males and 2 females exuded a profound aura, their foundations solid, clearly all top-tier talents among the best. We must pay close attention to the matter of the Han family's transformation pool. The speaker was a graceful noblewoman, her brow carrying an air of authority from long-standing prominence. The Hua family has only recruited 2 individuals this time, and among them there is only 1 steer genius, which is far weaker compared to our prepared 5. She did not mention the talent attributes directly, opting instead to use letters as substitutes to avoid triggering the 3 prohibitions of the celestial realm. Pausing for a moment, as if recalling something, she continued. However, Hua Linyuan appears to be flippant, yet he is exceedingly cunning, acting unconventionally. We must not let our guard down. A middle-aged man in splendid attire beside her nodded and added, indeed. The Hua family has been dormant in Jingzhou for many years, and this time, they suddenly made a move, even borrowing personnel from the Tang sect, in the sword-viewing villa, plotting something significant. Humph. Another elderly man who had been silent sneered. Do they really think they are worthy? A Hua family that can only compete with us through external support dares to contend with our Gongsun family. Our reinforcements from Tianzhou will arrive soon. That traitor from the Tang sect will be dealt with by their own people. We only need to keep an eye on Hua Linyuan and that genius from the noblewoman disregarded the elder's disdain, her gaze settling on a tall youth in the center, whose aura was the most important. Ziong. The youth named Ziong stopped his movements at the sound, respectfully walking up to the noblewoman. How is your golden splitting technique coming along? Replying to my aunt, it has reached the 3rd layer's perfection, and I can break through to the 4th layer at any time. Gongsun Ziong's response was neither humble nor arrogant, filled with confidence. Very good, the noblewoman nodded in satisfaction. In this competition for the transformation pool, our Gongsun family is determined to win. You 5 are the most outstanding disciples we have selected from all corners of the world, and the family has invested countless resources in you. Her voice suddenly turned cold. I do not wish to see any unexpected events. As the night deepened, the city of Qingxi fell into silence. Yan Lai took out the flatbreads and water from his backpack, neatly arranging them on the table to create space for the impending operation. After completing this, he unfolded the paper left by Chen Zhou and by the moonlight memorized the locations of the Liu family's properties marked on it. Then he blew out the lamp. The room was engulfed in darkness with only the moonlight outside casting a cold silver glow. In the next moment, Yan Lai's figure had vanished from the spot. Like a ghost, he silently climbed over the high wall of the Hua residence. His whole being transformed into a faint shadow skimming the ground, weaving through the intricate alleys and rooftops of Qingxi City. For his first target, Yan Lai chose the furthest area from Qingafang in the eastern part of the city, Linwu Fong, the Fuyuan pawn shop. This was one of the most profitable places among the Liu family's assets. Yan Lai landed on the high wall of the pawn shop's backyard, activating his keen sight. Instantly, the patrol routes and the strength of the 2 yawning guards below formed a clear, dynamic image in his mind. Seizing the moment when the 2 passed each other, he slipped into the courtyard silently, like a falling leaf. The back door was secured with 3 heavy locks which would deter ordinary thieves. Yan Lai extended his finger, channeling a strand of blood refinement into the lock's core. A few barely audible clicks echoed, and the 3 sturdy iron locks opened in response. He pushed the door open, wasting no time on the shelves on the first floor, and headed straight for the concealed door leading to the basement. Chen Zhou's information was very detailed, even marking the location of the hidden door clearly. The door to the basement was made of heavy steel, and its locking mechanism was even more complex, resembling a huge circular dial that required a specific password to unlock. This was still not a problem for Yan Lai. Blood refinement was the universal key. Under the dual effect of the clever hands and the keen eyes enhanced by the Qing Nong, the intricate mechanisms fell apart in his hands as fragile as a child's toy. With a dull sound of the mechanism turning the heavy steel, door slowly opened. The dazzling gold and silver light instantly stung the eyes. Rows of shelves were lined with neatly stacked gold ingots, silver bars, and various jewels. Yan Lai showed no hesitation as he stepped forward, his palms sweeping over the shelves like autumn winds brushing away fallen leaves. Acquired gold ingots X42, acquired silver bars X240, acquired jade bangles X18, acquired night pearls X3. A series of system prompts flooded his mind. In just a few breaths, the entire basement was looted clean, leaving not even a single copper coin behind. Yan Lai placed the gold ingots into 4 slots near the jade pendant. Each slot could only hold 6 gold ingots total. After finishing this, he closed the basement door, restoring everything to its original state, and then quietly left. His second target was the Jinfeng fabric shop. The third target was the Zui Xianlu. Yan Lai transformed into the most efficient mover in the dark night, clearing each marked location on the map one by one. Whether it was the banknotes hidden in secret compartments, the cash locked in counters, or the stash hidden under the bed by the shopkeeper, nothing could escape his keen eyes and clever hands. His movements became faster and more skilled. Initially, he needed to spend some time unlocking mechanisms, but later it became almost effortless. Wherever he passed, only disheveled, empty boxes and pried open compartments remained. The wealth accumulated by the Liu family over the years was flowing into his system backpack at a terrifying speed. When he reached his fourth target, the Liu family's largest enterprise in Xianshui, Fong, the Sihaitong freight business, a hint of dawn was already breaking in the sky. The guards here were more formidable than all the previous places combined. Not only were there visible and hidden guards, but there were also a few sensitive hunting dogs tied in the corners of the courtyard. Yan Lai lurked on the opposite rooftop, quietly observing. He was waiting for an opportunity. Soon the sound of a gong marking the shift change echoed from within the business. The moment when the guards were the most relaxed had arrived. He took out some marinated meat that he had just acquired from Zue Xianlu and accurately tossed it into the food bowls of the hunting dogs. The hunting dogs were immediately delighted by the scent of the meat. Seizing this gap, Yan Lai's figure flashed, and he had already infiltrated the innermost account room of the business. Inside the account room, an old man with a goatee was dozing off while calculating on an abacus. Yan Lai appeared behind him like a ghost, delivering a precise strike to the back of his neck. The old man did not make a sound and slumped softly on the table. Yan Lai's target was the half-person-high massive iron safe in the inner room. This was the Liu family's true vault. He approached the safe and placed his hand on it. The structure of this safe was far more complex than any he had encountered before, with internal mechanisms intricately interlocked. Yan Lai closed his eyes, sending a fine strand of blood refinement into the lock core. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 10 breaths. Time passed second by second. Just as he was about to unlock the final layer of the mechanism, a sudden flurry of barking sounded from outside the courtyard. Immediately after, chaotic footsteps and the shouts of guards grew louder. "There's an assassin. Quick, protect the account room." Yan Lai's movements showed no sign of panic. He increased the output of his internal energy. Click! A crisp unlocking sound rang out, and the heavy cabinet door sprang open. What met his eyes were 2 stacks of gold and silver notes along with a box of neatly arranged gold bars. Yan Lai didn't even have time to calculate the value, waving his hand. Acquired gold notes 1,000 taels, acquired silver notes 300 taels, acquired gold bars x20. Almost at the same moment he collected all the valuables into his backpack, the account room's door was kicked open. Dozens of guards armed with sharp blades surged in. However, the inner room was empty save for the wide-open safe, and the old accountant slumped over the table. The window was wide open. "The person has escaped. Quick chase." The leading guard shouted angrily and leaped out. Yan Lai's figure had long vanished into the shadows of the alley across from him within a few quick movements. Behind him, the breath of the head guard clung to him like an insatiable parasite, locking onto him tightly. At the moment Yan Lai turned the corner, his insight activated. LV-19, a first-tier expert still at the peak of the first tier. Yan Lai's heart sank, but he dared not pause for a moment. With both the hallway technique and the leopard movement technique activated, he transformed into a shadow that dashed along the wall. He chose a direction completely opposite to the Hoare residence and charged towards Wendy Square. Based on the information he had gathered earlier, that place was a chaotic mix of people from all walks of life, and there was no curfew at night, making it the best place to shake off his pursuers. "Little thief, leave your life behind." The angry shouts behind him grew closer. The speed of the head guard was actually a notch faster than his own. Yan Lai darted between rooftops and alleys, leveraging the complex terrain to change directions constantly, trying to widen the gap. But the opponent was evidently very familiar with the environment of the city, consistently choosing the optimal routes to gradually close the distance. The internal energy and true chi within him were rapidly depleting. If this continued, he would undoubtedly be caught within 100 breaths. Yan Lai shot out a flying needle, but it was easily blocked by the head guard. Yan Lai furrowed his brow, with the opponent on guard, and over 10 levels higher than him, it was difficult for the flying needle. Originally, Yan Lai had only gathered the Qingnong true chi around his legs, but now he had to exert his full strength. Gritting his teeth, he quickly mobilized all the true chi stored in the family heirloom jade pendant. A surge of pure energy flooded into his limbs, and with the true chi circulating throughout his body, his speed surged once again. The two became a chase of light in the silent air of Qingxi City. However, the true chi in the jade pendant was not infinite. As the head guard closed the distance to within 30 meters, Yan Lai could even feel the fierce, killing intent emanating from him. Just as the head guard gathered strength for a leap, preparing to unleash a deadly strike from afar, the world before Yan Lai suddenly began to twist and blur. The familiar sensation of being pulled came over him. In the next moment, all the surrounding noise and killing intent receded like a tide. Yan Lai opened his eyes abruptly, and what met his sight was the cold metallic wall of the connection cabin. In his ears, the system's prompt sounded right on time. "Synchronization complete. Welcome back. Next entry into Heavenly Realm tomorrow at 3:00 p.m. Yan Lai propped himself up against the cabin wall and sat up, his heart still racing. This was a big trouble. With such a commotion, if he couldn't shake off the pursuit immediately, it was likely that other powerful individuals from the Liu family and even other forces in Qingxi City would be alerted. At that point, escaping would become difficult. Yan Lai stepped out of the connection cabin, his brows tightly knitted. He had to figure out a way to resolve this predicament. Seeking help from the Jingzhou department was out of the question. He wasn't at his last resort yet, and he truly didn't want to ask the company for help. Yan Lai raised his hand, his mind racing. The system panel unfolded in reality, and in the corner of his backpack, those 24 heavy gold ingots lay quietly. This was the startup capital he brought back to reality. Yan Lai steadied his mind, no longer hesitating, and turned towards the elevator. Soon he arrived at the high-tech training room on the 53rd floor. Hua Linyuan was already there, still in that flashy trench coat, leaning against the equipment on the side, leisurely sipping a hot. He spotted Yan Lai, raised an eyebrow without asking further, and tossed over a bottle of blue nutrient solution. The latest one, it's 30% more effective. Yan Lai reached out to catch it and nodded. He said nothing and walked straight to the nearby glass room, skillfully operating gravitational simulation 3 times. Hua Linyuan paused momentarily with his cup in hand, looking over with keen interest. Yan Lai opened the nutrient solution and drank it in one gulp. A wave of warmth instantly exploded from his stomach, surging to his limbs. He didn't pause for a moment and directly began to practice his movement technique under the pressure of 3 times the gravity. It was not the perfected hallway technique, but rather the newly progressed leopard movement technique. He had to cultivate this technique to the 4th tier as well. Only then would he have more survival leverage when facing pursuers next time. Hua Linyuan watched the figure in the glass room weighed down by gravity, but still stubbornly mimicking the hunting posture of a wild beast, a satisfied smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He set down his cup, turned around to handle his own affairs, no longer paying attention. Inside the glass room, every breath Yan Lai took was accompanied by searing pain, his bones groaning under the unbearable burden. Under 3 times the gravity, he felt as though he was carrying a small mountain on his back. Every simple motion required several times the effort compared to usual, but he did not stop. His mind constantly replayed the posture of a wild leopard weaving through the forest hunting. He engaged his waist and abdomen, coordinating his limbs. His movements transformed from laborious to slow and then gradually to smooth. Sweat soon soaked his training suit, evaporating in the heat and turning into white mist. Time flowed slowly in the torturous ordeal. Hua Linyuan had long since left, and in the empty training room only the lonely and frenzied figure in the glass room remained. Until night fell. Yan Lai lunged forward, his body stretching in midair, landing silently, filled with the grace and power of a predator. After diligent training, your strength, agility, and physique 2, experience 100. Your body refinement technique, leopard movement technique, has been upgraded to the 4th tier, proficient, experience 300. Current experience points 630-1300. Leopard movement technique, 4th tier, movement speed increased by 20, a jumping ability increased by 20, a footstep sound reduced by 40. Yan Lai dragged his leaden legs away from the 53rd floor. Upon returning to the apartment, he did not rest immediately. Instead, he retrieved 24 heavy gold ingots from the corner of his system backpack. The gold ingots shimmered alluringly under the light, their bottoms smooth and devoid of any special marks or emblems. Very good, they are currency. No one would associate them with another world due to a special mark. He casually wrapped the gold ingots in an old bedsheet, and then he dug out his previous delivery gear, a cap, sunglasses, and a black mask. Completing this, he picked up the bundled sheet and left the apartment. The city under the night sky was filled with bizarre sights, with hovering vehicles leaving brilliant light trails in midair and massive holographic advertisements flickering between the buildings. Yan Lai avoided the hustle of the main road and skillfully navigated through dark, narrow alleys. Blackwater Street. Still the familiar pawn, everything. The mechanical-eyed shopkeeper behind the counter lifted his eyelids, seemingly unperturbed by Yan Lai's appearance. Without a word, Yan Lai slammed his heavy bundle onto the counter with a loud clank. The bedsheet unfurled and 24 gold ingots rolled out, gleaming brilliantly in the dim light. Dark trade, dead pawn. Yan Lai's voice sounded muffled through the mask. For a long-term business, your price can be a bit higher. Additionally, I need laser weapons, the kind that must be delivered by noon. Understood. The mechanical-eyed shopkeeper's red electronic eye flickered. He extended several nimble mechanical fingers which shot out a pale blue scanning beam, meticulously sweeping over each gold ingot. Rows of data rapidly refreshed in the air before him. The quality is good with a purity of 95 to 97. The shopkeeper retracted his fingers and spoke slowly. Items of unknown origin carry risks. They'll give you 3 million credit points for them. No one in City C can offer you a better price. Yan Lai nodded slightly. That works. What about the weapons? The shopkeeper grinned, revealing a few metal teeth. He tapped on the counter, and a holographic screen instantly unfolded between them, forming a 3-dimensional product menu. Various uniquely shaped weapons gleamed with a dangerous luster. Each item was accompanied by detailed specifications and staggering prices. Hummingbird 7 Mini Electromagnetic Stabbing Gun uses military-grade electromagnetic acceleration coils to launch specially designed tungsten core needles at 5 times the speed of sound. Silent, with no gunpowder residue, it effectively penetrates 15 mm standard alloy armor. Price 8 million credit points, includes X2 magazines, X100 tungsten core needles. Ripper high-frequency tactical short blade. The blade is made of memory metal, producing high-frequency vibrations at 3600 times per second, capable of cutting through anything. The only drawback is its rapid energy consumption. Price 2 million credit points, includes X3 high-energy batteries. Silk 2 tactical grappling hook launcher can launch a 50-meter high-strength nanofiber cable with a maximum load of 1 ton. Built-in mini winch, the best companion for urban parkour and emergency escapes. Price 6500 credit points. Silent sonic interference grenade. Activating, it releases infrasound waves of a specific frequency, effectively interfering with all recording devices within a 20-meter radius, causing temporary dizziness and nausea in carbon-based life forms. Price 25000 credit points each. Buy 10 and receive nano soundproof earmuffs. As a gift, Ghost individual optical camouflage suit achieves visual invisibility for a short time by simulating surrounding light. Lasts for 30 seconds with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Note, high-speed movement will disrupt the camouflage effect. Price 5 million credit points. Yan Lai's gaze slowly moved across the screen. These items reveal the true face of this world. Money must be spent wisely. The Hummingbird is great with it. He could even attempt to use poisoned tungsten needles as ammunition. Ripper is equally tempting with high-frequency vibrations that are nearly the nemesis of all physical defenses. As for the Ghost optical camouflage, the price is too high. It would nearly exhaust all of his funds. But those 30 seconds of visual invisibility could mean a life in critical moments. Yen Lai fell into deep thought. The shopkeeper did not rush him, casually polishing his mechanical arm, allowing Yen Lai to make his selection. After a long while, Yen Lai finally raised his head. His finger glided across the holographic screen and finally stopped on 2 items. 10 sonic grenades, 1 electromagnetic stabbing gun, plus 10 magazines. Yen Lai's fingers glided across the light screen, eventually stopping over 2 items. 10 sonic wave grenades, 1 electromagnetic needle gun, plus 10 magazines. The mechanical eye of the shopkeeper blinked red, seemingly recalculating the value. A total of 5 million. Deal. Yen Lai showed no hesitation. The shopkeeper grinned and tapped a few times on the control panel beneath the counter. The old terminal on Yen Lai's wrist vibrated, a notification of a transaction popping up. Transferred credit points 1. 8 million, current balance 2. 8 million. The transaction completed. Yen Lai did not leave immediately. From another corner of his system backpack, he took out the high-quality enhancement potion that Li Jun had given him as an apology. This a high-quality primary enhancement potion. How much extra would I need to pay to exchange it for a perfect quality one? The mechanical eye shopkeeper's gaze fell on the potion scanning beam flashing past. Perfect quality ones are rare and not available in the market. You won't see many in Blackwater Street in a year. For yours, I can offer a maximum of 8 million credit points for recovery. The implication from the shopkeeper was clear. He could purchase it, but exchanging was out of the question. 8 million, truly. Yen Lai curled his lip, stowing the potion back into his backpack, turning to leave without uttering a single word. Watching his departing figure, the shopkeeper's metal teeth clicked together, producing a faint sound. Interesting kid, he murmured, then turned to the air and commanded, have the goods ready by 10 a.m. tomorrow. Returning to his self-service apartment, Yen Lai locked the door behind him. He took out the perfect quality primary enhancement potion gifted by Hua Lin Yuan from his system backpack. The pale golden liquid flowed slowly within the specially made glass vial, emitting an enchanting sheen as if it contained life itself. Yen Lai looked at this potion worth a fortune without a trace of reluctance. The next time he entered the Heaven Realm, he would face the pursuit of a first-tier master from the Liu family, potentially attracting the attention of forces throughout Qingxi City. Any slight boost in power could mean the difference between life and death. He shed his shirt, revealing a well-defined, yet somewhat slender physique. Yen Lai picked up the potion, aimed the needle at his arm, took a deep breath, and pressed the injection button. The icy liquid instantly surged into his veins. In the next moment, an indescribable torrent of heat exploded from his heart, like volcanic lava breaking through a dam, engulfing his limbs and body. Yen Lai let out a muffled groan as his body trembled violently. This was not enhancement, it was akin to a dismemberment from within. Every cell in his body was forcibly torn apart under this frenzied energy, decomposed, and then reassembled in a more savage manner. His bones creaked under the unbearable strain, threatening to crumble into dust at any moment. His meridians felt as if they were filled with molten iron, the searing pain nearly incinerating his sanity. Beneath his skin, muscle fibers convulsed and twisted, wildly bulging veins resembling grotesque worms writhing beneath the surface. This pain far surpassed any previous training. Yen Lai gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, evaporating instantly due to the intense heat radiating from within. Just as he was about to collapse, the swallowing elephant technique in his body seemed to respond to some kind of stimulus, beginning to operate on its own. A stable and powerful force of qi and blood surged from his dantian, trying to contain and tame this incoming frenzied energy. However, the energy of the perfect quality potion was exceedingly domineering. As soon as the qi and blood of swallowing elephant made contact, it was scattered into disarray. Yet the operation of the technique granted Yen Lai a brief moment to catch his breath. He forcefully maintained the last bit of clarity in his mind, fully immersing his consciousness within, actively guiding the swallowing elephant technique to repeatedly impact and digest the frenzied potency of the medicine. This was an extremely perilous process. Two equally domineering forces collided within him. With the slightest misstep, he could end up with severed meridians and a shattered body. Yet Yen Lai had no other choice. Time stretched infinitely within the excruciating pain. He did not know how long had passed before that tearing pain began to slowly recede. In its place was an unprecedented sense of fullness. The torn cells, after reassembling, became more resilient and brim. The expanded meridians flowed like a rushing river, capable of accommodating an even greater torrent of qi and blood. Every corner of his body, bones, organs, muscles, was undergoing a transformative change. Finally, when the last trace of the potion's power was completely absorbed, Yen Lai abruptly opened his eyes, a terrifying glint flashing momentarily. Ding! You have used a primary enhancement potion. Perfect. All attributes 10. Effect of swallowing elephant technique triggered. Enhancement absorption effect increased by 150. Additional 15 to all attributes. A series of system notifications exploded in his mind. Yen Lai was initially taken aback, then quickly reacted. The swallowing elephant technique had gained an enhancement absorption effect upon entry. He never expected that this effect could actually apply to enhancement potions. All attributes increased by a total of 25 points. This effect was simply heaven-defying. But soon after, an overwhelming sense of regret surged in his heart. If only he had known. If only he had waited until the swallowing elephant technique reached a higher level before using it. The second-tier swallowing elephant already had a 150 bonus. If he trained it to the 5th or 6th tier, wouldn't the bonus increase several times? He had suffered a great loss this time. Yan Lai smacked his thigh, his expression a mix of ecstatic joy and painful regret complex to the extreme. As the enhancement concluded, he opened his attribute panel. Name Yan Lai level 5 experience 630 1300 satiety 85300 health 29302 930 inner force 580580 true chi 2380 jade pendant true chi storage 114300 strength 59 agility 56 physique 153 intelligence 63 spirit 58 technique bar 510 leopard movement technique tier 4 tiger bone technique tier 3 penetrating halt tier 4 swallowing elephant tier 2 soul weapon initial release tier 1 active skills wedding dress yin family needle technique return to origin flying feather blood refinement insight passive skills advanced medicine tier 3 advanced stealing tier 3 skillful hands special double heaven 9 heavens green bag classic 80,100 looking at the revitalized attributes, especially the impressive 153 points in physique, the regret in Yan Lai's heart was finally diluted by a sense of immense satisfaction. Now he could even withstand a direct hit from Tang Xiao's startling feather style without dying. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, a wave of unprecedented confidence rising. Heavy snow has led to a holiday, and with the weekend I can happily write for the next few days, adding 3 more chapters. Yan Lai closed the attribute panel. The impressive 153 points in physique brought not just numerical satisfaction. Every inch of muscle and every bone was filled with explosive vitality. However, he did not linger in that moment for too long. Yan Lai sat cross-legged and began to operate the 9 heavens green. The enhancement from the strengthening potion was an external force, a forced elevation of his foundation. Now he needed to use his own techniques to sort through and settle this power, fully integrating it into himself. The light blue true chi flowed through the widened meridians like a gentle stream, soothing the subtle injuries left by the potion's potent effects. Time passed second by second. The apartment fell into absolute silence with only a faint mystical aura slowly until 2 o'clock in the morning. Yan Lai's body suddenly shook violently, and a far purer and more powerful true chi erupted from deep within his dantian, instantly coursing through all his meridians. Ding! The 9 heavens green bag scripture has been upgraded to the 3rd heaven with a 20 increase in all attributes. As the system notification chimed, Yan Lai felt the connection with his ancestral jade pendant grow even tighter. With a thought, he immersed himself in the space of the jade pendant. The grid, which was originally only 40 centimeters, and now had each side measuring 70 centimeters. This meant he could store much more. Satisfied, Yan Lai emerged freshened up and then fell into a deep sleep. The next morning before dawn, Yan Lai woke up and went to the pharmacy, directly purchasing several types of potent and rare medicinal materials. Qi Shueting 30-year-old long gu chow and a small piece of extremely rare thunderstruck wood. These materials cost him nearly 100 credit points. Unlike in the heaven realm, where decades-old materials were extremely rare, Yan Lai couldn't afford to care about that now. In the end, he boldly spent 100 credit points to rent the workshop and alchemy furnace in the pharmacy's backyard. Then he lit the furnace. Instead of using a pestle, he directly infused the green bag true chi into the alchemy furnace, using chi as a hammer to precisely crush and fuse each medicinal material. The exquisite control of true chi was beyond human comparison. Half an hour later, the lid of the furnace opened and a pungent, steaming medicinal aroma rushed out. 3 red pills lay quietly at the bottom of the furnace. Gain Jing Zhidan X3 Jing Zhidan instantly activates human potential, increasing all attributes by 10 and movement speed by 50 for 5 minutes. After the effect ends, it will result in a half-hour state of weakness. Yan Lai carefully stored the pills in a jade bottle and placed it in his system backpack. Then he purchased some other materials: calm heartgrass, sea-sinking wood, and tri-leaf rotating flower. After completing all this, he left the pharmacy and returned to the universal pawn shop. Is the goods here? Yan Lai's voice was muffled by the mask, making it hard to discern his emotions. The mechanical shopkeeper chuckled and pulled out a heavy metal briefcase from below the counter, placing it on the table. The hummingbird and gift, along with an extra 10 magazines and earmuffs, are all inside. Yan Lai opened the case. A delicately designed electromagnetic needle gun, slightly smaller than an ordinary pistol, lay quietly on the next to it were 10 magazines filled with tungsten steel needles and 10 round black grenades alongside compact and exquisite earmuffs. Silent sound wave interference grenade. After use, it deals 500 damage and causes dizziness to all electronic products and living beings with a mental state below 100. The duration of dizziness varies based on mental strength, lasting up to 30 seconds. Anti-soundwave earmuffs. After use, increases resistance to soundwave weapons and techniques by 90. He picked up the needle gun, feeling its cold and heavy weight. Ripper high-frequency tactical short blade, battery capacity 100,100, damage 777, 1099. This thing is far more powerful than the 77 type pistol. Yan Lai took the items, and as he passed a corner, he stored everything into the jade pendant space and turned to leave. The last stop before returning to the apartment was the Ark supermarket. He no longer looked at the ordinary meats, but went directly to the section selling mutated beast meat. Yan Lai's footsteps halted in front of the section selling second-tier mutated beast meat. Inside the massive freezer, various oddly shaped meat chunks were displayed. Some still had hard shells, while others were covered in metallic scales, each emitting energy fluctuations that would make ordinary people feel apprehensive. The price tags were daunting. The cheapest second-tier mutated beast meat cost a staggering 500 credit points per. The strength of a second-tier mutated beast was enough to easily slaughter a well-equipped squad of ordinary people. The energy contained within their flesh was far beyond that of a first-tier beast. Of course, they were also more ferocious and difficult to absorb. If an ordinary person carelessly consumed them, they could easily disrupt their meridians or worse explode to death. But Yanlai was different. Harmonizing the medicinal properties and guiding the energy was his specialty. His gaze ultimately locked onto a piece of deep red meat. It was the breast meat of a second-tier mutated ferocious bird, the iron-feathered songyang. The muscle fibers were clearly visible, covered by a thin layer of fascia that reflected a faint metallic sheen under the light. "He'll take this one." Yanlai pointed at the piece of eagle meat. The salesperson, unlike the previous automatic guide, was a burly cyborg skillfully operating a high molecular vibration cutting device, sparks flying. Second-tier iron-feathered song, ing breast meat 3. 7 kilograms, totaling 37000 credit points. Just a reminder, second-tier beast meat is best cooked in a lattice steel pot, as ordinary pressure cookers can easily explode. Yanlai nodded. At checkout, watching the balance on the terminal instantly shrink, he felt no remorse. Money only makes sense when spent and turned into tangible strength. Then Yanlai obediently purchased a large array of various cooking utensils and bowls, all made of sturdy lattice steel, costing him several thousand credit points. He had the utensils delivered directly to his door. Carrying nearly 4,000 worth of ingredients, Yanlai returned to his small self-service apartment. Yanlai tossed the meat and herbs onto the floor. This small amount could probably buy his uncle's dilapidated apartment. He did not start immediately. Instead, he sat cross-legged, first operating the 9 heavens green bag scripture to adjust his spirit to its peak state. Cooking this medicinal dish was no less than a high-intensity battle for him. 10 minutes later, Yanlai opened his eyes. He took out all the ingredients. The breast meat of the iron-feathered song ing was placed on a heavy steel plate. Yanlai picked up the sharp alloy kitchen knife and struck down decisively. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. The blade rolled. Only a shallow white mark remained on the meat chunk. The body of a second-tier mutated beast was far more resilient than steel. Yanlai discarded the kitchen knife. He extended his right hand, placing his index and middle fingers together like a sword. A wisp of light blue-green bag true chi wrapped around the blood-refining blade, instantly coiling around his fingertips. With a flick sizzle, the tough fascia, which even the alloy knife couldn't cut through, was easily sliced open, creating a neat incision, as if cutting through butter with a hot knife. Yanlai's fingers danced, the blue and red chi flickering unpredictably. In no time, the entire piece of eagle meat was divided into evenly sized chunks. Then he began to process the auxiliary medicinal materials. Yanlai crushed, ground, and pressed out the juices using true chi. The properties of every medicinal material were maximally activated under his exquisite control. With the preparations complete, Yanlai retrieved an alloy soup pot and first added calm heartgrass, sea-sinking wood, and other materials to the pot, followed by clean water. He did not turn on the fire. Instead, he placed his left palm against the bottom of the pot, slowly infusing green bag true chi. Soon fine bubbles began to rise from the pot. A strange herbal aroma began to permeate the room. When the essence of the herbs was fully extracted and the soup turned a clear yellow, Yanlai began to add the processed eagle meat chunks one by one into the pot. Sizzle! The moment the eagle meat entered the pot, the entire soup pot shook violently. The water inside boiled vigorously as if a red-hot iron had been thrown in. A violent energy erupted, centered around the meat chunk. The clear yellow soup instantly turned murky, even taking on a hint of blood red. Here it comes. Yanlai's expression remained unchanged, and his right hand pressed against the pot's wall. Both palms moved in unison, and green bag, true chi, surged unreservedly into the pot. He was not using true chi to combat the violent energy, but rather employing a more ingenious method to envelop permeate. It was like an experienced old herder taming a rebellious wild horse. The energy conflict within the pot became increasingly intense. The temperature in the entire apartment rose sharply. The air began to distort. The alloy soup pot's surface turned bright red, groaning under the strain. Yanlai closed his eyes, fully immersed in this game of energy. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as the true chi in his body rapidly depleted. At this moment, time lost its meaning. How long had passed he did not know. The violent energy in the pot was finally complete. The sharp metallic energy belonging to the iron-feathered song ing perfectly fused with the herbal potency. The murky soup regained its clarity. But this time it was no longer a clear yellow, it transformed into a magnificent pale golden hue. Every piece of eagle meat became crystal clear, resembling fine amber. An indescribable fragrance wafted from the pot, and just one whiff made one feel invigorated all over. Ding! You have expended your spirit and successfully cooked the perfect medicinal dish, Song Sun stewed fresh soup. Ding! You have comprehended beginner cooking. Song Sun stewed fresh soup. Perfect eating. It can permanently increase mental and agility attributes by 3 points only once. Additionally, you gain a temporary state, strong wings, lasting 1 hour. Strong wings agility increases by 20 points, movement speed by 30, jumping ability by 30, dynamic vision by 200, lasting for 60 minutes. It's done. Yanlai slowly withdrew his palm, exhaling a long breath of turbid air. It seems that only by creating food that permanently enhances attribute points can one acquire cooking skills. Previously, he only made simple stews, although delicious, the effects were not significant. He looked at the dish in the pot, which could be considered a work of art, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Yan Lai directly served himself a large bowl. The pale golden soup was crystal clear with amber-hued hawk meat floating within, exuding a soul-stirring aroma. Yan Lai blew away the steam and took a sip. An indescribable freshness erupted on his taste buds, a warm current sliding down his throat into his stomach, transforming into a pure and gentle energy that surged toward his limbs and bones. This sensation was unlike any medicinal dish he had experienced before, offering a nourishing essence that seeped in silently. He picked up a piece of hawk meat. The meat was already stewed to perfection, melting in his mouth, leaving behind a rich, meaty flavor intertwined with the freshness of herbs. After finishing a bowl of soup, Yan Lai felt light all over. The fatigue and latent injuries accumulated from days of training vanished without a trace under the cleansing flow of warmth. Ding! Your spirit has permanently increased by 3. Your agility has permanently increased by 3. You have gained 150 experience points. The effects were remarkable. Yan Lai looked at the remaining soup and meat in the pot, feeling somewhat reluctant. This was a treasure that cost a hefty sum and consumed nearly 100 points of true energy to prepare. He retrieved a large thermos he had just bought and carefully filled it with the remaining Kangswin stewed fresh soup. Before entering the Tianjing, he planned to drink another bowl to maximize the benefits of the Jinyu state. Glancing at the time on the terminal, it was almost time to set off. Yan Lai picked up the thermos and left the apartment. The floating taxi wove through the steel jungle with colorful holographic advertisements and towering skyscrapers visible outside the window. The technology of this world is truly convenient, making one marvel. If only he could buy a portable Tianjing connection device for himself. Running back and forth like this every day is no different from clocking in at a job. Yan Lai grimaced, temporarily suppressed. That gadget's price must be astronomical. He quickly dismissed the thought and began to meditate to recover his true energy. Soon the towering building of Tungwang Heavy Industries appeared before him. Yan Lai skillfully arrived at the 33rd floor, which was designated for their connection chamber. He checked the time. There were still 30 minutes until synchronization began. Yan Lai found a corner to sit down just as he was about to open the thermos. Not far away, Secretary Su Qing was leading Hua Shuiqing, Tang Xiao, and Wang Fong, who were discussing something with serious expressions. Xuanqiong Technology has already started to take action. It seems they are very interested in the dragon transformation pool, Wang Fong said in a deep voice. What is there to fear? When the soldiers come, we block them. When the water comes, we cover it. Just a bunch of insignificant characters. The masters from the Guanjian Villa and the Tang sect are here. We will kill anyone who comes. Hua Shuiqing stood by with her arms crossed, snorting coldly. Don't underestimate anyone. Xuanqiong Technology has fought against Tungwang Heavy Industries for so many years, and their methods are quite dirty. Tang Xiao remained silent, his hands habitually tucked in his pockets. Just then an indescribably domineering fragrance wafted through the air. The serious discussion among the four came to an abrupt halt. They turned their heads in unison, following the source of the scent. In the corner, Yan Lai had just opened his unremarkable thermos. A pale golden steam was rising from the opening. The fragrance that made their hearts flutter came from there. For pairs of eyes fixed on Yan Lai's thermos, Wang Fong even instinctively swallowed. A hint of uncharacteristic emotion appeared on Hua Shuiqing's usually proud and icy face. Yan Lai felt uncomfortable under their gaze. What was wrong with these people? Were they starving ghosts reincarnated? He held the thermos and tentatively asked, would you like a bowl? Yes. Wang Fong stepped up without a second thought. Hua Shuiqing and Tang Xiao, being girls, stood still in modesty, but their eyes betrayed them. Even Secretary Su Qing, who usually presented a strong and professional demeanor, showed a happy smile. Since Mr. Yan has extended his hospitality, we will graciously accept. As she spoke, she skillfully retrieved several brand new large disposable bowls and chopsticks from a nearby storage cabinet. It was evident that she frequently dealt with meal issues at the company. Yan Lai twitched the corner of his mouth and served each person a bowl, golden soup and amber meat. Wang Fong was the first to take a bowl, ignoring the heat, and took a big gulp. Oh! His eyes widened in surprise as he let out a satisfied exclamation. Delicious soup. So fresh. This meat melts in your mouth. With Wang Fong leading the way, Hua Shuiqing and Tang Xiao no longer held back, quietly taking their bowls and savoring them. Just one bite, and they could not stop their movements. Especially Hua Shuiqing, her eating motions were undeniably graceful, yet her speed was not slow at all. Su Qing also took a sip, and her eyes behind the glasses instantly lit up. She adjusted her glasses and looked at Yan Lai, filled with amazement. This is meat from a second-tier mutated beast, isn't it? Wang Fong asked, gobbling as he mumbled in agreement. Yes, yes, yes. This skill is far better than those so-called chefs in Tiance's capital. Brother Yan, where did you learn this? Yan Lai chuckled twice, naturally not revealing the process of refining true energy. It's nothing, just some 10-year-old medicinal ingredients combined with good meat cooked in a pressure cooker for over 10 hours. If you all need it, I can write down the recipe right now. Over 10 hours. The others, who clearly preferred eating to cooking, lost interest upon hearing this duration. Soon the large bowls of soup and meat were devoured as if swept away by a storm. Wang Fong licked his lips, still wanting more. Hua Shuiqing looked reluctantly at the empty bottom of her bowl, then returned to her usual aloof demeanor, merely nodding slightly at Yan Lai. Thank you. After saying this, she turned and walked further inside, seemingly heading towards the core personnel's connection. The others gradually dispersed. Yan Lai looked at the time. There were still 10 minutes left. He no longer hesitated and finished the soup in his bowl in one go. A warm current surged through his limbs, and a temporary status prompt popped up. Gain temporary status, Jinyu. lasting for 1 hour. Yin Lai lay down in the cold connection chamber and closed his eyes. He mobilized the Qingnong true energy within him, slowly operating it to adjust his state to its peak. The chamber door slowly closed. Identity verification in progress. Synchronization starting. Welcome. In the instant his consciousness returned, Yin Lai opened his eyes, and a blade radiating a chilling, murderous intent struck. He barely had time to fully adapt to his body before his feet instinctively moved. The blade grazed the tip of his nose. The gust of wind it created tousling his hair. The missed strike surprised the captain of the guards, but his movements showed no sign of hesitation as he twisted his wrist, transforming the long knife into a swift arc aimed at Yin Lai. Kid, let's see where you can escape this time. The captain shouted angrily, his steps shifting as he executed an incredibly rapid footwork. His figure left an afterimage on the spot, moving like a tiger gliding close to the ground, his speed surging as he instantly closed the distance to Yin Lai. Frenzied steps, a burst-type footwork that enhances movement speed by 30 for a short period, consuming a large amount. Yin Lai assessed, inwardly activating both the passage technique and leopard stride. The captain grew increasingly alarmed. How could this kid's speed have increased so much compared to earlier? His movements became increasingly elusive, slippery, and utterly unlike those of a martial artist in the bone refinement stage. As long as he kept tightly entangled with this slippery thief, his task would be complete once the other experts arrived. Even if responsibilities were traced back, they wouldn't fall upon him. The captain resolutely decided to pull out a pill from his pocket, reluctantly swallowing it, and then desperately chased after the figure. As the captain stuck closely to him, Yin Lai pulled out a dark round iron object from his pocket, removed the safety pin, and tossed it back at him. The captain, seasoned from years in battle, had never encountered such a bizarre hidden weapon. He instinctively swung his knife to block, but the iron object lacked the expected offensive power, simply landing lightly at his feet and rolling twice. What is this thing? The captain barely had this thought flash through his mind. Buzz! A terrifying sound wave erupted from the iron object centered on it. The captain's head felt as if it had been struck by an invisible giant hammer, his vision instantly blackening, his mind going, silence! Soundwave interference grenade caused 500 damage and 30 seconds of dizziness to beings with mental attributes below 100. This captain, known for his strength and agility, had a mental attribute barely above 30, fully absorbing the damage and control. He froze in place, his body trembling violently, fine blood seeping from his orifices, and the long knife in his hand clattered to the ground. Yin Lai even had the leisure to glance at the captain's pitiful state, nodding with satisfaction. Technology and ruthless tactics, hope you like it. He did not step forward to deliver a finishing blow. Killing a first-tier captain would undoubtedly invite a citywide manhunt from Qingxi City, a loss that outweighed the gain. With a thought, Yin Lai extended a stream of blood-red energy from his fingertips, transforming it into a slender, blood-colored rope that accurately ensnared the sound wave grenade on the ground. Blood refinement, he flicked his wrist, retrieving this valuable treasure. After all, if this thing were exposed, his innate secrets would likely be discovered immediately. Having completed all this, he took one last look at the twitching captain before vanishing into the intricate alleys. Yin Lai did not return directly to the Hor residence. He circled around the west of the city, changing clothes several times, ensuring no one was following him, before quietly sneaking back into his yard at the Hor residence through an inconspicuous back door.